When I was born, I failed the IQ test. My mother, a professor of human intelligence research, couldn't accept that her son was a failure. So, after finding a boy with an IQ test score of 150 who bore a striking resemblance to her, she took me to the mountains and abandoned me. 17 years later, my domineering older sister suddenly came to the countryside to take me back to the family to acknowledge my roots, but I kept her waiting outside the door for 2 hours. Losing patience, she walked into the small courtyard herself and saw me farming in the yard. Sang Moyen looked furious. I've been waiting for you for 2 hours, and you're messing around with this worthless stuff? You should know you're a young master of the Lan family. Without stopping my work, I asked leisurely. So what? Sang Moyen nearly laughed in anger. Stop doing things beneath your status from now on. Also, remember, the Lan family isn't some nightclub you've been to. Whatever low-class tricks you learned from that red sister of yours, keep them to yourself. And don't get cocky just because you're my brother. Even though we share blood, I won't acknowledge you. Her tone was stern, as if addressing a subordinate, with no joy at finding her long-lost brother only absurdity. After all, the brother the family had raised for 19 years wasn't their own. While this boy who grew up in a nightclub turned out to be her real brother, the entire Lan family struggled to accept this news. Worse, they discovered this boy had been expelled from high school for unknown reasons. The more Sang Moyen thought about it, the more irritated she became. She had to abandon a multi-million-dollar contract signing just to fetch the stained brother. You have 10 minutes, or don't blame me for being ruthless. I put down the hoe and kicked Sang Moyen out the gate. She never expected her despised younger brother to kick her out and angrily ordered her bodyguards to break down the door. The bodyguards rushed forward, banging loudly on the iron gate. Frowning with impatience, I stretched my limbs, ready to teach them a lesson, when a voice came from behind. Open it. Don't disturb the siblings working. I turned to see a woman in a red dress sitting on the courtyard steps, a cigarette in hand. I gave her a sidelong glance but said nothing, then turned and opened the door. Sang Moyen stormed in. Aren't you tough? Daring to kick me out? Let's see how tough you really are. Tough enough to refuse the Lan family? I looked indifferently at this woman, dressed elegantly but now as furious as a ruffled bird, and said, the Lan family isn't a must for me, but do you dare not take me back? She was momentarily speechless. She had come to this wretched place precisely because Grandma had threatened suicide. She truly couldn't refuse. I glanced at her coolly. If you're here to fetch someone, act like it. You must have investigated me before coming. I have a bad temper, so you'd better drop this lecturing attitude. I took a step forward, my sharp gaze locking onto hers. Cross my line, and whether your surname is Lan or something else, you'll pay the price. My tone was defiant, exuding the aura of a street punk. Sang Moyen's face darkened further, ready to explode, but before she could, I turned back to tend the soil. Her anger was left hanging, stuck in limbo, leaving her utterly frustrated. 2 hours later, just as Sang Moyen's patience was wearing thin, I finally stopped what I was doing and leisurely walked toward the house. Soon, I emerged carrying a suitcase, dressed in a sleek black trench coat that accentuated my upright posture. Sang Moyen froze when she saw me. She recognized this outfit all too well. It was the latest design by Master Yulan, with only 2 sets ever made. One sold for over $1 million, and the other was gifted. Lan Su had even asked her to acquire it, but she failed. Yet here it was, draped over me. How could someone raised by a nightclub hostess afford Master Yulan's designs? I lifted my gaze, met Sang Moyen's stunned expression, then indifferently looked away and strode outside with deliberate steps. As I passed by Sister Hong, I paused, glanced at the cigarette butts littering the ground, and frowned. Reaching out, I took the cigarette from her hand, tossed it to the ground, and crushed it under my foot. Smoke less, it's bad for you. Sister Hong's hand hung midair, silent. Keep an eye on those herbs of mine, they're worth a lot. She chuckled. Who'd want those worthless things? Go enjoy your good fortune, and don't come back. I didn't say more, only leaving behind. Don't forget to take your medicine. Before walking away without a backward glance, Sang Moyen opened the car door, but before she could speak, I pushed the suitcase forward. It rides with you. Then, I walked straight to the motorcycle across the street and put on the helmet. Sang Moyen was livid. Lan Zhan, have you lost your mind? Get down right now. Do you even know how much this motorcycle costs? Could you afford to pay for it if it's damaged? She had noticed the bike earlier, wondering which VIP had ventured into this shabby place, never imagining I'd dare touch it. I shot her a sidelong glance, started the engine, and roared off under her dumbfounded stare. The usually unflappable Sang Moyen was internally screaming. That was a top-tier international motorcycle, the only one in the country, priced at $5 million. Her car cost just $2. How could I own a $5 million bike? Was this really possible for someone raised by a nightclub hostess? Do hostesses make that much? Only after my and Sang Moyen's vehicles vanished from the village did Sister Hong stand up, dusting off her clothes lightly before making a call. We leave tomorrow morning. When Sang Moyen and I arrived at the Lan family's house, The sky was already growing dark. The Lan family members were all waiting for me in the living room. As soon as I stepped through the door, an unfriendly voice rang out. "So you're Lan? I looked up to see a woman in her 40s, dressed in an expensive dress, exuding an air of nobility in her every gesture. She was my mother, Lu Wanyu, a university professor and the very person who had abandoned me years ago. Everyone in the Lan family believed I had been mistakenly switched at birth and thus ended up living elsewhere. But no one knew the truth. In reality, she had found a boy named Lan Su to replace me and live as part of the Lan family. I pushed aside my thoughts and calmly met the woman's gaze. "Can't you speak? Are you mute?" Lu Wanyu frowned, her disdain for me practically overflowing. She felt not an ounce of guilt toward me. If she could do it all over again, she would make the same choice, only more carefully, ensuring that Lan Su's false identity as the young master wouldn't be discovered by her mother-in-law. What a pity. Every child in the Lan family is a genius. Yet here we have a mute. I suppose his IQ isn't high either. Even if it were, what good would it do? I heard he was raised by a nightclub hostess. Any intelligence he has was probably spent on serving others. Hardly useful for anything respectable. I don't know what Grandma was thinking, insisting on bringing him back. Lan Su may not be blood-related, but he's outstanding. Not only is he the school heartthrob, but he also ranked in the top 20 in the province and got into Peking University this year. He shines in multiple fields. What can this Lan Zhan do? Bringing him back will only disgrace the Lan family. The murmurs rose and fell as I swept my gaze over each of them. Lu Wanyu's expression darkened at the chatter. She glared at me imperiously, her eyes filled with scorn and disgust, and said sternly, "Lan Zhan, you carry the Lan family's blood, so we had to bring you back. But the Lan family is no nightclub. You must unlearn all the bad habits you picked up from that sister Hong. As long as you behave, the Lan family won't treat you poorly. But if you dare cause trouble, don't blame me for throwing you out." Just as I was about to speak, someone suddenly grabbed my hand, and a soft voice whispered in my ear, "Little brother, when I heard you'd been found, I rushed to pick out a gift for you. This diamond watch was designed by a famous designer. I wanted to ask for your forgiveness. After all, it's because we were switched at birth that you suffered so much. But I hope you'll let me stay with the Lan family. I've lived here for so many years and have grown attached to Mom, Dad, and my sister. I can't bear to part with them. As long as I can stay, I'll give up anything for you." My eyes fell on the watch, and I let out a cold laugh, my tone dripping with sarcasm. A $10 knockoff from a street stall? Which famous designer is this cheap? Everyone froze, surprised to learn I wasn't mute. Lan Su looked stunned. The watch he'd given me was indeed a fake bought from a street vendor. He had meant to put me in my place but hadn't expected this useless person to see through it. Still, he quickly regained his haughty demeanor. Lu Wanyu snapped coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting? This watch was specially commissioned by Xiaoshu from the renowned designer Master Yulan. It cost $1 million to create and is one of a kind. Engraved with your name. How could it be from a street stall? Apologize to Xiaoshu right now." At her words, I slightly lifted my eyelids, a faint smirk playing on my lips. "It's alright, Mom. Little brother hasn't been exposed to luxury items before. It's natural he wouldn't recognize them. He'll learn in time," Lan Su said magnanimously, though I caught the smugness in his eyes. Seeing Lan Su's aggrieved expression, Sang Moyan couldn't hold back any longer and angrily scolded me. "Lan Zhan, didn't I warn you not to cause trouble for Xiao Su? What are you doing now? Blaming him for taking your identity?" Before I could speak, Sang Moyan continued coldly, "The fact that you two were switched at birth is just your bad luck. Why blame Xiao Su? He was devastated when he found out he had taken your place and caused you suffering. He even personally picked out gifts just to make you accept him. Is this how you treat him?" The moment Sang Moyan finished speaking, I kicked her flying. Sang Ning looked at Sang Moyan expressionlessly. "Gave you face? Or have I given you some sort of signal that makes you think that you are qualified to educate me?" This scene shocked everyone. None of them thought that a person who had just been recognized back would dare to make a move on his own brother. And he did not show any mercy at all. And look at that kick just now, directly kicking Sang Moyan to spit out blood. "Big brother, are you alright?" Sang Li hurriedly helped Sang Moyan up, then blamed, "Sister, when we were held wrongly, it wasn't Big Brother's fault. If you want to blame it, just blame me. How can you do it to Big Brother? Asshole, how dare you make a move on your brother? I have to teach you the rules today." Lu Wanyu raised her hand to hit it. Only before her hand touched Sang Ning, she was grabbed by Sang Ning. The Sang Ning before the age of 6 is already dead. "Mom dash." The voice, "Mom," trailed off with a long drawn-out tone, with a touch of mockery as well as morose coldness. Chapter 3, In a Good Mood. Make a face. Lu Wanyu's eyes whitened violently. Her feet stumbled, and she took a few steps backward in a row, almost failing to stand still. There was shock and fear in her eyes. More disbelief. It's amazing that Sonnen remembers anything before he was 6. How could she remember? Her IQ was just under 80, and people with that kind of IQ have always had bad memories. It was only logical that she shouldn't remember anything before the age of 6. But Sang Ning was satisfied with Lu Wanyu's reaction. The corners of his lips hooked up into an evil smile. Tisk, looks like you haven't forgotten it either. Fun. Lu Wanyu wanted to speak, but Sang Ning stopped bothering her and turned around to walk to Sangli. Wouldn't it be better for you to pretend to be dead? Why do you have to put your face in front of me? Sang Li's eyes contained tears, a look of aggression. Sister, I know you are angry with me, but Sang Ning interrupted her with a look of impatience. If you want to know if it's true or not, find an organization to appraise it and it will be clear. Sang Ning swept over the crowd present with a silent expression. However, I'm sure that you group of cuties whose brains have been supplied by pigs, nor are you willing to make an appraisal. With that comment, Sonnen scolded everyone in the room into it. The faces of the people were ugly. Before everyone could snap, Sonnen snorted, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll help you guys do an appraisal for free. As the words fell out, Sonnen pulled out her cell phone, tapped on the social software, and made a video call to the person with the note L. As soon as the video was connected, a surprised voice came from the opposite side. Little Ningning baby, I miss you so much. I heard you went to Jiangcheng? Wait for me. I will go to find you after I finish the matter at hand. When the people of the Sang family saw the person in the video, they were all wide-eyed, even forgetting to breathe, and just staring dumbfounded at the person that everyone had a hard time wanting to meet. Master Phantom, girl genius, the only top designer in the country who topped the designer list at the age of just 20. She designs both clothes and jewelry that money can't buy. This person also has a quirky personality, and in order to buy something designed by her, it must also meet her eye. If she didn't like it, she wouldn't sell it even for any amount of money. Most importantly, Master Yulan had a very powerful background. Her designs, too, represent a certain identity within the circle of luxury families, but whenever various banquets were held, as long as one could wear the design of Master Yulan, one's status was bound to be elevated by a notch. The Sang family was also a ranked family in Jiangcheng, but even so, no one had ever been able to buy Master Yulan's designs. Only the necklace that Sang Li had given to Sang Ning was said to be the one that Sang Li had begged for a long time before Master Yulan made an exception and sold it to her. Such an exceptional and extraordinary person was known to Sonnen, and by the looks of it, they seemed to be very close to each other. Sang Ning glanced at the expressions of the Sang family's crowd. The corner of her lips slightly hooked. Someone gave me a necklace, saying that you designed it. Master Yulan was stunned for a moment, then a bit annoyed. No, Sonnen, I'm pissed off. Which item on your entire body wasn't customized by me for you? A necklace, and you actually want someone else to give it to you? As soon as Master Yulan said this, everyone's eyes landed on Sang Ning's body. I didn't look closely just now, but now I'm taking a closer look. Clothes, shoes, backpack, watch on Sonnen. All of these things, all of them, carried the unique mark of Master Phantom. This is wearing a villa on your body, isn't it? How could Sonnen, a person who was raised by a nightclub lady, be so lucky as to know Master Yulan? Moreover, Master Yulan had treated her so well that everything in her entire body was actually customized for her. The Sang family crowd became envious and jealous. Why can't something so good happen to them? Good girl, don't be angry. Sang Ning's tone rose, patiently coaxed a little. Sang's adopted daughter sent. Roadside stall $10 necklace. Became your design. Looking for you to identify. What? Master Phantom Orchid stood up violently, and his volume amplified quite a bit. Bumper sticker touched my head. Want to die? Turn your camera around. Let me see who's so bold. Sonnen decisively pointed the camera at Sang Li. Sang Li's face instantly paled, both hands cupping the corners of her coat, not daring to breathe a single breath. She was merely trying to give the newly returned home Sonnen a hard time. How could she have thought that Sonnen would know Master Yulan? This is going to be a slap in the face. As expected, Master Yulan's face sullenly stared at the necklace in Sang Li's hand. What kind of tie thing? And you dare to say that I designed it? Your Doraemon's bag of treasures, quite loaded. I don't have. Sang Li, tears in her eyes, a soft and weak look. If it were a man, he'd be heartbroken at this point. In her opposite side is the main profession design, Vice Green Tea Hor Appraisal Commissioner of the Yulan Master. Say, you bastard stew, hold a belly of bad water want to do? Sang Li's feet went limp as she cried and explained. I didn't know the necklace was fake. I asked my friend to buy it. Sang Li said and walked over to Sang Ning and tried to grab her hand. Sang Ning sidestepped. Dirty. This tone and attitude was completely different from when he faced Master Yulan. Sang Li's heart choked. Sister, I'm sorry. I should have found someone to appraise it in advance. I didn't expect such a big misunderstanding. I'll resend you the necklace, okay? Before Sang Ning could speak, Sang Lee said, it just so happens that you and Master Yulan know each other, so talk to her and help you design a necklace. How much I will pay? What kind of dir are you? Little Ning Ning needs you to give her a necklace? If she wants it, I'll give it to her by the truckload. Sang Lee, the Sang family crowd. Listen, does that speak human language? Other people want a piece of Master Yulan's design is as hard as heaven. Sonnen wants to directly take the card to pull? Who gave birth to such a deadly loser? Little Ning Ning, hurry up and turn the camera around. That bastard is crying like a dead mother. It's obscure. Master Yulan had a look of disgust on her face. Sonnen decisively turned the camera around again. Master Yulan looked at Sang Ning's stunning face and smiled. True enough, one has to look at beautiful things. What's that? You tell that cargo that is so stuck in powder card that you can see the dead skin. Within 2 hours, the lawyer's letter will be delivered, and the compensation will be $5 million, and you will receive it as pocket money for you. The probability is that Master Yulan is pissed off. Usually talk to Sonnen without an hour without hanging up the phone. Right now it's impossible to get through for a minute. It just hangs up. Sang Lee's face turned even whiter. She knew that there was nothing good to come from offending Master Yulan, but she didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. 5 million. Her pocket money is only 100,000 a month. Normally, she likes to buy luxury items and has no savings at all. Sang Ning put the phone away and glanced at Sang Lee. Then her eyes met Lu Wanyu. I thought you had found a replacement with a much higher IQ, but it turns out it's a piece of trash. Lu Wanyu's face was quite ugly. So what if it's fake? People like you don't deserve to wear authentic goods at all. Sang Ning, I'm warning you, Xiaoli is about to go to school at the capital university and can't have a stain on her body before the start of the school year. You'd better have Master Yulan withdraw the case, otherwise, I'll kick you out of the Sang family right away. Chapter 4 Master Phantom's lawyer's letter arrives. Who dares? An old and majestic voice rang out. The Sang family members scrambled to their feet and respectfully said, Mom. Old Mrs. Sang, dressed in a tang suit, came in with a smooth gait, assisted by Sang Yifun. She faintly swept a glance at the crowd, then dropped her gaze on Sonnen and shakily extended her hand. Ning Ning, Grandma. Sang Ning shook old Mrs. Sang's hand, her tone respectful and courteous. It was a far cry from the way he had treated the Sang family just now. Sonnen has always known the difference between good and bad. Old Mrs. Sang was the only person in the Sang family who was kind to her. She had been raised by old Mrs. Sang since she was a child, and was also closest to her. As for the other, Sonnen laid his eyes on Sang Yifun, her third brother. She was treated quite well when she was a child, but I don't know if she is still as good now as she was then. Little bit, remember me? Sang Yifun stepped forward and greeted Sang Ning with a smile. Sonnen smiled. Sango, tisk Sang Yifun ruffled. Pro-life is different. It's not in vain that I love you so much. Sang Yifun pulled out a jewelry box and handed it to Sang Ning. A gift for you. Don't mind it. I only have 100,000. I left 10,000 for living expenses. The rest of the money bought this necklace. When my brother earns money in the future, I'll give you a better one. As the words fell, Sang Yifun's eyes fell on the necklace in Sang Lee's hand. Oh, I forgot. Sang Lee also prepared a necklace for you. It is said to be designed by Master Yulan? I'm afraid this one of mine isn't enough. Sang Lee's face was already as white as it could be. She was biting her lips tightly, with a look of being on the verge of tears. Third brother, my friend was cheated. This necklace was not designed by Master Yulan. No? Sang Yifun pretended to be stunned, then exclaimed, oh my god, you couldn't have bought it for $10 at a roadside stall, right? Sang Lee, this can be you are not right. You dominate my sister's identity for so many years. To give her a necklace even send roadside stalls, you are a bit too much, right? Sang Lee stomped her foot in anger. It's not $10, it's $15. No? Sang Yifun pulled out his cell phone and tapped on a photo. Then the person in this photo isn't you? Sang Lee looked over and just felt the blood rush straight to his head, almost ascending to the heavens. It's a picture of her picking out a necklace at a roadside stand. Is Sang Yifun sick? Why does he keep staring at her every day? Also, when exactly was that picture taken? I'm surprised she didn't notice at all. Sang Lee face embarrassed very, want to defend, and do not know how to defend. Can only tearful to Lu Wanyu said, Mom, this necklace is really not $10 a necklace. I have been to the roadside stall. Is when I passed by, a small child begged me to help her choose a style. I was helping her to pick. Lu Wanyu patted her hand and softly said, Mom knows. As the words fell, Lu Wanyu said in a deep voice, Sang Yifun, what are you mad about? The necklace thing was a misunderstanding. Besides, she, Sang Ning, has always stayed in the countryside. Even if you send her a real necklace, can she wear that kind of temperament? Sang Yifan slanted a glance at her and turned his head to Sang Ning. Come, brother will put the necklace on for you, so that our mother and father can take a good look at what the temperament of a true 1,000 gold miss looks like. Without waiting for Sang Ning to agree, Sang Yifan directly put the necklace on Sang Ning. The tight leather jacket that Sanan wore was in fact not compatible with this necklace, but Sanan was good looking. No matter what matching clothes, the necklace was worn on her, and her temperament was instantly different. Sang Yifan's operation had literally slapped Lu Wanyu and Sang Li in the face. Sang Moyan sank his face. Old third, you've had enough. This is something that Xiaoli did wrong, but she grew up with us and is our own sister. Isn't it too much for you to let her down like this? There is only one sister of mine, Sang Ning. Sang Li, this impostor, I have never admitted it. Sang Yifan's face was full of disdain. Also, Mom, you said that the two of them were carried by mistake when they were in the hospital. But why? Sang Ning remembers bits and pieces of getting along with me since she was a child. But Sang Li doesn't have any impression at all? Lu Wanyu's face turned white and she couldn't say anything. What really happened back then? Only you know. And I don't care if you want to take the impostor as a treasure. But don't blame me for going crazy if you drive my own sister away because of this impostor. Lu Wanyu is simply to be angry. She has 3 sons and 1 daughter. The oldest and the oldest 2 are very obedient to her, in favor of this oldest 3, like a prick, always against her. If not for Lao San's IQ being up to par, she would have thrown him away just like she threw away Sanan back then. It's because they didn't throw out the oldest, so there's another loser in the family besides Sanan. There's nothing serious to do all day except hang out with those dudes. Now it's so good that she's openly going against her because of Sanan. Old Mrs. Sang expressionlessly glanced at Lu Wanyu. She didn't even want to say much to the other party, only coldly saying, I went through a lot of trouble to get Ning back. Whoever dares to kick her out, get the hell out of this house right now. Mom, Sanan, she's just a old Mrs. Sang didn't give her a chance to speak, and only said to Sang Li, there are some things that I don't want to make too clear. If you want to remain in the Sang family, don't look for trouble. My Ning Ning, no one can replace her. Grandma, I'm not trying to replace my sister, Sang Li explained with red eyes. The necklace thing was really a misunderstanding. I will re-gift my sister a good necklace. My original intention was just to get along with my sister. As soon as the words fell, the servants suddenly came over. Old madam, a person claiming to be the lawyer of Master Yulan has sent a letter from a lawyer, and he has requested that the 4th young lady. As soon as the servant raised his head and met old Mrs. Sang's unkind gaze, he panicked and changed his words. He demanded that Miss Sang Li compensate Master Yulan for the loss of her reputation of $5 million within an hour and hand it over to the 4th young lady for safekeeping, or else he will sue Miss Sang Li. Sang Li's face swished. Didn't we say 2 hours? How did you get here so fast? It's only been less than half an hour. Where is she going to find the $5 million now? Sang Li looked at Lu Wanyu for help. Mom. Lu Wanyu's face was also very ugly as she spoke to Sang Ning in a commanding tone. You've just come back and you've made the relationship like this. What's the matter? Hurry up and tell Master Yulan that this is over. Has Sanan sneered? You have a big face? Lu Wanyu was furious. I am your mother. I want you to now, immediately make this matter clear to Master Yulan. Bang! Sang Ning kicked over the marble coffee table beside Lu Wanyu, her voice cold. Is this clear enough? Sanan's seizure was so sudden that the people present were shocked and jolted. Lu Wanyu's face turned blue with anger as she roared. Sang Ning, what's wrong with you? How many times do I have to say? This is not the dirty nightclub you stayed in. This is the Sang family. It's not your turn to be wild. Sang Ning took a step towards her, raised her hand, and pulled Sang Li's hair with one hand. Now, is it my turn to be wild? Ah! The force in Sang Ning's hand was so strong that Sang Li immediately let out a miserable scream. Chapter 5. Packing up the ex-boyfriend and sending him away. Lu Wanyu's chest ached with anger. She pointed at Sang Ning, half a day unable to say a word, and finally could only say to old Mrs. Sang, Mom, this is the good granddaughter that you had to pick up. Look at her. She just came back for less than an hour, and she has made the house a mess, and now she is even more arrogant to the point that she wants to make a move on her sister. Are you just going to let such a scourge stay in the Sang family? Old Mrs. Sang glanced at Sang Ning. My Ning doesn't have a sister. Aren't you a professor? Don't you advocate that if you make a mistake, you should be punished? What? It's fine for you to punish Ning for making a mistake, but Sang Li shouldn't be punished for making a mistake? That's different. Lu Wanyu growled. Sang Li was carefully cultivated by me. She has excellent grades in all areas, and will soon be going to Beijing University. How can Sang Ning compare to her? Besides, the necklace thing, it wasn't Sang Li's intention. It's just a small matter. What's the point of punishing her? He. Old Mrs. Sang was all pissed off and laughed. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Sang Li made a mistake. You, as a mom, can't absolve yourself of the blame. Don't you always like to give Sangli the bottom of the barrel? She can't compensate for the money, so you compensate for her. Mom, how can you be like this? Luwanyu really couldn't figure out why the old lady had always disliked Sangli. Sangli is also your granddaughter. She is the most filial to you. If you do this, won't you chill her heart? Old Mrs. Sang's face was unchanged. The people you won't teach, Jiancheng prison will teach them for you. Sangli grabbed Luwanyu's hand in fear. Mom, I don't want to go to jail. Luwanyu was so angry that she almost didn't see the king of hell. She didn't think she'd be as angry as she was today in her entire life put together. But looking at the old lady's attitude of not caring, she could only compromise. Fine. This money, I will compensate for Shaoli. Luwanyu reluctantly transferred $5 million to Sang Ning. This money is to compensate Master Yulan. You're not allowed to spend it indiscriminately. Do you hear me? Sanan received the transfer and simply shoved the phone into his pocket, not even giving her a look. Luwanyu became angry when she took one look at her attitude, but on the contrary, she still had nowhere to take her anger. Old Mrs. Sang pinched her brow. I'm tired. Ning Ning, help me upstairs to rest. Sanan nodded and helped the old lady up the stairs. Sang Yifan glanced at the Sang family crowd, snorted, and followed them up. The other few houses of the Sang family gave a dry laugh and hurriedly left. Only Luwanyu, Sangli and Sang Moyen were left behind. Sangli looked in the direction of the upper floors. A flash of resentment swept across her eyes. Sanan, I got all this with great difficulty. Why should I give it up when you come back? Everything in the Sang family is mine. You won't take a single cent. The next day, when Sang Ning came downstairs, she caught a glimpse of Sang Jingchuan, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Her own father. Sanan sneered and lifted his foot to descend the stairs. Old Mrs. Sang had been waiting for Sang Ning at the dining table for a long time, and when she saw her coming down, she smiled and beckoned. Ning Ning, come to Grandma. Grandma. Sanan greeted and sat down next to the old lady. Sang Yifan came down after Sang Ning. He sat directly next to Sanan. The old lady took Sang Ning's hand. The favor in her eyes was about to overflow. Did you sleep well yesterday? Quite good. Sanan was well behaved and understanding in front of the old lady. This scene happened to be seen by Sang Moyen, who sneered. People brought up by nightclub girls are different, accustomed to coaxing people with flowery words. He is also accustomed to knowing who is in charge of the house. One after another, all the people from the Sang family came. Only then did Sang Jingchuan put away the newspaper and froze for a moment when he saw Sang Ning, then nodded indifferently. Back, he was not on good terms with Luwanyu's husband and wife, and even the few children in the family, he didn't care about. All I know is that some time ago it was found out that Sangli wasn't his biological daughter, and his mother spent a lot of effort to find his biological daughter and to get her back. It didn't matter much to him whether he got this daughter back or not. He had always disliked every child in the house. Just one more mouth to feed. So in this case, it's up to the mother. He came home late yesterday and went straight to bed in his study, not realizing that Sanan had been picked up. Seeing Sanan right now was still a bit of a surprise. However, the powerful aura on Sanan's body impressed him. If he remembered correctly, Sanan should have been raised by a nightclub lady. Would someone like that raise a child with such an extraordinary temperament? Dad. Sanan's tone was flat. She didn't have much affection for this father, nor did she hate him as much as she did Luwanyu. As far as she was concerned, they were just strangers living under one roof. Sang Jingchuan nodded and was unwilling to say any more. The atmosphere at the table was, for a moment, somewhat hushed. Everyone is here today. There's something I have to say. Old Mrs. Sang put down her chopsticks and spoke with a serious face. The crowd was quiet as they waited for her to speak. The marriage between the Fu family and our family originally should be Ning Ning's, only because Ning Ning lost. Old Mrs. Sang paused and spoke again. Ning Ning and Sang Li were held in the wrong way. This marriage fell on Sang Li's head. Right now since Ning Ning has found her way back, the marriage should be returned to Ning Ning. Sang Li's fingers were suddenly pinched together. Grandma, the person that old Mrs. Fu named to be betrothed, is me. Besides, Mr. Fu and I are in love. Damn it! As soon as Sanan came back, it was just a matter of robbing her of her things, but even her marriage. She had loved Fu Xiuyuan since she was a child, and had gone to great lengths to get this marriage, so why should she cheapen Songning? Besides, my sister hasn't learned any rules since she was young, and a family like the Fu family shouldn't want her, right? Sangli knew that the old lady did not like her, but this marriage, she had to earn it. The rules can be taught slowly, but what belongs to Ning, no one can take away. Luwanyu heard, immediately reluctant. Mom, you also have to have a degree of favoritism, right? although Shaoli is not her own, she has been raised in our family since she was a child, and she has feelings for us, so who doesn't know that she likes Fu Xiuyuan? Now you're asking her to give up her fiancé to someone else? Have you considered her feelings? After saying that, Lu Wanyu turned her head to glare at Sang Ning. Moreover, even if you want to favor Sang Ning, you have to see if she's good enough. She was raised by a nightclub lady. Wouldn't you be slapping the Fu family's face if you let her marry Fu Xiuyuan? Sang Ning was sending a message when she heard Lu Wanyu mention herself and raised her eyes to look at her. As soon as Lu Wanyu saw her appearance, she became even more angry. What are you looking at? Do you really think that you are a young lady when you return to the Sang family? A man like Fu Xiuyuan is not someone you can marry. You'd better put away these crooked thoughts for me. Sanan, I think she just heard a name. Not really sure. Who do you mean? Lu Wanyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So she's been talking for half a day and this dead girl hasn't listened to a single word? Ning Ning, it's about the engagement between you and Fu Xiuyuan. This engagement was originally yours. Only because you weren't at home, it fell on Sang Li's head. And now that you're back, it's something that should be let to you. What do you mean? Sanan, Fu Xiuyuan. The silence was deafening as she looked down at the person on her phone's social media app that she had just blacked out with the note ex-boyfriend. Sanan kicked his cell phone into his pocket in silence. Engaged tomorrow. What? Lu Wanyu did not expect that Sang Ning really wanted to marry Fu Xiuyuan. She was furious. Sang Ning, tomorrow is a good day for engagement. Sang Li and Fu Xiuyuan's marriage. It is better to be early than late. Sang Ning stood up and interrupted Lu Wanyu. It's settled. Let me know about the engagement banquet. Aha. Pack up the ex and sell him so he won't pester her. She's so smart. Chapter 6. Why did you break up with me? Sanan walked away, leaving a room full of enfaced, confused people. Neither Lu Wanyu nor Sang Li expected that Sang Ning, who had been going crazy at all times like a prick since returning home, would be willing to give up such a good marriage. Old Mrs. Sang was also surprised. She had thought that Sanan should like the marriage. After all, there aren't many girls who don't like characters like Fu Xiuyuan. At such a young age, he was in charge of the Fu family's huge family business. What's more, Fu Xiuyuan's looks were absolutely 1 in a million. It's just that he's a bit cold and unsympathetic. Many people want to climb on the Fu family this marriage. Fu old lady did not agree, only because, back then, the Fu family and the Sang family earlier in the marriage contract. When the Fu family came to talk about the marriage contract, old Mrs. Sang wasn't at home, and it was the Fu family who was received by Lu Wanyu. Since everyone thought that Sang Li was the Sang family's own daughter at that time, the marriage was logically finalized. But this marriage, originally should be Sang Ning's, married to Fu Xiuyuan. Not to mention other things, Fu old lady will never treat Sang Ning poorly, but Sanan surprisingly didn't want the marriage. And looking at her, she seems to be avoiding it like a snake. Why is that? Since Sang Ning said that she doesn't want this marriage, then I will talk to the Fu family side and finalize the marriage between Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Li as soon as possible. Lu Wanyu was afraid that there would be a change of heart, and without waiting for the old lady to speak, she spoke first. No matter how reluctant Sang Li was to marry Fu Xiuyuan in Sang Ning's place, she could not refuse at this moment. After all, the Sang family and the Fu family were not only in-laws, but also had some cooperation in business. Old Mrs. Sang's face was not good. You see to it. As soon as she thought of Sang Li robbing what originally belonged to Sang Ning, her heart was so diaphragmatic that she didn't want to eat the meal and turned around to leave. The next day, the engagement party between the Sang and Fu families. It had to be said that Lu Wanyu moved quickly. Almost immediately after old Mrs. Sang gave the word, Lu Wanyu went to old Mrs. Fu's residence in Jiangcheng and used the fastest speed to set a date for the engagement. The Fu family side of the promise is also very fast. Directly set the engagement at noon the next day. Because the engagement party was rushed, only the immediate family members of both families were present. Sang family side came more people. Sang old lady 3 sons and 2 daughters. Just their big house side of the grandchildren have 5. The rest of the several houses of the grandchildren of 10. The Sang family's table was set up for 3 tables. The population on Fu's side of the family is easy. In addition to old Mrs. Fu, old Master Fu, it was Fu Xiuyuan's parents, as well as Fu Xiuyuan himself. The rest of the people were in the capital, and the Fu family was so large that it was impossible for all of them to leave the matters at hand to attend the engagement banquet. The Fu family hadn't arrived before the banquet started. Sang Moen glanced at Sang Ning, who was sitting on the side talking to Sang Yifan, and went over with a sullen face. Sang Ning, it is necessary for me to remind you that you gave up this marriage yourself. When the Fu family comes in a while, you'd better sit in a disciplined manner and don't cause any trouble. Sang Moyan's face was serious. Remember? Sang Ning lazily leaned back in her chair, a pair of cool eyes staring at Sang Moyan, the corner of her lips hooked up in a cold smile. Young Master Sang, remembering food but not fighting? You. Sang Moyan's face was ugly. Anyway, I told you in advance. If you cause trouble then, don't blame me for being rude to you. Sunan sat up and raised his hand to grab the teacup on the table. Sang Yifun hurriedly pressed. Calm down. This face paralyzer of his owes a beating. When today is over you can beat him up as much as you want. Don't disgrace Grandma. Grandma and old Mrs. Fu are bosom friends. Today is an important day for both families. If Sang Ning here to beat up her own big brother, Grandma will more or less lose some face. Sanan was silent for a moment, slowly putting down the teacup. Get out of here while I'm in a good mood. She was indeed in a good mood today. The ex-boyfriend who had been pestering her for 2 months was getting engaged, and she was in a very good mood to get rid of this big trouble. And there was that ungrateful one who ran to her looking for a beating. It's just a good mood, so I won't bother with him. Rude. Sang Moyan was aware of Sang Ning's dog temper, and would start punching at the drop of a hat. He had suffered 2 losses at Sang Ning's hands, and if it wasn't for Sang Li, he wouldn't have wanted to move in front of this obscure thing, Sang Ning. So leaving such a comment, he sat back down in his seat. Not long after, the Fu family came. The two of them, old Mrs. Fu and old Mrs. Sang, exchanged pleasantries for a while, and sat hand in hand as if they were little girls who had just made a good friend. Sanan glanced toward the door and froze. Why isn't her lousy ex-boyfriend here? Isn't today his engagement? That stupid thing. He's not trying to run away from the wedding, is he? Sanan was anxious at the thought. If Fu Xiuyuan ran away from the marriage, wouldn't he have to keep pestering her? No way. She had to have Fu Xiuyuan captured and engaged. Sang Ning picked up the phone and was about to make a call when she heard old Mrs. Sang say, "Why didn't that Xiuyuan kid come?" Lu Wanyu and Sang Li immediately looked at old Madame Fu nervously. Sang Li, in particular, had one hand in her lap and kept stirring. She was afraid that Fu Xiuyuan was going to withdraw from the marriage. After all, the marriage was never supposed to be hers in the first place. Don't mention it. People don't know where to hide. Can't find it. Old Mrs. Fu pinched her brow and said with a helpless face, "But it doesn't matter. The engagement will be held as usual. This marriage was booked by me personally, and the person who marries him can only be Sang Li, and I don't recognize anyone else." Sanan silently slipped his cell phone into his pocket. It's good to be engaged. Sang Li also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be engaged. As long as she was engaged, even if Fu Xiuyuan was no longer willing, he was still her fiancé. Her heart poofed at the thought that she was about to become the fiancé of the man she had loved for years. The engagement party may be simple, but the rituals that should be there should not be missing. The Fu family followed the rules and gave the Sang family the originally negotiated bride price, $880,000. For a family like the Fus, the bride price is no less than $10 million. However, because of the relationship between old Mrs. Sang and old Mrs. Fu, the bride price is just a lucky charm. This bride price was also requested by old Mrs. Sang. The rest of the Sang family has no right to make decisions, but the truth is, Lu Wanyu is not satisfied with the bride price. She is too little. Sang Jingchuan doesn't care about this, and he doesn't want to make a fortune with the bride price. Although the Sang family is not as good as the Fu family, but in Jiangcheng is also dignified, he does not like Sang Li, and will not fall into a reputation of selling his daughter. So the two families talked happily about the bride price. Then came some jewelry, and the date of the wedding and whatnot, all of which were made by the elders of both families. After the process, it is the formal engagement ceremony. Because Fu Xiuyuan was not there, it was replaced by Fu old lady. As a result, the engagement ceremony was just about to begin when the door to the hotel was suddenly kicked in. The faces of the crowd sank. Which ungrateful one dares to make trouble at the engagement banquet of the Sang and Fu families? But when they saw the visitor, the crowd froze. Fu Xiuyuan? Didn't he not want to get engaged to Sang Li and hide? Why are you here now? Could it be that he's accepting Sang Li again? Where have you been, you bastard? Hurry up and come up. The engagement ceremony is about to start. Old Mrs. Fu was relieved to see Fu Xiuyuan. It's good that people are coming. At least it means that he accepts the marriage. But unexpectedly, Fu Xiuyuan only glanced at her, and then his gaze swept around the hall, finally landing on Sang Ning, and with a cold face, he walked towards her. He stood in front of Sanan, that cold face wrapped in a layer of frost, his voice carrying a hint of anger. Why did you break up with me? Chapter 7. Are you threatening her? This operation by Fu Xiuyuan directly dried out the crowd present. Several lines of sight turned around and looked at Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Ning in dismay. Fu Xiuyuan's long and slender hand pressed down on Sang Ning's shoulder and gritted his teeth. I need an explanation. Sanan pinched her brow, somewhat speechless. You don't have a point in your heart? No count. Fu Xiuyuan pressed his hand on Sang Ning's shoulder slightly harder, almost growling. I woke up to the sky collapsing. My girlfriend broke up with me for no reason. Have you considered my feelings? Fu Xiuyuan's eyes were tinged with a touch of blood, and he had a wounded, aggrieved expression. This scene confused the Fu family. No? Are they blind? Or is it just a blur? Is this, in front of you, Really their good son/grandson? That overbearing, cold, unapproachable Fu Shouyuan, at this time, even aggrieved to look at a girl. That look, it seems to be, to ask for comfort? What's going on here? For no reason? Sang Ning stared at Fu Shouyuan, slowly chewing on those words. Then why don't you tell me the reason? What exactly did I do wrong that you want to kick me out? Fu Shouyuan's voice was trembling. Is it that I didn't take care of your 3 meals a day? Or did you go on one less date? Or maybe I didn't serve you properly? You can't break up with me just because I don't dare to watch horror movies with you, right? Fu Shouyuan sighed. If it's really because of this, I'll change. I'll find dozens of horror movies to watch today, okay? Ghosts no. Waking up, his girlfriend suddenly broke up with him that the sky is falling feeling. On top of that, he didn't even know a reason why he was kicked unilaterally. He went to find Sunan to ask for an explanation, but in the end, he didn't reply to his messages, didn't answer his phone calls, and he didn't know where he had gone, not even to Sister Hong's place. The other day I learned that she had returned to Sister Hong's small courtyard and hurried over there. Not only did she not catch anyone, even Sister Hong had disappeared. The courtyard was empty except for those medicinal herbs that Sunan loved and cherished. Everything's been emptied. He immediately used all his connections to look for Sang Ning, and finally found out that she came to Jiangcheng, but as a result, yesterday, when he sent a message, Sang Ning actually pulled in black. He immediately located Sunan's address and killed directly here. In order to find Sunan, he hadn't taken a bite of food or a sip of water since yesterday. He was angry and helpless. Sunan covered his forehead, rather speechless. What is this guy talking about? Did she break up with him wasn't it because his 4th boat was looking at him teary-eyed from the stage? Doesn't he really know what's going on? Sang Ning, you're the one who slept with me. You said you'd be responsible for me. You have to be responsible to the end. Don't think you can kick me off. Fu Shouyuan looked like he was relying on Sang Ning. Sunan wrinkled her nose, her patience running out. Afterwards, she kicked Fu Shouyuan away. What kind of scoundrel are you playing? You cheated on me and you're justified? I didn't chop you up because I saw that you took good care of Sister Hong and I 3 meals a day. Get out of here and don't come and dip me. Sang Ning, Fu Shouyuan's fire rubbed off on him. Make it clear to me. When did I cheat on you? I'm with you 24 hours a day. I have time to cheat? Sang Ning leaned back in her chair, her arms wrapped around her chest as she looked over towards Sang Li on the stage. The 4th boat is waiting for you there. Mr. Fu, aren't you going to meet your fiancé? What the hell? Fu Shouyuan looked towards Sang Ning's line of sight. He didn't see Sang Li. He only saw the 2 Fu family members and his parents. Fu Shouyuan's eyes swept over a touch of dismay. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad? The 2 oldest members of the Fu family. Fu's parents? No? What's that look on your face? Shocked? Stunned? Don't tell us you didn't see us. The big live ones, when you just came in? Fu Shouyuan, he really wasn't paying attention. He had driven here all night last night, hadn't slept or eaten all night, and all he could think about was Sunan. So as soon as he arrived at the banquet hall, he searched for Sunan's figure. Press did not hear old Mrs. Fu speak to him either. It was only after Fu Shouyuan paused like this that the crowd gradually reacted. Nothing but shock or shock. It was like they had just heard the unbeatable. The head of the Fu family is being slept with, and got dumped. The reason is suspected to be cheating on Fu Xiao, but Fu Xiao was wrongly accused, because being around your girlfriend 24 hours a day doesn't give you time to cheat. No? What kind of great boyfriend is this? How about a dozen? You have a face, money, and you can be with your girlfriend 24 hours a day? You can't even dream of such a good boyfriend, can you? The girl even kicked him. Sang Li, who was on the stage, had a green face at the moment. She went through a lot of trouble to get this marriage, and it turned out, Fu Shouyuan is actually Sang Ning's ex-boyfriend? Or was it dumped by Sunan? The person she's trying so hard to climb up to is someone Sunan can't see? What gives Sunan the right? Sang Li took a few deep breaths and tried to calm her inner anger. It didn't matter. Be generous. What Sunan doesn't want is a treasure with her. As long as I can marry Fu Shouyuan, who cares whose ex-boyfriend he is? She only wants Fu Shouyuan. Sang Li exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and smiled as she walked towards Fu Shouyuan. Shouyuan, you're finally here. The ceremony is about to start. It's not good to delay the auspicious time. Sang Li finished and glanced at Sang Ning. My sister would love for us to get married. She already gave me her blessing yesterday, didn't she, sister? Not waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Fu Shouyuan stuck his hands in his pockets, his intense eyebrows furrowed together. Which one are you? Sang Li maintained a decent smile. I'm Scram. Fu Shouyuan's cold face was wrapped in a layer of frost, showing no mercy. You're ugly to me. As the words fell, he immediately looked at Sunan. Sang Ning frowned. Fu Shouyuan pressed her. Don't move, I'll wash my eyes. Sang Li, Sanan, are you polite? Everyone present, the temper of Fu Xiao is, indeed, bad. It was only with Sanan that dog's temper could be curbed. Sangli clenched her lips, looking like she was on the verge of tears. Xiao Yuan, how can you say that about me? I am the fiancé that your grandmother personally set for you. She's the school beauty of Jiangchang No. 1 middle school. How dare Fu Xiao Yuan call her ugly? Fiancé? Fu Xiao Yuan frowned. You're also worthy? It was only then that the elders of the Fu family and old Mrs. Sang reacted. Old Mrs. Fu walked over and slapped Fu Xiao Yuan on the back. Bastard boy, do you talk like this? Shaoli is a girl. If you say that, where do you let her face go? Explain, when did I have an additional fiancé? Fu Xiao Yuan pulled a chair, legs folded, lethargically leaning on the back of the chair, his tone with a bit of carelessness, but those who knew him well, knew it was a prelude to anger. So much for him getting broken up with by his girlfriend for no reason. There's even an extra fiancé. No wonder Sanan broke up with him. It was because of this ugly woman. This marriage is fixed between your grandmother Sang and me. Sang Li Shi, old Mrs. Fu was just about to explain when Fu Xiao Yuan interrupted with an impatient look. Withdraw. Sang Li's face swished white. Lu Wanyu also said sharply, how can we withdraw from the marriage? Both families' relatives are here today. If the marriage is withdrawn, what face will Shaoli have in the future? Old Mrs. Fu knew the temper of this grandson of hers. She glanced at Sang Ning, seemingly smiling. Originally, your original fiancé should be Sang Ning. I just thought, since you and Sang Ning are boyfriend and girlfriend, then change back. Always have to find one you are willing to not? Since you decided to withdraw from the marriage, then withdraw it? Chapter 8. It's okay to bully me, but not my woman. Fu Xiao Yuan's body froze. Abruptly, he grabbed Sanan's hand and pulled her onto the stage. Begin. The crowd. What the hell is this? Fu Xiao Yuan saw that the crowd didn't react. His thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his voice cold. Not my engagement banquet? What are you waiting for? Mrs. Fu, I'm really getting a long view. For the first time, I saw my own grandson, who had always taken no one for granted, look so worthless. Fu's parents, sure enough, you have to pick your own daughter-in-law. Look at that impatient goon. Mrs. Sang, do you think my granddaughter is a cabbage? You're packing it up right now? The scene was a little weird for a moment. Everyone had their eyes on Sang Li. Sang Li was being watched by countless gazes, and she couldn't wait to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Her fiancé, who not only wants to back out of her engagement, but also get engaged to another girl at her engagement party? Do you even care about her anymore? Sang Li's eyes contained tears, grasping Lu Wanyu's hand, crying, Mom, Fu Xiao married Sang Ning, what am I going to do? You know, I've loved her since I was a child. I've been filling in for my sister's identity for so many years. I owe her, but Fu Xiao is my favorite person. Sang Li cried so much, Lu Wanyu's heart ached. She wiped away the tears on Sang Li's face and softly said, don't worry, it's yours. No one can snatch it away. After Lu Wanyu finished speaking, she directly walked up and scolded in a stern voice. Sang Ning, have you made enough of a scene or not? Back then, you and Shaoli were hugged wrongly. It wasn't her fault. What are you always targeting her for? Since you came back yesterday, not only did you hit her with your hands, you even tried to steal her fiancé. Why is your heart of revenge so strong? Sang Ning had just raised her foot at this moment, preparing to kick Fu Xiao Yuan out, when she was interrupted by Lu Wanyu. That foot froze in the air. After a little while, Sanan retracted her foot and looked at Lu Wanyu indifferently. Sang Moyan's eyes stared at Sang Ning, and said in a deep voice, I warned you not to look for Shaoli's trouble. It seems that you really didn't listen to me at all? Sang Ning, you don't think that there is a grandmother to back you up. I can do nothing about you. This marriage is your own give up. You prefer to grab in front of so many people, under Shaoli's face. Don't blame me for making things ugly. Sang Moyan's face was expressionless as he said, I'll give you two choices. 1. Talk to Fu Xiao Yuan and apologize to Shaoli again. Or 2. I'll have someone throw you out of this banquet hall. Hes Sonan laughed. It had been a long time since she had heard such a ridiculous joke. She lifted her foot and was about to walk towards Sang Moyan, but Fu Xiao Yuan moved one step ahead of her. Fu Xiao Yuan's steps were slow, and his powerful king-like aura caused the crowd to retreat. Fu Xiao Yuan stood still in front of Sang Moyan. He carelessly turned the ring on his finger that Sang Ning had given him, his voice cold. Are you threatening her? Sang Moyan raised his head, not the least bit afraid of Fu Xiao Yuan's aura. Fu Xiao Yuan, I don't care what happened between you and Sang Ning before. In short, you're now Shaoli's fiancé. You have to break clean with Sang Ning immediately. Sang Moyan skimmed a glance at Sang Ning. As for you saying threats, yes, I am threatening her. If she continues to entangle herself with you, I will personally drive her out of the Sang family. Ka-ching. As soon as Sang Moyan's words fell, Fu Xiaoyuan moved. No one saw how Fu Xiaoyuan did it. They only knew that when they slowed down, Sang Moyan's hand was broken. Before the crowd could regain their senses from this scene, Sang Moyan was kicked to the hotel entrance by Fu Xiaoyuan. His kick was quite hard, and Sang Moyan was kicked on the spot and spat out blood. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. However, before they could react, Fu Xiaoyuan picked up a chair and walked step by step, slowly towards Sang Moyan. Sang Moyan was lying on the ground, unable to crawl by Fu Xiaoyuan's kick. When he looked up, he saw Fu Xiaoyuan carrying a chair towards him. Fu Xiaoyuan's steps were slow, and the hotel's lights shone on him as if he was a shura from hell. Very appalling. Sang Moyan struggled to step back, but when he took a step back, Fu Xiaoyuan took a step closer. On the contrary, behind him was the door to the hotel lobby, which was closed at the moment, and he could not retreat. What are you going to do? Sang Moyan propped up his hand and tried to stand up, but realized that he didn't have any strength at all, and could only threaten. My grandma and your grandma are bosom friends. If you dare to hurt me, aren't you afraid that they will become enemies because of this? Old Mrs. Fu and old Mrs. Sang sniffed and looked at each other, turning their eyes away. A vendetta? It's not going to happen. Even if Fu Xiaoyuan killed the Sang family today and became a murderer and was shot immediately, the two of them would not become enemies. No one will ever know how deep the bond between them is. Fu Xiaoyuan stood in front of Sang Moyan, one hand in his pocket, the other carrying a chair, that cold face wrapped in a layer of frost, his voice even colder than just now. Bullying my woman? You have a lot of guts? Bang! Fu Xiaoyuan didn't give Sang Moyan a chance to speak, and directly carried the stool towards Sang Moyan's leg and smashed it down. Ah! A pig-killing squeal came from the banquet hall. Fu Xiaoyuan took out a packet of wet wipes from his pocket, slowly and methodically wiped the hand that had just carried the stool, and then, casually pulling a person closest to him, he asked very calmly, "Do you have cash?" Ah! The man was suddenly grabbed over by Fu Xiaoyuan and was startled, thinking that he hadn't offended Fu Xiao. How come this anger was vented on him? So much so that when Fu Xiaoyuan asked him if he had any cash, he didn't react for a moment. When he reacted, he was confronted with Fu Xiaoyuan's eyes that were filled with coldness. Yes, there. The man immediately pulled out $100,000 in cash from his briefcase. Is that enough? Is that enough? Who carries cash these days? This $100,000 or before he came to the banquet. Just received the payment for the goods. Did not have time to go to the bank, so by Fu Xiaoyuan to rob. The point is, he's not a relative of the Sang family or the Fu family. He was here for the wedding reception and came in only to realize that he was in the wrong ballroom. He was originally going to leave, but when he realized that the person who was engaged today was the engagement party of Fu Xiaoyuan, the person in charge of the Fu family in Kyoto, he had a brain fart and sat down directly. Who would have thought that this would happen so suddenly? He was about to cry. Enough. Fu Xiaoyuan took the money and casually threw it to Sang Moyan. Medical expenses. As the words fell, he threw the wet towel that he had finished wiping his hands in front of Sang Moyan. Remember, bullying me Fu Xiaoyuan is fine. Bullying my woman, not fine. The next time, you're not that lucky. This Jiangchang Surgical Hospital, there has to be a bed for you. Lu Wanyu had just been stunned by Fu Xiaoyuan, and at this moment, she reacted and exclaimed, "Moyan, how are you?" After saying that, he glared at the waiter standing next to him. "Are you all dead men? Why don't you hurry up and take them to the hospital?" Before Sang Moyan could say a word, he was rushed to the hospital. Lu Wanyu stood up and angrily walked to old Mrs. Fu, furiously saying, "Old Mrs. Fu, shouldn't you give an explanation for what happened today? It was you who ordered Shaoli to get engaged to Fu Xiaoyuan. Right now, not only did he want to withdraw from the marriage, he also beat my son into serious injuries. Is there such a thing as you being a human being?" Chapter 9, I won't go back to the pasture. "Shut up, old Mrs. Sang rebuked in a cold voice. Moyan was beaten. He asked for it. What does it have to do with the Fu family? I would say that Xiaoyuan fought well. Lu Wanyu looked at old Mrs. Sang incredulously. "Mom, Moyan, he is your grandson. Your own grandson. What kind of a person are you? Your own grandson was beaten, and instead of not caring, you even said the beating was good? Just because he's my grandson, he dares to be my master?" Old Mrs. Sang said expressionlessly, "I'm still standing here, and he dares to speak up and kick Ning out of the house. What, is he, Sang Moyan, the master of the Sang family now?" Lu Wanyu defended unconvincingly. "What's wrong with Moyan? This matter is originally Sang Ning did wrong, since she and Fu Xiaoyuan is a boyfriend and girlfriend. Why did not she make it clear at the beginning? She had to pretend to be deeply righteous and give this marriage to Shaoli. since she gave in, she should have kept her distance from Fu Xiaoyuan. Lu Wanyu glared at Sang Ning, who was silent on the stage. But what about her? In front of so many people, snatching away Xiao Li's fiancé. How can Xiao Li behave in the future? Mo Yan loves Xiao Li the most. He can't bear to see Xiao Li being wronged and stands up for her. Is that wrong? There is a mistake. Old Mrs. Sang said unflinchingly, the fault is that Ning Ning is his own sister, yet he helped someone else out. You. Lu Wanyu was furious. You're being rude and unreasonable. How long has Sang Ning been back? How long has Xiao Li been home? Mo Yan has watched Xiao Li grow up, so naturally he's a little more biased towards her. Oh, Fu Xiaoyuan glanced at Lu Wanyu with an indifferent expression. I seem to have heard it. My girlfriend is the Sang family's real golden miss. And you, don't like her? Sanan. She couldn't collect her feet again. It was tempting to kick him out. What girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend? Okay? Lu Wanyu was tempted to blurt out a sentence. Yes, just don't like her. Why should she take away everything from Xiao Li as soon as she came back? But that was something she didn't dare say. Fearing that Fu Xiaoyuan would start to go crazy again, Sang Li saw Fu Xiaoyuan's expression was not right, also afraid that he would do something out of the ordinary again. Hurriedly explained, Xiaoyuan, you misunderstand. We did not dislike my sister. Is that my sister just came back? Is still not too close to us? You also don't blame my big brother. He is just for me to be angry. Sang Li looked at Sang Ning. If my sister had explained to us earlier that you were her boyfriend, I wouldn't have agreed to this marriage, and now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't have. Fu Xiaoyuan didn't even give her half a look. His voice was icy cold. I warned you, don't hang around in front of my eyes if you're ugly. Sang Li's expression stiffened, but she had to maintain a decent smile. I know. Sang Li walked to Sang Ning and softly said, Sister, I'm sorry, I really didn't know before I agreed to this marriage. Since Xiaoyuan and you are in love, then this marriage, I'll let you have it. Sang Li's heart was dripping blood. She didn't want to give up the marriage either, but things have developed to such a state. If she still insists on marrying Fu Xiaoyuan, I'm afraid it will be difficult to end. And she also saw that Fu Xiaoyuan's heart was hooked by Sang Ning, and he didn't even give her half a glance. I don't know what Sang Ning actually learned from that nightclub lady to seduce people, and even took Fu Xiaoyuan's character to death. So there's no rush on this. She has to take her time. What was hers, whether it was a person or an object, no one else would ever try to take it away from her. Sanan glanced at her indifferently. What are you? Do I need you to let? What my Aining wants? He's never the first to get it, and if others want it, they have to see if they're good enough. Fu Xiaoyuan walked to Sang Ning, wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his eyes coldly swept around the field, and finally landed on the Sang family. Since the Sang family doesn't like Aining, they will issue a letter of severance of marriage. Aining doesn't need to be raised by you guys, I will raise her myself. Lu Wanyu's face was blue. Fu Xiaoyuan was slapping the face of the Sang family in public. Sang Li's face changed, and in the end, she could only give an awkward smile. What can she say? Sang Ning had Fu Xiaoyuan backing her up, so if she said more, she would only be humiliated. Old Mrs. Sang looked at Fu Xiaoyuan with an unsettled expression. My Ning Ning, it's not your turn to raise her. She hasn't acknowledged the marriage yet. Fu Xiaoyuan sidelong, looking askance at the person in front of him that he put on the tip of his heart. Ah Ning, stop it. I really didn't cheat. Since we have a marriage contract, let's simply get engaged today? Engaged? It's his. She can't escape for the rest of her life. Sanan looked at him faintly. Then, in Fu Xiaoyuan's face full of anticipation, he kicked him away. Get lost. Sis doesn't eat back grass. Then, Sanan raised his head and left. Fu Xiaoyuan was furious and chased after him with quick steps. Still want to run? Sang Ning and Fu Xiaoyuan ran off one after the other, leaving the people in the banquet hall staring at each other. Old Mrs. Fu coughed lightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. Old sister, this matter today. Indeed it is my Fu family that did not do the right thing. I didn't know that Xiaoyuan the child even knew Sang Ning a long time ago. If I had known, this kind of misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. Mrs. Sang sighed, not to mention old Mrs. Fu, it's her. She doesn't know. Yesterday, I felt that Sang Ning's attitude when she heard the name Fu Xiaoyuan was a bit wrong, like a snake and scorpion, and she was not in a hurry to avoid it. I didn't realize the two had such a past. I don't blame you, old Mrs. Sang said. However, this marriage, it's better to put it on hold for now. I see that Ning Ning is not too willing. We can't just force her to Xiaoyuan. You know, it's not easy for me to find her. I don't want her to suffer. I understand. Elder Mrs. Fu patted Elder Mrs. Sang's hand. Let's leave the marriage matter aside for now. Let the two children develop freely, and if there is a day when that child, Ning Ning, comes around, then we'll finalize it. Good thing too. The two old ladies were talking and laughing as if the incident had not affected them at all. The looks on Lu Wanyu and Sang Li's faces were not so good. Lu Wanyu didn't even have the face to continue staying. Didn't even say hello to old Mrs. Fu, pulled Sang Li and left. The relatives on the Sang family's side looked at each other, and it was not good to stay on, so they all excused themselves and left. Only Sang Yifan, from the time Fu Xiuyuan entered the banquet hall and asked Sang Ning why she broke up with him, that mouth was in the shape of an O and never closed. It wasn't until the people in the banquet hall had finished leaving and old Mrs. Sang slapped him on the head that he slowly came back to his senses, and then exclaimed, "My mother, eh? My sister is also too awesome, right? Not only did she sleep with Fu Xiuyuan, but she also dared to kick him. Not a little bit bullish." Old Mrs. Sang glared at him. "You still have the nerve to say that? Just now Ning Ning was bullied. You're like a turtle. Why don't you see to stand up for him?" Sang Yifan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Isn't this too shocking to react for a moment?" Sang Yifan said, suddenly stood up. "Oh no, that guy Fu Xiuyuan is a violent maniac. My sister is so down on his face. Shouldn't he beat her up? I have to rush to save my sister." Afterward, Sang Yifan hurried away like a gust of wind. Chapter 10. Try touching my sister again? The Sang family. Sang Yifan was running a few traffic lights to come back, and he was worried that Sang Ning was being bullied by Fu Xiuyuan, but after chasing them all the way, they didn't catch up with anyone. He then thought of going back to the Sang's house to check it out. As a result, just after arriving at Sang's house, he saw the top-of-the-line locomotive worth $5 million parked in the courtyard. Sang Yifan's eyes went straight. "Oh my god." Sang Yifan, as if he had never seen the world, circled around the locomotive twice, both hands in the air, wanting to touch but not daring to touch. It's the locomotive of his dreams. There are only 3 of them in the world, and one was bought by one of the country's top tycoons. As for which tycoon, no one knows. This car has rarely been in the public eye ever, but now this car, it's parked at his house? Jesus, he'd wake up laughing if he got a ride, right? When did the Sang family know such a powerful character? Is it possible that it's Fu Xiuyuan? By the way, only a family like Fu's could afford this car. The price of the car is only $5 million. Most can afford it, but it is not only the price, but more importantly, the money is not necessarily to buy limited edition stuff. If it was that easy to get, would it still be called limited edition? Just as Sang Yifan was staring at the locomotive with eyes full of light, Sang Ning walked out. "Like?" Sang Yifan nodded frantically. Love it too much." Sang Ning let out a light laugh, then threw Sang Yifan a key and pointed at the motorcycle parked in the courtyard. "For you." Sang Yifan stared wide-eyed, incredibly looking at Sang Ning, his voice trembling with excitement. You, this car is yours?" It's really no wonder he didn't know the car was Sanan's. It was dark the day Sanan returned. She had parked directly in the garage. Sanan actually rode a motorcycle to today's engagement party, only she didn't go with the Sangs. She was the last to leave. So no one in Sang's family has seen Songning riding this motorcycle except Sang Moyen at the moment. Or else, Sanan raised an eyebrow. "Fu Xiuyuan gave it to you?" Sang Yifan's first reaction was that the car was given to Sang Ning by Fu Xiuyuan. Sanan pinched her brow, a little speechless. "Mine." Sang Yifan revealed an understanding expression. "I understand. Fu Xiuyuan's is yours." Sanan. Sang Yifan came up to Sang Ning with a doggy smile. "Can I have a ride?" He didn't take to heart the fact that Sanan was giving him this car. After all, it was Fu Xiuyuan who gave it to Sang Ning, and in his opinion, Sang Ning's attitude towards Fu Xiuyuan today is just a couple having some small conflicts. Maybe we'll make up someday. If Fu Xiuyuan knew that Sang Ning had given the car he gave him to someone else, he was afraid that he would go crazy again. "Forget it, I can ride this bike once in my life and have no regrets. It's a gift. Feel free to ride it." Sanan spread his hands. "Give me the keys to your car." "Ha?" Sang Yifan completely froze. "Really give it to me? That's $5 million. $5 million? A lot?" Sanan asked rhetorically. She has no idea how many $5 million in her bank account. Didn't count. Couldn't count them anyway. Sang Yifan, are you speaking in human language? 5 million? A lot? The Sang family is rich, but $5 million can't be spent just like $5. Who is she trying to piss off? It's true. It's just not the same when you have a rich big shot pampering you. Sanan was serious. It's human. Sang Yifan, this sister of his is still a bit of a fool as she was as a child. Sanan glanced at the time and frowned. Give me the car keys. I'm going to pick up someone. Sang Yifan was finally sure that Sang Ning wasn't joking, and asked with uncertainty, do you really want to drive my 2 crappy cars? My 2 only $200,000. Sang Ning skimmed at the doorway parked, the only worthless car in the Sang family. It's quite worn out, but it's not a big problem, just drive it once. I'll have someone send another one over tomorrow. Sang Yifan, What? What did he just hear? She has more than one motorcycle? No? What kind of fairy sister is this? One motorcycle he could never dream of getting. And she had two. And, listen to her, to get a motorcycle, it's like buying cabbage in a food market. Just get it. Wasn't she raised by a lady in a nightclub? Does a nightclub girl make that much money? No way. Someday he'd have to ask if the nightclub wanted men. That's a lot of money. If he needs a guy, what's he trying for? Straight up lying down and earning money. Sanan didn't know what kind of nonsense was going on in his mind, took the car keys and left. But he didn't want to see all of the Sang family come back just as he reached the door. Seeing Sang Ning, the fire that Lu Wanyu had suppressed all the way up bubbled up. Sang Ning, you bastard, I have to teach you how to behave today. Lu Wanyu raised her hand and hit towards Sang Ning. Sang Ning raised her foot and was about to kick over, but she didn't want Sang Yifan to be one step faster than her. Sang Yifan tugged on Lu Wanyu's hand and threw it back. You didn't get enough of going crazy at the banquet, but you're going crazy at home again? You dare to touch one of my sisters. Try it? Pop. Lu Wanyu had held her anger for a day and hadn't let it out, and when Sang Yifan dared to speak to her like that, she was instantly enraged and slapped her face. Asshole. Since when is it your turn to speak in the Sang family? You're just like Sang Ning. You're all rotten slime that can't hold up the wall. If I had known, when I gave birth to you in the first place, I should have strangled you, so that you wouldn't have to fight against me every step of the way. Sang Ning narrowed her eyes and raised her head slightly, looking at Lu Wanyu with a hostile aura in her eyes. Not waiting for her to snap, Sang Yifan grabbed her and shook his head at her. He then bit his lip and snorted. You should have strangled me. Lu Wanyu frowned. What? Sang Yifan sneered. Why didn't you strangle me at that time? Wouldn't it have been better for you to go to prison for the rest of your life if you strangled me? Sang Ning wouldn't have been gotten away from you either. Lu Wanyu's face changed. What are you babbling about? Ha! Sang Yifan mockingly laughed. People are doing what the heavens are watching. Don't think that no one knows about those things you did, thanks to you being a professor. Haven't you ever thought that the logic of those lies you made up doesn't make any sense at all? Shut up, Lu Wanyu said in a cold voice. I don't want to talk to you about this right now. Sang Yifan lifted his foot a step, only a stone's throw away from her. Weak-hearted? Lu Wanyu looked a little uncomfortable. Humph, what do I have to be so vain about? Just keep your mouth shut. Sang Yifan didn't bother to say more to her. I'll take that slap just now, but I'm warning you, don't do anything to my sister again, or else it won't be good if I accidentally reveal your secret. Not waiting for Lu Wanyu to speak, Sang Yifan continued, if you don't believe me, you can try. I'd like to see. For the sake of a Sang Li, you dare to gamble with your Professor Lu's reputation. Lu Wanyu's eyes stared at Sang Yifan with a deadly glare. A touch of viciousness swept through her eyes. Threaten me? Have you thought about the consequences? What consequences? Sang Yifan snorted. Was it you who locked my sister and I in a small dark room? Electrocuted us? Whipped us? Or forced us to eat dead rats? I've endured all these consequences, haven't I? Then tell me, what else? I can't bear? Chapter 11. Why did you stop me? Sang Ning glanced at Sang Yifan, pursed her lips, and didn't say anything. Lu Wanyu clenched her hands into fists, and the scene just froze. After a long time, she glared fiercely at Sang Yifan, and without saying a word, she turned around and walked away. She didn't say anything because she didn't know what to say. She doesn't like Sanan as an intellectually deficient daughter, and she wants Sanan to disappear from this world completely. About all the lies she had made up after sending Sanan away, she knew there were a lot of holes. Some in the family believe it and some don't, but she didn't care. She just wanted Sanan out of the house. Most importantly, Lu Wanyu glanced at Sang Li by her side. She wouldn't allow anyone to steal everything from Sang Li. After Lu Wanyu left, Sang Yifan touched his face that had just been somewhat swollen from the beating. Sanan looked sideways, no emotion audible in her voice. Why did you stop me? If it wasn't for Sang Yifan stopping her, she really would have just kicked Lu Wanyu out. Sang Yifan let out a bitter smile. She is our mom after all. It's easy to beat her up, but you can't afford to carry the consequences. Sang Ning was the one he had watched grow up, and he had known Sang Ning's dog temper since he was a child. She was the one who absolutely could not suffer at all. Just now, if he hadn't stopped him, Sang Ning would have really punched Lu Wanyu. He is not worried about Lu Wanyu being beaten up, but, in this society, advocating all good deeds and filial piety first, what Lu Wanyu did to them, no one knows, but if they hit their own mothers, it will soon become spread throughout the network. Sanan had just come back, and he didn't want her to get into trouble. Sanan narrowed her eyebrows and didn't say anything. She had never cared about any bull **** reputation. This Sang family, she had no intention of coming back. It's Sister Hong who doesn't know what's gotten into her and has to help her find her family. The fact that Sang Lee was not biological was noticed by the Sang family. It was Sister Hong who did it, and it was also Sister Hong who sent her DNA identification report to the Sang family. Then the Sangs logically approached. She had blamed Red at first, but Red said that there was always some missing her loved ones around. So, she came back to the Sang family. For Grandma, for Sango, and also to get back at Lu Wanyu. Therefore, from the very beginning, she had no intention of showing mercy to Lu Wanyu. Real mom? How ridiculous. A person like Lu Wanyu deserves to die. But, Sango and Grandma had always tried to protect her well. She wasn't a person who didn't know any better. But, Sang Yifan looked at her with a smile. Beating is not able to beat, but let our mother and father suffer a little loss as possible. Sanan raised an eyebrow. Sang Yifan came up to Sang Ning. Have you forgotten? When she forced us to eat dead rats when we were little, you spit in her bowl? Sanan, the stupid thing she did as a child. She couldn't do it now. Now she was able to do it and never push. But just because she couldn't do it, didn't stop others from being able to do it. Sang Ning stared at Sang Yifan and said with an evil smile, you go? This kind of thing, of course I'm the dude to do it. Sang Yifan smiled smugly. You just watch. Cheer up. Sanan gave a serious word of encouragement and left. Villa's second floor. Old Mrs. Sang looked at Sang Ning's back as she left, revealing a loving smile, then turned her head sideways to the housekeeper and said, help me into my room. The housekeeper glanced at the old lady's face and smiled. It looks like you're in a good mood today. Naturally good. Old Mrs. Sang said, I originally thought, that girl has been outside for so many years, her temperament has been smoothed out, but now it seems that she is more determined than before. So it's good. I won't worry about her being bullied in the future. The housekeeper laughed. The old madam is so kind to fourth young miss. The other young masters and young ladies in the family. I'm afraid they'll be jealous. Humph. Old Mrs. Sang snorted coldly. I treat every child in my family the same. Only Ning was raised by my side since she was a child. I did favor some more, but it was also Ning who was more filial and understanding. You can't say I'm biased. Yes. The butler obeyed her. You are most fair. As a matter of fact, the old lady did treat all the children in the family quite fairly, but only as a child. When these grandchildren grow up, whether they are human or ghosts, the old lady's heart is as clear as a mirror. Whether it's a good one or a heavy-hearted one, the old lady has a scale. Old Mrs. Sang joked with the housekeeper for a while, then collected herself. How is the investigation of that matter going? Mentioning this, the housekeeper is also positively said, there is no result. As of today, Jiangcheng big to the provincial city, small to the villages of the towns, all have checked all over, have not found out there is a little bit of clues about mess. Sang Lee's real parents, the next step, is ready to go to the calendar city to check. Old Mrs. Sang took down the Buddha beads in her hand and gently turned them. Check carefully, don't let go of the slightest trace. Yes, the butler hesitated and said, and if we find her parents, send them away? It's natural to send it away. Old Mrs. Sang's words fell and she glanced at the housekeeper. Is it because you think I'm a bit hard-hearted? After all, Sang Lee has been in our family for so many years? No, the housekeeper said. You have been in charge of the Sang family for so many years, not to mention other things. Your eyesight of people is very accurate. Miss Sang Lee's heart has been written on her face since she was a child. She's not a good one. This is something that I can also see. I just want to say that, if you send her away, I'm afraid that on the side of the Grand Madam, she won't be able to give a good account of herself. Old Mrs. Sang's fingers twirling her Buddha beads gave a slight lurch. She put down her Buddhist beads, her voice dripping with coolness. She has to think about how she's going to give me an explanation first. The butler was stunned. What is the meaning of this? Why do you think she's so biased in favor of someone she has nothing to do with? Simply because of that ridiculously high IQ? Old Mrs. Sang gave a mocking smile. Her Sang Lee's IQ is only 105. Compared to a truly high IQ, it's nothing at all. Indeed, the housekeeper said. The third young master's IQ is at 118, and the eldest madam doesn't like him much, but instead, she loves Miss Sang Lee as much as the apple of her eye, and has spent a great deal of money to cultivate her over the years. The housekeeper shook his head and said, if we hadn't done a paternity test on Sang Lee and the First Lady, I would have thought that Sang Lee would be the First Lady's child. It really wasn't that the butler was overthinking it. If it wasn't for the paternity test, just based on how much Lu Wanyu doted on Sang Lee, she felt that Sang Lee was Lu Wanyu's real daughter and Sang Ning was the fake. But the truth is that Sanan is the real one and Sang Lee is a fake. As for what went wrong, the butler couldn't figure it out. Chapter 12, Angry at my daughter-in-law. Bring her back to me. Old Mrs. Sang sneered. I never believe in favoritism without a reason. Lu Wanyu treating Sang Lee like this, there must be a reason. As for what this reason is, we will have to find out for ourselves. For example, how did she find Sang-Lee back then, and take Sang-Lee to some place abroad? And how did Sang-Lee manage to mimic Ning 7 or 8 times like that? If it wasn't for the fact that Sang-Lee looked like Sang-Ning, old Mrs. Sang would have long suspected that Sang-Lee was a fake. Sang-Ning had been with her since she was a child, and her temperament was best known to old Mrs. Sang. But ever since Lu Wanyu took Sang-Ning abroad without a single greeting, Sang-Ning had become less close to her. I say it's not close, but some of the habits are still there. Old Mrs. Sang had always thought that it was because Sang-Ning had gone abroad for a few years and had gotten rusty with her, until it was discovered that Sang-Lee was not Sang Jingxuan's real daughter. It was discovered quite suddenly. It's what was discovered during the physical exam. The people of the Sang family would arrange a physical examination once a year, and in the past, there had been no mistakes in the blood type. But a few months ago, on that physical examination report of Sang-Lee, the blood type shown was type O. Sang Jingxuan is type A and Lu Wanyu is type AB. It is impossible to give birth to a child with type O blood. Old Mrs. Sang immediately went to the hospital to check, and came up with the result that Sang-Lee is indeed type O blood. As to why the blood type on the previous medical examination slip was AB, the response was that someone might have tampered with the medical examination slip. The hospital is investigating, and it's not even close. Since then, Mrs. Sang's old lady for many years could not figure out the problem figured out. Why is it that Sonnen is not close to her since she went on a trip abroad? Turns out, this one at home, it's basically a fake. However, Lu Wanyu said that the two children were carried by mistake. It's ridiculous. If she was carried wrong at birth, how did she spend so many years with Sonnen? Was her time with the pre-6-year-old Sonnen a dream? It wasn't until Sonnen was retrieved and the granddaughter she had loved since childhood stood before her that she tangibly felt different. That's where blood is thicker than water, and there's no substitute for that. Lu Wanyu's explanation was full of loopholes, and the way she was protecting Sang-Lee, old Mrs. Sang was very skeptical. She felt that Sang-Lee might be the child that Lu Wanyu had with someone else, and privately gave them a paternity test, and the results showed that Sang-Lee was surprisingly not Lu Wanyu's. Right now, the only way to find Sang-Lee's real parents is to find out what exactly Lu Wanyu is up to. You don't have to worry. Qi sensed old Mrs. Sang's anger and advised, I'll personally keep an eye on all these matters, so you can relax. Old Mrs. Sang's anger calmed down quite a bit. You've been paying more attention to Lu Wanyu lately. Sang-Lee and Fu Shuyuan's marriage didn't work out. I'm worried that she's going to do something to Ning Ning again. Good. The two Fu family members and Fu Shuyuan's parents entered the villa with cold faces, followed by the equally gloomy Fu Shuyuan. Tang Ruoyu glanced back at Fu Shuyuan. Her face that had crumbled all the way could no longer be tensed, and she snorted out a laugh. Hubby, I really regret that I didn't take a picture of your son's worthless face during the engagement banquet. Tang Ruoyu glanced at Fu Shuyuan with a smile. Seeing this paralyzed look on his face right now, I doubt that I gave birth to a pair of twins, and that worthless one in front of Songning is the other son that I've hidden away. Fu Shuyuan glanced at her, walked straight to the sofa and sat down, legs folded, and opened his mouth unhurriedly. Perfume doesn't want it? The smile at the corner of Tang Ruoyu's mouth froze. Then she grabbed Fu Chengyang's arm and daintily said, Hubby, look at him. Fu Chengyang patted her hand, his eyes full of favor. If he dares not buy it for you, I'll beat him up. Beat me? Fu Shuyuan hooked his lips. Dad, are you sure you can beat me? Fu Chengyang's expression stiffened, a little embarrassed. What's wrong? You still dare to make a move on your father me? Don't dare. Fu Shuyuan's expression remained unchanged, still with a bland expression. But whether or not the Spirit Spring Master's personally brewed wine can be gotten, I don't know. Fu Chengyang, this dead kid, exasperating as always. He was only in his 50s and retired early. When I have nothing to do after retirement, I like to have a couple of drinks. Master Spirit Spring is a famous winemaker in China, and the price is not comparable to those famous foreign wines, but it is delicious. Fu Shuyuan had gotten him 2 bottles earlier, and he dared to take a small sip every day, even if he drank it slowly, and finished it some time ago. It was hard to persuade Fu Shuyuan to help him get a few more bottles over, but this dead kid, he threatened him again. Old Mrs. Fu and old Master Fu rolled their eyes when they took a look at Fu Shuyuan's dead appearance. I don't know who this kid really follows. He's cold all day long, like someone owes him $8 million. To say that he had always been like this, it would be just fine, but when he was in front of Songning, that worthless and doggy look, they really thought that whether this core would change his soul only when facing Songning? Old Mrs. Fu walked over and kicked Fu Shuyuan in the leg. Sit still. After saying that, she sat down next to Fu Shuyuan and asked, What's going on between you and that Sang Ning? Girlfriend. Mentioning Sang Ning, the corner of Fu Xiuyuan's mouth curled up, harder to suppress than AK. Old Mrs. Fu simply had no eyes. Tang Ruoyu even turned her head, her eyes unseen. Lest you get pissed off. Girlfriend you don't bring back earlier. Have to make the scene out of hand. Thanks to my relationship with old Mrs. Sang. Otherwise, this is afraid that all can't be accounted for. Fu old lady angry in Fu Xiuyuan body slap. You day by day are doing what things? Fu Xiuyuan sat up straight and said with a serious face, it is necessary for me to remind you that you have violated my legal rights and interests by privately making a marriage contract for me without my consent. Hey, you bastard grandson. Fu Xiuyuan hadn't finished speaking when old Mrs. Fu slapped her face. What? Do you still want to send me to jail? 3 years imprisonment if the circumstances are serious. Fu Xiuyuan stated the facts unhurriedly. Fu old lady glared at him. It's not because of you. Not at home all day and night. That cell phone is like a pendulum. How many phone calls are not answered? But if you come back for a while, I won't be in a hurry to set Sangli down. Old Mrs. Fu sighed. However, the problem now is that you want to marry Sang Ning. I'm afraid it's difficult. Today, looking at her like that, she has no intention of being with you. Moreover, old Mrs. Sang loves Sang Ning like her eyes. I heard her tone. She also doesn't want to marry Sang Ning to you. Old Mrs. Fu was sad, but in her heart she was pleased. This grandson of hers, who spends his days looking up at people with his nose to the grindstone, doesn't give a damn about anyone. Right now there was finally someone to rule him, but offhand, that person had no feelings for him. Fu Xiuyuan slanted her a glance. You pissed off my daughter-in-law. Go coax me back. Old Mrs. Fu was angry. What words? What do you mean I'm pissed off at you? You don't give me random women. As much as she misunderstands that I'm cheating on her? Fu Xiuyuan's head hurts just thinking about this. Inexplicably labeled as a cheater. He didn't even have a place to explain. Sanan simply ignored him, and the tighter he chased him, the more Sanan just started punching. On the contrary, he couldn't afford to make a move against Sanan. This Fu old lady cannot catch the words for a moment. It seems like it's really her that's giving it a bad time. Fu Xiuyuan stood up. You guys go and find a way to chase my daughter-in-law for me. If my daughter-in-law can't be chased back, none of the things you want, don't even think about it. Chapter 13, Sanan, where are your rules? Airport. Sang Ning had just arrived at the pickup port. A figure with a gust of wind came scurrying out. Little Ning Ning, miss you to death. When this voice came out, it immediately drew many sideways glances. Suddenly, I don't know who let out an exclamation. Master Yulan. Holy cow, it's really Master Yulan, even more beautiful in person than in the picture. I'm going to take a picture. Be sure to document this scene. Taking pictures? Hey, it's getting an autograph that counts, okay? Thus, the people at the airport chased towards Master Pixie as if they were crazy. As for Master Yulan, who was being chased by the crowd, at this time, he was being pressed by Sang Ning on his head, wanting to hug the other party but not being able to do so in an aggrieved manner. After several fruitless attempts, Master Pixie Orchid stomped her foot. Little Ning Ning, you're heartless. We haven't seen each other for so long. What's wrong with a little hug? You sprayed perfume, Sanan said helplessly. Master Yulan gasped. I sprayed just a little bit. It's not like I had to spray for an event, so I had to. I got off the event and rushed to find you. You're so heartless, you don't even let me hug. Sanan, no hugs. Master Phantom, petty. She didn't force herself to hug Sanan either. Sanan, this person eccentric. Others are on the dirty and messy cleanliness. Sanan is on the perfume cleanliness. There was nothing wrong with showing up in front of her with a spray of perfume, but it would definitely be frowned upon to hug her with a spray of perfume. If her clothes smelled of perfume, she would throw that outfit away on the spot. Sanan reached over and pulled Master Phantom's suitcase, glancing behind her and signaling her to look back. As Master Yulan looked back, she saw many people staring at them with wide eyes and open mouths, with shocked faces, counting the faces of the confused. Master Phantom, finished, to be seen in such an unknown light. Thinking of this, Master Yulan hurriedly pulled Sanan and disappeared into the airport, and it was only after they had completely disappeared that Master Phantom's fans came back to their senses. What did I just see? Master Yulan was actually smiling, pampering, and the other party was a girl? Did I blink? You didn't blink and I saw it? No, I want to say, is this really Master Phantom? Could it be a high copy? There's no need to be alarmed, no need to be skeptical. That's Master Yulan. That's right, we've seen an unknown side of Master Yulan. Who doesn't know that Master Yulan is a notorious iceberg beauty? And she's also eccentric. Anyone who messes with her will be scolded on the spot. The scolding was light, and most importantly, she would do it at the drop of a hat. There was once a rich second generation who had a crush on Master Yulan and unknowingly made a bet with someone to sleep with her. And as a result, he was ruined by Master Yulan's lifeblood. At that time, everyone thought that Master Yulan was going to be in big trouble, but to their surprise, the next day, the rich second-generation's old man personally brought his son, kneeling down in public to apologize to Master Yulan. That's even if the rich kid had his leg broken on the spot by his old man. Since then, no one dared to easily mess with Master Yulan, because it's a poison rose, not to be touched. But just now, it was even if Master Yulan smiled at someone, he actually pampered someone, and the other party was still a girl, which was simply shocking. The other side, a car rushes down the highway. Little Ning Ning, when did your taste become so low? Driving such a shabby car? How did you get off on it? Master Yulan sat in the car, looking everywhere in disgust. Sunan slanted her a look. My third brother's car. It's probably the most valuable thing he owns. Master Yulan, your third brother so poor? Shall I give support for tens of millions of dollars? What? I don't have any money? Then why don't you give it? Look at your third brother's poor life. And look at you. Can you bear it? After a while, give it now and he shouldn't want it. Sang Yifun, sister, what are you talking about? I'll take it. Of course I do. All right. Master Yulan withdrew her disgusted gaze. Since this car is your third brother's, I don't mind, but next time, you can't drive such a shabby car to pick me up. I'm not used to it. Sunan looked sideways. Next time? How long are you staying? Stay and watch. It's boring to go back. Master Yulan leaned back in his chair, in a bad mood. Sunan sensed that Master Yulan was in a bad mood. She narrowed her eyes. Another dry spell? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Master Yulan heckled. I'm the only one who asked them unilaterally. They want to fight me. Go practice for a few more years. Sunan hooked her lips. If you can do it, you can do it. But if you can't, I'll give you a bottom. I knew little Ningning was the best for me. Master Psylocke wrapped her arms around Sunan and rubbed against her. Sunan smiled, his eyes full of favor. Master Yulan's original name was Shin Yulan, the eldest daughter of the Shin family in Haichang. The two of them originally did not have any interactions, but now they are so close. Or because a few years ago, the two of them had a fight. The lady in the nightclub in Sea City was bullied. Shin Yulan is on behalf of that lady. Sang Ning went, did not see the bullying nightclub lady, only saw Shin Yulan took a pile of banknotes still on that lady. A face of disgust let the other side to go to change clothes. She smacked bad luck. Sunan thought Shin Yulan was looking for trouble and punched him. Shin Yulan couldn't beat her and sat on the ground wailing, yelling that she helped someone and got punched in the face. Aggravated, Sang Ning overreacted and invited Shin Yulan to drink to make amends. It's just amazing how the two of them, who have nothing to do with each other, just became good friends. Shin Yulan, this person's character is also indeed eccentric. She identified the person to be always pestered. So, there are 8 months of the year. She flew to Jiangcheng, with Sang Ning and sister Hong to stay together. Sang Ning drove the car to Shin Yulan's residence in Jiangcheng. The villa is cleaned every so often and is quite clean. Shin Yulan, however, was still disgusted. Can't you just let me live in your house? This Thai place, not a bit of human flavor. My house is inconvenient. Sunan tapped her on the side of the head. I'll come and stay with you when I'm free. Shin Yulan was then happy. Then you'll play with me these days? It's been a long time since I've seen you, so I want to get bored with you. In a couple days, tomorrow I have to go to the office and take care of something. Then I'll go with you to the office. Okay. The Sang family. Sang Ning came back after accompanying Shin Yulan for dinner. When she arrived at the Sang's house, everyone hadn't eaten yet and were waiting for her. As soon as she saw Sang Ning, Lu Wanyu's nameless fire came out. Is there any rule? Just come back to run out of the wild. Let the whole family waiting for you to eat. You follow that nightclub lady, did not learn some good etiquette rules, should always know it? This is the rule that I have taught you since you were a child. Lu Wanyu was probably so angry by Sang Ning these days that she didn't even notice the loopholes in the words she just said. She claimed to the Sang family that Sunan and Sunny were hugging the wrong person, but she had taught Sunan the rules. The Sang family was as human as they come, but they all just looked at each other and didn't poke at her lies. Old Mrs. Sang's face sank, and she was about to scold Lu Wanyu when she heard Sang Ning say, "She has better rules than you. At least when I was living on the streets and could only survive by picking up food from the garbage, she would give me a mouthful of food to eat. She would send me to school, and she would protect me when those men didn't mean me well. Whereas you." Sang Ning looked at Lu Wanyu and snorted. "If the rules and etiquette you speak of are going mad at elders in public, forcing your 6-year-old daughter to eat dead rats, and not moving the little/person to address your own daughter, then your etiquette upbringing is really good." This was probably the most words Sang Ning had said since she returned to the Sang family, yet she belittled and mocked Lu Wanyu at every turn. Her disdain and mockery of Lu Wanyu was hidden between the lines. Lu Wanyu was a professor. Naturally, she understood her words. She was instantly enraged and slammed the table. Sang Ning. Chapter 14, I am the chairman of SN. Sonnen pulled out her ears. Professor Lu, where are your rules? You. Lu Wanyu's face changed and changed. That fire was not coming up and down. Old Mrs. Sang and Sang Yifun's hearts were very comfortable as they watched. It's true. People like Lu Wanyu still had to be cleaned up by Sang Ning. Look at the anger. The face will be green and purple. It's like a color palette. But old Mrs. Sang was more heartbroken over Sang Ning. She hadn't realized that Sonnen had had such a bad time all those years. That her precious granddaughter, whom she loved in the palm of her hand, had needed to go to the garbage dump to collect food to survive. If it wasn't for that sister Hong, Ning probably wouldn't be in this world anymore, right? Thinking of this, old Mrs. Sang's gratitude to Sister Hong deepened again, and she must find an opportunity to properly thank Sister Hong. Sonnen, you don't have to be so hostile to Mom. You haven't been around her for so many years. She just doesn't know how to get along with you. Before Sang Li's words of education could be uttered, Sang Ning suddenly turned her head. What? You want to educate me? Sang Li's words stuck in her throat for a moment, unable to speak. She had personally seen the scene where Sang Moyen was kicked and spit out blood when he was educating Sang Ning. This Sonnen was as crazy as a madman, and if she were to say one more word, she was afraid that she would be kicked in the face as well. Sang Li stopped talking. Sang Moyen, who was bandaged on the side, had the heart to speak, but when he saw Sang Ning's light look over, he decisively lowered his head to eat. I'm not healed yet, and I don't want to add new injuries for a while. Sonnen was satisfied, walked directly to the old lady Sang and sat down. She had eaten and didn't have the stomach to eat, but still obediently sat beside the old lady and accompanied her. After the meal, Sang Jingchuan, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth. SN has launched a new project, which is worth $1 billion. Taking this project, the Sang family's position in Jiangcheng will take another step forward. However, SN's requirements are very high. The company made a dozen of programs, all of which were beaten back. Do any of you have a better program? When Sang Jingchuan said this, Sang Moyan's head lowered even more. The Sang family had always wanted to cooperate with the SN group, but whether it was a small project before or a large project worth $1 billion nowadays, the cooperation proposals that the Sang family had handed over had all been returned. In order to this project, he worked overtime for a month, made a program that he thought was perfect, but did not expect that the other party only looked at the project even less than 2 minutes, and gave the result, no novelty, no cooperation value. It was a huge blow to him. Sang Jingchuan valued this project very highly, and was disappointed that Sang Moyan's successive proposals were returned many times. So that's why it's important to leave the program to the people in the family. But whoever can take this contract can take up the position of director of the company. Sang Moyan has worked hard for so many years and is only a department manager. He wants to try again, but Sang Jingchuan is no longer giving him a chance. SN? Asked Sonnen, leaning back in his chair and speaking with interest. Old Mrs. Sang glanced sideways. Ning, do you want to give it a try? Lu Wanyu gave a mocking smile. Mom, are you afraid you've lost your head? Sang Ning, a person who was raised by a nightclub girl and didn't even finish high school. Can she make a proposal for this $1 billion project? The Sang family has continuously put out a dozen proposals that were all returned. Are you asking her to take a piece of trash over? Are you trying to completely cut off the Sang family's path? Old Mrs. Sang's face sank. Sang Li noticed that her face was not good. Hurriedly said, Grandma, I know you love Sang Ning, but this matter is not a joke. This is related to the fate of the company. There can't be a chance for trial and error. It's better to wait for the next time. There is a smaller project, and then let her try. Old Mrs. Sang looked at her expressionlessly and didn't say anything. Sang Li turned her head to look at Sang Jingchuan and smiled. Dad, although I've only just graduated from high school, since I was a child my mom has hired a teacher to teach me about my business coursework, so I can give this program a try. Hee Sang Yifun snorted. My sister can't have a chance for trial and error. But you do? Sang Li, you still have a big face. Sang Li was a bit aggrieved. Third brother, I'm not looking down on my sister. I didn't want to make trial and error. When Big Brother made the proposal, I read it. I think I can do it. Moreover, I have learned a little bit more about business than my sister for sure. This is a $1 billion project. It can't be taken away and let my sister play with it, right? Sang Yifun was about to dislike him back, when Sang Li said, I don't know what exactly I did wrong. Third brother, you've always disliked me, but you have to believe that I set out for the good of the Sang family. Sang Li looked like she was about to cry out. Lu Wanyu was heartbroken. She angrily scolded. Sang Yifun, have you gone mad enough? What level is Xiao Li? What level is Sang Ning? How can she compare to Xiao Li? Don't bully Xiao Li just because you are my son. Hey, I'm really... Sang Yifun was about to scold back. Sang old lady suddenly slapped the table. Have you made enough noise? The villa fell silent. Old Mrs. Sang glanced at the people present with an unwelcoming face. Her voice coldly said, "Since this project is vital to the Sang family, it shouldn't fall on one person's head. All the grandchildren of the Sang family, no matter if they have the ability or not, they all contribute to a proposal. The honor and disgrace of the Sang family is everyone's, not a certain person's. Got it? Understood." The grandchildren of the other several houses of the Sang family responded happily. They are not as productive as the people in the big houses. Good things have also always been only the turn of the big houses, and the fact that everyone can participate right now means that they have a chance to be seen. Only Sang Lee, with her head lowered, her fingers clenched tightly into fists. How could she not know that old Mrs. Sang didn't want her to take advantage of the situation alone? It was clear that she alone would probably take the project with her proposal and the honor would all be hers. But now it's letting everyone come up with a proposal, and no matter whose proposal is chosen, that honor is for everyone. Old Mrs. Sang is really biased. Ning Ning. Old Mrs. Sang held Sang Ning's hand and smiled lovingly. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to do it. It's good to follow everyone and learn more. Grandma wants you to have something to do. Old Mrs. Sang's attitude towards Sang Ning was simply jealous, but no one dared say anything. Sang Ning was silent for a moment and said, "Grandma wants the Sang family to get this project?" Sang old lady said, "Naturally hope. 1 billion project is not a small number. Sang family is no longer good. Also need a better project to add, but you do not have to be under pressure. As if learning cannot give the program also does not matter. More to see, more to learn, and so on. After a period of time, Grandma will arrange for you to enter the company. There I am. Sang family to support you for life can be." Sanan's heart warmed and she smiled. "Then it's for the Sanan family." "What?" Mrs. Sang froze. "I made the decision to give the Sang family this $1 billion project." Sang Ning said, "I'll give you whatever Grandma wants." Sang Ning, what kind of spring dream are you having? Lu Wanyu was simply stunned by Sang Ning's words. That's the SN Group, a top international consortium. What are you? Who do you think you are to give the project to the Sang family? Do you think you're the chairman of SN? Sanan leaned on the back of the chair, her voice very lazy. "That's right, I'm the chairman of SN. Chapter 15 SN chairman? Are you dreaming?" Once Sang Ning said this, the Sang family fell into a short silence. Everyone was like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Sanan. They really didn't expect that Sanan would be so outspoken as to dare to say that she was the chairman of SN. Does she even know what kind of being SN really is? That's a top international conglomerate. It's not domestic, it's international. An international consortium that was in existence that countless people couldn't even look up to. Not to mention the Sang family, even the Fu family, the top luxury family in the capital. That is not enough to reach the edge of SN. Who the hell is Sanan? Still want to touch SN's porcelain? Is she crazy? After a moment of silence, Lu Wanyu was the first to come back to her senses. She was furious right away. Sang Ning, what kind of nonsense is in your head all day? SN's chairman? How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid that people will send you a lawyer's letter? Sang Li lightly laughed. Sister, I know you just came back, anxious to prove yourself to your family, but you don't have to say everything outwardly. The chairman of SN Group, that's how many people want to see can't see, even Dad, also countless times to beg to see the other side, and get the reply is not to see. Sang Li glanced at Sang Ning, the sarcasm in her eyes was obvious. If you want to learn about business, I can teach you, but this kind of talk should not be said in the future. If it is passed on by someone who has the heart to do so, Chairman SN will really hold our Sang family accountable. Sang Ning wrapped her hands around her chest and glanced at Sang Li with a smile. Then her gaze landed on Sang Jingchuan. Dad wants to see me? Speak up, what is it that you want to see me about? If the request isn't too much, seeing as I have your blood flowing in my body, I'll agree. Sang Jingchuan, Willow Wanyu, Sang Li, is this guy in his right mind? I've told her to stop talking such big talk, and she's even addicted to acting it out. Even old Madam Sang and Sang Yifan, who had always favored Sang Ning, had their mouths wide open at this time, unable to say a word in half a day. The atmosphere was once again frozen. After a long time, old Mrs. Sang only coughed lightly and awkwardly said, Ning Ning, Grandma knows that you are filial. You can come back and stay with Grandma. I'm already very happy. This kind of talk, cough cough, in the future it's better not to say it. She wasn't blaming Sanan, but there were more demons and devils in this house. If these words of Sang Ning spread out, I'm afraid that the SN group would really hold her accountable. Sang Yifan also came back to his senses at this time, tugged on Sang Ning's sleeve, and softly said, Sister, I know that Fu Xiu Yuan favors you, and he's willing to give you whatever you want, but SN, it's really not something that Fu Xiu Yuan can hold on to, so be careful with what you say. Sanan was serious. I'm telling the truth. Sang Yifan, Sister, I beg you not to say it. It wouldn't look good if the real SN chairman knew about it and slapped you in the face on the spot. Brother is protecting you, but in front of Chairman SN, it's not enough. Enough. Sang Jingchuan glanced at Sang Ning. I don't care what kind of a person you used to be. Once you're back in the Sang family, you should pay attention to your words and behavior, and don't say some things carelessly. Sang Li glanced triumphantly at Sang Ning. Dad never cared about any of the kids in this house. He was never blind to who said or did what. In his eyes, there is only profit. Whichever child can give him a benefit of the doubt is the only one he'll look at more than once. Sanan was still the first person to be reprimanded by Dad. Sang Li was in a good mood and swore to Sang Jingchuan, Dad, don't worry. I'm very confident in this proposal. I'll go to SN Group tomorrow and try to beg for a chance to meet SN Chairman. Sang Jingchuan slanted a glance at her. His face still had a cold expression. Anyone can talk big. What I want is results. The look on Sang Li's face froze. Yes, I will succeed. Old Mrs. Sang glanced at Sang Li, her face not looking too good. She had never had much luck with Sang Li. Utilitarian, calculating, it's written all over her face. If she really took the SN Group's cooperation project this time, I'm afraid that it would only be bad to send her out of the Sang family. But again, this project is very important to the Sang family. Sang Li was indeed the one that Lu Wanyu had focused on cultivating since she was a child, and she did have a 50% chance of success. She had to let Sang Li try. It's distracting to think about. Sang Ning could see that old Mrs. Sang was upset and held her hand, saying, Grandma doesn't need to worry. I'll send the contract to you tomorrow. Old Mrs. Sang patted Sang Ning's hand, let out a bitter smile, and didn't say anything. If Sang Ning hadn't been sent away by Lu Wanyu back then, she would be an exceptionally good person now. Nor would I tell these lies to make her happy. She knew that Sanan's intentions were good, but she couldn't discourage the child from having a good time. Never mind, it's good that Sanan is happy. It was an unusually dull meal. Old Mrs. Sang was in a bad mood and went upstairs early after dinner. Lu Wanyu was upset at the sight of Sang Ning and directly took her bag and went out the door. Sang Jingchuan was not wanting to talk much to these children and went to the study. Sanan was too lazy to stay and was just about to leave when someone suddenly tugged on her clothes. Sang Ning turned around to see Sang Yu handing her a painting with a timid look on her face. Cousin, welcome home. This is my gift to you. Sanan took the painting and was a little surprised. Sanyu surprisingly drew her. She was dressed in a tight leather outfit, her hair cascading behind her head as she stood under a tree, the moonlight spreading over her, adding a sultry yet slightly mysterious flavor to her alone. She had seen a lot of good paintings, and Sanyu's painting wasn't particularly good, but it was very flavorful and had a lot of potential. I don't draw well. Don't mind if you don't mind, cousin. Sangyu whispered, I just really want to give you a gift, but all I can give is this. If cousin doesn't like it, just throw it away. Sanan raised her eyes to survey Sanyu. Sanyu is her great-aunt's daughter, a year younger than her. The eldest aunt used to be a first-rate movie queen, then because she married a tycoon in Yunchang, she has since retired from the movie. The great-aunt had one son and one daughter. Life would have been smooth sailing, but she was struggling. Her mother-in-law likes to make rules and requires her to do all the housework herself. Her husband gives 20,000 a month for living expenses. Her son resents her as an incompetent housewife. She and Sanyu had a very hard time in that home. Sanan remembered that when she was a child, every time her great-aunt returned to the Sanan family, she always had a touch of sadness on her face, and she seldom spoke to the family, and Sanan was not close to her. On the contrary, it was Sanyu, who had loved to follow her ass since she was a child, always calling her cousin. After Sang Ning was sent away by Lu Wanyu, she would occasionally think of Sangyu, but not much. After all, she had only been closest to Sang Yifan since childhood. This time when she returned to the Sang family, she also noticed her great-aunt and Sanyu early on. She hadn't specifically learned about her great-aunt's situation. She only heard Sang Yifan mention it. It seemed that her great-aunt and Sanyu had been kicked out of the family home by that tycoon, and that her son stayed in the in-laws' home. The great-aunt had nowhere to go but back to the Sang family. But the great-aunt's life in the Sang family wasn't very good either, and she suffered all day long from the blank stares of her several sisters-in-law. Daegant also thought about returning to the entertainment industry, but in today's entertainment industry, there has long been no place for her. Sang Ning restrained her gaze back from surveying Sangyu and hooked her lips. The drawing is very good. Sanyu's eyes lit up. Really? Sang Ning nodded and patted Sangyu's shoulder. But you didn't observe carefully enough, and the characters weren't portrayed vividly enough. I was standing under a tree with a bottle of wine in my hand. Then I'll redraw another one, Sangyu said and left happily. Sanan let out a light laugh as he watched her back. Not far away, a touch of ruthlessness swept across the eyes of Sangli, who was watching this scene. That person Sangyu, who usually didn't dare to give a single fart in front of her, now even went to flatter Sang Ning. What? Does she think she'll have a better life if she flatters Sonnen? Waiting, but she wouldn't let go of any of those who were good to Sonnen. Chapter 16, Sonnen, what are you doing here? The next day, as Sang Ning descended the stairs, she happened to run into Sang Li and Sang Moyen who were preparing to leave for SN Group. Sang Ning was wearing a red dress today. Her long hair was draped, her skin was fair and her body lines were perfect. This dress was worn on her, noble and a little enchanting. Sang Li's gaze fell on Sang Ning's dress with envy in her eyes. This dress is a design by Master Phantom. At the time, Master Phantom posted the design of this dress and captioned it, BFF exclusive. So many people were envious when this blog post went up, claiming how he didn't have such a good friend as Master Yulan. But I didn't realize that the dress, which wasn't being sold, was on Sonnen's body. Sang Li's heart was clogged just by the thought that Master Yulan had said that all of Sang Ning's clothes were customized by her. Where on earth did Sonnen get such a good life to be Master Yulan's friend? Also, what exactly are Master Phantom's tastes? She has such a strong background and is so talented. Why would she want to be friends with someone who was raised by a nightclub girl? Sang Moyen also noticed the skirt on Sang Ning's body, and his eyes sank. Knowing that you're on good terms with Master Yulan, you don't have to show off so much. Where would she let Li's face go if she did that? Sonnen glanced at him and lifted her foot towards him. Sang Moyen subconsciously took a step back. What are you going to do? Sang Ning snorted. This much guts, and you dare to educate me? Young Master Sang, go practice your guts first before you come talk to me. As the words fell, she didn't even give Sang Moyen one more look, turned around and left. Sang Moyen's face was ugly, his teeth clenched. He was really sick of Sonnen. If she was allowed to remain in the house, she might be pissed off one day. He had to find a way to get Sonnen out of the Sonnen family. Sang Li was also furious, but she knew that now was not the time to be angry. She said to Sang Moyen, brother, let's go. Today it's Chairman SN himself who will see us. Don't delay. Who would have thought that in just one night, the assistant to the chairman of SN would suddenly call and want to see them in person? When Sang Li got the news, she was so happy that she couldn't sleep for the whole night. In order to give the SN chairman a good impression, she spent the whole night making countless proposals, and finally made one that she was most satisfied without. She felt that today would be a success. SN Group. Sang Li and Sang Moyen were led all the way to the chairman's office. SN assistant to the chairman. Assistant Xiao had a very lonely attitude. You guys wait here. Assistant Xiao left these words and turned around, not even giving Sang Li the chance to ask more questions. Just like that, Sang Li and Sang Moyen were left out to dry in the chairman's office. For 2 whole hours they stood regular. Sang Li was already wearing 10-centimeter high heels. At this time, her legs were soft from standing. She really couldn't stand up a bit, and said to Sang Moyen, big brother, should we go ask Assistant Xiao? I can't stand anymore. Sang Moyen glanced at Sang Li's high heels and worriedly said, why don't we sit down for a while? SN chairman should have a temporary meeting. He was actually a bit standoffish. Usually in the company, he seldom walk. Home also lack of exercise. At this time standing for more than 2 hours, the whole person is a little dizzy. But he didn't dare to ask Assistant Xiao. This opportunity to meet the SN chairman was not easy to come by, and no one knew if the chairman was deliberately testing them, so they couldn't ask. Sang Li hesitated and said, then sit for 10 minutes. I can't really stand. Sang Li knew it wasn't good to sit down without the chairman coming, but he really couldn't hold up. However, they had all been waiting for more than 2 hours, and in these 10 minutes, the SN chairman shouldn't come. Sang Moyen nodded and motioned for Sang Li to sit down in the parlor chair opposite the chairman's desk. As a result, not even a minute after sitting down, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Sang Li was startled and hurriedly stood up, but because she got up too quickly, she accidentally broke her foot, and she was in pain with tears in her eyes. But when she saw the visitor, her face changed so much that she couldn't even pretend anymore and exclaimed, Sang Ning, why are you here? Sang Moyen's face changed as he angrily rebuked, who told you to come? Don't hurry up and get out of here. Sonnen glanced at him expressionlessly and sat directly across from him, on the chairman's exclusive seat. Sang Moyen instantly widened his eyes, then became furious. Sang Ning, are you crazy? That's Chairman SN's exclusive seat. If you want to die, don't drag us as your backs. Sang Li was also furious. How rare is this opportunity to meet with Chairman SN? Do you even know? The hope of our Sang family lies in this project. Sang Ning, even if you have a grudge against me, you shouldn't joke with the fate of the Sang family. Sang Li took a deep breath. Chairman SN will be here soon. Hurry up and get out. Don't delay us from doing our business. Sang Ning lazily leaned on the back of the chair, idly sizing them up. Not waiting for her to speak, Sang Moyen roared, I told you to get out. did you hear me? Sang Ning, if you mess up this cooperation, I will never let you go. Sang Ning wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Sang Moyen with a smirk. Tell me, how are you going to not let me go? Originally, she hadn't had the energy to tease these two little characters today. She came to the company today to take back Fu Xiu Yuan's shares and terminate the cooperation between them. Qualified exes should be as good as dead and disappear completely from each other's world. She was a very qualified ex, so since she broke up with Fu Xiu Yuan, it was time for a clean break. But between her and Fu Xiu Yuan, it wasn't that easy to divide. SN Group, which she and Fu Xiu Yuan ran together, she accounted for 70% of the funds, and Fu Xiu Yuan accounted for 30%. She has 100% of the decision-making power of the group, and Fu Xiu Yuan only listens. However, she and Fu Xiu Yuan had already broken up, and the shares of this company naturally had to be recovered, so she came here today to settle this matter. As for the cooperation with the Sang family, she had already asked Assistant Xiao to draw up the contract last night, and had wanted to send it directly to Grandma's hands today, but she suddenly remembered that Sang Li seemed to be very confident in the proposal this time. Aha! She was suddenly playful. Didn't Lu Wan Yu care about Sang Li a lot? Doesn't she boast that she produces super high IQ geniuses? Then she would like to see what kind of level the genius that Lu Wan Yu was talking about was. Sang Moyen was furious, but he knew that he couldn't do anything to Sang Ning. Sang Ning had her grandmother's backing and a fiancé with a powerful background, Fu Xiu Yuan. Even if Sang Ning really messed up this cooperation, he might not be kicked out of the Sang family, but he couldn't bet on it. Dad's already disappointed in him, and he needs this partnership to solidify his position in the company. Thinking of this, Sang Moyen took a deep breath and patiently said, even if I beg you, can you leave first? This opportunity is really important to me. I beg you not to mess up. Sonnen raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want me to go? Right. You hurry up. Sang Moyen almost roared out. He frantically looked in the direction of the office door, afraid that the SN chairman would walk in. Sonnen's lips hooked. Fine, I'll go. Sang Moyen didn't expect Sang Ning to be so good at talking, and was still a bit stunned. As a result, Sang Ning was just halfway there when she suddenly stopped in her tracks and said, the Sang family's young master with an IQ of 118 turns out to be a fool. Chapter 17. Our front door was kicked in by Sonnen. Sang Moyen's face was unsightly and he was about to snap, when Sang Li suddenly pulled on his sleeve and shook her head at him. Sang Moyen took a deep breath and suppressed that anger in his heart, and finally said nothing, watching Sang Ning leave. It was only until Sang Ning completely left the SN chairman's office that the heart that Sang Moyen was hanging in the air was released. As long as Sonnen doesn't mess up, there's hope for today. After all, it was Chairman SN himself who asked to see them. But what Sang Moyen didn't expect was that once Sang Ning left, he and Sang Li waited directly from day to night, from full of confidence to demoralized. Finally, Sang Moyen couldn't help himself and went out to find Assistant Xiao. Assistant Xiao, is your chairman in a meeting? It's been a day. If the chairman is really busy, can we come tomorrow? Assistant Xiao glanced at him indifferently. Wasn't our chairman invited out by you? Supervisor Sang is so powerful, running to our SN group to oust our chairman. This is the first time I've seen it. Sang Moyen was stunned, unsure. What are you talking about? How could we have the guts to drive away your chairman? We haven't even seen the chairman's face until now. No guts? Assistant Xiao sneered. I see you have a lot of guts. Our chairman is willing to give your Sang family a chance. It's your good fortune. You're good. You're pretending to be a bully and pretending to be on our chairman's head. Not. Sang Moyen wanted to explain, but Assistant Xiao simply didn't give him a chance to explain. Supervisor Sang has a great ability. It seems that he can't use our SN's project. You'd better find someone else, Assistant Xiao said and walked away without looking back, leaving behind a confused Sang Moyen. Sang Moyen froze in place for a while before returning to the office. Sang Li hurriedly went up to ask, Big brother, how is it? When will Chairman SN come to see us? Sang Moyen sat down on the chair with a disheveled face. There's no chance. Sang Li frowned. What? Assistant Xiao said that we invited SN's chairman out and would never work with us again. Sang Moyen hadn't figured out until now. When had he ever kicked out SN's chairman? Until now, he hadn't even seen the SN chairman in person. Where do we kick people out? Besides, he wasn't that bold. Sang Li was also confused. We invited Chairman SN out? When did that happen? Today their chairman didn't come at all. Only, speaking here, Sang Li paused violently. Sang Ning? Sang Moyen froze for a moment, then denied. How can that be? How could she be the chairman of SN? Someone who was raised by a nightclub girl? She's just trying to come and cause trouble to prevent us from signing the contract. Sang Li was silent for a moment and hesitated. Could it be that Sang Ning offended SN's chairman and Assistant Xiao blamed us? Sang Moyen abruptly got up, full of anger bursting out. No wonder. I said for no reason. How could Assistant Xiao say that? So it was Sang Ning. Sang Moyen said, turned around and walked out. I have to tear her apart. At this point, the foos. Sang Ning stood at the Fu family's entrance with a face full of anger, and Shin Yulan beside her subconsciously kept a distance of more than a meter from her. Good lord, little Ning Ning is so scary today, gotta stay away. It's not a good idea to get caught in the crossfire. Sanan took a deep breath and tried to suppress her anger as much as possible as she rang the Fu family's doorbell. Soon, a servant came out and froze when he saw two very pretty girls outside. Who are you? Looking for which one? Sang Ning. Looking for Fu Xiu Yuan. Sang Ning's tone wasn't very good. The maid was stunned. Looking for the young master? But hasn't the young master never been close to women? Not to mention the number of people who came to the door and were thrown out by the young master. Even those who dared to come near the young master did not have a good time. How can anyone dare come to the door? Or two such beautiful girls? The servant had wanted to refuse for Fu Xiu Yuan, but seeing that Sang Ning looked like she wasn't too easy to mess with, she decided to go in first and inform him. Fu Xiu Yuan was currently sitting on the sofa reading a book, and next to him sat the two old Fu family members watching TV. Tang Wanru and Fu Changyang were leisurely drinking tea. Young master, there is a girl named Sang Ning outside the door who wants to see you. As soon as the servant's words fell, the four gazes of elder Mrs. Fu, elder Fu, Tang Wanru and Fu Changyang looked towards him in unison. Fu Xiuyuan's hand holding the book paused slightly, then he spoke without changing his face. Not visible. The two Fu family elders, Tang Wanru and Fu Changyang, were as interested as if they had discovered a new continent. That Fu Xiuyuan, who treasured Songning as if she were the apple of his eye and was dogged and worthless in front of Songning, had changed his nature? It's been a long time coming. Old Mrs. Fu flew to sit beside Fu Xiuyuan and asked with interest, "Are you giving up on Songning?" Fu Xiuyuan glanced at her faintly without making a sound. Fu old lady took one look at this dead look of his and came to be angry, and was about to start cursing. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the Fu family was shocked. Old Mrs. Fu stood up, covering the location of her heart, and said with a frightened heart, "What's happening here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the maid running in panic. "It's not good." That girl called Sang Ning kicked the door open. Mrs. Fu, Tang Wanru and Fu Changyang. "No, are you kidding me? I spent millions of dollars on that gate, and you say it was kicked down? Or a girl?" Afterward, the gazes of several people looked toward Fu Xiuyuan, as if inquiring, "What kind of monster did you find here?" Fu Xiuyuan, he pinched his brow, somewhat helplessly. Before he could get up, Sang Ning came in with a cold face, walked to Fu Xiuyuan as if no one else was there, placed an equity acquisition contract in front of him, then took out a pen, snapped it on the table, and said in a cold voice, "Sign. Sanan's fire is really not small this time." Last night, he pulled Fu Xiuyuan out of the blacklist and solemnly informed him that he would go to the company today to divide the shares. As a result, she waited for a day, and he simply disappeared. Texts weren't returned. Phone calls weren't answered, and she was left waiting at the office for the rest of the day. Sang Ning was so angry that she directly killed the Fu family from the company. Shin Yulan hid far away from the door from the moment she entered, fearing that this fire of Sang Ning's would burn onto her. As she hid to what she thought was a safe distance, she scolded Fu Xiuyuan, "You're going to die. What are you doing messing with her when there's nothing to do, causing me to spend the day in vain?" Pissed off, she was supposed to accompany Sanan to the office today to take care of things and then go play. Turns out good guys. Sang Ning waited for Fu Xiuyuan directly at the company for a day, and ended up waiting with a lot of anger, hurt that she didn't get to go out and play into it either. This Fu Xiuyuan, he's not good enough to make things happen. Fu Xiuyuan glanced faintly at Shin Yulan, and finally his gaze landed on Sang Ning, and he opened his mouth unevenly. Not signing. Chapter 18, SN Group was actually founded by Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Ning. The temperature in Sanan's body plummeted to freezing. She looked at Fu Xiuyuan with an icy gaze, resisting the urge to make a move, and was just about to open her mouth when Fu Xiuyuan suddenly spoke. "Sister-in-law Zhang, bring out the rice." "Yes, young master." Sister Zhang answered and hurriedly brought the meal to the table. Fu Xiuyuan got up, wrapped his arm around Sang Ning's waist and brought her to the dining table. His fingers fanned out in front of the meal's heel. Gas first, or dinner first? Sanan. She wanted to kick Fu Xiuyuan's ass, but that familiar smell of rice. Hungry. She hadn't eaten all day after her morning meal, after holding her breath at the office. Shin Yulan's stomach grumbled at this time as well. She didn't know if Sang Ning was hungry or not. She was really hungry, not caring if Sanan was still angry or not. She sat down on a chair with her but, "Little Sanan, you stay angry for a while, I'll eat some." Sang Ning slanted a glance at her, then quickly sat down, like a hungry wolf snatching food, and swept away the meal in front of her with Shin Yulan. Fu's family looked dumbfounded, surprised that two girls can eat that much. More than that, where did the table in front of me come from? None of these dishes were made by Mrs. Zhang's wife. Fu's family's tastes were a bit lighter. and not many of them could eat spicy food, but the table in front of me was all spicy. It smells pretty good. Sister-in-law Zhang seemed to be able to see everyone's doubts and said with a smile, "These meals are all made by young master. He personally went to the supermarket at noon to buy the ingredients. From picking and washing vegetables to stir-frying, it's all done by his own hands, and when I wanted to help, young master still refused to do so." Sister-in-law Zhang finished speaking and looked over towards Sang Ning. At that time, when Fu Xiuyuan was cooking, with that happy look on his face, Mrs. Zhang felt that he must have a favorite person. Seeing Sang Ning right now, he instantly felt that it was no wonder that the young master had been single for 28 years and hadn't found a girlfriend. Those girls, how can they compare to this one in front of them? Long like a heavenly fairy. Just looking at it is a delight to the eyes. The two Fu family members and Fu Xiuyuan's parents opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. No one knows better than them what their own grandson/son is like. I didn't expect Sang Ning to be so powerful that she could make Fu Xiuyuan condescend to cook for her with his own hands. Previously at the engagement banquet, although Fu Xiuyuan had said that he took good care of Sang Ning's 3 meals a day, they had always thought that they had hired a professional chef to cook the meals. How could I have imagined that Fu Xiuyuan had taken on the job of a nanny in order to coax his daughter-in-law? For a while, they didn't know whether to be happy or heartbroken. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at Sang Ning, who was eating seriously. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Then he stood up and picked up that share purchase agreement. He was about to tear it up. Tang Wanru, who was curious about what he was holding in his hand, after looking at the words on it clearly, she exclaimed, "Mamma mia!" Tang Wanru moved very quickly, snatched the agreement from Fu Xiuyuan's hand, and then read it word by word. Then, Tang Wanru let out a shriek once again. "Hubby, it's unbelievable. SN Group is actually owned by your son and Songning." "What?" The Fu family was shocked. Fu Chongyang quickly took the agreement in Tang Wanru's hand. The shock in his eyes couldn't even be hidden. Old Mrs. Fu and Elder Fu were also surprised. "Xiuyuan, you kid can do it." Master Fu looked at Fu Xiuyuan with an appreciative face. "SN Group, in just a few years, managed to enter the world's top 100. I didn't realize that it was actually founded by you. Such a good thing. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Old Mrs. Fu suddenly remembered something and said angrily, "You unfilial grandson. Half a year ago, the Fu family wanted to cooperate with SN Group on a project, but the other party refused to agree. After all, this company is yours, so it's you who refused us?" Old Mrs. Fu was furious. Cooperation with SN Group is the Fu family attaché's great importance to. In order to be able to cooperate successfully, the whole company up and down the efforts of more than 2 months. But in the end, people did not even look at the program given by the Fu family, directly refused to cooperate. There wasn't even a reason for the rejection. For this reason, Fu's family was frustrated for quite some time. I didn't expect it to be Fu Xiuyuan's, but angry as she was still proud. She had always known that Fu Xiuyuan was capable, or else Fu Chongyang wouldn't have retired early and given the company to Fu Xiuyuan to take care of. Ever since Fu Xiuyuan took over the Fu family company, the Fu family's annual profits had risen by several percentage points. The Fu family's footing in the capital was also becoming more and more secure. But this loser, such a good project, he pushed his own company out the door. "I don't have decision-making power." Fu Xiuyuan pinched his brow, glanced at Sang Ning and Shin Yulan, who were eating with pleasure, and said, "She makes the decisions." It was actually him who took advantage by starting the SN Group. Sanan could have started SN Group on his own. He wanted to be with his girlfriend every day and offered to participate in the investment. Sanan was not short of money, yet he agreed to his investment, only gave him a 30% share. Sanan's explanation was to give him a sense of security. The Fu family's mouths were wide open. Everyone was shocked and looked at Sanan, who was eating her meal beautifully. Such a large group. Fu Xiuyuan surprisingly did not even have the decision-making power. Sanan is too good, isn't he? But where the hell did she get the capital to be able to start a conglomerate like SN? It is said that Sanan was raised by a nightclub lady. But would a nightclub lady have that much money to support her in starting SN? Fu family is a businessman. Naturally know to start a group how not easy. Not to mention other things. Just the capital this one. The initial investment amount. Each 1 billion. This SN is not founded. Can a nightclub girl have $1 billion? Fu family elders are still shocked. Fu Xiuyuan directly from the hands of Tang Wanru take the acquisition agreement, without hesitation to tear a shred. Abruptly, Sang Ning stood up violently, eyes full of anger, looking at the scraps of paper torn into pieces in Fu Xiuyuan's hands, gritting her teeth. "You want to die? I have to be buried with you even if I die." Fu Xiuyuan stuck his hands in his pockets with a roguish face. "You slept with me. I'll rely on you in this life." Sang Ning, "You don't want to get rid of me." Sanan was seething with anger, but remained patient. "I've already broken up with you. You're breaking up unilaterally, and I don't agree." Sanan, she's blind to look at such a doggy. The atmosphere in the living room was momentarily somewhat stagnant. The Fu family looked at Fu Xiuyuan and then at Sang Ning. In the end, Tang Wanru smiled and walked over, hugging Sanan when the crowd didn't even react. Before Tang Wanru had a chance to speak, she heard two cries of alarm ring out behind her. Don't! No! Fu Xiuyuan and Shen Yulan were too late to stop them, and Sang Ning was so watery that she was hugged. Sanan's entire body froze. Fu Xiuyuan raised his hand to his forehead. Shen Yulan yelled, "Let her go." Tang Wanru was puzzled. "I'm just hugging Sonning. Do you guys have to look so embarrassed?" What a hell of a thing to say. Even though Sanan wasn't her proper daughter-in-law yet, it didn't stop her from liking Sanan. She couldn't stop looking at Sanan's face and wanting to hug it. Why do these two have such a look on their faces? Shen Yulan gasped and stomped her foot. You, little Ning Ning, are finished. Chapter 19, you can always trust on Ning's medical skills. Before Shen Yulan's words of explanation could be uttered, she saw Sang Ning, whose face couldn't be more sullen, raise her hand, and a silver needle appeared in the cracks of her fingers. Shen Yulan and Fu Xiuyuan, who had always loved to quarrel when they met, were surprisingly cooperative at this time. Shen Yulan hugged Sanan with great speed. Fu Xiuyuan pulled Tang Wanru back with a flash. Tang Wanru was pulled off guard and almost fell to the ground. She cursed in anger. Fu Xiuyuan, murdering her own mother. You're going to die. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at her coolly. If you don't hide away, it's you who will die. On the other side, Shen Yulan tightly hugged Sang Ning. Little Ning Ning, calm down. That's your future mother-in-law. Don't dare to beat her up. Although I am not accustomed to Fu Xiuyuan, but cannot help but he is good to you. Such a good man. Cannot find the second. You want to kill his own mother. You two can really have no chance. Fu Xiuyuan sighed. My mom didn't mean it. I apologize for her. Sang Ning stared at Shen Yulan and Fu Xiuyuan for half a day. Inexplicably ingenious. She's poisoned. I'm sealing her meridians. What are you two doing? What? Shen Yulan and Fu Xiuyuan were stunned at the same time. Only after a long time did Shen Yulan speak. Didn't she spray perfume? Don't you hate it when someone who has sprayed perfume hugs you? You're not angry? If Sanan doesn't get angry, she's going to get angry. She wasn't even given a hug at the airport. Sanan was a little speechless. She didn't wear perfume. Shen Yulan froze. It's impossible. The perfume odor on her body is so heavy that you can't smell it? Little Ning Ning, do you have a problem with your sense of smell? Sanan pinched her temples. That's not perfume smell on her. It's poison. She did break up with Fu Xiuyuan, but there was nothing deep between her and Fu Xiuyuan. She couldn't just watch Fu Xiuyuan's mother die in front of her. Therefore, she had just tried to seal Tang Wanru's meridians with silver needles to control the development of the toxin. Shen Yulan was completely confused. Poisoned? What good man's poison smells like perfume? Fu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes. What kind of poison did my mom get? He didn't doubt Sanan's medical skills. The rumored national medical saint, divine Dr. Tsonglan. Her medical skills are not fake. Drunken immortal scatter. Sang Ning frowned with a serious expression. This is a love poison, and the most vicious among love poisons. This poison was developed by Sister Hung. What makes drunken immortal sand different from other poisons is that it emits a strange fragrance, even a little better than the smell of perfume. After Sister Hong developed the poison, she told her that it was too insidious and should not be used easily. Sang Ning also only in the Red Sister initially research out of those days have seen this poison. Behind this poison do not know where to go, she asked. Red Sister only said it was destroyed, the other did not say more. Why was this poison given to Fu Xiuyuan's mother? Sister Hong is very satisfied with Fu Xiuyuan, and also knows the situation of his family, and has said more than once that in the future, she will give Sang Ning to Fu Xiuyuan, so that he can take good care of him. By all rights, she shouldn't have laid a hand on Fu's family, but besides Sister Hong, who else would have this kind of poison? Fu Xiuyuan's complexion slightly converged and said in a deep voice, Is there a solution? There is a solution, Sang Ning said, but I can only use silver needles to suppress the toxicity for the time being, to completely detoxify the poison. I need to go get the 100 poison grass that I planted. Sang Ning silently for a moment, then said, I just contacted your mother's body, and distinguished that she was poisoned for no more than 3 days, and the toxicity has not yet been disseminated. So tomorrow I'll let Sister Hong send her herbs over, and I'll be able to detoxify the poison today. Sang Ning glanced at Tang Wanru. Find a doctor to keep watch. The toxicity is bound to erupt within 5 days. If the person who poisoned her in the middle of this has no patience, perhaps the poison will be catalyzed tonight. So from now on, don't eat anything, including drinking water. Sang Ning paused and added, Find a new room, sterilize it, and stay in that room until I get the 100 poison herb, and go buy a new outfit, inside and out, all new, and you go yourself. Although Fu Xiuyuan would be a bit of a scoundrel in front of her, he was very meticulous in his work. She knew Fu Xiuyuan could do it. Fu Xiuyuan nodded. I know. He didn't need Sanan to say that, and he wasn't going to arrange for anyone else to go. My mother was poisoned just a few days after arriving in Zhangchang, and she had nothing to do with the people in this villa. So before Sang Ning detoxified Tang Wanru, he wouldn't fake it. Sang Ning pondered for a moment and said, as long as you do as I say, the person behind it won't be able to find a chance to catalyze the poison for the time being. Sang Ning glanced at Fu Xiaoyuan, originally wanting to force him to sign that equity transfer agreement, but right now was not the time to talk about that. She said, I'll go and call Sister Hong first, and ask her to send the herbs over. Fu Xiaoyuan suddenly remembered something. Sister Hong isn't in the small courtyard. It's better for me to go in person. The small courtyard where Sang Ning and Sister Hong had previously lived was in the town of Jiangcheng. It's only a 4-hour round trip here. Sanan was stunned. She's not there? You don't know? Fu Xiaoyuan froze. Sanan wrinkled her nose. I don't know. Fu Xiaoyuan's expression was a bit grave. The other day I learned that you went back to Sister Hong's small courtyard. I purposely went over to look for you, and everything in the small courtyard was emptied. Sister Hong wasn't there, so I thought you knew. Sanan's face sank. Sister Hong left without a word of greeting, but the poison she developed appeared on Fu Xiaoyuan's mother. What the hell is going on here? Did Sister Hong really do it? Sister Hong has a grudge against the Fu family? And where did Sister Hong go? Why didn't you tell her? Sang Ning was silent for a moment, and said, I'll have Yulan make a run for it, so don't go and stand guard here. Sister Hong isn't here. She should have run it herself, but she was worried that if she left and there was an eventuality on Fu Xiaoyuan's mother's side, she wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Fu Xiaoyuan nodded. Yulan, hard work. Xin Yulan sighed. Originally did not want to give Fu Xiaoyuan a good face, but the situation at hand, there was no way for her and Fu Xiaoyuan to argue, so she only said, I'm doing a favor for little Ning Ning. Fu Xiaoyuan didn't say much. Sang Ning briefly explained a few things and left with Xin Yulan. It wasn't until the two of them had completely left the Fu family that several of the Fu family elders came back to their senses. Tang Wanru was the first to react. No? What were you guys talking about? Poisoning? Me? Are you kidding me? She's as fit as a fiddle. Poisoned? The two of them weren't playing with her, were they? Old Mrs. Fu said, Xiaoyuan, what's going on here? Song Ning knows medicine? Your mom was poisoned, but she looks fine. There's no sign of poisoning at all. You can eat and drink and sing and dance. Where does it look like it's poisoned? Fu Chengyang was not calm. Gu, what are you talking about? Hurry to send the hospital. People have been poisoned. If we delay any longer, it's going to be a disaster. Fu Chengyang said and picked up Tang Wanru and prepared to go to the hospital. Fu Xiaoyuan stopped her. There's no need to go anywhere. Follow what Aining said. Fu Xiaoyuan's words fell and he dialed out the phone. Have someone come to guard Fu's house. Don't let a single fly out for me. Are you crazy you? Your mom is poisoned and you're still staying at home. You ungrateful son. You're delaying your mom's condition. Elder Fu also nervously said. Right, Xiaoyuan, if your mom is really poisoned, she really needs to be rushed to the hospital. Staying at home won't do. You can always trust on Ning's medical skills. Fu Xiaoyuan's face was expressionless. If she can't cure the poison, no one in this world hasn't. After Fu Xiaoyuan finished, he gave a few instructions and personally went to buy clothes for Tang Wanru. Tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 20, Impossible, the contract is a fake. The Sang family. When Sanan returned to the Sanan house, the living room was filled with people, except for Song Ning's second aunt's family, who were abroad. The other 4 houses were quite complete. At this moment, old Mrs. Sang was sitting at the first place, and the rest of the people were sitting on the 2 sides, and the atmosphere was very heavy, as if there had just been a heated argument. As soon as Sang Ning came in, old Mrs. Sang saw Sang Ning, and her face, which was originally filled with anger, instantly mildewed. Ning Ning, come to grandma. The rest of the Sang family followed old Mrs. Sang's line of sight to look over, and with the exception of the individual people who had been nice to Sang Ning since childhood, the rest, they couldn't wait to eat her alive. Sang Ning glanced indifferently at the crowd, lifting her feet and walking to old Mrs. Sang, her voice good-natured with a bit of fatigue in it. Grandmother. As the words fell, Sang Ning's eyes swept the circle of people present and asked in a warm voice, why haven't you slept yet? It's now 11 o'clock at night. Mrs. Sang's routine has always been stable, and she must be in bed by 10 o'clock. Old Mrs. Sang was just about to open her mouth when Sang Moyen suddenly slapped the table. You still have the face to ask? Sang Ning, I just want to ask you, what kind of enmity does the Sang family have with you? Do you want to harm the Sang family like this? Sang Ning raised an eyebrow. She sat on the seat next to old Mrs. Sang, lethargically reclining on the back of the chair. The docility she had when facing old Mrs. Sang was gone, and she exuded a hostile aura all over her body. Sang Ning, I know that because the two of us were held wrongly, causing you to suffer for more than 10 years. You have resentment in your heart, but you can't stir up our family's cooperation project with SN just because you're taking the heat. Today Assistant Xiao clearly indicated that he won't be working with the Sang family, and that the Sang family will have to use at least 5 years to take a step forward after they lose a big project like SN. Sang Li's eyes brimmed with tears. You've really gone too far. This time. Shut up, old Mrs. Sang nonchalantly glanced at Sang Li. I'm the one who let Ning Ning follow you around to study. What? Is it even me to blame now? Grandma, I didn't mean to blame you. Sang Li, tears in her eyes. Aggrieved. Lu Wan Yu couldn't see Sang Li being aggrieved. She stood up at once. Her anger rushed straight to the sky. Mom, you're not sure what's right and wrong. It's Sang Ning who did the wrong thing. What are you blaming Xiao Li for? She didn't sleep for the whole night for this project. It was not easy for her to fight for the chance to meet Chairman SN. But what happened? Lu Wan Yu glared at Sang Ning. It's because of this idiot that she was not even able to submit the proposal before the other party notified her of the termination of the cooperation. All of Xiao Li's efforts have been in vain. What's wrong with her saying a few words about Sang Ning? You get it right. Xiao Li didn't apologize to this family. Old Mrs. Sang's face was calm as she said, Sang Li hasn't wronged this family. Could it be that Ning has wronged this family? Lu Wan Yu, who caused this situation today? Do you need me to pick it apart? Lu Wan Yu's face stiffened, but she still said with a stiff upper lip, it was Sang Ning who caused this. She shouldn't be alive. Enough, old Mrs. Sang slammed the table and said angrily, she is your daughter. Your own daughter. Is there a way for you to talk like that? If I had known that Sang Ning was a waste, I wouldn't have given birth to her back then. Lu Wan Yu had disliked Sang Ning before, and now she hated Sang Ning even more. $1 billion project is ruined just by saying so. The point was, Sang Ning had made such a big mistake, and the old lady was blind and heartblind to protect it. It's really going to piss her off. You, old Mrs. Sang was so angry that a pain shot through her chest and she couldn't say anything in half a day. Sang Ning got up to support her, and then his aura changed as he walked towards Lu Wan Yu. Old Mrs. Sang hurriedly pulled her back. Don't. I don't know who Sanan's temper follows. When you get tough, you really don't recognize your own mother. Sang Ning collected her feet and looked sideways at old Mrs. Sang, she's angry with you. Old Mrs. Sang was quite angry, but was amused by Sang Ning's words. Be angry. It won't be a piece of meat less. She's your mom no matter what. Good boy. Don't hit people indiscriminately. Sanan used to be non-violent. I don't know if she had suffered too much outside in the past few years, which caused her temperament to change, and she liked to get her hands dirty out of habit. She had read a few psychological interviews before, and it seemed to say that habitually violent people like Sanan were probably psychologically traumatized, so they formed a kind of protection for themselves through violence. When old Mrs. Sang thought of this, she became even more distressed with Sang Ning. This wasn't going to work. It looked like she would have to find a psychiatrist to see Sanan. Couldn't always get her hands dirty. Now it was on her own family and she could still suppress it. If she did it outside, or messed with someone more powerful than the Sang family, she wouldn't be able to protect Sang Ning. Seeing this, Lu Wan Yu's anger intensified. What are you doing? Still want to make a move on me? Against the heavens you are. Lu Wan Yu said as she took a step forward. Come, I want to see. Do you dare to make a move on me? Sanan laughed. She really hadn't seen anyone with a plastered face looking for a fight. Since Lu Wan Yu wanted to beg for a beating, she naturally had to fulfill it. Sanan raised his foot and kicked it towards Lu Wan Yu. As soon as Sang Yifan saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Wan Yu. Bang! Sanan's speed was too fast, and Sanan Yifan came out so suddenly that Sanan didn't have time to collect his feet. Sanan wrinkled her nose. What are you doing? Sang Yifan braced himself against the wall and stood up. He only felt that his internal organs were about to shatter. He just didn't understand. Sanan looked skinny and thin. How did she have so much strength? That kick almost sent him to hell. Sang Yifan wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, I won't stop you from punching others. Not her. These people in the house. They're human or ghosts. Who knows? If Sang Ning really punched Lu Wan Yu, it would probably be on the social headlines in less than half an hour. He didn't care how Lu Wan Yu saw death, but his sister, he had to protect. Sanan pinched her brow, a little annoyed to have to say a few times that she didn't care about reputation at all. She only wanted to protect the people she cared about. But Sang Ning turned her head sideways, looked at old Mrs. Sang's worried face, and sighed slightly, then said to Lu Wan Yu, Get out of here. It's annoying to watch. Lu Wan Yu's entire body was now in a daze. She didn't think that Sang Ning would actually dare to make a move against her, so much so that she subconsciously took a step back after Sanan said this. Sang Ning indifferently swept a glance at the crowd, directly took out a contract from her bag and handed it to old Mrs. Sang. SN's contract? Just sign and send it directly to SN. Old Mrs. Sang was stunned. SN's contract? Ning, what's going on here? Didn't you say that Sunan spoiled the deal with SN? Although she didn't believe that Songning would do such a thing, it was true that the cooperation between the Sang family and SN was gone. How did Sunan get this contract? Sang Ning's eyes fell on Sang Moyen and Sang Li, mocking, "You can believe what two idiots say." Sang Moyen and Sang Li stared at the contract in old Mrs. Sang's hand with wide eyes, incredulously. The two were stunned for almost a minute before they shouted in unison, "Impossible! This contract is a fake." Chapter 21, Sunan stole my program. Fake? Sang Yifan gave a mocking smile. This is stamped with the SN Group's official seal. You guys say it's fake? SN's official seal? Sang Li's feet softened, and then she snatched the contract from old Mrs. Sang's hands. When he saw the official seal above the contract that belonged exclusively to the SN Group, he was directly dumbfounded. How could this be? Sang Li looked at Sang Ning incredulously. Assistant Xiao has already made it clear that he refuses to cooperate with us. Why did you get this contract? Sang Moyen was also shocked when he saw the official seal on the contract. That official seal isn't a fake. Although the Sangs and SN had not entered into a partnership, he had seen such a contract in someone else's possession. That company that worked with SN was still a small company that had begged him to work on a project before and ended up getting signed directly by SN, so he remembers it well. Besides, no one dares to forge the official seal of the SN Group, unless that person is tired of living. Forging SN's official seal can get you sued to death. How exactly did Sunan sign this contract? Seeing that these two people did not look right, Lu Wanyu asked, "Is this contract a fake?" Sang Moyen looked up and looked at her with a blank stare. "It's true." What? This time, not only Lu Wanyu, everyone in the Sang family was shocked. Surprisingly, it really is an SN Group contract. They've been trying for so long to get a contract signed. How did Sunan, a guy who didn't even graduate from high school, do it? Sang Jingchuan was also a bit surprised. He took the contract in Sang Moyan's hand and carefully confirmed it, then looked at Sang Ning. "How did you sign it?" The corner of Sang Ning's lips slightly hooked. "Didn't I say yesterday that I'm the chairman of SN?" The corners of Sang Jingchuan's mouth tugged, and it took a long time for him to hold back a few words. "Can you be more serious?" Sunan, she's not serious? Saying big words isn't afraid of flashing your tongue. Lu Wanyu was shocked that Sang Ning was able to sign this contract, yet she still hated her. But she didn't say anything unpleasant this time. After all, the contract is real. Sunan brought the Sunan family a billion-dollar partnership. If she were to say something bad at this time, and Sang Ning, this dead girl, went crazy and tore up the contract, then she would be the sinner of the whole family. This time SN has high requirements for cooperation programs, so many high talents gave programs that failed. "Sister, can I see the program you gave? I also want to study and learn." Sang Li clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't accept that she had stayed up for a whole night. Not only did she not see Chairman SN's face, but she was also shortchanged by Sang Ning. She'd like to see just how impressive a proposal Sunan gave to be signed by SN. No program. Sunan looked at Sang Li with a smirk. Originally, he was in a bad mood today by Fu Shouyuan, but this would put her in a good mood. She really enjoyed seeing Sang Li's dumb and stupid expression. No program? Sang Li's eyes widened. You didn't even have a proposal and they signed you up? Are you kidding me? Sang Ning, what are you pretending? Sang Moyen wrinkled his eyebrows and said with an impatient face, "It's not just signing a contract, and you're still proud of it? Who knows if you wrote your program yourself?" He didn't believe that Sang Ning, a person who hadn't even graduated from high school, could write a cooperation proposal worth $1 billion. She must have gotten help. I'm afraid to show it to everyone for fear of being seen. Old Mrs. Sang frowned and said in a cold voice, "Regardless of who wrote the proposal, Ning signed the contract. That's her credit. What are you souring on?" Sang Moyen's face sank. "Grandma, look at Sang Ning's appearance. Does she look like someone who can sign a contract? Looks like it to me." Sang Moyen choked for a moment, but she still kept her mouth shut. Anyway, she didn't take out the proposal to show us, and I have a reasonable suspicion that she stole the proposal from me and Xiao Li. Sang Li's brain suddenly flashed with a bright light and immediately opened her mouth. "Right, Grandma. I did a whole night's program last night. The whole family knows about it. My sister also got up many times last night, and today again. When we were about to sign a contract with Chairman SN, she suddenly barged in and most likely took away my big brother and I's program. This program, although she had been working on it all night, was actually the result of her and Sang Moyen's joint efforts. Sang Moyen was responsible for giving the specific framework, and she was responsible for refining it. It's just that it was her first time doing the program after all, and she was a little less familiar with it, so she stayed up all night. Yesterday when she went out for a drink of water, she saw Sunan on the phone. She didn't care at the time, but now that she thought about it, maybe it was Sunan who stole the program while she was drinking water. Sang Ning, this/person, dared to steal the fruits of her labor in order to get the attention of the Sang family. She will definitely not let Sonnen go. Old Mrs. Sang's face sank. Without evidence, I advise you guys better not talk nonsense. Is there any nonsense? Let Sang Ning take out the program and take a look and we won't know? Lu Wanyu glared at Sang Ning. She knew that Sang Ning was not a good person. Just came back and had the nerve to steal Liz's program. There's no telling what you'll do over time. Right, whether or not Sang Ning stole the program, just take it out and take a look and you'll know. Sang Ning's second aunt, Chin Iya, spoke. Mom, you love Sang Ning, but you also need to distinguish between right and wrong. Our Sang family at least has a reputation in this Jiang city. We can't allow a thief in our home. This Sang Ning was brought up by a nightclub lady since she was a child, and did not go to school for a few days, by herself. I really don't believe she can give any good program. Gu Yu, Sang Ning's third aunt, said, it was agreed in advance that whoever signs the contract will be responsible for the project. But if this program is not Sang Ning's own, and she is put in charge of the project, and something goes wrong, our family will have to pay out a lot of money. Gu Yu is not trying to speak for Lu Wanyu, but she is worried that if something goes wrong with the project, the money lost will have to be paid out by everyone. Then she must have been reluctant as well. As soon as Gu Yu's words fell, she was tugged on the sleeve by Sang Chiming, Sang Ning's third uncle. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Yu saw that the old lady's face was not good, so she hummed and did not continue to speak. Old Mrs. Sang scanned the crowd with an unsettled expression. Then her eyes fell on Sang Jingchuan. What do you say? Sang Jingchuan glanced at Sang Ning and spoke. Since everyone suspects it, then, you testify against yourself. Old Mrs. Sang sighed. Ning. She was in a bit of a bind. She did trust Sonnen, but if we don't let Sonnen come up with a plan, these people at home won't let up. But if she asked Sonnen to come up with a proposal, she was afraid that Sonnen would be sad and feel that she didn't trust her enough. Grandma, there's no need to be difficult. Sonnen said softly, it's true that I didn't write the program. As soon as the words fell, Sang Moyen angrily said, I knew it. Sang Ning, you're simply shameless. You just came back and you dare to steal. Old Mrs. Sang was also shocked. She didn't expect Sang Ning to really take Sang Li and Sang Moyen's proposal. Now there was no excuse for wanting to defend her. Sang Ning narrowed her eyes and raised her feet to walk over to Sang Moyen. Sang Moyen's eyebrows jumped. What are you doing? You stole something and you still have a point? How dare you try moving me again? Bang! Sonnen didn't say anything, and directly kicked Sonnen Moyen off. Sang Moyen spat out another mouthful of blood. He was really about to die of anger. Sonnen was simply crazy. There's no one else in the world who steals and justifies doing it. Sang Ning didn't even give him a look, stretching out her white and slender fingers, pointing at Sang Hui in the third room. You, the proposal that was handed over to Assistant Xiao today, take it out. Chapter 22, Sonnen, you're actually Chairman SN's mistress? Suddenly being named. Samuel was dumbfounded. Me? No? What's with all the sudden cues? He didn't mess with Sonnen. Ever since Sang Ning beat up Sang Moyen on the first day he came home, he was the one who went around when he saw Sang Ning and didn't dare to provoke her at all. What's with the fixation on him? Also, how did Sonnen know that he had submitted a proposal to SN Group? No one knows about this. Sonnen wrinkled her eyebrows. What? You don't understand? When Sunghui heard this tone, he was suddenly agitated and hurriedly took out the program he had prepared. You want the program to take it? Why are you still threatening people? Sonnen, when did I threaten you? Sang Ning lazily ignored Samuel Sang, and directly took the program to old Mrs. Sang. SN passed Samuel Sang's program, and the follow-up project follow-up, with him as the person in charge. Everyone was shocked again when Sonnen said this. Samuel was confused. Passed his program? How come he wasn't informed? That's not true. He is an ordinary employee of a company. He did this program, just want to try their own in the end a few pounds. This program to do very general How did SN pass his program? Sonnen is kidding, right? Sang Li was even more agitated. Impossible. Sunhui has only just graduated from college and has been in the company for a year, and is currently just an ordinary junior staff member. How could SN possibly look at his program? Sang Li, angry tears in the eyes straight spinning. You, in order to escape responsibility, even made up this kind of lie. Sang Ning, I know you have a grudge against me. What you want, I can give you, but this program is my hard work to do out. You want, I am willing to give you, but you cannot let me even have a right to sign the name. Sang Li said and cried out, this is a billion-dollar project. It's not a joke. You haven't been involved in the program. Take the risk of being in charge of the project. you can't afford the losses. I beg you, as long as you admit it, I won't even hold you responsible, and the project will take you with it. As soon as Lu Wanyu saw Sang Li crying, she couldn't take it anymore. She angrily said, Sang Ning, you are simply obstinate. You stole Xiao Li's proposal, and now you even want to take someone else's proposal in an attempt to muddle through. How did I give birth to such a thing as you? Lu Wanyu said. To Sang old lady said, Mom, you see, Sang Ning is a what kind of goods? I told you not to bring her back, but you insisted. Look at what she's done to the family since she came back. She's a thief at her age. What's going to happen to her? You have to kick her out today. What? Are you going to drive me away as well? Old Mrs. Sang said in a deep voice. Mom, Lu Wanyu was furious. There should be a degree for everything. Sang Ning has become like this. It's all because you've spoiled her. Today she can steal from her own family, and in the future she'll steal from others. Sooner or later you'll harm her. Old Mrs. Sang's face was expressionless as she said, I know better than you as a mother what my Ning Ning is like, and I'll believe her when she says she didn't steal anything. Sang Ning looked sideways at old Mrs. Sang, a warm current crossing her heart. It's a really good feeling to be trusted unconditionally. But, she really stole my program. Sang Li cried, Grandma, that was the program I worked so hard on, and it was just taken. Shouldn't I be given a statement? As soon as Sang Li's words fell, she was suddenly yanked by Sang Ning's hair, and she let out a scream. Lu Wanyu's face changed drastically as she roared, Sang Ning, what are you doing? Sang Ning didn't even give her a look. Her white hand slapped Sang Li's face a few times. Is it because you think that I'm giving you face by not touching you? Sang Ning pulled her hair and threw it back with force, then pinched a wet wipe from the table and slowly wiped the hand that had just touched Sang Li's. Remember, don't bark at dogs in front of me. I get angry and like to pull out a dog's teeth when I'm upset. Sang Li clenched her fingers tightly, looking at Sang Ning with a wave of hatred in her eyes. Sanan smiled with satisfaction. Right, that's the kind of look I like to see. Look at me with that look from now on and I might be merciful. Sang Li's face changed, and she hastily withdrew that look of indignation. Sang Ning calmly turned around and picked up Sang Hui's copy of the cooperation program from the table and threw it to Sang Moyen. IQ 180 supervisor Sang, take a look at the program made by IQ 90. Sang Moyen's face was embarrassed, but he still picked up the program and read it. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. Samuel's program can hardly be described as perfect. It was perfect, impeccably perfect. His and Sang Li's programs wouldn't be able to compete with Samuel's, and that was several notches down the scale. Sang Moyen clutched the program tightly, his face very pale. He had worked so hard for this program for so long, but he was no match for Samuel, who was doing the program for the first time, and it was a hard slap in the face. Sang Ning glanced indifferently at Sang Moyen. What do you think? Sang Moyen only felt the fiery pain of being hit on his face. As soon as he raised his head, he met Sang Ning's mocking eyes, and that long-suppressed sense of inferiority was instantly awakened. The more inferior he is, the more he wants to prove himself right. Sang Moyen raised his head and righteously said, even if SN passed Sang Hui's program, you can't erase the fact that you stole. You didn't steal Xiao Li's program, but you stole Sang Hui's program. Sang Moyen turned his head to look at Sang Hui. The fruits of your labor were stolen. Shouldn't you be angry? Samuel Sang looked at him with a questioning face, then inexplicably said, why should I be angry? Regardless of whether she stole my program or not, at least my program was seen, proving that my writing is not bad, right? Sam Moyen, he didn't want to talk to the cutie. Talk. The corner of Sang Ning's lips hooked, enjoying seeing Sang Moyen's expression. She looked condescendingly at Sang Moyen. Idiot, after staying in SN for a day, you still can't figure out why I'm here in the chairman's office? Sang Moyen was stunned. Yeah, why was Sanan in the SN chairman's office? SN's management has always been strict, except for those specially invited by the chairman. Only assistant Xiao could enter. How could Sang Ning go? On second thought, Sang Moyen figured it out. Did you go in on our behalf? Sang Moyen felt that it must have been when they entered SN that Sang Ning followed along. Sanan, she really hadn't met anything this stupid in a long time. This person was actually still her big brother who had the same blood as her. She suddenly felt, with all the blood on her, dirty. Ning, what's going on here? How did you sign the contract? And how did you know that Samuel Sang had submitted the proposal to SN? Old Mrs. Sang couldn't help but ask as well. She was kind of curious. How did Sanan sign so easily when SN's program was so hard to sign? Right, cousin. Samuel Sang was puzzled. I only went there at noon today. The person in charge of SN didn't even see the face of the program, and was asked for the program by the people at the front desk, and I didn't see you at that time. How do you know that the program was written by me? Sanan pinched her brow. somewhat speechless. Didn't I say I'm the chairman of SN? None of you believe it. The Sang family crowd. How do you expect people to believe that? Can you be the chairman of SN? Someone who has been astray for years and was raised by a nightclub girl and didn't even graduate from high school? We believe that sows will fall on trees, but we won't believe that you are the chairman of SN, right? I see. Sang Lee suddenly exclaimed. Sang Ning, you don't have any special relationship with Chairman SN, do you? Without waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Sang Lee said indignantly, how could you do this? You're already Xiao Yuan's fiancé. What are you putting Xiao Yuan up to when you're like this? Chapter 23, I'm more brutal. Sang Ning's hand that was pinching her eyebrows suddenly froze, and the expression on her face changed brilliantly. Sanan, you wolf-hearted thing, you ruined Xiao Li's engagement in front of so many people, snatched her fiancé, and then you went and seduced Chairman SN? You're too heartless you. Lu Wanyu was so angry with this roar that she almost didn't roar the roof of the room over. Sang Li cared so much about Fu Xiaoyuan, and was publicly disgraced by Sang Ning, who also snatched away her fiancé. But what about Sanan? She snatched away the person Sang Li cared about the most, and instead of cherishing it, she seduced someone else. She was simply furious. Sister, you really shouldn't. Although the Fu family is not as good as the SN group, it is still a prestigious organization in the capital. How can you give up Xiao Yuan and get involved with the SN chairman? Do you know that SN chairman is almost 60 years old, older than dad's age? If you do this, where will you let mom and dad's face go? Sang Li was angry and aggravated. She should be happy that Sanan is having an affair with Chairman SN, but she couldn't be happy. She cared so much about Fu Xiaoyuan, but he was green by Sang Ning, even became Sanan's lickspill. She was really puking. Sis, you really greened Fu Xiaoyuan ah? Sang Yifan's eyes stared like copper bells. Sanan, old Mrs. Sang slapped Sang Yifan on the head. What nonsense! How could Ningning do something like that? Old Mrs. Sang's words turned. But Ningning, that SN chairman is indeed a bit older. You can't see Fu Xiaoyuan. We can also pick someone else. Or else, you'd better break it off with that SN chairman? Sanan looked at them with a blank stare. Who told you that Chairman SN is very old? Isn't this an open fact? Sang Yifan said. Assistant Xiao said on the interview program before that the chairman of their family is getting older, and many things are not directly involved in the management. They are handed over to him. Sanan, that's good. No wonder none of them believe she's the SN chairman. Combined, she became a 60-year-old man. Sanan pinched her brow, very speechless. You guys don't believe me when I say I'm the chairman of SN, so guess why SN's name is SN? Sang Yifan thought about it and suddenly his eyes lit up. SN? Sang Ning? Sis, you're awesome. Chairman SN actually likes you so much that he named the company after your initials? Sanan, you guys, just be happy. She didn't want to talk and went straight upstairs to rest. She feels she has a generation gap with this family. The next day, Sanan had just gone downstairs when he saw Samuel walking back and forth downstairs, a little rattled. Seeing Sanan descend the stairs, Samuel hurriedly greeted him. Ning, something wrong? Sanan's cell phone happened to ring, and she asked as she replied to the text. Thanks, Samuel Sang said a little shyly. I wanted to thank you last night, but with all the chaos in the house, I didn't get around to it. Sanan finished her message back and looked up at him. Don't thank me, thank yourself. Samuel was Uncle Sam's child and her sixth cousin. She followed her grandmother most of the time when she was a child, and a few times she was taken away on the pretext of conditioning/teaching by Lu Wanyu, and she wasn't too close to the few children in the family. This time when she returned to the Sang family, these cousins also always saw her and went around, so she didn't know much. All she knows is that all these kids in the family had IQ tests when they were little. Both she and Samuel were intellectually inept. It's just that third uncle and third aunt aren't as heartless as Lu Wanyu, throwing away their own biological children. But even if Samuel hadn't been thrown, he was having a hard time at home. These sisters-in-law of Lu Wanyu were usually at peace with each other. The children born to Lu Wanyu were all highly intelligent geniuses, which led to several sisters-in-law in the family always secretly competing. Samuel fails the IQ test, and Aunt Sam always suppresses him intentionally or unintentionally. So Samuel was always subjected to the same kind of stares at home, just like his big aunt and her family. It wasn't that she was kind enough to pass Samuel's proposal this time, but Samuel's proposal was indeed very good. Yesterday when she went downstairs to eat with Shin Yulan at noon, she happened to see Samuel Sang at the company's front desk, and she asked the front desk to ask for Samuel Sang's program. The program is bold and original. She passed the program immediately. Although the project was originally intended to be given to the Sang family this time, the additional excellent program of Samuel Sang was not a loss to her. Still, thank you, Samuel Sang said. If it wasn't for you, I would never have gotten the chance to be seen. Ning Ning, don't worry, I'll do a good job on this project, and I won't let you lose any of the money you invested. Sanan raised an eyebrow. You believe me? Songhwai nodded heavily. Believe. SN's project has always been difficult to sign. This time it can be so smooth to sign the project. I don't think because it's your SN chairman's, Samuel Sang said here, a little embarrassed, then continued, SN is a large consortium. How could their chairman decide whether to sign a project or not because of a woman? Moreover, I think, you can't even look at Fu Shouyuan. How could you possibly look at an old man? So, there is only one possibility. You are the chairman of SN. Sonnen laughed. Quite the brain. Samuel Mo touched his head, a little embarrassed. Another message came in on Sang Ning's cell phone, and she glanced at it before putting it away. Then she glanced at Samuel Sang and said, keep your own things, just keep them. Songhwai sniffed and smiled faintly. Don't worry. I didn't have the chance to be seen before. This time it's not easy to have the chance. I definitely won't let it go to anyone else. Sonnen raised an eyebrow and said nothing more, turning to walk away. The Fus. When Sang Ning arrived, Fu Shouyuan was sitting on the sofa with his legs slightly folded and a cigarette in his hand. On either side of him stood 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits, and directly across from him knelt a woman of about 30, dressed, by the look of her, as a nanny. When Fu Shouyuan saw Sang Ning come in, he quickly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and got up. I'll go and cook for you first. Sang Ning did not refuse. She purposely did not eat at Sang's house because she was thinking about Fu Shouyuan's mouth to eat. There was no way. Being with Fu Shouyuan for 5 years had made her mouth difficult. If Fu Shouyuan hadn't stepped on several boats, she really wouldn't have been able to let such a high-quality boyfriend go. Fu Shouyuan, how many times do I have to say it? I didn't cheat. I'm not cheating. Fu Shouyuan made a good meal, and the Fu family came downstairs. Old Mrs. Fu saw the rice on the table and quickly ran over. My grandson made the rice. I want to taste it. She picked up her chopsticks and was just about to eat when Fu Shouyuan grabbed the chopsticks away. Ah Nings, yours isn't ready yet. Mrs. Fu, a daughter-in-law forgets her milk. Old Mrs. Fu looked at Sang Ning accusingly. Sonnen was a little uncomfortable and coughed lightly. Eat together? Okay Lu. Old Mrs. Fu nonchalantly sat down and picked up chopsticks to eat. Fu Shouyuan, one eye was full of sultriness. Seeing this, Fu Chongyang and Master Fu also quickly sat down. Before the two of them could eat, Fu Shouyuan put all the meals in front of Sang Ning. There's not much. You guys wait for the nanny to be done. Fu Chongyang, Elder Fu, heartless thing. Fu Shouyuan poured a cup of milk for Sang Ning, and didn't care about the several people beside him with grudging eyes. He directly sat next to Sang Ning. Shen Yulan is still on her way back. My mom didn't have an attack last night. Sonnen nodded, then glanced at the people kneeling in the living room. Caught anyone yesterday? Aha. Fu Shouyuan faintly said, throw it to the dogfighting ring in a while. Sonnen's face was unchanged, eating calmly. Brutal. Fu Shouyuan laughed and whispered in Sang Ning's ear, I'm even more brutal in bed. Chapter 24. What do you see in Fu Shouyuan? Sonnen's hand paused slightly before he punched towards Fu Shouyuan. Fu Shouyuan gripped her fist. I'm brutal. Ah Ning, aren't you more brutal than me? Anytime you want to murder your own husband. Sonnen skimmed the hand he was holding. The corner of his lips hooked. Your mom, no cure? Fu Shouyuan decisively loosened his hand. Ah Ning, don't be so heartless. His eyes took on a sultry look. Sang Ning sidestepped and leaned back in her chair, grabbing Fu Shouyuan's collar with one hand and yanking him in front of himself. I'm heartless? Fu Shouyuan, is it that I have to waste your lifeblood to be considered merciful? She was smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Fu Shouyuan frowned. He felt Sang Ning's killing intent. At that moment just now, she really had moved to kill him. Fu Shouyuan hooked Sang Ning's neck and hooked forward, only a stone's throw away from Sang Ning, almost kissing her. Fu Shouyuan's eyes stared tightly at her, his voice hoarse and serious. Even if you want to sentence me to death, you have to give me an adequate charge. Don't you think so? Ah Ning? Not waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Fu Shouyuan added, don't use the engagement as an excuse. This was organized by my family. I don't know about it. Sang Ning, from beginning to end, I didn't do anything to wrong you. Sonnen met his gaze and raised her hand to cup his chin. Guess why I said Sangli is your fourth ship? Fu Shouyuan froze for a moment, and then jerked up. A layer of frost wrapped around his cold face. Sang Ning, you've overstepped the mark. I can accept your breakup on reasonable grounds, not slander. Sang Ning laughed, getting up and facing him squarely, cheating with a straight face. Fu Shouyuan, you're the first person I've ever met. Fu Shouyuan completely was furious. He pressed his voice and yelled, I didn't cheat. Sang Ning didn't want to get more involved with him in this matter, and only faintly said, I saved your mother for the sake of the fact that you've been good to me these past few years. It doesn't mean that. You're worthy of being forgiven, and after this time, don't come back to pester me again, or else I don't mind to ask for a good amount of interest on the amount of interest that you betrayed me with. As the words fell, Sang Ning didn't give Fu Shouyuan a chance to speak, and directly inquired about Tang Wanru's room, and old Mrs. Fu had the maid take her up. Sang Ning didn't even give Fu Shouyuan an extra look and directly followed the nanny upstairs. Only when Sang Ning's figure completely disappeared from the stairway did old Mrs. Fu slap Fu Shouyuan on the back. "You bastard, you really cheated on me?" Fu Shouyuan looked at Sang Ning's back, angry and helpless. He didn't know why Sanan had misunderstood him so much. In the years he had been with Sanan, most of his time had been used to accompany her, and the lesser part of his time had been spent dealing with company matters, and he had never had the chance to get in touch with another woman, and he had always had no feelings for women other than Sanan. What's with the cheating talk? But that comment from Sanan was pretty sure he had cheated. Something certain happened in between that he didn't know about, and it looked like he'd have to do some digging. "Asking you?" Seeing that Fu Shouyuan didn't speak, old Mrs. Fu angrily said, "Did you really do something to apologize to Songning? Why are you such a jerk?" Fu Shouyuan's lingering anger was not yet gone, and he yelled lowly, "How many times do I have to say that I didn't cheat?" "Didn't cheat?" She would say that? Old Mrs. Fu gasped. "She looks like she has ironclad proof that you cheated on her. Quickly say, what's going on here?" Fu Shouyuan pinched his brow, somewhat speechless. "I also want to know what's going on." Inexplicably, he was labeled a cheater, and he had no way to defend himself. Ki Anan didn't believe him. Fu old lady eyes unblinking stared at Fu Shouyuan look for a long time. Finally said, "She will not be no reason to say so. What happened here? You still investigate clearly. Don't let the misunderstanding deeper and deeper. Your vision is good. Sangning this child, I see very good. Since you identified her, on good to her. Don't bully her. She's been there and understands what it's like to love someone." Fu Shouyuan had deep love for Sang Ning in his eyes. Fu Shouyuan was usually cold to everyone. Only to Sang Ning was it different. It is true that he treats Sanan like a baby and would never cheat on her, but Sang Ning also does not look like an unreasonable person. She is sure that Fu Shouyuan cheated. Then this must have produced some misunderstanding in the middle. Such a good grandson-in-law. She had to help guard her grandson. She couldn't let him get away. Fu Shouyuan narrowed his eyes. It's something to look into. Upstairs, Sang Ning arrived at Tang Wanru's room and was taking her pulse. Tang Wanru obediently lay on the bed and let Sang Ning take her pulse, but her eyes were staring straight at Sanan. Sang Ning noticed her gaze and only raised her eyes to glance at her, then focused on taking her pulse. Tang Wanru looked left and right, and suddenly came out with a sentence. "You're so good looking." Sanan's fingers on her pulse gave a slight lurch, and she said very calmly, "Thank you. However, I'm curious, why did you fall for Fu Shouyuan?" Tang Wanru scared. "That person. He has a cold face all day long, uninteresting and indifferent. Other than that face that inherited all my advantages. No good. What do you see in him?" The corner of Sanan's mouth twitched. "Probably. Blind?" Tang Wanru nodded. "Probably." She paused, then suddenly changed her words. "But blindness can be cured, right? I heard from Shouyuan that you are a very good healer. Can this blindness be cured?" "Cured," Sanan said faintly. "So break up." Tang Wanru silenced for a moment. "Then you're still blind. Although I see the son of mine is not satisfied anywhere, but at least it's pro-life. It's not easy for him to find a favorite daughter-in-law. Running away can't be done. I kind of like you. Why don't you think about it and get back together with him and be my daughter-in-law?" Sang Ning raised her eyes to look at Tang Wanru and said very seriously, "Thank you for liking it." Tang Wanru, is that a no? Gee rare. Fu Shouyuan has always been conceited. He has the face and money. The girls who like him are lined up, but this Sang Ning cannot see him. Money? Sanan has face value? Sanan has money and can find as many good-looking men as he wants. Fu Shouyuan doesn't have the upper hand here in Sanan. What should I do if my daughter-in-law wants to run away? Online, etc. Quite a rush. Sang Ning didn't talk to Tang Wanru anymore and quietly took her pulse. Only after a little while did she speak. "The toxin has not spread, and once the 100 poison herb is delivered, you will be given the antidote." Tang Wanru was silent for a moment and spoke with some skepticism. "Am I really poisoned? But I don't feel anything. I eat well and sleep well. It doesn't look like I've been poisoned at all." Sang Ning pursed her lips for a long time before slowly saying, "If you want to experience what it's like to be poisoned, I can wait for you to be poisoned before I detoxify you, but I can't guarantee if I'll be able to get you back." Tang Wanru, "No, I'm just saying that. Are you serious? I wouldn't dare to experience what it's like to have a toxic breakout." Chapter 25, Sign the withdrawal agreement and we'll be even. When Fu Shouyuan went upstairs, Sang Ning was giving Tang Wanru a needle. "How is my mom?" Fu Shouyuan placed the water he had just poured beside Song Ning, his face calm, as if he hadn't had an argument with Song Ning just now. Sang Ning didn't lift her head, her expression cold. Fortunately, when Yulan brings 100 poison grass it will be able to cure the poison. Fu Xiaoyuan was silent for a moment, his words of explanation swallowed under Sang Ning's indifferent look. The atmosphere was a little dull for a moment. Tang Wanru's eyes flicked back and forth between Sang Ning and Fu Xiaoyuan, and she was just about to open her mouth when the nanny suddenly came in. MS. Sang. MS. Shin is back. Sang Ning got up, didn't even give Fu Xiaoyuan a look, and went straight out the door. After Sang Ning left, Tang Wanru was angry and slapped Fu Xiaoyuan's shoulder. Look at you. This kind of goat is angry. Make daughter-in-law angry. No long mouth. Do not know to coax ah? Usually tugging with 250,000 like. Now is a word will not say. Fu Xiaoyuan, he tried to coax, but Sanan wouldn't give him a chance. Downstairs, Sang Ning took the 100 poison grass from Shin Yulan and asked for a separate room to develop the antidote. She did know how to detoxify drunken immortal San, but had not researched the antidote. So, the antidote has to be dispensed now, soon. Sang Ning dispensed the antidote and went straight to the second floor to detoxify Tang Wanru. During the detoxification, the two Fu family members and Fu Chunyang followed upstairs. Sang Ning also did not specifically let them out. This poison is powerful, but it is not difficult to solve. It does not cost anything. Sang Ning took the developed antidote to Tang Wanru and then moved the 3 silver needles on her body. Tang Wanru honestly ate the antidote. Sang Ning directly wrote the prescription and handed it to Fu Xiaoyuan. 3 days of medicine, twice a day. The prescription for the medicinal bath you have. Give your mom a week's soak. Fu Xiaoyuan took the prescription and pursed his lips. Thank you, Sanan said faintly. For a fee. Fu Xiaoyuan, Annan is really pissed off here. In the past, when he asked Aining to treat others, she never mentioned the charges, though in the end he all but consciously transferred money to Annan. This time, when he voluntarily brought up the charges, it looked like he was going to completely cut him off. Fu Xiaoyuan sighed. It was not pleasant to be misunderstood by his girlfriend. That's good? Tang Wanru said with a puzzled expression. The poison is dissolved? She had a reasonable suspicion that the two were teasing her. She didn't feel the poisoning, and she didn't feel the antidote. Just changed rooms, slept all night, took a pill, and the poison was gone? Who is a good person who was poisoned and detoxifies so quickly? Oh, the corner of Shin Yulan's mouth twitched. It looks like you're a bit sorry that you didn't experience what it's like to be poisoned. Ha, I see that the person downstairs hasn't been thrown to the dogfighting ring yet. She should still have poison in her hand. Why don't you take it again so that you can experience what it's like to be poisoned with drunken immortal scatter? Tang Wanru immediately shook her head like garlic. Don't! It's not like she's crazy, taking poison for fun. Old Mrs. Fu was relieved to see that Tang Wanru was fine, then looked at Sang Ning. What would be the symptoms of this drunken immortal sand poisoning? Delirious, paralyzed. Only the act of love can relieve. If you do not know the poison, will think she is in the ecstasy/love drug, but in fact, the act of love cannot alleviate the toxicity. She will die in the process of love. Old Mrs. Fu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. To think that it's so powerful. Who's so hateful as to give my daughter-in-law this kind of poison? Thanks to the fact that Sang Ning came to the house today, or else after Tang Wanru had a seizure, they would really treat it as if they had been hit by ecstasy/erotic drugs and find a doctor to cure them. This continues to delay the condition. Tang Wanru would be hopeless. Sanan narrowed her eyebrows and didn't say anything. Fu Xiaoyuan looked down at her askance. I'll see you off. Sanan raised her eyes, knowing that he had something to say, so she didn't refuse. Fu Xiaoyuan drove the car, and Shin Yulan and Sang Ning sat in the back seat. Originally, the co-pilot's seat was Sanan's, but she didn't even want to sit in this seat now. Fu Xiaoyuan looked through the rearview mirror at the somber Sang Ning behind him and sighed. That poison, it's Sister Hong's. It's an affirmative sentence, not a question. Sang Ning raised her eyebrows slightly. No expression could be seen on her white and delicate face. What do you want to say? You don't need to be so wary of me. Fu Xiaoyuan's heart ached. Ah Ning, between us, even if we break up, we don't need to be wary of each other. Sister Hong is also a sister to me. Sanan lowered her eyebrows and didn't say anything. Fu Xiaoyuan was silent for half a second before slowly speaking. The person who was caught last night explained that it was a woman who gave her this poison, and the physical features she described were extremely similar to Sister Hong. Fu Xiaoyuan paused and spoke again. Sister Hong's sudden disappearance is also related to this matter, right? Sang Ning was silent for a long time before she said, find the person behind the poisoning. I want to see her. She knew that person wouldn't be Sister Red, but why would the poison developed by Sister Hong be in that person? And why is that person so similar to Sister Hong? What was the purpose of her doing this? Against Sister Hong? There were only a few enemies of Sister Hong's that she knew of. There's not a single one here that looks similar to Sister Hong. Sister Hong had never mentioned to her that there was such a person either. Arrangements have been made to find out. Aha! Fu Xiuyuan parked his car outside Shin Yulan's villa. Under Shin Yulan's strong request, Sang Ning did not go home today and stayed in her villa. Sang Ning was about to go when Fu Xiuyuan suddenly opened his mouth and called out to her. Ah Ning. Sanan paused. Anything else? Shin Yulan, who was walking in front, glanced back and consciously made room for them. Fu Xiuyuan walked to Sang Ning with a serious look. You once said that we have to be honest with each other. I don't know what exactly I did to make you misunderstand that I cheated on you. I hope that you can tell me plainly. Sang Ning raised her eyes, staring at Fu Xiuyuan. After a long time, she raised her hand to touch this face of Fu Xiuyuan, mocking a smile. It's this face. Let the abstinence and widowhood I like for 5 years. Fu Xiuyuan, I have loved you. You are the best person to me except for Sister Hong. You and Sister Hong, both are my salvation. I cherish you. But you. Sang Ning's finger slowly went down, her middle finger poking at Fu Xiuyuan's heart. You took a knife and poked it at my heart. You made my liking for these 5 years a joke. Fu Xiuyuan tightly grasped Sang Ning's hand. Ah Ning, tell me, what exactly happened? His Anan was grieving, the person he puts on the tip of his heart. He can't afford to let her suffer a bit. But she, however, says that he poked him in the heart with a knife? How can he spare it? Want to know? Sang Ning gave a mocking smile. Yu Chung, Gu Qinghuan, accident? I was right outside the door at the time. Fu Xiuyuan brain boomed. Ah Ning, listen to my explanation. Not. Fu Xiuyuan hadn't finished speaking when Sang Ning interrupted in a cold voice. That's enough. Sign the withdrawal agreement. We don't owe each other. Sanan finished speaking and entered the villa without looking back. Fu Xiuyuan clenched his hands into fists and slammed his fist on the car door. After a long time, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Get the hell out of Jiangcheng for me. Chapter 26. I don't agree with the wedding banquet. The next day, when Sang Ning returned to Sang's house, it was already dinner mealtime. She was accused by Shin Yulan and accompanied Shin Yulan around all day. Originally, Shin Yulan was not going to let her come back today either. But old Mrs. Sang called and said that there was a family banquet tonight and asked her to come back. Only then did Shin Yulan reluctantly release her back. The Sang family had already arrived, leaving Sang Ning alone. Sang Ning just entered the door. Lu Wanyu coldly scolded. What time is it? Your grandmother called you at noon. You're just coming back now. The whole family is waiting for you. Have all your rules been eaten by dogs? Sang Ning, don't let me remind you again and again. This is the Sang family, not a nightclub, much less a hotel. And this isn't a place where you can come when you want to and leave when you want to. Also, where did you go last night? Lu Wanyu didn't give Sang Ning a chance to speak, splitting her head and giving her a scolding. Do you know that you're the Sang family's young miss? You represent the Sang family's facade? A young lady of the Sang family doesn't come home for a whole night. What's it like? If you can't change your stinking problem, get out of here yourself before it's too late and don't give us a hard time. Lu Wanyu also do not know what stimulation. Do not give Sang Ning the opportunity to speak. With a machine gun-like clang to spray saliva, old Mrs. Sang's face sank, and just as she was about to get angry, she heard Sang Ning say, is the Sang family now at the point where it needs me? A waste with an IQ of 80, to represent the facade? It seems that the Sang family is not working? Then, declare bankruptcy? Sang Ning, Lu Wanyu slammed the table. You just came back and you're expecting the Sang family to go bankrupt. What kind of heart are you resting on? Lu Wanyu was as angry as a crab, flailing in Sang Ning's eyes without a hint of aggression. She snorted. What? Am I not a waste? Professor Lu, when I was 6 years old, you took me to that man-eating mountain and threw me away, leaving me to fend for myself. Wasn't it because I lost your face because I had an IQ of less than 80 and was a waste? You, what are you babbling about? Lu Wanyu's face changed. Her heart panicked. Although this matter, everyone already knew it by heart, but by Sang Ning so blatantly brought up, she suddenly felt embarrassed on her face. In particular, the second and third houses looked at her with a sense of gloating. Lu Wanyu only felt like she had been slapped in the face. She had always been proud of the fact that she had given birth to several highly intelligent and talented children, but after Sanan was born, her pride was gone. Only shame, the shame of her having given birth to a loser. She threw out Sanan and picked up Sangli, finally getting back her share of pride. But now, Sanan stomped on her pride again and crushed it. Why on earth did she give birth to Sanan at that time? She's been against her since she was a child, and it's gotten even worse as she's grown up. Sang Ning was very satisfied with the embarrassed and flustered expression on Lu Wanyu's face, hooked her lips, and opened her mouth very calmly. I'm a waste of space. You need a waste of space from me nowadays to hold up the facade. What is the Sang family waiting for if they don't go bankrupt? Lu Wanyu's teeth chattered in anger. Are you crazy? What good is it to you for the Sang family to go bankrupt? Your grandmother loves you so much. You're an asshole. Not thinking about your grandmother at all. My grandmother doesn't need you to worry about her. Sang Ning faintly said, if there's a bite of food for me, Sang Ning, I won't starve my grandmother. As for you, Professor Lu, if the Sang family goes bankrupt, you can count on your 3 genius sons to raise them, and I'm looking forward to what they can raise you to be. As soon as Sang Ning's words fell, Sang Yifan immediately said, 2. I'm not keeping her. Lu Wanyu blared at Sang Yifan. She didn't know what kind of madness she had just drawn. She had to teach Sang Ning a few words, and as a result, she was talked down by Sang Ning. The 2 sisters-in-law were waiting to see her laugh. Lu Wanyu took a deep breath, trying to calm her anger, and said expressionlessly, don't worry, with your big brother around, the Sang family will never have a day of bankruptcy. Ha! Sanan laughed, a smile full of sarcasm. When Sang Imoyen, who was on the side, heard this laughter, his face turned ugly, but he didn't have the face to question why Sang Ning was laughing at him. What's he going to question? The project he had been working on for a long time was taken away from him by Samuel Sang and made a better proposal than him. He was labeled as a high IQ talent and ended up losing to someone with an IQ of less than 100. What could be more embarrassing? Lu Wanyu probably also thought about the project, blushed and stopped talking. To say any more would only be to continue the joke. Old Mrs. Sang had wanted to have a fit against Lu Wanyu, but Sang Ning's words rendered Lu Wanyu speechless, and she was instantly much more comfortable in her heart. Only after Sang Ning took her seat did old Mrs. Sang open her mouth to say a few things. The final contract with SN has been finalized, and the SN company I personally went to confirm that it was Samuel Sang's proposal that passed, so the project will be his responsibility. This cooperation with SN is crucial. I don't care what thoughts each of you have in your mind. Make sure to help Samuel Sang complete the project. Also, I communicated with Assistant Xiao today. Our family will organize a banquet and invite the SN chairman to attend, to better promote the cooperation between the 2 families. As soon as old Mrs. Sang's words fell, Sang Ning's second uncle, Sang Jingyuan, spoke up, Mom, Chairman SN never attends any banquets, so you'd better not get busy. Old Mrs. Sang's eyes darkened. No matter what, it's always good to try. The Sang family is not as good as it used to be, and being able to get Chairman SN's support, the Sang family can move forward a bit. For the Sang family to move forward, it's not enough to work with SN on projects. At Leah, say show your face in front of the SN chairman. If they left a good impression on Chairman SN, then the Sang family would be able to get a piece of the pie for other projects in the future. Old Mrs. Sang sighed at the thought. At her age, she didn't want to toss and turn, but when the old man left, he left this family to her, so she had to take care of it. Not to say that the Sang family will be able to do something great in the future. At least don't go downhill. And in the future, when you go down to the Yellow Springs, you will have the face to see the old man. Sang Ning glanced sideways, glanced at old Mrs. Sang, wanted to say something, but eventually pursed her lips and said nothing. The rest of the Sang family also knew how important it was to have Chairman SN come to a banquet hosted by the Sang family, so no one refuted the old lady's words. The third thing, Ning has also been back for so long. What happened back then? What exactly is going on? I don't want to pursue it, but Ning has suffered for so many years outside. I have to compensate her. Old Mrs. Sang glanced at Lu Wanyu and faintly said, I specifically looked for a master to look at the date. The 15th of next month is a good day, and I plan to hold an acknowledgement banquet for Sang Ning on that day. Once old Mrs. Sang said this, Lu Wanyu was instantly reluctant. No way, I don't agree. To give Sang Ning a recognition banquet, what will you let Shaoli do? This way, everyone will know she's a fake. Originally do not organize the recognition of marriage banquet. Only a few people in the circle know. Most people still think that Sang Li is the Sang family's young lady, but after the recognition banquet, everyone knew that Sang Li was a fake. She absolutely would not allow Sang Li to be aggravated. Chapter 27, Grandma, let me organize the marriage recognition banquet. Old Mrs. Sang's face suddenly sank, exuding an air of anger. Are you in charge of the Sang family now? Why do I need to ask your permission for any decision I make? Lu Wanyu's expression stiffened. She sensed that the old lady was really angry this time, and whispered, Mom, I don't mean this, I just... Before Lu Wanyu could finish her sentence, she was angrily interrupted by old Mrs. Sang, seeing as you're Ning Ning's mother, the fact that I've repeatedly tolerated you doesn't mean that you can act recklessly. I'm not dead yet. Lu Wanyu, if you want to be in charge of the family, wait until I'm dead. Lu Wanyu was flustered. She saw the icy gaze of Sang Jingchuan looking towards her. She hurriedly explained, I didn't want to be the master of the Sang family. It's just that this recognition banquet... Old Mrs. Sang interrupted Lu Wanyu again. The marriage recognition banquet must be held. Whoever opposes it, get the hell out of the Sang family. I want to tell everyone that we, Ning Ning, have someone to love. Lu Wanyu, what kind of drugs did Sanan give the old lady, to protect her like that? This dead old woman, really is a person old. Blind heart blind. Sang Lee from childhood filial piety to her. So many years, even if Sang Lee is not biological, there is always a little bit of feelings, right? But this old thing, surprisingly, did not miss Sang Lee's goodness at all. Sang Ning raised her eyes to look at old Mrs. Sang. She was getting older and already had a few strands of gray hair between her buns. She was getting old and couldn't control the children in this family anymore. Yet she still did her best to protect her like she used to. Sanan's nose was slightly sore, and under her lowered eyes, there was a hint of watery light, and Sang Ning opposite Sang Lee. At this time both fists tightly clenched, sharp nails pinched into the flesh, but also do not realize the pain. Her eyes are full of hate. Hate old Mrs. Sang, hate Sang Ning, just because she wasn't the Sang family's child. Sang Ning, the rightful daughter of the family, was going to kick her away when she came back? On what grounds? Is she, Sang Lee, a piece of trash? You want it, you take it. If you don't want it, you lose it. Sang Lee took a deep breath and revealed a sweet smile. Grandma, why don't you leave the recognition banquet to me? Old Mrs. Sang glanced at her and faintly said, no need. I'll give it to someone reliable. Sang Lee's eyes darkened. This dead old woman, was she saying she was unreliable? Lu Wanyu has just been face down by the old lady. This will not dare to continue to speak. But looking at Sang Lee aggrieved. She could not stand to see, but also did not dare to refute the old lady again. Can only say to Sang Lee in a conspiratorial manner, you rest, the Sang family's so many people, which can use you. You are not your own. This recognition banquet is so important. Any accidents will still be blamed on you. Lu Wanyu sneered. And didn't you hear your grandmother say that? You're unreliable. Old Mrs. Sang's cold eyes looked over, and Lu Wanyu instantly closed her mouth. Sang Lee smiled faintly. Since my sister came home, there are many misunderstandings with me. Grandma, believe it or not, I really take my sister as a family member. The things that happened back then was not something I was willing to happen. If I can find my real parents, I am also willing to go back. It's just that now I didn't find my parents. That's why I'm temporarily living in Sang's house. My sister may not be too happy because of this. Without waiting for old Mrs. Sang to speak, Sang Lee added to Lu Wanyu, Mom, in the future, you should also stop accusing my sister. I know you are heartbroken, but my sister hasn't been in the house for so many years. She has suffered a lot of grievances. Grandma is heartbroken for her as well, and it's the intention of all of us to wish my sister well. I want to contribute to the recognition banquet this time, and I also want to tell my sister that I never wanted to compete with her for anything. Grandma, just give me a chance. I will not make any mistakes. Old Mrs. Sang's pale and cloudy eyes sized up Sang Lee, and only after a long time did she speak carelessly. Since you want to do it, then I'll leave it to you. Sang Lee, don't blame me for not reminding you that I will never tolerate you if anything goes wrong. I will definitely get it done. Don't worry, Grandma. Sang Lee smiled. Old Mrs. Sang glanced at her and didn't say another word. Regarding the matter of the recognition feast, it was settled, and no one in the Sang family objected or dared to object. The old lady's words have been made very clear. Whoever opposes, get out of the Sang family. No one wants to be kicked out by the old lady just because of this little thing. So after that, everyone ate quietly, except that everyone intentionally or unintentionally looked at Sanan, and the atmosphere was very strange. Sang Ning ate her meal with a calm face, oblivious to the eyes looking over from all sides of the table. Suddenly, Sang Yifan touched Sang Ning's arm. Sanan raised her eyes inquiring. What? Sang Yifan's eyes signaled Sang Ning to look at Lu Wanyu's bowl. Sang Ning looked over. Although Lu Wanyu had just made a scene, her meal was quite fragrant. Sang Ning restrained her gaze back and raised her eyebrows at Sang Yifan. Seeing that Sang Ning didn't understand, Sang Yifan came to her ear and whispered, my saliva was added to the bowl. Sanan, you really did it. Sang Yifan proudly showed off. How was it? Was Sang's breath a good one? Sang Ning held the cup, sipped the water. Her eyesight looked towards Lu Wanyu. She didn't know if it was because today's meal was fragrant or her saliva was fragrant. She ate with a satisfied face. Sang Ning calmly withdrew her gaze and gave Sang Yifan a thumbs up. Cool. Only Sang Yifan could do this. This is all learned from you. Sang Yifan leaned back in his chair and said smugly, if I hadn't seen you do this when I was a child, I wouldn't have known there was a way to get back at people like this. Sanan. Sang Yifan remembered something and said, say, how many times did you feed her as a child? 5 times as far as I can remember. Sanan put down her water cup and said with a calm face, I can't count. About every time Lu Wanyu tortured her, she would pretend to be good and go serve Lu Wanyu a bowl of spiced rice. She couldn't count how many times Lu Wanyu had tortured her, and naturally, she couldn't count how many times she had spiced her up. About half of Lu Wanyu's stomach was full of her saliva. Sanan inexplicably wanted to laugh a little. For the rest of the day, Sang Yifan quietly watched Lu Wanyu finish her meal, snickering the whole time. Sanan also laughed occasionally. Lu Wanyu sensed that they were laughing at her and couldn't get angry again, so she could only glare at them. After dinner everyone went their separate ways. Sang Ning was about to go back upstairs to rest when Sang Yifan suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Sister, brother will take you for a ride. Not going. Sanan was sleepy, so she refused without thinking. Go, that motorcycle I practiced for a few days, now riding skillfully, before I dared to take you. Just about a few buddies to drink in the evening. You came back for so long, I haven't brought you to meet them. Go, take you to know my brother. Sang Ning wanted to refuse, but seeing Sang Yifan's expectant expression, the words of refusal eventually took a turn. Let's go. Sang Yifan parked his motorcycle in the middle of the yard, and ever since he got it, he had parked it in the middle of the yard every day to show it off. Anyone you see this is from my sister. The first and second houses were jealous, but none of them thought it was Sang Ning's own, but rather that it was Fu Xiuyuan's. Sang Yifan took the helmet to Sang Ning and was about to start the car when he suddenly saw the people in the car in front of him and frowned. Why is Sang Yu with Sang Li? Sang Ning followed the line of sight and saw Sang Yu and Sang Li getting into a car at the same time. She didn't find it strange, so she asked, "What's wrong?" Sang Li has always looked down on the big ant's family, before explicitly and implicitly using words to squeeze the big ant. Sang Yu seems to be quite afraid of Sang Li. Usually don't talk to her. How did they go out together today? Sang Yifan was a bit strange, but quickly said, "No matter them, let's go." Chapter 28. Is that person Sang Li? On the wide road, Sang Yifan rode a limited edition motorcycle, screaming excitedly along the way, with a smile on his face that Sang Ning hadn't seen in the Sang family. So it's possible to be so happy to own a motorcycle that he likes? The car stopped at a red street light. Sang Yifan turned his head and excitedly said to Sang Ning, "Sister, you know what? This is the happiest day I've ever had since I grew up." Sanan slightly narrowed her eyes. Before, there wasn't a single day that was happy? Sang Yifan was silent for a few seconds and said, "No, since I was a child, I've been living in the shadows of other people. Even though you and I warmed each other and comforted each other, we didn't feel that it was something to be happy about, because both of us, we were both children who weren't liked by mom." The green light was on. Sang Yifan restarted the car. The volume increased a lot. Later, I followed my grandmother to live together. She protected me. Life is not as tough as before, but there is nothing to be happy about. Only today is not the same. I rode the motorcycle that I like to take my beloved sister for a ride. Those bad things, as if they all disappeared. Sang Ning pursed her lips. She suddenly realized that she hadn't gotten to know this third brother of hers carefully since she came back to the Sang family. It seemed that every time it was Lu Wanyu who looked down on her. Third brother would always stand up for her, but had forgotten that third brother was also a child who was not liked by his family. He is the young master of the Sang family, but the clothes he wears are from a niche brand, and he only has $100,000 in his hand, and he is willing to spend $90,000 to buy a necklace for her. But Sang Mo Yen was dressed in a designer suit, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sang Li had a few $1 million in pocket money every month, and the luxury car she drove was worth $3 million. Sang Yifan, the young master, was living a life worse than an adopted daughter. Sanan tried to open his mouth several times to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. 10 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of the nightclub. Outside the door stood several boys, about the same age as Sang Yifan, all in their 20s. The boys were dressed in ordinary clothes and were talking and laughing in front of the nightclub. I don't know who saw Sang Yifan first and exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Fan, limited edition motorcycle, when did you buy it? Brother Fan, you've gotten rich. Ha, how long has it been? And you can afford this luxury car? Several boys gathered around the motorcycle to observe it, excitement shining in their eyes. I've seen this car all over the internet before, but now that I've seen it in person, it's a real treat. Van, can I have a ride? Want to ride so bad. Sang Yifan waited for Sang Ning to get off and park the motorcycle before he patted the head of the boy closest to him. Step aside. This bike was given to me by my sister. I can't afford to give it to you guys to ride. Sister? A couple of the boys looked at each other. I thought you didn't like your sister? What are you talking nonsense about? Sang Yifan glared at them. My own sister. Can I not like it? But you said before, Brother Van, that the sight of your sister annoys you and you can't wait for her to disappear from sight. One of the boys said. Sang Ning wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Sang Yifan with a smirk. Getting annoyed at the sight of me? Third brother? Sang Yifan was anxious. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm not talking about you. It's Sang Li. A few boys saw Sanan this time, and their eyes went straight. Brother Fan, you have a girlfriend? Beautiful, more beautiful than our school flower. Sang Yifun kicked the boy in the ass. This is my sister, my own sister. The one I said before is an impostor. Don't talk nonsense all day long and tell my sister to misunderstand. Ha, a sister? A few of the boys said in unison. When did your mom give you another sister? Sang Yifun explained the matter of Sang Ning and Sang Lian a couple of times, and only then did a few of the brothers understand. Sis, hello, my name is Zhang Yang, Fan's roommate. Sis, hello, my name is Chen Mo, and I'm also Fan's roommate. I'm Good Chang, and I'm also Van's roommate. A few of the boys introduced themselves to each other, and Sonnen smiled softly. I'm Sonnen. They are very simple boys. That's great. Sango has a good eye for making friends. A few people made small talk and went into the nightclub. Sang Yifun ordered a card table. He didn't use the power of the Sang family and only booked a regular card seat. As soon as Sonnen came in, she saw the cake on the card table. It says, "Happy birthday, Van." Sang Ning was stunned, silent for a long time, and looked at Sang Yifun. Today is your birthday? Sang Yifun nodded. Right. Originally, I didn't want to pass, but a few of them insisted on passing me. Why don't you say so? Sonnen frowned. She hadn't prepared a gift. What's the point of talking about it? It's not an important matter. My family has probably forgotten what day my birthday is. Sang Yifun didn't care. All these years I've been spending my birthday with these brothers. It's all habitual, so I didn't make a point of telling you. Sonnen's heart inexplicably ached. She was not liked by Lu Wanyu, but she had a birthday every year. When she was a child, it was her grandmother who celebrated her birthday, and then Sister Hong celebrated her birthday. Then later, Fu Xiuyuan, Xin Yulan, and many other friends would come specially to celebrate her birthday on her birthday. She doesn't care about the holiday, but her friends do. But it seemed that Sang Yifun never spent his birthday in the Sang family. Sang Ning gathered her thoughts back and pulled out a card from her bag and handed it to Sang Yifun. Take it. What? Sang Yifun looked at the card in confusion. Birthday gift, buy whatever you want. Sonnen paused. There's $5 million in the card. Tell me again if it's not enough. Sang Yifun stood up violently, his mouth trembling with excitement. More. How much? 5 million? Did he hear wrong? Or did she say wrong? Less? Sang Ning was silent, and pulled out another card. Then this $10 million one is also for you. For the time being, I've brought these 2 cards with me. You wait, I'll have someone send the card over again. After Sonnen said that, she sent a message to Xin Yulan. Sang Yifun, sister, do you know it's scary when you're so hoity-toity? 5 million, another 10 million. $15 million just went out the door without a blink. Even have to have another card sent in? Am I crazy? Or are you crazy? Several of Sang Yifun's brothers, at this moment, all of them had their eyes wide open, their mouths wide open, looking at Sang Ning in shock, as if the world had stood still. After a long time, Sang Yifun first came back to his senses and immediately pressed Sang Ning's cell phone. Don't you let anyone send the card again. I don't want your money. Sonnen frowned. Why don't you want it? My money is dirty? The corner of Sang Yifun's mouth twitched. No, this is after all Fu Xiuyuan's money. You gave it all to me? What if he finds you to settle the score? I don't want him to think that I rely on my sister to earn money. I appreciate your feelings. Take the money back. Sonnen pinched her brow. Here's my money. Yes, I know. Fu Xiuyuan's is yours. Sang Yifun patiently coaxed. Good boy. Take the money back. Don't let Fu Xiuyuan look down on you. Sonnen, it's over, isn't it? A few of Sang Yifun's brothers looked at Sang Ning and then Sang Yifun. Good Chang couldn't help but whisper in Sang Yifun's ear and ask, Brother Fan, what does your sister do? So rich? Why, it's all her boyfriend's money. Sonnen, Good Chang's few people understood, so they didn't ask any more questions. A few people lit candles for Sang Yifun and waited for him to make a wish before they started drinking. Sonnen silently withdrew the card without making another sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Brother Fan, look, is that Sangli? She's hitting someone. Zhang Yang suddenly shouted. Chapter 29, Sonnen, you're dead. Sang Ning and Sang Yifun followed Zhang Yang's line of sight and saw Sang Li and a few girls surrounding Sang Yu at the card table not far from them. Sang Li and the girls had cigarettes in their hands. 2 of the girls were pressing on San Yu's shoulders, and Sang Li was holding a cigarette in one hand and grabbing San Yu's hair with the other, too far away to hear what she was saying. And then, she saw Sang Li throw the cigarette into the ashtray, raised her hand, and slapped Sang Yu's face. Sang Yifun violently stood up and angrily said, Sang Li, what is she doing? Sang Yu is the Sang family's serious young lady. What kind of thing is she? How dare she hit Sang Yu? Sang Ning leaned back on the sofa of the card seat, holding a wineglass in one hand and staring at Sang Li not far away with a smile. She had learned to speak with her lips, and the words Sang Li just said to Sang Yu were, little, you think you have someone to back you up just because you've gotten on Sang Ning's good side? Sang Ning, it's as easy for me to kill her as it is for me to crush slash an aunt, can she give you support? Sang Yifan said that he was going to rush over to stand up for Sangyu. Good Chang and the others hurriedly stopped him. Brother Fan, calm down first. I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding in this matter. No matter how you say it, Sang Li is also your sister. Bull asterisk 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 sister. Sang Yifan angrily said, my sister is only Sang Ning. She, Sang Li, is a fart. Even if you don't recognize her as your sister, you can't be impulsive. Don't you see those girls beside Sang Li? They are a group of little two young girls. Looking at the dress code are quite fashionable. The family should be very rich. You're not favored in the family. If you offend them, there is no one to back you up. Sang Yifan was silent. Yeah, Sang Li had Lu Wanyu to back her up, and he had no one to back him up. Sang Li, that heartless girl, casually cries a few times. Lu Wanyu is heartbroken. Today this matter, even if it is true, in Sang Li's mouth, it will become a misunderstanding. Sang Yifan was a bit torn. Sang Yu was his cousin no matter what. Could he just watch her being bullied by Sang Li? Just as Sang Yifan was still hesitating, Sang Ning got up. She held the still unfinished bottle of beer in her hand and drank it as she walked. Sang Yifan looked at her in a daze. Sis, what are you doing? Sonnen didn't look back. Itchy hands, punch someone. Before Sang Yifan could react, he saw that Sang Ning had already walked up to Sang Li. She patted Sang Li's shoulder very calmly. Sang Li was getting angry and roared, looking for death? Dare to touch my mother. As a result, when she turned around, Sang Li froze on the spot. Her feet were unsteady and she almost fell to the ground. Sang Ning, why are you here? Sang Yu looked up and quickly lowered his head when he saw Sang Ning. She didn't want her cousin to see the hurt on her face. Sang Ning skimmed a glance at Sang Yu before his eyes fell on Sang Li. The corners of his lips slightly hooked in an evil smile. Of course, Sang Ning's smile converged. The beer bottle in her hand was directly towards Sang Li's head. Then, she stuck her hands in her pockets. Let's see how you're going to pinch me to death. This scene happened so suddenly that by the time everyone reacted, Sang Li's body was covered in shards of beer bottles and wine stains. Sang Yifan and his several good brothers looked at Sang Ning with their mouths wide open in shock. After a long time, Zhang Yang stifled a sentence. Brother Fan, your sister is a real tiger. That bottle smashed down. Sang Li's head was afraid to die of pain, right? Sang Li also did not expect that Sang Ning would smash a bottle on her without any warning, and at that moment, she was angry to go crazy. Sang Ning, you're crazy. Seeing this, several of Sang Li's sisters quickly blocked in front of her. One of the girls with dyed red hair was full of gloom. Sang Li, who is she? Sang Li took a deep breath and looked around. Sang Yifan's position was behind her. She couldn't see Sang Yifan from this angle and thought that Sang Ning was the only one. She calmly took a paper towel and wiped the wine stains on her body, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of her lips. She, is the Sang family's $1,000 lady who has just been retrieved. As the words fell, Sang Li looked towards Sang Ning, her eyes filled with sinister cruelty. Sang Ning, originally I couldn't find an opportunity to clean you up. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send me to the door. It's just as well. The anger that I've suffered from the Sang family during this period of time, I'm going to ask for all of it back. Sisters, grab her for me. Let's play something exciting today. Sang Li lit a cigarette as she spoke. Several girls surrounded Sonnen. Not far away, Good Chang and the others were a bit anxious. It's over. Brother Fan, your sister is in danger. Let's rush to help. Who knows? Sang Yifan, who was still furious, suddenly sat down calmly. No, let's drink. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Your sister is going to be beaten up. You don't care? Sang Yifan sneered. She won't be the one who gets punched. With Sang Li's guys, you still want to beat up Sang Ning? Not even looking at what kind of fight his sister is. Sang Li is going to have a bad day. Although he really didn't want Sonnen to move his hands, today, he really wanted Sonnen to give Sang Li a good education. The other side, Sang Ning looked faintly at the few people who had gathered around, the smile at the corner of her lips growing brighter and brighter. Those who knew her well knew that she was excited. When she gets excited, someone is going to suffer. Sang Li looked at the several girls getting closer and closer to Sang Ning, with a victorious stance. Sang Ning, aren't you a very capable fighter? A few of them are practiced. I'd like to see how many hands you have that can beat them. Sang Yu was worried and hurriedly said, Cousin, you should go. They are not good people. Sonnen didn't even raise her eyes, just stood quietly, watching the girls approach her. Just as one of the girls was about to reach out and grab her, Sonnen suddenly raised her foot and kicked the girl away. Before anyone could react, Sonnen followed up, kicking one by one, sending all 7 or 8 of these girls in front of him flying. The whole time, people didn't even have time to blink. A few girls, tripping across the floor. Sang Li violently stood up straight, incredulously looking at Sang Ning, who didn't even sway for a moment, not reacting for half a day. What's going on? Her group of sisters were all practiced. Sanan alone, how could she kick them off so easily? Sanan put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Sangli with a slow gait. Sangli subconsciously stepped back. What are you doing? Is this Sanan the devil? So many people can't beat one of her. Sangning stood still in front of Sangli, then raised her hand and pulled Sangli's hair. Trying to get me killed? Ha! Sangli's scalp ached from the tugging and she yelled, Sangli, let go of me. At this time, several of Sangli's sisters also stood up, and the girl with dyed red hair angrily said, Little/person, you seek death. Saying that, the red-haired girl carried the bottle and smashed it towards Sanan. As a result, before he could touch Sanan, he was choked by her. I didn't hear you. What did you call me? The red-headed girl felt like she was going to choke as she was being choked. Bitch/human, mess with me and you're dead. Chapter 30, Genius Girl? Sangli, you're a pleasant surprise. Yeah, Sanan let go and kicked the red-headed girl out. Then, shrugging off Sangli, he proceeded to pull a small knife out of his pocket. She slowly walked towards the redhead and crouched down in front of her, her knife flicking across the redhead's face. How do you want me to die? When Sangli saw this, her face suddenly changed drastically. Sang Ning, stop it. She's the daughter of the Hua family in Kyoto. Hua Yunmiao. If you hurt her, the Hua family won't spare you or the Sang family. Sangli was really angry and anxious. The Hua family is also a prestigious family in the capital, and Hua Yunmiao is the child of the fourth house of the Hua family. Although she was an illegitimate daughter, she had the blood of the Hua family in her, and the Hua family had naturally recognized her. It's just that her status in the Hua family isn't that high, and it can also be said that Hua Yunmiao, in the Hua family, is actually having a hard time making her way, or else she wouldn't have been sent to Jiangqing to go to school. Hua Yunmiao is uneducated. All day long he knows how to fight and brawl. His brain is not loaded with a few things, and he always likes to show off everywhere. Such a person, Sangli originally did not look up to. It's just that, who made her a member of the Hua family? Even if it's an illegitimate daughter, as long as she utilizes it well and helps Hua Yunmiao gain a firm foothold in the Hua family, then she'll have countless benefits in the future. Besides, she's about to go to school at Kyoto University, and she needs to rely on these rich kids to be her stepping stones. Hua Yunmiao, the chess piece, she had laid a few years ago and had helped her gain the favor of the Hua family head over the past few years, and she was about to be picked up and taken to the Hua family. Therefore, she must protect Hua Yunmiao. Sang Ning turned back, her cool eyes sizing up Sangli. The Hua family? A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, one that was very intriguing. Sangli didn't know the hidden meaning underneath her smile. Tilting her head, she said, yes, the status of the Hua family can be a few strata higher than the Sang family. Sang Ning, I advise you that you better let her go, or else, if you offend the Hua family, you'll die a miserable death. Oh, Sanan's pitch rose an arc, the knife in her hand tapping slowly, an intriguing expression on her face. Sangli thought that Sang Ning was afraid and straightened her back with an overbearing stance. So you are also afraid? Humph, I think you really are not afraid of the sky and the earth. You have offended Ms. Hua and have been pressuring me and the Sang family. We will not let it go until this breath is out. A flash of viciousness flashed across Sang Li's face. I will make your life worse than death today. As soon as Sang Li's words fell, a group of people suddenly rushed into the nightclub. Each of them had a steel pipe in his hand, and as soon as they entered, they smashed the tables in the nightclub, and all the guests present were scared away. The leader of the group, a man in his early 20s, wearing expensive casual clothes, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a steel pipe, with a dangling look, walked towards Songning's several people. When Sangli saw the person, she changed her overbearing demeanor just now. The cigarette in her hand was also thrown away at some point, tears hanging on her face, a pitiful look. Chen Xiao, you finally came. We were almost killed, Sangli said and wiped a handful of tears. She itself looks like Sang Ning, also a good face, but she belongs to the soft type of temperament. So a cry. Chen Xiao's heart immediately was seized up. Who hit him? Get the hell out. Chen Xiao gave a furious roar. Dare to touch my Chen Feng's people. Are you tired of living? It's her. Hua Yunmiao saw Chen Feng coming, quickly stood up and walked to Chen Feng's side, pointing at Sang Ning, angrily saying, this little/person, for no reason, opened Sang Li's head. We stood up for Sang Li, and we were beaten by her all over. Chen Feng raised his head to look over. When he saw Sang Ning's face, he froze for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Sang Li, his eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. Why do the two of you look so much alike? Sang Li lowered her head and choked. She is my sister. Back then we were carried wrongly. Only recently was she retrieved. Probably because she felt that I had robbed her of her identity. So she went home and looked at me in every way. And today, I don't know why, inexplicably, she took a wine bottle and smashed me. Sang Li said and cried out again. I really had no choice. That's why I called you. It was just now when Sang Ning wasn't paying attention that she hurriedly dialed Chen Feng's number. The few of them girls couldn't beat Sonnen, but Chen Feng went out with bodyguards, and he has connections in the underground world, so he can just call in a few dozen people. There had to be almost 30 or so of these coming in front of us. She'd like to see how Sonnenschein was going to fight. Seek death. It was a recognized thing in the circle that Chen Feng liked Sangli. Some time ago, Sangli suddenly wanted to marry that Fu Xiuyuan of the Fu family, and he was still sad for a long time at that time. I didn't realize the engagement was suddenly terminated. As for what the reason was, Sangli didn't say. Anyway, Sangli hadn't contacted him since the engagement party. It was so hard to contact him today, so Chen Feng naturally wanted to perform well in front of Sangli. Thinking of this, Chen Feng snapped, "Someone, arrest her for me, dare to bully my people. Let her know how to write the word death." Not far away, Sang Yifan saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly got up, rushing towards Sang Ning's side. Before the people arrived, his voice arrived first. "Sangli, if you dare to let them touch Sang Ning for a moment, try." The moment she saw Sang Yifan, Sangli's face changed drastically, and her entire face turned pale. San brother, why is Sang Yifan here? How long has he been here?" He saw everything that just happened, seeing her hanging out with this bunch of little girls, see her smoking and drinking. Sangli's brain suddenly exploded, and the entire string snapped. Sang Yifan walked expressionlessly to Sang Ning and protected her behind him. Then, coldly looked at Sangli. "Genius girl, elegant and noble Qin Jin. Sangli, you really know how to surprise people." "No, that's not true. Sangli, tears in her eyes. She was in a hurry to explain. Sang Yifan simply did not give her a chance to explain. "Shut up. Save your mouth full of lies for Professor Lu. I'm too lazy to listen." Sang Yifan didn't want to ignore Sangli, pulling Sang Ning with one hand and Sang Yu with the other. "Let's go." Sangli was furious. She had managed to call Chen Feng. Today she was going to torture Sang Ning until she was worse than death. How could she let it go so easily? Sangli looked at Chen Feng with teary eyes. "Chen Xiao." Chen Feng understood. The steel pipe in his hand stopped in front of Sang Yifan. "Taking someone away in front of me without even saying hello. Sang Yifan, do you think I'm dead?" Sang Yifan paused and pulled Sang Ning back, his tall body blocking her, whispering in her ear, "In a moment, you'll find a chance to run first." He knew Sonnen could fight, but with so many people, he couldn't take any chances. Even if he was crippled today, he couldn't let Sonnen have an accident. Sang Ning raised her eyes and looked at the tall body that was blocking her, and her heart moved slightly. The way Sango was protecting her was kinda cool. Sang Yifan didn't know what was going through her mind. Standing directly in front of Chen Feng, "I'll take the person away. Chen Feng, I don't care if you want to be Sang Li's licking dog, but if you dare to touch my sister for a moment, if I don't cripple you, I won't be called Sang Yifan." "Grass!" Chen Feng burst out a foul mouth. "What the are you yanking for? I've long seen you as unpleasant. If it wasn't for Sangli, I would have wasted you. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Brothers, fight me, maim and cripple. It's all on me." Chapter 31. Sonnen is a nightclub owner? As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, those henchmen he brought with him fought towards Sang Yifan's men. Sang Yifan's face changed as he carried the stool and started to strike back. Gu Chang protected Sang Ning while the other two and Sang Yifan joined the fight. Sang Li looked at Sang Ning's lousy appearance of theirs, and the gas that had been suppressed during this time was instantly released. Not far away, the nightclub bar. A dozen security guards surrounded the place, and in the center stood a man dressed in all black. "Manager Xiao, do we really not care? Our nightclub never allows guests to fight and cause trouble." The man called Manager Xiao told the bartender to make a drink. He leaned against the bar and calmly took a sip of his drink. "What do you care? The boss is there. What do you need to care?" "Boss?" The guard was startled for a moment. "Where?" Manager Xiao looked at Sang Ning, who was not far away trying to solve the trouble and was being protected with force, and laughed out loud. Then he put down his wine glass and said to his men, "Tally up the damages, and send the bill to the Chen family when it's over on their end." The henchman was unsure, but when Manager Xiao said so, he didn't dare to ask too many questions, so he did as he was told. The other side, Sang Ning's face sank like the bottom of a pot, and while Sang Yifan's body was beaten and hung with colors, Gu Chang held her in a death grip, not allowing her to move. Just then, behind Sang Yifan, someone took a steel pipe and struck at him. Sang Ning kicked Gu Chang away. Then with great speed, he kicked the man behind Sang Yifan away. Then, just when everyone hadn't reacted, Sonnen's figure leaped out like an arrow off the string. And then, everyone was dumbfounded. In a matter of 2 minutes before and after, The people that Chen Feng had brought with him tripped all over the place. Each had their arms removed and wailed. Sang Yifan and a few of his brothers opened their mouths wide with a look of having seen a ghost. Sang Li and Hui Yunmiao were directly shocked as their brains detached from their bodies, not reacting for half a day. The world seemed to stand still for a moment. Everyone forgot to breathe. Even the security guards and the others who had been watching in front of the bar were staring at Sanan with wide eyes. Incredulous, there was only one thought in their heads: is this girl the devil? In less than 2 minutes, one person had solved more than 30 people, and it was a direct waste of their hands. How did she do it? They had all gone through strict training before being recruited to the nightclub as security guards. 1 against 5 was their limit, but Sang Ning had ed over 30 people by herself in such a short period of time, and no one had even seen clearly how she moved her hands. It only felt like a breath before the men tripped all over the place. Just before everyone could react, Chen Mo was the first to come back to his senses. He swallowed hard, covered his aching arm, and grumbled to Sang Yifan, "Brother Fan, if you had said that your sister was so powerful, we wouldn't have had to go on. What kind of masochistic tendency do you have that you have to be beaten up?" Sang Yifan, he didn't know his sister was so tough. Just in the blink of an eye, he directly solved more than 30 people. Those martial arts school people may not even be able to do that, right? He was trying to protect Sanan, but it turned out, he was like a vegetable chicken in front of Sanan. As for Chen Feng next to him, he was looking at Sang Ning with a stunned expression, his brain numb. Before he could react, Sanan lifted his feet and walked slowly towards him. Chen Feng subconsciously then stepped back. "You, what are you doing?" Sanan didn't say anything, only took one step forward. Chen Feng was anxious. You stop. Stand there, don't move. I'm warning you, I'm the young master of the Chen family. If anything happens to me, my father won't spare the Sang family. Sang Ning still didn't say anything, and as he saw that he was about to walk up to Chen Feng, he was so frightened that he yelled out, "Sang Li, you have to help. This dead woman is crazy." Sang Li's thoughts were pulled back by Chen Feng's yelling. She came over with a pale face. "Sanan, you." Bang! Before Sang Li's words could be uttered, she was directly kicked out by Sang Ning, and then Sang Ning's cold voice came from above her head. "Rubbish, not worthy of talking to me." Sang Li was furious. Before she could speak, Sang Ning directly lifted Chen Feng's collar. "Which hand hit my third brother?" It was Chen Feng who had just hit Sang Yifan several times with a steel pipe. There were so many people that she didn't really see which hand hit her. Chen Feng's face was pale and he was too scared to say a single word. Sanan frowned. "Not talking? Then, both hands are ruined." Before Chen Feng could react, and no one could see how Sanan did it, Chen Feng's hand broke on the spot. Immediately afterward, Sang Ning kicked Chen Feng's leg, and those present instantly heard a sound of bones cracking before hearing Sang Ning say very calmly, "This leg, it's interest." "Ah!" Chen Feng let out a miserable scream and shouted, "Man, you're dead. Have the guts to wait for me? I'm going to break you into pieces." After Chen Feng finished howling, he immediately yelled at his brothers, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and call my dad." Chen Feng's hand was ruined. He couldn't hold the phone at all. Only let those brothers of his fight. Chen Feng's brother didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly took out his phone and called Chen Feng's father. As soon as the call was connected, the brother put the phone on speakerphone and threw it in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng immediately blurted out, "Dad, come and save me. I've been beaten up. My arms and legs are ruined. Bring more people." On the other end of the phone, when he heard that his son had been beaten, an angry roar immediately came from him. "Dare to touch my son? Are you impatient to live? You wait, Dad will come over right away." Sang Ning was about to go fix Sang Li. When she heard this voice, she was not in a hurry. She directly found a sofa that had not been damaged and sat down. She folded her legs and faintly said to Sang Yifan, "Third brother, continue with your birthday." "Ha?" Sang Yifan was dumbfounded. "Still passing? How can we get by with all this fighting?" And Sang Yifan glanced at Chen Feng and worriedly said to Sang Ning, "We'd better hurry up and leave. If this becomes a big deal today, the family won't be able to explain." He wasn't afraid of it. He'd been brought up on it anyway. "I'm afraid that Lu Wanyu that lost her mind and scolded Sang Ning again." "Go what?" Sang Ning said indifferently. "Isn't that young Chen's father coming? How can I not give you a gift when someone is coming?" The corner of Sang Yifan's mouth twitched. "And a gift? It's a good thing they don't dismantle you. Who didn't know that Chen Feng's father treasured this son the most? You beat up someone's son like this. I'm afraid this can't end well." Sang Yifan was worried, but seeing that Sang Ning was determined not to leave, he could only sit down with a few of his brothers. After Sang Yifan sat down, Manager Xiao, who was watching the show at the bar, then walked over with a respectful face. "Boss, do you still want to continue arranging the show?" "Boss." Sang Yifan did not sit still for a moment and stood up violently. His eyes were almost glaring out. He looked at Manager Xiao with a confused face, and then looked at Sang Ning, asking with a skeptical face, "Sister, what did he just call you? Boss? Did he mishear? Or did that manager call the wrong one? Sanan didn't answer him and only said to manager Xiao. The show continues. As the words fell, Sanan glanced at the smashed cake and said in a cold voice, reorder a cake. Yes. Manager Xiao answered and went to make arrangements, only to pause when he walked in front of Chen Feng. After so many years of night colors being open, this is the first time I've seen it, that someone is looking for trouble from our boss. Chen family, good job. The words fell out, and he walked away without looking back. Chapter 32 Shen Yulan is here. When manager Xiao said this, there was silence in the room. Sang Yifan sat down again and looked at Sang Ning, his mouth open, half knowing what to say. He had heard right. Manager Xiao really called her boss. Is his sister that good? Nightclubs are all over the country, and they're not just any nightclubs. It is said that the power behind the night color is very powerful. To what extent was it powerful? No one knew. Only that the boss of night color was mysterious and no one dared to mess with it easily. In the past, there was an ungrateful one who made trouble in night color and bullied the ladies of night color, and finally disappeared overnight, even with the company. Since then, no one dares to make trouble at night easily. Is such a powerful nightclub owner his own sister? Jesus, what kind of wonders has his sister had over the years? Sang Yifan suddenly remembered the motorcycle that Sang Ning had given him. Now he reasonably suspected that the motorcycle wasn't given to Sang Ning by Fu Xiuyuan, but was Sang Ning's own. Chen Feng, who was lying on the ground with his arms and legs removed, had forgotten about the pain at this time, and his mind was filled with two words, finished. He's been fooling around all day and not doing his job. But who hasn't heard of the owner of night color? Whoever messes with the night boss will have to shed his skin if he doesn't die. When Chen Feng thought of this, he hurriedly said to his brother, hurry up and call my dad and tell him not to come. If this is his dad coming, the Chen family is afraid it's over. He's an asshole, but he can't gamble with the entire Chen family. If the Chen family is finished, so is he. Chen Feng's brother didn't dare to delay and hurriedly called Chen Feng's father, but no one answered. Chen Feng's brain boomed and immediately crawled to Sang Ning's feet. Auntie, I'm wrong. It's because I'm not long-sighted. I shouldn't have offended you. Just let me go as a fart. Sang Ning leaned back on the sofa and looked askance at Chen Feng, not speaking. Seeing this, Chen Feng hurriedly kowtowed to Sang Ning. As long as you release me and the Chen family, I will agree to whatever you want me to do. Chen Feng couldn't stand up and couldn't climb up. He could only lie down and kowtow, looking very funny. Sang Li's mind went blank as she watched Chen Feng do so. There was no blood at all on his entire face. How come Sanan is the owner of Nightshade? What makes her the owner of Nightshade? Where on earth did she get the ability to do that from someone who was raised by a nightclub girl? With only a single turn of mind, Sang Li figured it out. Yeah, Sanan was raised by a nightclub girl, and there was no shortage of men around her. Those guys were fooled by that face of hers. Give her whatever she wants. Why exactly is Sanan so lucky? At that moment, the waiter brought back the wine, and Sanan picked up the glass and took a sip. You're quite sensible. It was a rare sight to see someone who knew her identity, who could immediately put down their stature and beg for mercy. In the past, she had encountered some ungrateful ones who, even if they knew her identity, still jumped like an octopus. Chen Feng was a sensible one. Chen Feng cried and mourned. I'm a bit mixed up, but not stupid. I know how powerful the night boss is. Sis, I'm really wrong. Please let this go, and I'll be an ox for you in the future. The corners of Sang Ning's lips hooked slightly, gently shaking the wine glass in her hand. There are many bulls and horses around me, and you are not qualified. Yes, I'm not worthy. Chen Feng immediately chimed in. I'm a piece of trash, a repellent. I can't get into your eyes. I'm not worthy of appearing in front of your eyes. I'll get out right now, okay? If you don't get out, you'll be really screwed when his dad gets here. Sang Yifan was staggered as he watched from the sidelines. He had known Chen Feng for so long, and it was the first time he had seen Chen Feng so spineless. Used to have his eyes on the top of his head when he saw anyone. Now it's like a limp noodle. Which ungrateful one hurt my son? Get the hell out. At this moment, a roar rang out, and Chen Feng's face changed drastically, as he was jolted and shouted, hurry, gag my father. Several of Chen Feng's brothers jumped up quickly and rushed directly to Chen Jiangluo's side. Several people were broken all the way through their arms, and there was no way to pull Chen, so 4 or 5 of them clamped down on him tightly, and then used the hand that wasn't wasted to cover Chen's mouth. Before Chen could speak, he was directly dragged out with a squeeze, but just as he dragged himself to the door, Shen Yulan arrived. She glanced at Chen and went in doubtfully, and when she saw the scene inside, her face changed and she quickly walked over to Sang Ning, asking with a sullen face, what happened? It's fine. Small trouble. Sanan moved to the side, allowing Shen Yulan to sit down. Shen Yulan frowned and sat next to Sang Ning, still saying it's fine. There are so many people lying around. Do you think I'm blind? Without waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Shen Yulan pointed at Chen Mo, Who was closest to her? Tell me, what happened? When Chen Mo saw Shin Yulan, it took him a while to digest the fact that Sang Ning was the owner of Night Color, and all of a sudden he was confused again. Sigh, Master Sigh. Holy, what kind of fairy is Van's sister? Not only is he the owner of Nightshade, but he also knows Master Yulan. Seeing that Chen Mo did not speak, Shin Yulan's face was ugly. What? You can't speak? Chen Mo hurriedly came back to his senses and hurriedly said, it's these few people who were looking for trouble and were fixed by Brother Fan's sister. Then this Chen Feng called his father to clean up Brother Fan's sister. Chen Mo made things clear in a few words. Shin Yulan sniffed and laughed. That idiot Shin Jiangwo. He's bold enough to dare to clean up my little Ning Ning? As the words fell, Shin Yulan glanced in the direction of the doorway. That one at the door is Chen Jiangwo, right? Xiao Yu, bring the person in. Xiao Yu, who was at the bar waiting for orders at any time, sniffed and lit a wax for that Chen. Who doesn't know that Shin Yulan is the most protective, especially the most protective of Sanan? Offending Sang Ning was a bigger deal than offending Shin Yulan. Now that's something to see. Chen Jiangwo had already been told the ins and outs by a few of Chen Feng's good brothers outside. This would be pale in the face when he saw Xiao Yu walk out. Dong Chen, go in, MS. Shin wants to see you. Chen's heart was as good as dead. Before he could figure out which MS, Shin, he was brought in by Xiao Yu. When he saw Shin Yulan sitting beside Sang Ning, Chen's feet softened and he directly knelt on the ground. Shin, Miss Shin, yo, you still recognize me? Shin Yulan folded her legs, holding a wineglass in her hand, and smiled evilly. I take it that your eyes are injured and you don't recognize who I am. How? Cold sweat ran down Chen's face. If I don't know anyone else, I wouldn't not know you. Jesus, what the hell did that brat Chen Feng do? How did you mess with this big Buddha? Shin Yulan? It's good to know me. Shin Yulan took a sip of wine and faintly said, your son, he injured my little Ning Ning's third brother. How will this be resolved? You say. Chen Jiangwo, how else would he know what to do? So he could only allow Shin Yulan to have a seizure. As long as this ant is demoralized. That's just it. I'm in a good mood today. Since your son was wasted by Ning, he's forget about it. But you didn't teach your son well. You have to take the blame for this. Shin Yulan slanted a glance at Chen Jiangwo. Turn on the live broadcast, do a pole dance, and this will be over. Chapter 33 Bullying My Aning? Chen fell to the ground at once. If this opens a live broadcast of pole dancing, tomorrow all of Jiangcheng will know about it. He will lose face, but if we don't, the Chen family will soon be bankrupt. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth straightened as he listened. See, this is Shin Yulan. She took revenge on people, never like Sanan. Beat them up and be done with it. She'll be a disgrace. You'll have to walk with your head down when you go out from now on. Sang Li's face couldn't be whiter when she saw Shin Yulan. She knew that Master Yulan and Sang Ning were friends, but she hadn't expected that Master Yulan would be so protective of Sang Ning. The power behind Master Yulan could not be underestimated. If she interfered, I'm afraid the Chen family would really be finished. If something happened to the Chen family, Chen Feng would have to come after her. What can we do about this? Sang Li anxiously kept trying to think of a solution, but realized that there was no solution at all. Sang Ning didn't have much of an expression. She had long been used to Shin Yulan's style. It's just that it's more or less hot to have to watch Chan, a man with a big belly, pole dance. Sis, I was wrong. Please let my dad go. As long as you let my dad go, you can make me eat. Of course Chen Feng couldn't let Shin Jiangwo open the livestream and pole dance. If this jumps, he won't be able to hold his head up in this circle in the future. Besides, his old man is going to beat him to death when he gets back. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Shin Yulan's wineglass snapped on the table. What? I don't speak well, do I? Dance. I'll dance right away. Shen Jiangwo cursed Chen Feng in his heart, but still gritted his teeth and stood up, ready to go pole dancing. It's better to lose a man than a family fortune. It wasn't easy for the Chen family to develop into this position. He has to keep it. Just as Chen Feng was about to jump, Sang Ning wrinkled her eyebrows and spoke. Alright, don't dirty my eyes. Chen was ecstatic. He could stop pole dancing, right? As a result, just as this idea of Chen Jiangwo fell, another set of people came in at the entrance of the nightclub. A cold and piercing voice rang out. Drag them down, break their arms and legs, and within an hour, the Chen family will go bankrupt. Sanan looked over towards the source of the sound, and his face sank. Then, several bodyguards dressed in black directly rushed in and took Chen Jiangwo and Chen Feng and the others away directly. It was so fast that it didn't even give anyone room to react. Fu Xiuyuan walked towards Sang Ning with his long and slender legs, and when he saw the blood on Sang Ning's face, his handsome face sank to the point where it couldn't sink any further. He turned around, walked over to Sang Li, and suddenly grabbed her neck with one hand. You recruited someone? Bullying on Ning? Fu Xiuyuan's seizure was so sudden that Sang Li didn't even have a reaction, and immediately felt almost choked and suffocated. Xiuyuan? What did you call me? Fu Xiuyuan's hands exerted force, and Sang Li's eyes instantly rolled back in her head. Fu Xiao. Sang Lee felt like her brain was running out of oxygen. I was wrong. Fu Xiuyuan exerted force in his hand and threw Sang Lee to the ground, then pulled out wet wipes from his pocket and wiped the hand that had just touched Sang Lee, and indifferently said, "Kneel down and apologize to Wan Ning." Sang Lee clenched her lips, feeling nothing but humiliation inside. She couldn't hold back any longer and yelled, "On what grounds? She's a watery woman. Why should I apologize to her?" Fu Xiuyuan's eyes sank. Not waiting for him to have a fit, Sang Lee said, "Fu Xiao, don't let her fool you. Sang Ning is not the only man you have. She is hooking up with you while she is having an affair with other men. SN chairman is supporting her. She is also the boss of this nightclub. How did this nightclub come about? Have you not thought about it? If there's no man to support her, just with her being raised by a nightclub girl, how could she be so capable? Open your eyes and take a good look. Son Ning doesn't deserve you at all." Fu Xiuyuan suddenly laughed. Underwrapped? Right. She had an improper relationship with Chairman SN to help the Sang family take this cooperation project. Sang Lee straightened her back. Sang Ning lied to you. She doesn't deserve your kindness to her. Fu Xiuyuan is the moonlight in her heart. Why should such a good-looking round of bright moon become Song Ning's licking dog? She felt that Fu Xiuyuan was not allowed to like Sang Ning. She must wear out Sanan's image in Fu Xiuyuan. Fu Xiuyuan didn't even give Sang Lee a look. Directly sitting beside Sang Ning, crossing his legs and keeping the same posture as Sang Ning, instructing the bodyguard beside him. She's not in her right mind. Give her a wake-up call. Fu Xiuyuan's bodyguards immediately came forward. A few people pressed Sang Lee, took the wine on the table, and gave Sang Lee a bottle to pour down. Sang Lee tried to speak, but her mouth was full of wine and the other party didn't give her a chance to speak. Sang Lee was very desperate inside. Why? What the hell for? She had clearly told Fu Xiuyuan that Sang Ning was not a good woman at all. Why is he still targeting himself? Does he like Sanan that much? Sanan is nothing but a human being raised by a nightclub girl. What exactly does he see in Sanan? The bouncer didn't stop until Sang Lee was nearly unconscious from the dunking. Kowtow and apologized to Wan Ning. Fu Xiuyuan's voice was icy cold without any temperature. Sang Lee was already a bit unconscious. When she heard this, she suddenly came to her senses. I'm not apologizing. I'm not apologizing even if I die. I didn't do anything wrong. Sang Ning is a person. She's a watery woman. She deserves to die. Fu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes, his aura dispersed. A good daughter taught by the Sang family. As soon as Fu Xiuyuan's words fell, Shen Yulan suddenly spoke. Yo, the daughter of the Sang family? Isn't this the one who pretended to be me last time and sent little Ning Ning a fake necklace? The one who got stuck in the powder until she died? Are you still jumping around? After saying that, Shen Yulan frowned at Sang Ning. Little Ning Ning, what's wrong with you? Such a small shrimp, you can't even solve it? Sanan sipped her wine calmly, walking the dog. Shen Yulan laughed. This doesn't fit your style of behavior yet. Little Ning Ning always had her revenge on the spot. She didn't have the habit of walking her dog. After all, little Ning Ning is very busy. The corner of Sang Ning's lips slightly hooked. I've been a bit idle lately. Shen Yulan sked. TSK, then sneak slowly, sending fake goods to Wan Ning? Fu Xiuyuan suddenly laughed. Looks like you didn't bully her much in the Sang family? As the words fell, Fu Xiuyuan coldly instructed his bodyguard, hold her head down, kowtow to Wan Ning, and when she's willing to open her mouth and apologize, then go to the Sang family to find a way to make a statement. The bodyguard immediately pressed Sang Lee's head, one by one, and knocked it heavily on the ground. Within moments, Sang Lee's head was red and swollen. Sang Lee was in pain, and within 3 strokes, she began to beg for mercy. Let me go. I was wrong. Sang Ning, I was wrong. Sincerity is not enough. Fu Xiuyuan's eyes were on Sang Ning, not even giving an afterglow to Sang Lee. Sanan, however, didn't even give Fu Xiuyuan a look. Instead, he looked at the few people who came with Fu Xiuyuan. When those men saw Sang Ning, they immediately went forward. Sister-in-law. Sanan didn't respond, and a few people were a bit embarrassed, finding a seat for themselves. Originally, there was something to explain to Sang Ning, but in this case, it is not good to explain, and can only wait for Fu Xiuyuan to finish solving things. Fu Xiuyuan didn't give the word, so the bodyguard didn't stop, and kept pressing Sang Lee's head to kowtow. Sang Lee couldn't stand it and cried out, Third brother, save me, I'm your sister, help me. Sang Yifun, who had been in a daze since Shen Yulan came in, would finally come back to his senses this time, looking at Sang Lee with eyes full of loathing. My sister only has Xiaoning. What are you? What? If I want you to apologize. I'm crying. When you bullied Xiao Ning, why didn't you say so? Sang Lee tried to speak, and Sang Yifun said in a bored voice, if you want Ning to let you go, let's see if your apology is sincere enough. Seeing that no one was helping her, Sang Lee could only cry. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please, Sang Ning, please let me go. Chapter 34, Sang Lee forced me to do it. Sang Ning looked expressionlessly at Sang Lee's face, which was extremely similar to his own, as her forehead knocked a patch of blood. The expensive clothes on his body were also dirty as hell. At this moment, Sang Lee was in a very sorry state. Sang Ning only glanced at Sang Lee and said to Sang Yu, who was standing at the side and had kept his head lowered, not daring to speak, "You, come here." Sang Yu jerked her head up, cowering as she walked over to Sang Ning and whispered, "Cousin, no one knows. She's freaking out." She wasn't afraid when Sang Lee hit her. Anyway, she had come under Sang Lee's bullying for the past few years, and she had long since gotten used to it. But she was afraid of Sanan, but scared as she was more of an admirer of Sanan. She never dreamed that her cousin would be so powerful. One person had taken on so many people single-handedly and hadn't been hurt at all. On top of that, her cousin knew Master Yulan and had a boyfriend who was so protective of her. But the cousin's friends and boyfriend, they don't seem to be very talkative. Both of them had to take it out on their cousin if anyone messed with her. Thinking about this, Sanyu was even more afraid. She was really afraid that she would accidentally say the wrong thing and get lectured by her cousin's friend and boyfriend. Sanan frowned. "What are you afraid of?" Sanyu's heart tightened. When she gets nervous, she can't even speak. Sanan pinched his brow, somewhat speechless. Is she some kind of man-eating demon? You can't even say anything when you see her? Sang Yu was unable to speak properly with this appearance. Sang Ning simply ignored her and directly said to Sang Lee, "Apologize to her." Sang Lee's face changed. Sang Yu/breed swept away by her own father. Why should she apologize? But she knew that if she didn't apologize, Sanan wouldn't let her go. Fu Shouyuan wouldn't let her go either. Sang Lee only hesitated for a moment, then very sincerely said to Sang Yu, "I'm sorry, Sang Yu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have bullied you. I was out of my mind. I won't dare to treat you like this again. Please forgive me." The words were sincere, but the eyes that looked at Sang Yu carried a hint of warning. That look fell ridiculously in Sanan's eyes. Sanan leaned back on the sofa and said nonchalantly, "Are you threatening her?" Sang Lee immediately lowered her head. No, I am sincerely apologizing. Sang Yu, can you forgive me?" This would be the time when she didn't dare to look at Sang Yu anymore, fearing that she would be continued to find trouble by Sang Ning. Sang Yu tugged at the corner of her coat with both hands, never dreaming that one day, Sang Lee would apologize to her. She turned her head to Sanan. Cousin. Sang Ning slanted her a glance. "What are you looking at me for? Forgive if you want to, if not let her stay on her knees." When Sang Yu heard this, her face changed. I forgive, although I have my cousin to back me up now. But what about after? Sang Lee's vindictive. She couldn't always count on her cousin to stand up for her, and since she and her mother were staying at the Sang house for the time being, it was better to stay out of trouble. Sang Yu made the decision, and Sang Ning respected her, so she only gave a hum and didn't say anything else. On the side, Fu Shouyuan casually pulled out a cigarette and was about to light it, but then he remembered something and put the cigarette into his pocket, only coldly instructing the bodyguard, "Drag her down, and go to Sang's house later to settle the score." Sang Lee's face changed drastically. "No, Sang Ning, you said you'd let me go as long as I apologized. You don't count your words." Sanan's eyelids lifted slightly, her voice not cold or light. "Did I say that?" Sang Lee's expression froze. She didn't really seem to have said that. These words came from Fu Shouyuan. Sang Lee immediately looked at Fu Shouyuan. "Mr. Fu." Fu Shouyuan didn't even give Sang Lee a look, only glancing at the bodyguard. "What are you doing frozen? Letting this dirty thing dirty my eyes?" Without saying a word, the bodyguard directly dragged Sang Lee away. Sang Lee was howling the whole way, and the bodyguard turned a deaf ear. After Sang Lee was dragged away, Hua Yinmiao stood in place with a pale face, her legs shaking. She regretted it, regretting that he shouldn't have listened to Sang Lee and messed with Sang Ning. She is the daughter of the Hua family. The Hua family is very powerful, but in the eyes of the Fu family is not enough at all. If she hadn't known Fu Shouyuan before, she probably wouldn't have been afraid, but she had seen Fu Shouyuan from afar, had seen the time when this man had broken a pair of someone's legs and thrown them onto the main road. So, it would be her legs that were out of control, stiff and completely immobile. Sang Ning glanced at Hua Yinmiao and spoke faintly, "Rather forgot about you." Hua Yinmiao's heart jumped up. Not waiting for Sang Ning to speak, she hurriedly knelt down. "I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please let me off. To teach that girl a lesson. It was all Sang Lee's idea. I didn't do it. Really. I'm just cheering her on. You, don't blame me." Sang Ning took out her cell phone and was about to dial the number when her fingers slightly paused at Hua Yinmiao's words. She saw a clear folly in Hua Yinmiao's eyes. Sanan was silent for a moment, placing his cell phone on the table and looking at her absently. "Cheering?" Hua Yinmiao nods her head like garlic and suddenly cries out with an ow. I didn't want to It's all because Sangli forced me. She said that if I didn't listen to her she wouldn't help me go home. She forced me to smoke. She forced me to drink. She forced me to think of ways to ask for money from the Hua family. She said that as long as I'm bad enough no one in the Hua family would dare to mess with me. Sanan, Sang Yifun, Shin Yulan. No, this Sangli is quite the oddball. What breed of absolute genius is this? A pig couldn't do this, could it? Seeing that Sang Ning didn't say anything, Hua Yin Miao hurriedly said, I haven't done anything bad. I really just followed her around to smoke and drink, and then it was when she was hitting people that I watched from the sidelines. And when I just did it to you, I didn't want to do it because Sangli said that she had already said goodbye to my family, and that she would be picking me up and taking me back next month, and that I wouldn't be able to go back home if I didn't help her. Hua Yin Miao cried hoarsely, I want to go home. I want to find my father. I want to ask her why she abandoned me and my mother. I also want to ask him why he snatched me from my mother in the first place since he didn't like me. He picked me up, but he didn't love me. He left me in River City to fend for myself. He never cared about me. He could have not wanted me, but at least tell me where my mom is? As soon as Hua Yunmiao mentioned her sadness, she cried even louder and said incoherently, what right does he have? He liked my mom first, but he disliked her for being a nightclub girl, and he disliked me too. He did something wrong, so why should my mom and I suffer? What's wrong with my mom being a nightclub girl? I don't mind I just want to be with her. But what about him? He left me here, didn't care, didn't even give me a penny. I had no way to find my mom, and I couldn't go back to Hua's house, so I listened to Sangli, to be bad, only bad enough so I could go back, so I could find out where my mom was. Chapter 35, Is your mom a nightclub girl? Hua Yunmiao's words were met with silence from those present. Mostly, I don't know what to say. This reversal is too big. The arrogant Xianjin who had just been a little too young to be a girl had become a pitiful little wretch whose father didn't hurt and whose mother didn't know where she was. Sang Ning stared at Hua Yunmiao's face for half a second. There was little expression on her face, but the hand that was cupping the water cup tightened slightly for a few moments. She just looked at Hua Yunmiao. It was a long time before she spoke slowly. Did you just say your mom was a nightclub girl? Her voice was raspy and hostile. Fu Xiuyuan looked at her with a sideways glance, his eyebrows slightly narrowed. In that moment just now, Annan's emotions were out of control, but in the twinkling of an eye, she was back to her usual self. Fu Xiuyuan's eyes turned to Hua Yunmiao. He had never liked looking at women other than Sang Ning, but at the moment his eyes were fixed on Hua Yunmiao. A moment later, Fu Xiuyuan violently turned his head to look at Sang Ning. No wonder. With Sunan's personality, these people looking for trouble, she should have cleaned up a long time ago and put the other party in the hospital. Sangli and Chen Feng, she showed no mercy. On the contrary, this Hua Yunmiao, apart from that footprint on her body, had no other injuries. Sunan wasn't showing mercy to Hua Yunmiao. Rather, this Hua Yunmiao looks like Sister Hong. But, Sister Hong is only 38 years old. She shouldn't have such a big daughter? Murphy, sister? It's not right either. Sisters wouldn't be so many years apart. Hua Yunmiao is only 19 years old. What's this guy's relationship with Sister Hong? Hua Yunmiao lowers her head when she hears Sang Ning ask this, but soon, she raises her head and says with a stubborn face, what's wrong with a nightclub lady? She doesn't steal. She earns money on her own. What's wrong with that? Although my mom is a nightclub lady, she loves me very much. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be a Hua family's daughter at all. I'd rather follow my mom. Sang Ning didn't say anything. She just drank the wine in her glass in one gulp before putting it down, her expression cold. You go. Hua Yunmiao was suddenly stunned. You, willing to release me? Sunan frowned. What, waiting for me to buy you a drink? Hua Yunmiao gets a jolt and hurriedly stands up. I'll go. She was about to run out, when she saw the sisters who were still lying on the ground, who had come with her, and hesitated for a moment. Could you let them go as well? None of those girls were her friends, but Sang Li's, but it was a bunch of little girls, and she didn't want them to fall into Sunan's hands. Sunan didn't even give her an afterimage. Go. Hua Yunmiao's face blushed as she hurriedly led those girls away. It was only when Hua Yunmiao's figure completely disappeared into the nightclub that Sang Ning put down her wineglass, her eyes glued to the direction of the doorway. After a long time, Sunan picked up the phone and dialed a number out. Only, the phone rang for a long time without being answered. Sunan frowned. Another number was dialed. Soon, the phone was answered. Ning, I heard you went back to your birth parents' home? How's it going? Are you doing well? I wanted to call you a few days ago, but I've had a bit too many guests lately, so I didn't bother. Sunan was silent for a few seconds. Where's Sister Hong? The person on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. Sister Hong? Didn't she go looking for you? Sunan frowned. She didn't look for me. Ha, she didn't go looking for you? But the day after you left, Sister Hong sold everything in the yard, saying that she wanted to go to Jiangcheng with you. Sunan's face grew sullen. Okay, I know. Fu Shouyuan said that Sister Hong was not in the small courtyard, and her things were missing, so she thought that she had left, and Sister Hong, who did not want to live in the courtyard alone, had gone to live in Haicheng. Sister Hong has a small compound in Jiangcheng and Haicheng. But now, Sister Hong didn't go to Haicheng either, so where the hell did she go? And Hui Yunmiao, she really looked exactly like Sister Hong, practically carved out of the same mold. She did show mercy to Hui Yunmiao just now as well, just because that face looks like Sister Hong, but she didn't think much about it at the time, and only showed mercy to Hui Yunmiao because the face looked like Sister Hong. She knew that Sister Hong had a daughter who was also almost as old as Hui Yunmiao. Any more than that, she didn't know. She was raised by Sister Hong. She's strange, and so is Sister Hong. About her personal affairs, Sister Hong never said much, only that she had a daughter and should be living happily now. Red never visited her daughter. She seemed like she didn't care about the kid at all, but Sanan could always see the longing for her daughter in Sister Hong's eyes. If Hui Yunmiao was Sister Hong's daughter, she couldn't just ignore it, and yet, he couldn't disregard Sister Hong's wishes. But I can't reach Red at the moment. Sanan was silent for a long time before picking up the phone again and dialing a number out. The phone was connected, and Sang Ning directly reported her name. Elder Hua. It's me, Sang Ning. When Hua Lao received Sang Ning's call, he was so agitated that he stood up violently. His voice permeated with excitement. Miss Sang, is it really you? Aha. Sang Ning hummed. I'll ask Elder Hua to look after someone for me, and after a while, I'll pay a visit to the Hua family. Hua Lao froze for a moment. The person Sang Ning wanted to take care of was bound to not find him. Who doesn't know that as long as she, Sanan, protects it, who dares to touch it? Sanan approached him. Could this person be related to the Hua family? I wonder, who did Ms. Sang ask me to look after? Hua Lao asked. Hua Yunmiao. Hua Lao was stunned. Surname Hua? Is it the Hua family? How come he didn't know the Hua family had this kind of person? I can't believe you know Sanan. Sang Ning picked up her wine glass, took a shallow sip, and said without slowing down, Hua Lao has been in the nursing home for a long time, and it's time to go back to take a look at his own granddaughter. Don't you know? My granddaughter? Hua Lao was completely confused this time, and soon, he suddenly remembered something and said, You're talking about that child. He remembers. Hua Yunmiao. More than 10 years ago, the oldest of his family fell in love with a nightclub lady outside, and had to marry her, but his wife did not agree, and would not let the woman in the door. For this reason, the oldest made a big fuss in the house. During that time, the Hua family was disturbed by the disturbance in their house, but it came down to the fact that the nightclub girl didn't want to marry into the Hua family. This eventually died down, and Old Four never mentioned the woman again. And then later, Old Four picked up a girl and said it was his child with the young lady. Lao Si loved the girl at first, but in the end, I don't know what happened, but another girl was picked up, saying that the second child that was picked up was the one he had with his beloved, and Hua Yunmiao is a fake. Instead, a paternity test showed that both were his children. Lao Si determines that Hua Yunmiao is not the child he had with that woman, but he can't explain why Hua Yunmiao is his biological daughter. This person, once he has a prejudice, it is uncontrollable. Since then, Lao Si is disgusted with Hua Yunmiao to the extreme. Master Hua is fond of Hua Yunmiao. She is very well behaved and understanding, more pleasing to the eye than the other. When Lao Si wanted to send Hua Yunmiao away, he tried to protect her at the time, but Lao Si was too stubborn and had a big fight with him over it, and he was so angry that he had a heart attack. When he woke up again, Hua Yunmiao had already been sent away. He'd had people looking for him, but there was no sign of Hua Yunmiao. Then she simply went straight to a nursing home and never cared about the Hua family again. She's in Jiangcheng. Please trouble Elder Hua to pick her up and take good care of her. Sang Ning's brows are cold. Before I go to the Hua family, I don't want her to suffer any wrongs. Otherwise, Elder Hua, don't blame me for not giving you face. Hua Lao looks serious. Don't worry, I'll immediately return to the Hua family to preside over the situation, and this time, I'll personally look after it. Chapter 36, Her Out. The Hua family. After Hua Lao hung up, he dialed a number out. Pick me up at the nursing home. Soon, several luxury cars were parked in front of the nursing home. Hua Lao stood on the steps of the nursing home, looking without anger at the group of people standing below. Several of his sons and daughters-in-law, his daughters, grandsons and granddaughters, as well as Mrs. Hua, all came. Dad, you're finally willing to come out. Hua Lao's eldest son, Hua Mingyang, walks forward and says, the Hua family is in an economic crisis now, and needs you to come out and preside over the situation. If you don't come out, the Hua family will soon fall. The Hua family has been in a slump over the years, going downhill every year, and this year the situation is even more unpromising. Since the old man had been admitted to the nursing home, all those previous partners of the Hua family had terminated their cooperation with the Hua family. The old man also completely ignored business matters, no matter how much they pleaded. Elder Hua just didn't want to leave the nursing nursing home. Recently, he was discussing with his family about how to invite the old man out, but he didn't realize that he was taking the initiative to go home. Elder Hua scanned the crowd with a cold face and only 2 words, "Get in the car." And then, it went straight to the car, completely ignoring the crowd. Several of Elder Hua's sons looked at each other and directly followed the elder back to the Hua family. After the group arrived at the Hua family, Elder Hua walked directly to the first seat and sat down. Then came his sons and daughters-in-law sitting on either side. The rest of the grandchildren each find a place to sit. The housekeeper immediately poured tea for Elder Hua. Elder Hua didn't say a word, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. In the end, it was old Mrs. Hua who opened her mouth first. "How come you figured out that you want to come out again? Didn't you say you don't want to return to the Hua family for the rest of your life?" Old Mrs. Hua has a grudge against Master Hua. Over the years, Elder Hua lived in a nursing home and turned a deaf ear to the family's affairs. Just because Lao Si sent Hua Yinmiao away back then, she couldn't figure out how a child born to a lowly nightclub girl was worth his attention. Elder Hua glances at her indifferently. "What? You're disappointed that I came back?" Old Mrs. Hua's face stiffened. "There is no such thing." Elder Hua snorted coldly and did not continue to take care of her. Instead, he turned his gaze on the rest of the people. Then he picked up his teacup and took a light sip, his body carrying a force of unruffled self-importance. "Boss, sort out the projects you have in hand. Starting tomorrow, I will be taking over the company in full." Hua Mingyang was stunned for a moment. "Dad, what are you doing? Is the old man planning to take back his rights?" Elder Hua didn't even give Hua Mingyang more than a glance as he continued. "I'll personally travel to Jiancheng and pick up Hua Yunmiao and bring her home. From now on, she'll be taught by me personally." When Elder Hua said this, it exploded. Old Mrs. Hua is the first to object. "How can this be? Hua Yinmiao is A/breed. Her birth mother doesn't even know what kind of good she is. Is picking her back up going to bring shame to the Hua family?" Master Hua's 4th son, Hui Jingyu, frowns. "Dad, I don't even know who Hua Yunmiao's mother is. I can give her a mouthful of food. It's already benevolent. I don't agree to take her back. My daughter can only be Xiao Niao. I won't recognize her." Elder Hua placed his teacup on the table with a heavy thud. "If you don't agree, get the hell out of here." Elder Hua raised his eyes, his sharp eyes sweeping over Elder Mrs. Hua and Hua Jingyu. "It's not your turn to be the masters of the Hua family I fought for." "Old master, are you crazy?" Old Mrs. Hua is stunned. "You're going to kick me and Lao Si out of the house for A/breed?" The expression on Master Hua's face hasn't changed at all, and the words he utters are unquestionable. "Butler, pack up her things and throw them out for me." Old Mrs. Hua's face changes drastically. "What are you doing you? You stayed in the nursing home for so many years, paying no attention to the family, and the moment you come back you're looking for trouble. What did I do to piss you off?" Elder Hua doesn't even give her a look, only glancing at the housekeeper who is still standing still. "What? I can't make you move?" The housekeeper's face changed and he hurriedly asked the servants to go pack up old Madam Hua's things. Old Mrs. Hua is so angry that her heart hurts. Her several sons rush to support her. "Hua Jinyuan, you're crazy. You're really crazy. I'm your wife. I've been with you all my life, and in my old age, you're kicking me out. Are you trying to force me to die?" Several of the Hua family's sons couldn't look past it and spoke out. "Dad, what exactly did Mom do to make you so angry? Even if Mom did do something, you shouldn't have kicked her out of the house, right? My grandparents have passed away, so where else could she go if she left the Hua family? Dad, there has to be a reason for everything. You can't just kick Mom out for no reason." Several of the Hua family's sons actually don't have a good relationship with Mrs. Hua, but no matter how bad it was still their mother, and they naturally couldn't just watch as she was going to be kicked out of the house. Elder Hua's gaze coldly swept the crowd. "It seems that you all want to roll out of the Hua family with her?" Several of old Mrs. Hua's sons immediately let go of the old lady's hands. "Mrs. Hua, she really raised a bunch of white wolves." The butler packed his things very sharply. The old man was angry. He dared not be unhappy. So, he also only packed up some of the old lady's clothes and jewelry and hurried downstairs. The butler had thought that there would be room for this, but seeing as the old master was standing there without saying a word, he didn't dare to delay any longer, and directly had someone drag old lady Hua down. Mrs. Hua's curses spread throughout the villa, and Elder Hua's face didn't even change a bit. It wasn't until they couldn't hear Mrs. Hua's voice that the Hua Mingyang brothers looked at each other with palpitating hearts. At this time, no one dared to speak. The old man had been in a nursing home for so many years that he had a seizure as soon as he came back, so something must have happened. They were afraid that it was something about them that the old man knew. This time they all shrunk their heads, and one by one they didn't dare to say anything. "I'm going to take Hua Yanmiao home. Do you guys have any opinions?" Elder Hua would this time resume picking up his teacup and sipping it with a calm expression. Hua Mingyang's eyes jumped. The old man made this mess just to pick up Hua Yanmiao and take her home? That's not true. Hua Yanmiao has been sent to Jiancheng for 10 years. The old man has not asked. How come he is only asking now? Hua Mingyang couldn't figure it out and looked towards Hua Jingyu. Hua Jingyu frowned, and he didn't figure out what the old man actually wanted. But at this time, he didn't dare to say more. He didn't doubt the old master's executive power in the slightest, and if he had said more, he feared that he would have been literally kicked out of the Hua family. It's okay for him to be thrown out, then his and Cam's daughter will be thrown out too. He would not let his beloved daughter suffer. Seeing that several people underneath don't say anything, Master Hua put down his teacup. It seems that all of them don't have any opinion. In that case, I'll say it in advance. If the person is brought back, whoever dares to find trouble with her, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. After Master Hua finished speaking, he directly went upstairs with the butler's assistance. Chapter 37 Brother San. If you need money, just tell me. It's enough. River City, nightclubs. Sang Ning hung up on Elder Hua. Then she spread out her hand, a hair in her palm. She handed the hair to Xiaoyu. Get an appraisal. Sanan didn't say who she was appraising, but Xiaoyu had followed Sanan for such a long time that he knew her. And of course, knowing her and read, witnessing the entire process, he naturally also saw the extreme similarity between Hua Yunmiao and Sister Han's looks. He didn't know what relationship Hua Yunmiao had with Sister Han, but since Sang Ning had asked him to do a paternity test, it was bound to be that Sister Han was related by blood. Xiaoyu received Hua Yunmiao's DNA sample and said with a grave expression, I'll personally keep an eye on it. The show continues on stage, but because Chen Feng and the others made such a mess, the nightclub's guests had all left. There were only a few of them left. Sanun. Sang Ning raised her wine glass and said to Sang Yifan, Happy birthday, third brother. It was a bit of a lousy birthday, but she still wanted to say happy birthday to Sango. Sang Yifan glanced at Fu Xiuyuan, then at Xin Yulan, and finally his eyes fell on the messy nightclub. At this time he really wanted to say, this birthday over? Really exciting. At the same time that Sang Ning raised her wine glass, Fu Xiuyuan and Xin Yulan also raised their glasses. Both of them were very self-conscious and clinked glasses with Sang Yifan. Then Xin Yulan pulled out a card. This is the card that little Ning Ning asked me to bring. It contains $20 million. After a pause, Xin Yulan pulled out another card. This card is my birthday gift to third brother. You can go to any shopping mall and pick the branded clothes I designed, more or less of your choice. Of course, I can also customize a set for you, but it's a bit long, so it's okay if you can wait. She's been out having fun lately, not trying to design clothes. Sang Yifan looked at the two cards in his hand and swallowed hard. He opened his mouth and was just about to speak when Fu Xiuyuan pulled out another card. Third brother, birthday present, $50 million. Sang Yifan, do you all have to be so loud? It makes me look like a beggar. Sang Yifan stared at the three cards in his hand, looked at them for half a day, and finally pulled Fu Xiuyuan's card out. I don't want yours. Fu Xiuyuan looked slightly stunned. Why? Third brother looks down on me? The corner of Sang Yifan's mouth twitched. How dare I look down on you? The richest man in the capital, the head of the Fu family. I look down on no one, and I wouldn't dare look down on you. Sang Yifan sighed. It's not like you and I have anything to do with each other. Why would I accept your gift? When you become my real brother-in-law someday, I'll accept this gift. He admitted that he was short of money, but it wasn't just any money he wanted. He's not going to sell his sister, Fu Xiuyuan. These two siblings are really more stubborn than one another. As for Master Yulan, Sang Yifan suddenly changed his mouth. A doggy smile. Can I beg for a tailored suit? And these few good brothers of mine would like to have a set each. When Gu Chang and the others heard this, they immediately looked at Xin Yulan nervously. The corner of Xin Yulan's mouth twitched. You guys want to tire me out? Except for Sang Ning's clothes, she basically designed a dozen sets a season for her to wear for a change, and the rest were only designed when she was in the mood. It's nice to have a pint a quarter, and you want her to design 4 sets at once? She doesn't want to, but, okay. Xin Yulan leaned on Sang Ning's shoulder. Who made you little Ning Ning's favorite third brother? Sang Yifan's few people were overjoyed. It's a great way to earn this birthday today. Not only is there $20 million, but there are also clothes tailored by Master Phantom. You can blow it for years to come. Sang Yifan returned the card given by Xin Yulan. As for the card of Sang Ning, he was silent for a long time, then suddenly came over to Sang Ning and whispered, Sister, can you lend me that $15 million? Sanan raised an eyebrow. What? It's not that you don't want it? Sang Yifan smiled awkwardly. Wanted. Didn't you think you were using Fu Xiuyuan's money before? Now we all know that you are the boss of Night Color. That money must be your own. I need money. Very much need. I'll calculate the interest for you. After 5 years with interest to pay you back, okay? God knows, He's been worrying his hair off about money lately. He couldn't have been more excited when Sunan gave him $15 million at that meeting, but even if he was excited, he knew he shouldn't take that money, because it's Fu Shouyuan's money. But since it wasn't Fu Shouyuan's, it was his sister's, so he could speak up. He was certainly too embarrassed to take Sunan's money, but it was just not an option. He started a software company with Gu Chang, Chen Mo, and Zhang Yang, and had already invested $1 million up front. The $1 million was saved up from all his years of living expenses. He seemed to be the young master of the Sang family, but since high school, his living expenses were only $20,000 a month. Normally, you can't afford to buy anything that looks good. In bits and pieces, I've actually saved about $400,000 over the years. The rest of the money was partly earned from his part-time job in college and partly from his grandmother, so the miscellany adds up to a total of $1 million. But at the beginning of the business, this $1 million invested, not even a splash have not seen. After a few of them accounted for the funds needed, almost $30 million would be needed to develop this software. Shin Yulan had just taken out $20 million for Sang Ning, and with Sang Ning's previous $15 million, the investment and the cost of running the company should be enough. If he didn't really have any money, he would have been too embarrassed to ask towards Sunan. Sunan was silent for a moment and pulled out her cell phone directly. "Give me the card number." Sang Yifan froze for a moment. Hadn't this just been a matter of giving the card? Why do you need a card number now? But Sang Yifan still reported the card number. 2 minutes later, Sang Yifan's cell phone rang with a beep. He picked up the phone and almost dropped it without holding it steady. Sang Yifan rubbed his eyes, somewhat doubting that he was dreaming. 100 million? He's dreaming, isn't he? Right? Sunan put the cell phone on the table and said very calmly, "Take it and use it. Tell me if it's not enough. There's nothing else. The money, it's enough." She didn't ask what Sang Yifan did with it. She trusted her Sango. "Sang Yifan, listen, does that speak human language? Nothing else. Enough money? If anyone else hears you, they're afraid they'll beat you to death. It's too much of a show-off." "But," Sang Yifan suddenly worriedly said, "you gave me all your money. Do you have any useful money for yourself?" Without waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Shin Yulan suddenly sneered. "She can't even count the zeros on that card, and you're still worried about whether she has enough money? Our little Ning Ning, she's a rich woman." Sang Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. "Can't count the zeros in the card. Too many to count. What kind of legendary place is Nightshade? Anyway, isn't this a nightclub? How to make so much money? What kind of god is Sister Hong who adopted Sunan? He's also up for adoption." Just when Sang Yifan was still shocked at the money in Sang Ning's card, Fu Shouyuan suddenly put down his wine glass and got up. "Let's go to Sang's house, and ask for today's expenses back." Chapter 38, Seeking an Explanation from the Sang Family. The Sang Family. Bang! Fu Shouyuan kicked Sangli into the door of Sang's house. The Sang family would have rested by now. When they heard the loud noise, they got up to check it out. Lu Wanyu was the first one to come downstairs. When she saw Sangli lying on the ground, cloaked and dirty, her face changed dramatically. "Shaoli, what's going on? Mom, help me." Sangli's body was falling apart with pain. On the way here, Fu Shouyuan's bodyguards didn't make it easy for her, and she was beaten up before being sent here. Lu Wanyu picked up Sangli, looking at her like this, heartbroken, loudly scolded. "Which bastard thing? How dare to hurt you? Shaoli, you tell Mom. Mom take revenge for you." Her attention was on Sangli, and she completely failed to see Fu Shouyuan, Sang Ning, and Shin Yulan behind Sangli. Sang Jingchuan also came down at this time. He saw Fu Shouyuan at a glance and only frowned before his gaze fell on Sangli, asking with a sullen face, "What's going on?" Although he disliked Sangli, he was at least a child of the Sang family, and now he was beaten to this state. "Dad! Mom, it's Sang Ning!" Sangli cried out. "She let Fu Xiao beat me into this state. She wants to destroy me. She doesn't want me to stay in the Sang family. She hates me for hogging her identity." Sangli tightly grasped Lu Wanyu's hand. "Mom, explain to Sang Ning, it's not that I want to hijack her identity. I didn't think of snatching away her things. None of this is what I wanted. Just let her let me go, okay? I'll leave the Sang family. I'll leave today. I definitely won't get in her way." As soon as Lu Wanyu heard this, she was instantly on fire. "Bastard! Sang Ning, you insidious little person. If I don't take out this bad anger for Shaoli today, I won't be called Lu Wanyu," Lu Wanyu said, raising her hand and striking towards Sang Ning. Before Sang Ning could do anything, Fu Shouyuan next to her directly raised his foot and kicked Lu Wanyu out. Fu Shouyuan's kick was not light, and Lu Wanyu was kicked directly to the steps in the courtyard. Then, I heard Fu Shouyuan's cold and icy voice ringing out. "In front of my face all dare to bully Ning. It can be seen that when I am not there, you group of people did not do anything." "What? When Fu Shouyuan is dead?" As soon as Sang Moyen came downstairs, he saw Lu Wanyu being kicked by Fu Shouyuan. He was instantly enraged. "Fu Shouyuan, Don't give an inch. This is the Sang family, not the Fu family. You ran to the door to beat up my mom. Do you really think that our Sang family is afraid of you? Sang Jingchuan glanced at Lu Wanyu. There was no extra emotion in his eyes. He only looked at Fu Xiuyuan with a gloomy face. I need a reasonable explanation. He had no feelings for Lu Wanyu, so naturally he wouldn't feel sorry for her. But at this moment, he also had to step up and maintain the face of the Sang family. The Sang family was inferior to the Fu family, but they did not allow Fu Xiuyuan to provoke them again and again. Fu Xiuyuan stuck his hands in the pockets of his suit pants. Under the moonlight, his silhouette was drawn slender, but to Sang Jingchuan, his tone was still polite. Uncle Sang, my family Ning was bullied. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Sang Jingchuan turned his head to look at Sang Ning, his brows slightly furrowed, his voice carrying a hint of skepticism. She being bullied? Do you want to see what you're talking about? In the case at hand, would it be Sonnen who was bullied? Sonnen didn't even dirty a corner of his shirt. On the contrary, Sang Li, her body was covered with injuries, and that face was beaten so much that she could hardly see her original appearance. Sonnen being bullied by Sunny? Even if he didn't like Sang Li, he wasn't blind. Your precious daughter, Sang Li, led a group of young ladies as well as that Chen family's young master to besiege Aining at the nightclub. If I hadn't come just in time, I'm afraid that Aining wouldn't have had the life to come back to see you. Sang Ning slanted a glance at Fu Xiuyuan and opened her mouth. She originally wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't. That's all. It wasn't the first time she knew that Fu Xiuyuan was shameless. Fu Xiuyuan's tone was flat. I've asked for the Chun family's debt for bullying Aining. Now it's the Sang family's turn. Sang Jingchuan's frown grew tighter and tighter as he felt like he was listening to a joke. Sang Li led the men to round up Sang Ning at the nightclub? Are you kidding me? Sang Li was raised by Lu Wanyu in accordance with the standards of 1,000 gold miss, and would not go to a nightclub at all. Furthermore, Sang Li's circle of friends were all celebrity millennials, and she didn't know any little Tae Yukai at all. But Fu Xiuyuan's expression didn't seem like a joke. Sang Jingchuan was silent for a moment and looked at Sang Li, questioning in a cold voice. What's going on? Speak clearly. As soon as Sang Li met Sang Jingchuan's eyes, she subconsciously hid behind Lu Wanyu. Seeing this, Lu Wanyu stood up as if she was protecting her calf and said sternly, What are you doing questioning Xiao Li? Don't you know what she is like? That Fu Xiuyuan and Sang Ning have the same nostrils. They just don't like Xiao Li. You don't decide for Xiao Li. Just let her explain. What does she explain? Even if she didn't do it, Fu Xiuyuan and Sung Ning targeting her will create some evidence out of it. Sang Jingchuan glanced coldly at Lu Wanyu, his voice mixed with a hint of anger. I didn't ask you. You. Lu Wanyu was furious and was just about to speak, but Sang Jingchuan didn't bother to look at her and directly turned his head to ask Sang Li. Think clearly. If you still don't tell me what's going on, get the hell out of the Sang family. Dad. Sang Li was horrified. She didn't expect Fu Xiuyuan to really bring her to the Sang family to settle the score. She can't hide what happened at the nightclub. If Dad and Grandma found out about this, there was really no way she could continue to stay in the Sang family. The Sang family was her salvation, and if she was kicked out, she would have nowhere to go in the future. Sang Li's face was pale and she was thinking about how she was going to explain when old Mrs. Sang's voice suddenly rang out. What happened? The old lady was a light sleeper, and she woke up the first time when there was such a big commotion downstairs. It's just that she's old and there's a buffering process, and this is just coming down. Sang Ning saw the exhaustion in old Mrs. Sang's eyes and kicked Fu Xiuyuan's leg. Damn it, disturbing Grandma's rest. She had told him to off back at the nightclub. There was no need for him to be in charge of Sang Li's affairs. He had to come and get his story. Fu Xiuyuan was kicked by Sang Ning and only calmly patted the dust on his pants leg, without the slightest bit of guilt for waking up old Mrs. Sang. Bullying Aining? Not to mention old Mrs. Sang. Even his own grandmother would have to get up at this time to decide for Sang Ning. Mrs. Fu, I can't thank you enough, my good old grandson. Sang Ning lazily ignored Fu Xiuyuan and walked over to old Mrs. Sang, assisting her. Grandma. Old Mrs. Sang patted Sang Ning's hand and smiled gently. Tell Grandma, what happened with this? Her eyes are not blind. The family commotion is so big. Sang Li is covered with injuries. It seems to have provoked Sang Ning again, but did not get good. Chapter 39. How dare you bully my granddaughter? Sonnen pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She didn't need anyone to stand up for her, and she couldn't even look at a minor character like Sang Li. She went back to the Sang family, partly because of Sister Hong, and partly because she wanted to get back at Lu Wanyu. As for Sang Li, a bomb with a power of less than 0.1 couldn't even hurt a strand of her hair. It's not cost-effective to disturb Grandma's rest because of this small matter. Hee Sang Yifun sneered. Grandma, you don't know yet, do you? Our Sang family's genius girl, Sang Li, called a group of little two young girls to bully Sang Yu at the nightclub. Smoking and drinking, So imposing. Sang Yifan glanced at Sang Li in disgust. Not only that, she also called Chen Feng to make Xiao Ning look good. If it wasn't for Fu Xiu Yuan coming in time, Xiao Ning and I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the nightclub. Maybe, tomorrow our Sang family should have a funeral. Sang Yifan had disliked Sang Li since he was a child. Seeing her now was even more annoying. So Fu Xiu Yuan was going to come to the Sang family to seek justice for Sang Ning, and he was very supportive. What? Old Mrs. Sang's face sank as she suddenly turned around and slapped Sang Li in the face. How dare you? Dare you bully my granddaughter? Sang Li covered her face and cried as she explained. Grandma, I didn't. She's just what? How do I explain this? When Lu Wanyu saw Sang Li being beaten, she was heartbroken. Mom, what are you doing beating Xiao Li? She's already been beaten up by Fu Xiu Yuan and you're still hitting her? In another month, the capital university will be starting school. How are you going to let her see people? Pop. Old Mrs. Sang then proceeded to slap Lu Wanyu again. Shut up for me. Say one more word and get out immediately. If it wasn't for the fact that she really didn't want to be the evil mother-in-law of that son's marriage, she really wanted Sang Jingchuan to divorce Lu Wanyu. Mom, you hit me? Lu Wanyu stared at old Mrs. Sang with wide eyes, incredulously. In all the years she had married into the Sang family, the old lady had never touched a single finger of hers. How dare you beat her in front of so many people today? Sang Jingchuan sensed that the old lady was angry. He busily walked to the old lady and held her hand. Mom, don't be angry. I'll solve this matter. You solve it? Old Mrs. Sang's face was grim as she shook off his hand. If it wasn't for you being a father and never caring about your children, would Ning have been thrown away by her? Lu Wanyu, let me ask you, when Ning said she lived off of garbage all those years, how did you feel? Did you really not feel sorry for her? Sang Jingchuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He was feeling a little bad inside, but not that strongly. To Sanan he was somewhat indebted, but that was all. He would not give more than paternal love. In his opinion, as long as a child was born to Lu Wanyu, it was not worthy of his favor. Sang Jingchuan raised his eyes and met Sang Ning's indifferent eyes. His heart suddenly jumped. She looked at him like he was a stranger. Is he really wrong? The one who did the wrong thing was Lu Wanyu, not the kids. Should he really give them some fatherly love? If Sang Ning knew what was going on in his mind at this time, she would have snorted with laughter. Fatherly love? Ridiculous. Old Mrs. Sang was furious when she saw Sang Jingchuan like this. She just didn't understand why he married her in the first place if he didn't like Lu Wanyu. After they married, the two were as strangers again, but so many children were born. Since you have a child, you are responsible for the child. But what about Sang Jingchuan? Completely pretend the child doesn't exist. Old Mrs. Sang pinched her brow and didn't want to bother with Sang Jingchuan any longer. She turned her head and said to Sang Li in a cold voice, I told you on the day I picked up Ning and brought her home, that you'd better be quiet and keep to yourself. Don't go looking for trouble with Ning, and don't ever think of replacing her. Sang Li's face was pale, and she couldn't say anything to explain. She couldn't have said more, and it was full of holes. As long as Mrs. Sang really intends to pursue the matter, the nightclub surveillance will be pulled up and the truth will be known immediately. Sang Li, I have never recognized you as my granddaughter. No matter what is going on with you and Lu Wanyu, you don't have a bit of a human card with me. Since you want to live in the Sang family, you should know what your status is. My Sang family's children. It's not your turn to lecture them. Old Mrs. Sang looked at Sang Li's eyes without a bit of warmth. How dare you bring someone to beat up Sang Yu? Who gave you enough guts? Sang Li dropped to the floor and didn't say a word, just sat there. She didn't want to talk anymore. Let's leave it at that. In the end, it's just getting kicked out of the Sang family anyway. Sang Moyen had never seen Sang Li like this before, and was a little distressed. Grandma, there may be a misunderstanding in this matter. I believe Xiao Li is not such a person. After a pause, Sang Moyen said, since they all said that it was Xiao Li who hit Sanyu, why don't we let Sanyu himself say it? He didn't believe the crap that Sang Ning and Fu Shouyuan said, but Sang Yu could be trusted. Sang Yu's nature was weak and he didn't dare to lie. Sanyu, who was suddenly named, was jolted. Sang Moyen's face sank. You what? If you have something to say it properly. Don't stammer. Also, I'm warning you, you'd better tell the truth. Don't add more fuel to the fire. Sang Moyen said and gave Sang Yu a warning look. Sang Yu was incoherent with fear, but after her eyes saw Sang Ning in front of her, she suddenly didn't get nervous. It's Sang Li. She's always bullying me. Ever since Mom and I returned to the Sang family, she said that we're beggars and came to the Sang family to ask for food. And when she was upset, she called me out to beat me up. And she said that a slash breed like me deserved to be bullied by her. she's the one who called me out today too, just because she was mad at my cousin for giving her a drawing the other day, and it's true that she smokes and drinks. Sang-yu finished these words, nervously pinching the corner of her coat, not daring to look at everyone present, and do not know when to go downstairs, standing in front of the house of Sang Ruojin at this time full of tears. She didn't realize her daughter was having such a hard time at home. Surprisingly, she never knew. After Sang-yu finished these words, both Lu Wanyu and Sang Moyan stared at Sang-li with wide eyes, incredulously. For a long time, neither could say a word. I don't know how long it took before Sang Moyan came back to his senses. He swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice, Xiaoli, is what she said true? It was hard for him to accept that his sister, whom he had loved for so many years, had such a horrible side. Hitting people, smoking and drinking? Is this still the same elegant and noble $1,000 celebrity? Still the talented young woman sought after by all? This is simply too much to take in. Xiaoli, speak. Lu Wanyu also couldn't accept it for a moment. The child she had raised with so much hard work would be that kind of person. What the hell is going on here? Could what she said be true? All the gazes of the Sang family were looking at Sang-yu at this moment, waiting for an explanation from her. Chapter 40, Lu Wanyu kneels for Sang-li. Sang-li, who fell to the ground, was lost in thought, not knowing what she remembered. She suddenly stood up and shouted, "It wasn't me. Those weren't my intentions. I was threatened. It was Hui Yunmiao. It was her who threatened me. If I didn't follow her and smoke and drink and hang out with her, she was going to beat me to death." Sang-li violently grasped Lu Wanyu's hand and hysterically said, "Mom, I don't want to but if I don't, I am going to be beaten to death by them. As for Sang-yu, I admit it. I took it out on Sanyu, but I couldn't help myself. I was being bullied by them. I was mentally disturbed. I needed to vent. Sang-li said, crouching on the ground and breaking down to cry. Seeing this, Lu Wanyu and Sang Moyan were angry and heartbroken. Lu Wanyu even cursed. "They dare to bully you so much. They seek death. Don't be afraid. Mom will go and take it out on you tomorrow. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to make them sit through the bottom of the jail." After Lu Wanyu said that, she said to old Mrs. Sang, "Mom, you've heard it too. None of this was Xiao Li's intention. She was victimized, so just let her off this time. Tomorrow I'll go and settle the score with those who victimized her." Mrs. Sang, Sanan, Sang Yifun, how did this pig brain get to be a professor of human IQ research? Such poor acting and flawed excuses, and you really believe every ing word of it? Old Mrs. Sang was truly infuriated by Lu Wanyu. She angrily said, "Immediately pack up Sang Li's things. Throw them out for me, and don't be allowed to set foot in the Sang family's door in the future." "Mom, you can't be like this." Lu Wanyu grabbed old Mrs. Sang's hand. "Xiao Li is still just a child. You kicked her out. She has no place to go. This matter is her mistake. I let her apologize to Sang Ning. You just look at it again on the basis that she has been well-behaved and understanding. I'll let her apologize to Sang Ning, and then you can see that she's been well-behaved and understanding. And spare her this time, okay?" "Spared her?" Old Mrs. Sang said in a cold voice. "Then who has spared my Ning Ning? Who will suffer for her? You can erase today's incident by saying she was wrong? How can it be that easy? If Fu Xiuyuan hadn't arrived in time today, would I still have to collect Ning Ning's body tomorrow?" Old Mrs. Sang shook off Lu Wanyu's hand. "Don't talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and pack up her things and tell her to get lost." "Mom, I beg you." Lu Wanyu plopped down and knelt down. "Xiao Li is the child that I spent so much effort to cultivate. She will soon be going to Beijing University, and in the future, she can bring supreme honor to the Sang family. You can't kick her out." Old Mrs. Sang frowned as she looked at Lu Wanyu, who was kneeling in front of her. "Why in the world are you doing this? Ning Ning is your own daughter. She was almost killed by Sang Li. You don't feel sorry for Ning Ning, but you're actually going to kneel down and beg me for a murderer who hurt her?" Old Mrs. Sang did have some difficulty accepting it. Lu Wanyu has a proud nature and is a professor of human intelligence research. Over the years, it had also taught the children of the Sang family's various houses to excel. She never knew what it was like to beg, but today, to beg her for a Sang Li? It was something that old Mrs. Sang couldn't figure out. "Isn't Sang Ning fine?" Lu Wanyu said. "Besides, she has Fu Xiuyuan to protect her. Xiao Li has no one to protect her. She only has me. Mom, count me as begging you? You keep her. I promise to keep an eye on her in the future." Old Mrs. Sang's eyes kept staring at Lu Wanyu as if she wanted to see through her. It was only after a long time that old Mrs. Sang spoke. Ning Ning was frightened. "You compensate her with $10 million. Okay, I'll give it to her right away." If this were usual, Lu Wanyu would definitely have to say, "On what grounds?" But now she didn't dare say that. Immediately took out his cell phone and transferred $10 million to Sanan. Sang Ning looked at the money that had arrived on her card. Her eyebrows slightly raised and she looked at Lu Wanyu with a smile or not. Her mother and father are quite a surprise, aren't they? seeing her so cooperative. Old Mrs. Sang's eyes were slightly deeper. Then she looked at Sang Lee. From today onwards, all of Sang Lee's pocket money will be confiscated. And during the university period, in addition to tuition fees, living expenses will be 5,000 a month. Sang Lee's face swished white. 5,000 a month. That inch of land in the capital was not enough for her to eat, let alone the fact that she still needed skincare products, clothes and other luxuries. The old thing is trying to drive her to death. Yes, I promise. Lu Wanyu directly agreed for Sang Lee. Sang Lee bit her lip and ultimately didn't say a word. After resolving this matter, old Mrs. Sang walked over to Fu Xiu Yuan. Thank you very much for standing up for Ning Ning, but next time, I hope you change to a gentler way. My old bones can't take it. I'm sorry, Grandma, it's about I Ning. I was in a hurry. Next time, I'll choose a gentle way. Fu Xiuyuan was respectful and polite. Old Mrs. Sang shook her head, and finally took Sang Ning's hand, opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she only said, Ning Ning, I've wronged you, give Grandma some time. Sang Ning skimmed a glance at Sang Lee before speaking faintly. Just in time. I need a bit of time as well. Before today, she had always thought that Lu Wanyu disliked her because of her low IQ, and with Sang Lee, Ryu Wanyu probably liked it because of the bull IQ, but now it seemed that she was going to need time to properly investigate the relationship between Lu Wanyu and Sang Lee. And what's going on between Sang Jingchuan and Lu Wanyu? All of this she had to look into. There weren't many of these people in the Sang family that she cared about, but it was just those few, and she had to protect them. Whoever dares to touch the Sang family, she won't spare a single one of them. It was a farce that eventually ended after the old lady went to her room. Fu Xiuyuan and Xin Yulan also left the Sang family. Sang Ning had never understood what Fu Xiuyuan was up to with such a stunt. Stand up for her? Not really. At least Sang Lee is still safe and sound in the Sang family. But if for other purposes, Sanan hadn't figured out what he was up to either. Anyway, Fu Xiuyuan, something's up. If Fu Xiuyuan at this time can know what she thought in her heart, we'll say, wronged. He just plain didn't like Sang Lee. This wasn't going to go away today, but the Sang family is headed by the old lady. The old lady was also the person Sang Ning cared about the most, so he didn't pursue the matter further until the old lady gave her word. Only after everyone had returned to their rooms did old Mrs. Sang return to her room with the butler's assistance. After arriving at the room, the housekeeper then asked, Old Madam, Sang Lee did such a thing, why do you still want to keep her? In the housekeeper's opinion, a fake Qian Jin who dared to bully the Sang family's real Qian Jin, just being thrown out of the Sang family would already be a bargain for Sang Lee. Old Mrs. Sang's eyes suddenly turned stern. Don't you think that Lu Wanyu is very abnormal? The butler thought for a moment and said, There is indeed something not quite right. Old Mrs. Sang snorted coldly. For an adopted daughter with no blood relationship to be able to make the always noble Lu Wanyu kneel down and kowtow to me is really an eye-opener. Old Mrs. Sang took off her jacket and lay down on the bed. That matter is urgently investigated. I would like to see, what exactly is there in this Sang Lee that deserves her Lu Wanyu to be so protective? Chapter 41, The Chen family comes to plead for mercy. The next day, Sanan was woken up by the noise from downstairs. She looked impatient as she descended the stairs. The crowd of the Sang family downstairs looked at the unimaginative Chen Jiangwo kneeling in front of them with a single word, somewhat suspecting that there was something wrong with their eyes. The Chen family's status in Jiangcheng was even higher than the Sang family's. How many people in Jiangcheng wanted to beg to cooperate with the Chen family? Even the Sang family had begged the Chen family for projects, but the Chen family and the Sang family had conflicts during the old master's generation, almost to the point of death. Relations later eased after the deaths of the oldest of the two families, but even so, the Chen family was not willing to contract out the project to the Sang family to do it. The Sang family's development prospects are not as good as before. In order to get a project, I do not know how many good words to Chen Jiangwo, how many pleas for love, people do not take care of. The Sang and Chen families will always be the Sang family begging the Chen family. Who would have thought that today it would be the other way around, with the Chen family begging the Sang family instead? It was really cool, although everyone was surprised. There was a feeling that Chan had been hit hard in the face. Auntie Sang, it's all because my bastard son didn't do his job and offended your granddaughter yesterday. You're kind enough to help me plead for leniency. The Chen family was founded by my father. If it's ruined in my hands, I won't have the face to see my father when I go to the Nine Springs in the future. I was wrong, Grandma Sang, I apologize. As long as Sang Ning can spare our Chen family, I'll do anything. Chen Feng knelt on the ground and kowtowed vigorously. Old Mrs. Sang slowly came back to her senses after a long time and spoke with difficulty. What exactly happened? She only knew that yesterday, Sang Li let Chen Feng bully Sang Ning and was later fixed by Fu Xiuyuan. As for how it was fixed, she didn't ask. But come to think of it, at most it was just a beating. How does this still make the Chen family to be destroyed? The Chen family is going bankrupt. Chen Jiangwo burst into old tears. Since last night, the Fu family has been vigorously suppressing us, and in an hour at most, the Chen family is going to go bankrupt. As a matter of fact, Fu Xiaoyuan had only used an hour and the Chen family was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was his urgent contact with some partners that stabilized the situation, but at the same time, it was met with even stronger retaliation from Fu Xiaoyuan. Then he had no choice but to call the man's number and stabilize the present situation. But it wouldn't last long. In an hour at most, the Chen family would be history. The man said he would call Sanan today and tell him to come to Sanan's house and wait. Sanan slept late last night, didn't wake up with a hangover, and was woken up again. His whole body exuded a solemn aura. "Get out!" Chen Jiangwo's heart jumped, and he hurriedly said, "Miss Sang, please, let the Chen family go this time. But in the future, whatever you want, my Chen family will give it with both hands." As soon as Chen Jiangwo's words fell, an ice-cold to the core voice rang out behind him. "What my family's Ning wants, needs to be delivered by a dying Chen family like yours?" Fu Xiaoyuan lifted his long and slender legs and walked quickly to Sang Ning, those shadowy eyes staring at Chen Jiangwo. "I had underestimated the Chen family. One night didn't make you go bankrupt. Was I incompetent?" Sang Ning glanced faintly at Fu Xiaoyuan, and was somewhat surprised that any company could survive more than a full night in Fu Xiaoyuan's hands. The Chen family really has something. Chen's face went white when he heard Fu Xiaoyuan's words. That person only said that he would call Sanan, but whether Sanan could be the master of this Fu Xiaoyuan, he did not know. The point is that Fu Xiaoyuan has always been decisive. "I'm afraid so. Even if that person called Sanan, it wouldn't work very well." Chen Jiangwo was sweating profusely at this time, and was thinking about how to beg Fu Xiaoyuan to let the Chen family go, when Sang Ning's cell phone rang at this time. Sanan pulled out her cell phone and stared at the unfamiliar number on it for half a day. It's her private cell phone number. No one knew except those she was particularly close to. Sanan was reticent for only a moment before picking up the phone. "It's me, Jenkins." A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, and Sanan's eyes changed. "Where are you?" "That's Sister Hong." Sister Hong's real name is Zhen Jin. It's just that she's been in the nightclub for a long time, so probably a lot of people don't know her real name anymore, and everyone calls her Sister Hong. As for the origin of the name Red Sister, it comes from the fact that she always likes to wear a red dress. Red's closet was full of red dresses of all styles, with a few two black ones. She really does like to wear red extremely well, where I am needed. Zhen Jin seemed to take a drag on her cigarette, and Sang Ning heard her inhale and exhale. "The Chen family has done me a favor. Use the favor of my adopting you in exchange for the Chen family being safe and sound. Okay?" Sang Ning's willow brows were slightly furrowed, and on her delicate face was obvious anger. "Are you telling me a joke?" Zhen Jin let out a laugh. "This dog's temper hasn't changed at all. Okay, no more nonsense, just say yes or no. You're sick?" It was rare for Sang Ning to lose control of her emotions, and even if she was angry, she packed up the other party on the spot. She has always been widowed and stoic, but now, she didn't hold back her emotions and let out a roar. "For the sake of a broken Chen family, you're going to buy out your friendship with me?" Though she was angry, there was a hint of panic in her eyes. She always felt like something was going to get out of her grasp and was about to be lost from her life. Fu Xiaoyuan looked sideways at Sang Ning. He sensed that she had a lot of mood swings. Who was it that called her? "I'm sick. Aren't I still taking the medicine you dispensed for me?" Sister Hong's tone was light. Sanan's emotions were becoming more and more outward as she took a deep breath. "Tell me where you are. I'll come get you. There's no need to look for me. When it's time for me to appear, I will appear." That side spoke, saying, "The Chen family's matter. Consider it a favor to me. If you really don't want to help, take the favor." When Zhen Jin finished, he was ready to hang up the phone. Sanan guessed her intentions and immediately yelled out, "No hanging up. I saw your daughter." There was silence on the other side of the phone for a few seconds. Then without saying anything, he just hung up. There was a beeping sound on the phone, and Sanan grimaced. When I called back again, the phone was turned off. Sanan's face couldn't be darker. She raised her eyes, looking towards Chen Jiangwo, who was still kneeling in the courtyard, quickly walking over and lifting his collar with one hand. "Say, how did you contact her?" Chen Jiangwo had originally seen Sanan get angry at the man and was as good as dead. It seems that what the man said didn't work on Sanan. As a result, Sanan suddenly rushed over and startled him. When he came back to his senses, he met Sanan's fire-breathing eyes. I sent the message through the darknet." Chen shuddered. She said that if I needed anything, I should contact her on the darknet and she would reply when she saw it. Sanan's frown tightened. The dark web. She had known Sister Hong for so many years, but she didn't even know there was such a thing as a darknet. What the hell is Sister Hong doing? Chapter 42, Sister-in-law. You've misunderstood the boss. Sanan was silent for a long time before his emotions stabilized. She glanced lightly at Chen Jiangwo. How much did the Chen family lose? Chen said, $5 billion. In fact, the Chen family lost even more. It's just that the $5 billion, it's liquidity. Almost overnight, the Chen family vaporized $5 billion in cash flow. He was in a daze until now and had absolutely no idea how Fu Xiuyuan had done it. Sang Ning turned her head sideways and expressionlessly said to Fu Xiuyuan, "Stop." Fu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes. The Chen family was still the first to run away from him. Fruity has a strong background. But, since Ai Ning has spoken, this matter will be settled. Fu Xiuyuan's intention was also just to take the heat off of Sang Ning, but since someone had begged Sanan, it was a no-brainer. The Chen family had better learn from their mistakes, and next time, no matter who begged for mercy, there was no way he would let it go. Sang Ning converged her gaze back and said to Chen, "Go to SN tomorrow and get the check." Chen breathed a fierce sigh of relief. "Thank you." He didn't think that guy was actually that good, nor did he expect that Fu Xiuyuan would care so much about Sang Ning. With just one word from Sang Ning, Fu Xiuyuan let the Chen family off the hook. Chen Jiangmo looked deeply at Sang Ning. When he went back, he had to greet all the Chen family. This is an ancestor, so he had to be careful. If there was a next time, the Chen family wouldn't have any favors to sell. After finishing, Chen Jiangmo slapped Chen Feng on the head and said angrily, "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Miss Sang?" "I'm sorry, Ms. Sang, I have eyes that don't recognize Ente. Tai, don't worry, I'll be a cow for you in the future." Chen Feng was also feeling like he had survived a robbery at this time. Luckily, his father still knew that one big brother. Otherwise, the Chen family would really fall this time. Then he'll be a sinner for the Chen family. Sanan pinched her brow. The hangover had disappeared after being made such a mess, but she still looked a little impatient. "You guys can go now. For Sister Hong's sake." Sang Ning's tone towards Chen was much better. Good. Chen immediately got up from the ground and turned his head away. When he almost walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something and returned to Mrs. Sang. "Aunt Sang, the grudge between our Sang and Chen families is written off. In the future, we will cooperate with each other. The Chen family will follow up with a big project. We can't afford to eat it as a family, so when the time comes the two families will work together." Old Mrs. Sang looked at Chen, with only one thought in her head. Could it be that she hadn't woken up yet? Otherwise, why is everything happening today like a dream? Chen actually begged Sanan, even offered to ask for the feud between the two families to be wiped clean? Not only that, he's willing to part with the Chen family's program? You know, the Sang family has been eyeing that project that the Chen family is going to launch behind them for a long time. It's just that the Sang family is not as good as the Chen family and there's no way they can take this project. That project, worth $5 billion, is a bigger project than the one given by SN. Not that the Chen family is better than SN. Rather, SN only has that project out for bid at the moment, and the bigger projects, which SN also has, are just that they will be considering more competent companies, and the Chen family is investing all of the Chen family's money in this project. The meaning of this is different. Old Mrs. Sang turned her head to look at Sang Ning, and then at Fu Xiuyuan, and only after a long time did she say to Chen Jiangwo, "The matter between our two families back then was a misunderstanding in itself. It's best if we can unravel the grudge now, and I look forward to cooperating with the Chen family in the future." Getting the old lady's response, Chen Jiangwo's heart was completely placed in his stomach. He exchanged pleasantries with the old lady and left with Chen Feng. Only after Chen Feng had left completely did the Sang family's crowd return to their senses. Old Mrs. Sang took Sang Ning's hand and asked with a smile, "Ning, you and Xiuyuan this is." All she knew was that Fu Xiuyuan took revenge on the Chen family yesterday. However, I did not expect that Fu Xiuyuan's tactics were so powerful that he directly messed up the Chen family to the point of almost bankruptcy, and the relationship between the survival of the family. Chen Jiangwo not to go to Fu Xiuyuan. Instead of begging Sang Ning, the bias was, Fu Xiuyuan just listened to Sang Ning. So far, it seems that Fu Xiuyuan does love Sang Ning as if she were a baby, and he can't afford to let her suffer a little bit of aggravation. Such a person with a face, money, status, and who greatly favored Song Ning, there was no reason why she wouldn't like it. But looking at Sang Ning to Fu Xiuyuan, her eyes were all annoyed. She really couldn't figure out why that was. Sang Ning stepped forward and held old Mrs. Sang's hand. "He's nosy, Grandma, go eat." Sang Ning didn't really want to tell the old lady more about her and Fu Xiuyuan. She could see that although the old lady respected her marriage, she was actually very satisfied with Fu Xiuyuan. In the old lady's year, Fu Xiuyuan was the unbeatable choice for the other side, both in terms of status and position. And, of course, Fu Xiuyuan is indeed a great place to come back to. Had it not been for that incident, she and Fu Xiuyuan had originally decided to get engaged at the end of this year, but she doesn't give second chances to betrayers. Seeing that Sang Ning refused to say more, old Mrs. Sang also stopped asking more questions. The gazes of the rest of the Sang family swirled around Song Ning. Probably no one expected that Fu Xiuyuan loved Sang Ning to this extent. Lu Wanyu and Sang Li's hearts were extremely uncomfortable. Fu Xiaoyuan was originally supposed to be Sang Li's, but such an excellent man was Sang Ning's licking dog. But they were uncomfortable, but they didn't dare say anything else. Yesterday, Sang Li was almost kicked out of the Sang family, and at this time, they just wanted to shrink their heads and didn't dare to say a word more. Sang Ning helped the old lady into the house and didn't even give Fu Xiaoyuan a look. Fu Xiaoyuan sighed slightly and gave the few people behind him a look. One of them immediately stepped forward and called out to Sang Ning, "Sister-in-law, you've misunderstood the boss. He didn't cheat." Sanan paused and looked back at the man who had spoken. His name is Jiang Jingzue, Fu Xiaoyuan's good brother, the Jiang family in the capital. Sanan looked at him with an expressionless face and didn't say a word. Old Mrs. Sang shot a glance at Jiang Jing resignation, and after a moment of silence, she said to the Sang family, "Let's go in." It seemed that there was indeed a misunderstanding between Fu Xiaoyuan and Sang Ning. It would be nice if this misunderstanding could be cleared up. Sang family people would have liked to listen to the gossip, but Sang old lady gave the word. No one dared to stay outside. All followed the old lady into the house. Only after all of the Sang family had left did Jiang Jingzhe walk over to Sang Ning, explaining with an eager face, the person that day was not the boss. Without waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Jiang Jing resigned explained without stopping for a breath. Gu Qinghuan committed suicide. She didn't have the will to live. I had no choice but to ask boss for help. Jiang Jing resigns voice with some crying. She likes the boss, only listens to the boss. I don't want her to die, so I begged the boss to admit that he likes her and stabilize her first, but the boss didn't agree. I really had no choice, so I came up with a stupid idea. I got a master of disguise to disguise me as the boss. You know I can mimic human voices, and those words were my imitation of the boss's words. Sister-in-law, you really misunderstood boss. He didn't betray you. Chapter 43, 4th Miss, a motorcycle has been delivered. Sanan stared at Jiang Jingzhe for a long time. The few men behind Jiang Jingzhe saw this, also hurriedly explained, "Sister-in-law, we can testify. What Jingzhe said is true. It has nothing to do with the boss." Then the boss knew what Jingzhe did and beat him up. He didn't get out of bed for half a month. After a few men finished explaining, Jiang Jingzue directly knelt on the ground. "Sister-in-law, please don't break up with the boss. He really loves you. You are the world to him. If you don't want him anymore, the boss will really break down." Fu Xiaoyuan walked to Sang Ning and opened his mouth in a serious and earnest manner. "Ah Ning, I have never been negative to you. Not before, not in the future, and I really don't know about what happened that time." Sanan was silent. She had wronged Fu Xiaoyuan. At the time, she was in the throes of anger and didn't recognize the voice as being any different. Now that I think about it, that voice really didn't sound like Fu Xiaoyuan. She knew that Jiang Jingzhe could imitate people's voices, but she didn't expect it to be so similar. Fu Xiaoyuan took a deep breath, his tone carrying a plea. "Ah Ning, I will go and talk to her. Her death or life has nothing to do with me. Don't leave me, boss." Jiang Jing resigned as soon as he heard Fu Xiaoyuan's words. He instantly tensed up. "Shut up," Fu Xiaoyuan yelled lowly. Jiang Jingru pursed his lips, then looked at Sang Ning. "Sister-in-law, please, don't break up with boss. If boss goes to make it clear to Qinghuan, she really won't survive. I love her very much. I can't stand by and watch her go to her death." Sang Ning's brows tightly furrowed together. "Are you some kind of very cheap person? A woman who seeks death for another man, whose heart and eyes are full of other people. You're cheap to this extent? Are all the women in this world dead? Is that one good enough for you?" Sanan was really kind of pissed off. Jiang Jing resignation is a very good person by nature, although he is Fu Xiaoyuan's brother, but over the years, she has often been in contact with them. It was because she knew Jiang Jing resign's temperament that she was angry when she was so humble for the sake of a woman who didn't like him. Jiang Jing resign lowered his head and cried out directly, "I've loved her since I was a child. I can't do it to give her up." Sanan pinched her brow. Whatever. She didn't bother to say more to Jiang Jing resignation and directly turned around to enter the house. Fu Xiaoyuan grabbed her hand with a resigned face. "Ning, it's all split up. I don't eat back. You broke up unilaterally. I didn't agree to it. It doesn't count." Sanan doesn't say anything. Fu Xiaoyuan was a bit helpless. "Okay, this matter is caused by my negligence. I admit it, but can you give me a chance to pursue you again?" Sanan was silent for a moment. "As you wish," Sanan said and turned to walk away. Fu Xiaoyuan laughed. Anan loosened up. It didn't promise to get back together, but it did give him the opportunity to pursue her again. That's good. Everyone didn't move their chopsticks when Sang Ning entered the Sang household, all waiting for her to come in. This time dare I say she kept everyone waiting. Only his eyes fell on Sanan, gawking. Sanan sensed these gazes and treated them as completely invisible. Only to old Mrs. Sang, "Grandma, it's settled." "Good." Old Mrs. Sang smiled. "Let's eat." The atmosphere at the table was unusually silent. Only Sang Ning and old Mrs. Sang were calmly eating their meals. Suddenly, Sang Jingchuan took out a card and placed it in front of Sang Ning. "This card is for you." Sanan looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Sang Jingchuan coughed lightly, looking a bit embarrassed. I suddenly remembered yesterday that you've been back for so long, and I haven't gotten you a dress yet. And although all of your rows are tailored by Master Yulan, you are my daughter after all, and it's up to me to get you rose. Sang Jingchuan glanced at Sang Ning. In addition to clothes, there's also a car, as well as other things. You can buy whatever you're lacking. Tell me if you don't have enough money. Not waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Sang Jingchuan added, I know that you have Fu Xiu Yuan, and according to how much he dotes on you, he'll give you whatever you want, but this is my intention, so I hope you won't reject it. Sang Ning stared at the card for a long time and suddenly burst out laughing. Dad, are you trying to make up for the fatherly love I've been missing for 20 years now? Sang Jingchuan's expression stiffened. Sanan is talking about 20 years of missing fatherly love. It was a provocative statement that he, the father, had not liked them since they were born. Sang Jingchuan was silent for a long time and suddenly sighed. I didn't want to make up for it, I just did my duty as a father. Sanan hooked her lips. Status and position is really a good thing. When a person has these things, the whole world starts to love me? Sanan mockingly glanced at the table full of people. No one believed she was capable as someone brought up by a nightclub girl. No one believes she's the SN chairman. Even fewer people believe that she could decide the life and death of the Chun family without relying on anyone. But on the contrary, Fu Xiu Yuan such a status on the surface of the people to the Sang family made such a mess. Everyone believes that she, Sang Ning, is Fu Xiu Yuan put on the tip of the heart of the people. Offending her is the same as offending Fu Xiu Yuan. No one could afford the consequences of offending Fu Xiu Yuan, so even with her, no one dares to underestimate. Sang Jingchuan frowned. I'm not giving you these because of Fu Xiu Yuan. He was simply moved by the old lady's words yesterday. As a father, he really shouldn't take out his anger towards Lu Wanyu on his children. He has guilt. But again, it seems like it's just guilt for Sanan Club. It was probably because Sanan was living in exile and surviving by picking up garbage that touched him, and several of his other children enjoyed the honor and wealth of the Sang family, so he doesn't feel guilty. Sang Ning glanced at Sang Jingchuan and pushed the card back. I don't have anything else. I have a lot of money. This money of yours, keep it for your retirement. Sang Jingchuan's expression froze and he was about to say something when the nanny suddenly walked in. Fourth miss, someone has delivered a motorcycle that needs your signature. Chapter 44. Cleaning when you have too much time on your hands. When Sang Ning went out to sign the papers, all the people in the Sang family looked at each other and also put down their chopsticks and followed them out. When they saw the limited edition top-of-the-line motorcycle parked in the middle of the yard, the Sang family was dumbfounded, only except for Sam Moyen. He'd seen the motorcycle Sanan rode long ago. After returning, Sanan stayed at Sanan's house most of the time, with few opportunities to drive, and the motorcycle was always parked in the garage. But he hadn't seen the motorcycle in recent times. He had assumed from the beginning that the motorcycle was given to her by Fu Xiu Yuan. I haven't seen it for a while. I guess it's because Sang Ning lost his temper with Fu Xiu Yuan, and the car was repossessed. I didn't realize it was delivered again today. It seems that just outside, Sanan made up with Fu Xiu Yuan. Sang Moyen sneered. He thought how hard-headed Sang Ning was? You still lost to Fu Xiu Yuan's family? Which woman could give up a quality man like Fu Xiu Yuan? Sanan made such a scene. So he wanted the motorcycle? So you can show off at the Sangs? Heh, that's ridiculous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is that top-of-the-line locomotive, priced at $5 million. Or money can't buy it. How could Sanan have it? Is it hard to believe that Fu Xiu Yuan gave it to her? I have to say, Sang Ning followed the nightclub lady, or learned a lot of means. Such an expensive motorcycle, Fu Xiu Yuan said to send it. I just don't understand. Is Fu Xiu Yuan unhinged? What kind of woman does he want? And he's just picking on Sang Ning? Sang Ning has been in the nightclub for so many years. Her first time has long been given to some old man, but Fu Xiu Yuan even wants a lousy woman. Several juniors of the Sang family were talking around the motorcycle. Sang Yifan quickly stepped in front of Sang Yu, grabbed her collar and angrily said, "Shut your stinking mouth. If you dare to say one more word about my sister, I'll tear your mouth apart. Believe it or not?" As soon as the words fell, second Aunt Chen Iya screamed, "Sang Yifan, what are you doing? You let go of Yu." Sang Yifan coldly glanced at her, pushed Sang Yu in front of Chen Iya, and said in a cold voice, "Mind your daughter. Let me hear her cursing my sister again, and I'll tear you apart together." Sang Yu was given face in public, and immediately stretched her neck and said with a straight face, "Did I say anything wrong? Wasn't she raised by a nightclub girl? Nightclubs are full of fish and dragons. There are all kinds of people. Who knows who she gave her first time to? Fu Xiu Yuan is the head of the Fu family in the capital. What kind of person do you want? But he wants this rotten bastard." Sang Ning, what's wrong with that? Am I wrong? The whole room fell silent. Chen Iya anxiously wanted to cover Sang Yu's mouth, but it was too late. Pissed off and stomping his feet. Is this dead girl crazy? What's the point of messing with Sanan? The old lady loved Sang Ning as her eyes. Fu Xiaoyuan even favored Sang Ning to the extreme. She messed with Sang Ning? You want to die? Chen Yi thought so and looked up to see the expressions of the crowd. Sang Ning wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at Chen Yi with a smirk. The old lady's face sank like a rainy day, and she realized it was over. You seek death. Sang Yifan angrily walked up to Sang Yu and raised his hand to hit him, but unexpectedly, someone was a step faster. Pop! A loud slap rang out and the crowd looked at the originator in surprise. Sang Jingchuan faintly withdrew his hand. There was little expression on his face, and his voice was even more inaudible in terms of joy and anger. Were you just saying that my daughter is rotten? Chen Yi's heart jumped. Before Sang Yu opened her mouth, she hurriedly blocked her mouth, awkwardly explaining, Big brother, small children don't know any better. Don't blame her. I apologize. After Chen Yi finished speaking, she said to Sang Ning, second auntie apologized to you on behalf of you. Don't get on her bad side. I'll go back and educate her properly. Sanan leaned against the motorcycle with a faint expression. Doesn't she have a mouth? Chen Yi's expression stiffened, and then she looked at the old lady in Sang Jingchuan's eyes, as if they wanted to eat her. She hurriedly whispered in Sang Yu's ear, hurry up and apologize to your cousin. I'm warning you, if you don't apologize, your grandmother will kick you out of the Sang family. Try it if you don't believe me. Sang Yu was originally quite stubborn, but once she thought of being kicked out of the Sang family, she immediately nodded in compromise. Only after receiving her response did Chen Yi let go of her hand. Cousin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. Sang Yu's eyes were flooded with tears, aggrieved and stubborn. She doesn't think she's wrong. Sanan himself was raised by a nightclub girl. Ah, how many good men enter that place? Sanan is also so pretty. I don't know who I gave my first time to. Maybe Sanan and Fu Xiaoyuan met at the nightclub. Fu Xiaoyuan is so good to Sang Ning, so it must be that Sang Ning has learned some kind of seduction tactics. She was just telling the truth. It's not like she was picking on Sanan, but Grandma and Uncle had that cannibalistic look, as if she had done something to Sanan. Sang Ning's eyes stared straight at Sang Yu, and after a little while, she was about to make a move when old Mrs. Sang suddenly called out to her, Ning, forget it. Sanan raised her eyes to look over and met the old lady's worried eyes. Sang Ning pursed her lips and muttered for a moment before saying, as I recall, the children of the Sang family, each of them is a genius with an IQ of more than 150, so it turns out that the geniuses of our Sang family don't have anything serious to do, and only know to gossip about what's right and what's wrong. The juniors of the Sang family lowered their heads at once. It's a shame. Mocked by someone who grew up in a nightclub. Sang Ning's eyes faintly swept over the crowd and finally landed on Sang Yu. Since you're idle, I'll leave the sanitation of the Sang family to you for the next month. Sang Yu's face changed. What? You want me to clean the house? On what grounds? I'm the Sang family's golden girl. Before Sang Yu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Sang Ning. Remember to clean carefully. I have a cleanliness fetish. If it's too dirty, I'll be unhappy. Sanan, you. Sang Yu was so angry that she was about to curse back. Chen Iya hurriedly blocked her mouth. She'll clean it up. Sang Yu's face was red with anger, but with Chen Iya covering her mouth, she couldn't say a word. Sang Yifan coldly glanced at these people. A broken motorcycle makes you guys eyeball like this, and you don't even move to talk about the nightclub. My sister never needed to rely on any man. She is the nightclub owner herself. What she wants, she can get it herself. This motorcycle, there are only 3 in the world. She alone owns 2. The other one was given to me. On this point of your eyesight, you still have the nerve to call yourselves geniuses. The geniuses have to burst out laughing when they hear it. Sang Yifan had long since grown tired of seeing the faces of this group of people from the Sang family. If the motorcycle hadn't been so expensive, he would have ridden it every day to show it off around the house. He was afraid that there were too many people in the house, and if someone saw the motorcycle and whoever accidentally gave it a break, he was going to cry his eyes out. So simply ride the motorcycle to the company, which is how no one in the Sang family knew there was another one at home. In fact, the main reason is that these people are chauffeured out of their homes and don't go to the garage at all. But anyone who goes to the garage for a bit. Sanan saw this car in the days when he first came back. Old Mrs. Sang expressionlessly glanced at Sang Yu, then said to the housekeeper, watch her. From today onwards, all the hygiene in the house will be left to her. When it's done, when to go back to bed. After saying that, she added to Song Ning, take me for a ride? Sang Ning raised an eyebrow. Grandma isn't afraid, so I'm naturally happy to do so. Chapter 45, Ning, can we not do it? Sanan took the old lady on a wild ride down the highway. At first she drove slowly, but the old woman, who seemed to be seeking excitement for the first time in a long time, kept asking Sanan to speed up. Sanan made sure the old lady wouldn't be startled, and the car was brought up to maximum speed. The old lady screamed the whole way, and instead of being a little annoyed, Sanan was happy. She wanted her grandmother to be happy every day. It was only after about half an hour of driving and passing by the beach that the old lady asked Sanan to stop. She held Sanan's hand and took a leisurely stroll along the beach. Ning Ning, you've been back for so long, and grandma hasn't had a proper talk with you. Old Mrs. Sang said softly, today, I want to take this opportunity to have a good talk with you. Sanan turned her head sideways, a bright smile on her face. Grandma, what do you want to talk about? The smile was something old Mrs. Sang hadn't seen in the Sang household, and she was a little lost in thought for a moment. After a long time, Mrs. Sang turned back. Did you suffer any excitement outside during those years? Why do you ask? Old Mrs. Sang hesitated and said, because the way you solve problems is too violent. Sanan froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Grandma doesn't like it when I do it? It's not that I don't like it. Old Mrs. Sang said, I also know that when one encounters injustice, violence is sometimes the most direct way to solve the problem. But in fact, we can sometimes switch to other methods, can't we? Like, a little gentler? Ning Ning, Grandma is getting old. She can't protect you many more times. Sanan frowned. Grandma. Old Mrs. Sang patted Sang Ning's hand and said, it's true that you can protect yourself through force, but that's only in front of people who are smaller than you. So if one day, you mess with a more powerful character, what should you do? Grandma wants to protect you, wants you to be smooth throughout your life. So, Ning Ning, the next time we encounter a problem, can we keep our hands off of it? In fact, it was contradictory in itself for old Mrs. Sang to say these words to Sang Ning. She wanted to protect Sanan and knew that Sanan had martial arts skills and she could protect herself better, but she was scared at the same time. If Sanan messed with someone even more powerful, her little force value wouldn't be enough. The Sang family was a powerful family, but it was only in this square inch of Jiangcheng. What if we leave Jiangcheng? Moreover, as far as Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan's current relationship was concerned, the two of them would get back together sooner or later. In the future, Sang Ning is going to marry into the Fu family. Although Fu Xiuyuan is the head of the Fu family, the water in the Fu family is also very deep. Sang Ning married over is the Fu family's young lady. What she thinks and sees represents the Fu family's facade. She was worried that Sanan had made a joke and that someone would speak out against her again, as they were doing now. With Sanan's temperament, that was something he would definitely do. But getting your hands dirty is not a permanent solution to the problem. She was probably too old to think of anything better, and the only thing she could think of was to advise Sanan to try to offend as few people as possible. Then it is to learn more about the various etiquette and rules of the luxurious family, so that she can also stand firm in the Fu family in the future. Sang Ning didn't say anything, only looking down at old Mrs. Sang. Last time, I only saw a few gray hairs on the old lady's head, but this time the gray hairs were actually more than half. Grandma is really old. She wanted to keep her safe for the rest of her life in her way. Sang Ning took a deep breath and let out a shallow smile. Okay, I'll listen to Grandma. Old Mrs. Sang also smiled, holding Sang Ning's hand as she continued to walk forward. I'll use my best efforts to help you get a firm foothold in the Sang family. Ning Ning, I know you're very smart. You're not a waste as your mom said. As long as you're willing to learn, I'll teach you hand in hand. Sang family, I'll hand it over to you. Sanan was silent. I don't need the Sanans. No, you need to. Sanan, she really doesn't need it. Old Mrs. Sang said with a serious look on her face. Ning Ning, I'm handing the Sang family over to you not only to help you gain a firm foothold in the Fu family in the future, but more importantly, I trust you, and I believe that you won't ruin the company that your grandfather worked so hard to create. Anyone else, even if they have a high level of intelligence, I'm not comfortable with them. Sanan was reticent for a moment. My father would agree? He agreed. Sang Ning was a bit surprised. She was not expecting Sang Jingchuan to agree. Old Mrs. Sang sighed. Don't blame your father. He's had a lot of problems with your mom. So along with that, he doesn't like every child in the family. But I can see that he does have different feelings for you lately. Maybe, he's already trying to accept you slowly. The corner of Sanan's mouth curled into a mocking smile. I don't need his acceptance. Sang Jingchuan was just a stranger under a roof to her. Feelings that are not there at all. But Sang Ning glanced sideways at the old lady. If repairing the father-daughter relationship with Sang Jingchuan was what her grandmother wanted, she would do it. Old Mrs. Sang knew very well that trying to get Sang Ning to accept Sang Jingchuan wasn't that easy, so she didn't continue to persuade her. Old Mrs. Sang and Sang Ning walked around the beach for a while and then went back. The Sang family. Sang Li clutched the phone in her hand tightly, hesitated for a long time, and dialed a number out. The call was quickly answered. Just after connecting, Sang Li cried out, "Second brother, Xiao Li, are you crying?" On the other end of the phone, Sang Machin frowned. Who bullied you? Sang Li sucked in a breath. Her voice choked. No, no one is bullying me. I just miss you. Second brother, when are you coming back? Tell me the truth. What exactly happened? Sang Imo-chan didn't believe Sang Lee's words at all. Sang Lee is usually always smiling. Never cried. This time crying so sad. Must be aggrieved. In the Sang family, no one dared to give her a hard time. Who the hell is it? Sang Lee was silent for a moment and said, my sister just came back and misunderstood me a little. Sang Ning? Sang Machan's face sank. She bullied you? No. Sang Lee seemed to remember something sad again and cried. Second brother, don't ask. It's all my fault. If I did well enough, my sister wouldn't misunderstand me. I'll try to get along with my sister and won't make things difficult for mom. Sang Imo-chan's face sank even further. Where did Sang Ning get the nerve to bully you? Mom and big brother don't care? Mom and big brother. Sang Lee aggrieved. It's all because of me. Mom and big brother suffered a lot of aggravation. Second brother, I just want to call you to chat. It may not be long before I have to leave the Sang family. I know you're busy, but I want to see you between leaving. We have been together for so many years, and suddenly we have to leave. I can't bear to see you guys go. Sang Machan stood up abruptly and roared. Who allowed you to leave? The Sang family will always be your home. What kind of thing is she? Sang Ning, trying to drive you away as soon as she comes back? You wait. Second brother will go back now to give you a head start. Without waiting for Sang Lee to speak, Sang Machan hung up the phone. Sang Lee casually remained the phone on the table, fatally wiping away the tears on her face. A fierce color swept across her eyes. Sanun, you want to destroy me? Then I'll destroy you first. Chapter 46, Nightclubs still teach stone gambling? The next day, Sanun had just gotten up when Shin Yulan's call came. Little Ning Ning, accompany me to the raw stone market. Sanun clicked on the extras and put her phone on the table, shuffling around as she asked, I thought you were never interested in these rocks? I am not interested. Isn't it my mom's birthday coming up? I heard that a new batch of material has come from the primitive market. Go and see if I can find a good deal to make a jewelry for my mom. Your eyesight is better than mine. Help me pick? Sanun suddenly remembered that Grandma's birthday was also coming up. Grandma doesn't like luxury, and during those years when Sang Ning was at home, every time she had a birthday, Grandma would just have a simple meal with Sang's family. Later, Sang Ning was taken out and thrown by Lu Wanyu, and Grandma's birthday, she didn't even bother to eat with her family. So for more than 10 years, Grandma didn't have a birthday. This was something that Sang Ning originally didn't know. It was something she heard the butler mention when she was chatting with him once. Sanun was very unimpressed. Grandma is 70 this year. When an old man reaches 70, the family gives a big birthday party. But this time, surprisingly, no one mentioned it. Grandma herself was blissfully unconcerned. Only her recognition banquet was put on the top of the list. But obviously Grandma's birthday was before the recognition feast, which was half a month later. Sanun narrowed her eyes. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Sanun hung up the phone and simply cleaned up, not even eating breakfast, and was ready to go out. Lu Wanyu saw that Sang Ning was so unself-conscious, the whole family was waiting for her to eat, but in the end, she was good and ran out. She was about to lash out when Sang Lee hastily tugged on her shirt. Lu Wanyu's words that were on the edge of her mouth were immediately swallowed. Lu Wanyu took a deep breath. Endure. The old lady's anger hadn't subsided yet, so don't look for Sang Ning's bad luck for the time being, otherwise Xiaoli would really be kicked out of the Sang family. Sang Ning had just gotten on her motorcycle and put on her helmet when Sang Yu chased after her. Cousin. Sanun took off his helmet. Something wrong? Sang Yu handed a painting to Sang Ning. This is what I redrew. Take a look. Do you like it? Sang Ning opened the painting and glanced at it. The corner of her lips hooked. Not bad at all. Sang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that cousin likes it. After a pause, San Yu whispered, Cousin, thank you. She'd wanted to thank Sanun that night, but hadn't been able to find the opportunity. The house was too chaotic. Sanun handed the painting to San Yu. Help me hang it in my room. Sang Yu's eyes glowed brightly as she excitedly said, Good. Does the fact that her cousin is willing to hang her paintings in her room mean that, like when she was a child, she still likes her? The joy in Sang Yu's eyes didn't escape Sang Ning's eyes. Sanun was silent for a moment and asked, Do you want to learn how to draw? Sango's specialty isn't painting. Because of her family of origin, San Yu can't make her own decisions about many things. She hadn't been taught to draw professionally since she was a child, and for the most part, she'd been left to fumble around on her own. Big Aunt knows that San Yu likes painting and wants to support her, but nay, Big Aunt has no say in her in-laws' family. Later in the San family, the Great Aunt had even less say. Big Aunt had no money, and was disliked by several of her sisters-in-law for merely living in the Sang household and eating the Sang family's food. Grandma had also given money to the Great Aunt, but she refused, because she didn't want people to gossip. Without money, Big Aunt can't find a painting teacher for San Yu. Sang Yu sniffed and lowered her head. I don't want to learn. She knew that she and her mother were now in the wrong hands, and that the only way she could get out of her predicament was to study business management and get into some company in the future to earn more money. Only when she earns money can she take her mother and move away from Sang's house. Sang Yu frowned, and then, she raised her slender hand and picked Sang Yu's chin. Look at me. Do you want to learn? Sang Yu met Sang Ning's eyes that could see through people's hearts, and she, who originally wanted to shake her head, inexplicably nodded. I want to. Then, realizing what she had said, she hastily said, No, I don't want to. Cousin, I can't afford to learn. Sang Ning's hand that was pinching Sang Yu's chin tightened a few points, her voice stern. Remember, if you want something, fight for it yourself. Cowards only run away. San Yu was frightened by Sang Ning and cried out directly. Cousin is suddenly so scary. Did she offend her cousin in some way? Sanan, she really wants to thank. Is she some kind of a flood monster? One word and you're crying? Sang Ning let go of Sang Yu, somewhat speechless. Why are you crying? You know I can help you. Why don't you fight for it since you have the chance? Sang Yu froze, her face still streaked with tears, and only after a long time did she say, I don't want to cause trouble for my cousin. She already owed her cousin a favor, and if she owed it again, she couldn't afford to pay it back. She also knew, of course, that her cousin would support her tuition if she wanted to learn to paint, but she can't have it. Sanan was simply infuriated and laughed, directly putting on his helmet. As I said, if you want something, you earn it. There are some things I can give, but I'm not some very person and I'm not willing to give it on my own accord. Speaking, Sanan directly mounted the motorcycle and disappeared into the Sanan household. Sang Yu looked at Sang Ning's valiant back, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Is it really possible to fight for what you want? Raw Stone Market. Shin Yulan arrived early. When she saw Sanan, she immediately waved. Little Sanan. In order to prevent the airport incident from happening again, Shin Yulan changed her outfit today and wore a mask. Even the disguise she learned from Sanan, she used it. Standing in the crowd, no one could tell that she was the famous Master Yulan, but Sanan saw her at once. Sang Ning knew that Shin Yulan didn't want to flaunt the city, and didn't ask more questions. The two then went straight around the primitive market. Little Ning Ning, do you see any good materials? Shin Yulan said, I've looked at it for half a day, but I can't see which ones are good. Sang Ning gave a mocking smile. These broken materials, I don't even want them given to me. They'd been through half the original market and hadn't seen a single piece of material that caught their eye. It's all junk, not a single good piece? Shin Yulan frowned. Didn't you say that this new batch of material is very good? After Shin Yulan finished speaking, she looked at Sang Ning with a skeptical expression. It couldn't be that you're too discerning, that you can't see any good material, right? Sanan said calmly, the maximum value is $50 million. Is it considered good material? Shin Yulan, damn you. $50 million isn't good material? Do you have a lot of zeros in your card? You can't even look at this $50 million? Shin Yulan looked at Sanan with a grudging expression. Sanan, okay, I'll take another look and see if there's any material that's worth more. She can't really look at $50 million worth of material. She's giving her grandmother a set of jewelry. $50 million of material doesn't make a good deal. The two were walking forward when a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Yo, isn't this the Sang family's real daughter, Sang Ning, who has just been picked up? I heard that you were raised by a nightclub lady. What? The nightclub lady even taught you to gamble on stones? Chapter 47. Do you have the guts to compete with me? Sang Ning and Shin Yulan's faces sank. They turned around and saw a man and a woman walking towards them. Sanan's eyes narrowed as she stared at the man who had just spoken, her voice somber. Did you just talk about me? The man snorted. What? Who else here has the last name of Sang besides you? Sanan laughed. She dashed to the man and was about to make a move, when suddenly she remembered her grandmother's words and raised her hand, then let it down. The man was also startled by Sang Ning's action. Then seeing Sang Ning lower her hand, he let out a big laugh. Mo Yen said this sister of his has a tendency towards violence. I didn't quite believe it, so it turns out it's true, but it looks like you don't have enough guts either. What's the matter? Is it because you know that I'm the young master of the Ji family and don't dare anymore? Sang Ning's eyes converged, taking a step back, the smile at the corner of her lips, getting deeper and deeper. You're Sang Mo Yan's friend? No wonder. She then said she didn't know this person, but she came looking for trouble without a second thought. It's no surprise that it's a friend of Sang Mo Yan's. Sang Mo Yan, this is that he didn't get the better of her and is looking for help? What friend? I'm Mo Yan's great uncle. Ji Mugen mockingly looked at Sang Ning. I had wanted to go to the Sang family one day to meet you. What a piece of work you are. forcing Moyen to nowhere. But I didn't expect to run into you today. Ji Mugen shot a glance at Sang Ning. Other than this face being a bit better looking, it's just like that. After a pause, Ji Mugen added, even this face, I'm afraid that it's also modeled after Sang Li's appearance, right? Your nightclub's tactics are really high. In order to gain a foothold in the mansion, what kind of tricks are used? Great uncle? Sanan's gaze moved to the girl beside Ji Mugen. She remembered that Sang Moyen had a fiancé whose last name was Ji. What's his name? Didn't care. But I guess it would be the girl in front of me. Rather, he was long and human-like, but with a dog-eyed look. He just didn't write the word dislike on his face. Shin Yulan frowned as she watched from the sidelines. What's wrong with Ning Ning today? In the past, this kind of jumping clown, she was a direct kick, kicking as far away as she could. You put your hand up today and you put it down? What the hell? Seeing that Sang Ning did not move, Shin Yulan intended to move. As a result, he had just taken 2 steps out when he was pulled back by Sanan. Afterwards, Sang Ning apologized with both hands and looked at Ji Mugian with a smile. So, you guys are here to take revenge for Sang Moyen? With you deserve my revenge? It's just walking a dog for fun. Ji Mugen had a disdainful look on his face. Since I bumped into you today, I'm in a good mood. I see that you're quite courageous in cleaning up Moyen and Sangli, so do you have the guts to play a game with me? The smile on Sanan's face was getting brighter and brighter. She laughed a very exaggerated laugh. Shin Yulan unconsciously stepped back. Nining laughed. Someone is going to suffer. Stay away, don't spill blood. Just when Shin Yulan thought that Songning was going to dismantle Ji Mugen, Songning suddenly spoke. Play what? Shin Yulan stared at Sang Ning with wide eyes, incredulous. No, big sister? That's not your style, is it? Shouldn't you just kick this guy's ass? You still play with him? Ji Mugen didn't expect Sanan to be so good at talking that he just agreed to play with him. This guy doesn't have much guts, does he? When they heard that he was from the Ji family, they were scared out of their wits and didn't even dare to steel themselves against him. Did Sam Moyen exaggerate? Ji Mugian shot a glance at Sang Ning, and had to say that the sister of Sang Moyen's was indeed good-looking. Even if it was a plastic surgery based on Sang Li's face, it would still be a successful one. And the whole thing looks better than Sang Li. I just don't know how good I am in bed. Ji Mugen suddenly became a little more expectant. Thinking of this, Ji Mugen said, this is the raw stone market. So naturally, we play gambling with stones, and those who lose the bet, dance striptease in public. After saying that, Ji Mugen looked Sang Ning up and down, unable to hide the color of lust in her eyes in the slightest. You were raised by a nightclub lady. You should be good at things like stripping, right? It just so happens that I haven't been to a nightclub for a long time, so let me have a free look today. At you, the Sang family's golden girl, stripping. Sanan, a person who was raised by a nightclub lady, definitely didn't know how to gamble on stones. If she loses, naturally, she won't have the face to do a striptease. If she dared to do a striptease and lose the face of the Sang family would naturally not let her go. All she had to do was not honor the bet and he would force her to sleep with him. Not only was she not honoring the bet, but the Sang family was all set to lose this face. By then, the Sang family might kick Songning out as well. He also counted himself as taking the heat for Sang Moyen and Sang Li. Besides, Sanan had a pretty good body. He had some cravings for what she would look like when she was stripping. Shin Yulan had been quite surprised that Sang Ning was suddenly kind enough to be in the mood to play with Ji Mugen. But when she heard the other party say this, she burst out laughing. TSK, she's really, for the first time in her life, seen someone stick their face open wide, playing gambling with little Ning Ning, losing and stripping? What is it about this laborer Ji Mugen that she can't figure out? Coming to seek abuse in the morning? Sanan smiled back. Okay, how do you compare? Listening to grandma. It seems good to solve problems without violence. Each person chooses 5 stones each, and whoever opens a stone with a higher total value wins. Ji Mugen said with great confidence. He plays with stones all year round and this is his specialty. He's a sure winner. Sang Ning asked for a hairpin from Shin Yulan and coiled her hair behind her head, saying carelessly, fine, I promise. As the words fell, Sang Ning's eyes suddenly turned cold. Remember, don't renege on your debt. No one dares to renege on my debt. Ji Mugian sneered. Whoever reneges on the debt is a dog. It's you. You'd better not renege on the debt when you lose. If you dare to renege on the debt, I'll find the Sang family to get it back. In the crowd, Sang Moyan's eyes stared sharply at Sang Ning. Since Sanan's return, he was finally able to get back the bad anger he had suffered on Sanan. Sanan, you better not let me down. I can't wait to see you get kicked out of your house. Sang Ning's indifferent line of sight swept through the crowd and finally landed on Sang Moyen, only lingering for 2 seconds before moving away and faintly saying, "Begin." As the words fell, Sonnen went straight to choosing the stone. She moved quickly, almost without even thinking, and casually fingered 5 stones in the nearest store. The overall process took less than 3 minutes, and Sang Ning was sitting on a chair at the front of the store with Shin Yulan, looking at Ji Mugen with an old-fashioned expression. Ji Mugen was also confused by Sang Ning's maneuver, and it was only after a long time that he huffed, "You've picked it out here? You couldn't have known that you were bound to lose and broken the pot, could you?" A message happened to come in on Sonnen's phone. She pulled it out and replied to the message without even giving Ji Mugen a look. "Winning you. Enough." The batch of material coming from the raw stone market, at most, only 10 pieces can be shipped. The 5 pieces she chose were of the highest value. The remaining 5 pieces are worth up to $10 million. 5 pieces don't add up to the value of one of her pieces. Winning, easily. "I'll show you how dead pigs die." After finishing her speech, Ji Mugen directly picked out a few stones. These several stones, he had long been interested in, was worried that Sang Ning would choose to take one of them. "I did not expect." She actually did not choose a piece. Ji Mugen chose the stone and said confidently, "Open mine first." He was confident that his rock would win, so he decided to drive first. He wants to strike at the root of Sonnen's self-confidence. Chapter 48, Shin Yulan's Fury. At this time of day, there are usually very few people. Raw stone markets are usually crowded at night, but because a new batch of raw stones came in today, those who like to gamble on stones came over when they smelled it. So this match between Sonnen and Ji Mugen was seen by quite a few people. At this moment there were quite a few people gathered around waiting to see what was going on. Kiki handed the stone he had chosen to the cutting master. The cutting master started cutting as requested by Ki Mugen. When a stone was cut, the crowd let out a gasp. "Out of the green. Worthy of being Ji Xiao. Any randomly selected stone can produce green. I've been here for 2 hours, and I've selected 3 stones, and none of them have produced green. Young Ji is a regular in this primitive market. He's spent at least hundreds of millions on gambling stones. If he doesn't have this kind of eyesight, then he's spent his money in vain." Listening to the murmurs of the people around her, Ji Mugen's noble head tilted up like a proud peacock. Hundreds of millions? No. He spent a lot more than that on gambling on rocks. He's getting paid for the experience he has today. Sang Ning, a young lady who grew up in a nightclub, could only have heard of gambling on stones in front of those bosses who ordered her to come out, and she guessed that she didn't even know what kind of color the emeralds all had, and she even dared to make a bet with him, even obsessed with winning him? He didn't know where Sonnen got such a big face. Wait for it. He must properly press Sonnen's face to the ground today and rub it hard. Ji Mugen threw a disdainful smile over toward Sonnen. By this time, the cutter had finished cutting. "I don't know who," shouted, Dragonstone seed jadeite. How long has it been since this raw stone market has produced jadeite of this quality? Did I blink? Surprisingly, it is really a dragonstone species of jadeite. This is an extremely rare species. I remember before there is a person is trying to find a dragonstone species of jadeite collection. A long time have not come across. If you don't know, ask, what is dragonstone seed jade? Dragonstone seed grows in the cavern. Fine texture. Crystal particles are very small. This quality is not a little impurity, and the texture is very warm, very smooth. In fact, the price of the dragonstone seed itself is not expensive, the highest value of 8 million, but it is rare. That's right, it's because of the rarity of the dragonstone species, so the price of 8 million has now been speculated to 15 million. Ji Young this stone out of the green out of a lot. If it is made into jewelry, the value should be around 30 million. Everyone around them was stunned by this piece of dragonite seed jadeite. They also marveled at the fact that it wasn't thanks to Ji Xiao that any randomly selected stone could be selected as a dragonstone species. Shin Yulan does not know much about jadeite. The ones she has at home are all sent by others, and only occasionally will hear Sang Ning with her to popularize which piece of jewelry is what variety, how high the value and so on. What is this dragonstone seed? She has never really heard of it. Shin Yulan came over to Sang Ning and asked in a low voice, "Little Ning Ning, is the color of this stone really that good?" Sonnen raised her eyes and glanced at the cut stone, which still glowed fluorescent on the green color. Sang Ning converged her eyes back and faintly said, "It is indeed a good thing with treasured significance." She also hadn't been to the raw stone market for a long time, and didn't realize that the dragonstone species had been speculated to a price of $15 million, so the highest value of the stone in Ji Mugen's hand that she had just predicted was no more than $10 million. I didn't realize the market was changing so quickly. Lost count. However, although the dragonstone species is good, it is only of collector's significance. Very few people will take dragonstone seeds and make them into jewelry. Those people who just said that if the dragonstone species was made into jewelry, it would be worth about $30 million, are simply not understanding the market. If the market value of the stone exceeds its own value, no one which collector would want to collect it. So, the maximum value of this piece of dragonite seed jadeite is only $15 million. Not even close to hers. Jimugen also didn't expect to open the jadeite of the dragonstone variety. Even he was surprised. He was looking at it with his years of experience in stone gambling, and he only thought that this stone would come out green, but it was not expected to be of any high variety. But he did not expect that it would give him such a big surprise. The market value of this piece of dragonite seed jadeite alone is $15 million. How was Sanan, who had never touched a gambling stone, going to win him? Thinking of this, Jimugen laughed out loud. I don't see the need to continue with the latter, right? Sang Ning, as far as the value of my piece is concerned, I've already thrown you off by a large margin. You can't win me even if you drive anymore. Just admit defeat. I'm waiting to see you do a striptease. Sanan leaned back in her chair, her arms around her chest. What are you barking at a dog for junk that's worth a maximum of $15 million? You. Jimugen's face sank, and before he could speak, Ji Yuelan behind him pulled him away and angrily said, I've put up with you for a long time. Sang Ning, what the hell are you being so goddamned angry about? A person who was raised by a nightclub lady, the Sang family picks you up to go home and raise you for a few days. Do you really take yourself as $1,000 lady? If it wasn't for Mo Yen, a piece of trash like you would be worthy to gamble with my brother? The stone he opened is worth $15 million. Do you know what $15 million is? That's something you couldn't earn back from how many men you've slept with. How dare you call such a high-value jade a piece of trash? What kind of a thing are you? Ji Yuelan looked at Sanan with a gaze that could not wait to eat her. It wasn't a coincidence at all that she and Jimugen had come to the primitive market today. It was Sangli who told them that Sang Ning had come here, and she and Jimugen came over. Although Ji Yuelan hadn't seen Sanan before, she had long been upset with her. It was supposed to be 2 weeks ago that the parents of both Jisan families were to meet to discuss the timing of her engagement to Mo Yen. As a result, Sang Mo Yen was injured, although he was only hospitalized for 2 days and was discharged. But Sang Mo Yen's leg was repaired for 2 whole weeks before it got a little better. All this time, she had reintroduced the engagement, and Sam Moyen was not even interested, always burnt out every day. Ji Yuelan asked him why, and Sang Mo Yen refused to say. Ji Yuelan was in a hurry, and finally found Sangli directly to ask the reason, and only then realized that Sangli was not the Sang family's golden girl, but had been carried by the wrong person since she was a child. The real daughter of the Sang family was raised by a nightclub girl and is rude and insolent, and from the time she returned to the Sang family, she has been looking for trouble with Sangli all day long. Sang Mo Yen gave Sangli a head start and was even beaten up by Sang Ning. Ji Yuelan was shocked beyond words when she heard this at the time. She had grown up and had never seen any young lady so rude as to hit her brother, and she would still have just been picked up. Ji Yuelan was furious and vowed to take it out on Sang Mo Yen, so that's why she asked Sangli to help keep an eye on Sang Ning. As soon as Sanan went out, they rushed in. Originally, the moment she saw Sanan, she wanted to hammer Sanan hard, but Jimugen told her not to act rashly. He had a better way to make Sanan get out of the Sanan family, and that's why she kept her mouth shut. But now that she heard that Sang Ning was so bold as to not even put $15 million in her eyes, she immediately became angry. Bang! Just as Ji Yuelan's words left his mouth, he was kicked off. Shen Yulan ripped off the mask and hat she was wearing, and before the crowd could react, she directly grabbed Ji Yuelan's hair, pressed her head down, and slammed it hard on the ground. Her voice was cold as the Shura of hell. What did you just say? Chapter 49, Ji shall win steadily, right? Shen Yulan's seizure was too sudden, and the crowd did not react for a moment. Jimugen and Ji Yuelan were even more directly confused, especially when Shen Yulan didn't even give them a chance to react, directly kicking the person down and then pressing Ji Yuelan's head and slamming it on the ground. Their brains were simply too late to make any reaction. When Shen Yulan stopped, Ji Yuelan's mind was still blank for a moment. After a long time, Ji Yuelan exclaimed, "Ah, who dared?" When Ji Yuelan looked up, she saw the face she had seen countless times online. Master Phantom. Ji Yuelan was directly confused. You, Master Yulan? Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined that she would appear in front of Master Yulan in such a manner. During this period of time, in order to beg Master Yulan to design her engagement dress, the Ji family had dragged a lot of connections, but Master Yulan didn't even pay attention. She had originally thought that she would wait for a few days and then go directly to the sea city and beg Master Yulan face to face, but she didn't expect to run into Master Yulan here. And she, too, was beaten up by Master Yulan? Why? What the hell was that for? She doesn't remember offending Master Yulan, does she? As soon as Ji Yulan's words fell, the people around him suddenly came back to their senses and looked towards Shin Yulan. It's really Master Yulan. How did she end up here? I haven't heard that Master Sulasaiban likes jade? It was well known that Master Phantom Orchid preferred jewelry. After all, her specialty was design, and she certainly favored jewelry a bit. Yulan Master and not bad money. Like jadeite, nothing strange. I am curious. This Miss G is how to offend the Yulan Master. Look to beat. Forehead directly cracked skin. Didn't any of you notice that Master Yulan was with that Miss Sang? I noticed it earlier, but I wasn't too sure about it since Master Yulan was wearing a mask and a hat. It's really true. It said that Miss Sang who was just picked up by the Sang family was raised as a nightclub lady. Someone with her kind of status shouldn't be able to come into contact with someone with the status of Master Yulan. So how did they get to know each other? And by the looks of it, their relationship is quite extraordinary. Ji Yulan's face paled when she heard the words being discussed around her. Sanan and Master Yulan know each other? How come she hadn't heard Mo Yen mention it? If Sanan was a friend of Master Yulan, this was not going to be easy. Sanan lost, and they can't make Sanan do a striptease. It's not that I'm afraid of Sanan, but Master Yulan can't afford to mess with him. Master Yulan's background was too powerful. The Ji family was simply not enough. If Master Yulan wanted to move the Ji family, he could just hook his finger and the Ji family would be finished. Ji Mugen was also confused. He was dreaming that Master Yulan would know Sang Ning. Originally he wanted to help Sang Mo Yen rub Sang Ning's face on the ground hard today, but he didn't expect to kill a Master Yulan halfway. With Grandmaster Yulan present, he naturally didn't dare to make Sang Ning Ray fulfill the bet. Ji Mugen frowned and looked over towards Sang Mo Yen in the crowd. He had long seen Sang Mo Yen coming, but just seeing as Sang Mo Yen didn't come out, he didn't call the other party, but now he had to know what the hell was going on. Sang Mo Yen in the crowd's face sank when he came into contact with Ji Mugen's inquiring eyes. He also didn't expect Master Yulan to come to Jiangcheng, and Sanan had never flaunted it at home. He didn't know what Sanan meant? She should have bragged about having a friend with a powerful background like Master Yulan, but she never mentioned it. Right now, this scene is really bad to end. Speak, who were you cursing just now? Seeing that Ji Yulan didn't speak, Shin Yulan's grip on the other party's hair tightened a few more points. Ji Yulan ate the pain. Her eyes contained tears. I bull asterisk 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 Ted. I didn't curse. She is not a little cutie. She is not a little cutie. And once she heard Shin Yulan's tone, she is definitely going to stand up for Sang Ning. And if she scolds Sang Ning a few more times, she is afraid that Shin Yulan will ask her to look at her on the spot. Shin Yulan narrowed her eyes, squatted down, and slapped Ji Yulan's face a few times. If you want to have fun, have fun. And if I hear any more insulting words about little Ning Ning from your mouth, you'll crawl your way out. Ji Yulan was frightened by Shin Yulan and trembled. Ji Mugen frowned. Master Yulan, what are you doing? The bet was nodded by Sang Ning. Are you now trying to stand up for her and terminate this bet? Shin Yulan raised her eyes and glanced at him faintly, and before she could speak, Ji Mugen snorted. If Sang Ning doesn't dare to gamble anymore, for the sake of Master Yulan, naturally, it is possible to terminate it. Who made Master Yulan powerful? Shin Yulan's eyes lifted slightly, lightly skimming over Ji Mugen, the disdain in her eyes almost overflowing. A stink bug, giving you some face. You really think you're an onion? It's as easy for me to pinch you to death as it would be for you to pinch an ant to death. So guess why I tolerate you guys provoking little Ning Ning, but didn't pinch you to death? Ji Mugen's face changed. If someone else had said that, he would have thought that person was crazy. But these words came from Shin Yulan's mouth, and she had indeed pinched the Ji family to death as easily as she had pinched an ant. The name of Master Yulan was never empty. Shin Yulan expressionlessly shrugged off Ji Yulan and calmly sat back in front of Sang Ning, as if what had just happened had not happened. This bet, both opened the head. Who do not want to terminate? Who dares to shout to stop? I, Shin Yulan, the first one who does not agree. Ji Mujian's frowning brows loosened a bit when she saw that Shin Yulan did not stop the bet, but his face remained hard. Of course he wanted the bet to continue, but with Shin Yulan present, even if Sang Ning lost the bet, I'm only afraid that he wouldn't be able to ask Sang Ning to fulfill the bet. Ji Mugian was silent for a moment before speaking. Master Yulan, since you want the bet to continue, if Sang Ning loses, you cannot interfere. She must fulfill the bet. Shin Yulan snorted. A jumping clown still really thinks of himself as a piece of material? Ji Nujian's face changed and she was just about to say something when Shin Yulan said, "Put your heart in your stomach. As long as you guys can win against little Ning Ning, I won't interfere with the bet. Want to win little Ning Ning? Go back and practice for another couple hundred years." Only after hearing Shin Yulan say this did Ji Nujian's heart completely relax. He then asked the cutting master to open the second raw stone. Ji Yulan had just been beaten up by Shin Yulan, and now he didn't dare to say a word, only shrinking beside Ji Mugian, waiting for the result. The cutting master cut the second raw stone as requested by Ji Mugen. Just halfway through the cut, someone exclaimed, "It's green again. Ji Xiao is very lucky today, and looking at the color, it's better than the dragonstone variety. It's an ice seed. Oh my god, what kind of luck is Ji Xiao having?" First he opened the dragonstone seed, and then the ice seed. The two stones together are at least $30 million. He's a sure winner, right? Chapter 50, the entire audience was shocked. Ji Mugian also did not expect to be so lucky today. Not only opened the dragonstone seed, but also opened the ice seed. In terms of color alone, the ice variety is definitely a bit better than the dragonstone variety. As a matter of principle, the price is also higher for the icy type. However, the rarity of the dragonite species, coupled with the fact that prices are now slowly being speculated upwards, makes the dragonite species a bit more valuable in overall comparison, but it's pretty good. Together, the two stones are worth at least $30 million. This new batch of raw stones from the quarry didn't have much good material this time. Ice seed and dragonstone seed are both relatively rare, and now they are all selected by him. Sang Ning does not know how to gamble. Even if he is lucky enough to select a few pieces of stone that are green, there will not be a higher value than him. Thinking of this, Ji Mugen tilted his head to look at Sang Ning. He wanted to mock him, but when he saw Shin Yulan next to Sang Ning, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed. Forget it, now was not the time to be clever. He would humiliate Sunan properly after he won the bet. Continue opening. Ji Mugen calmly instructed the cutting master to continue opening the remaining raw stones. He didn't care anymore if the three stones in the back could produce green or not. For him, it was now a sure win situation. He just had to wait and see the results. Although Ji Yulan does not know much about gambling on stones, she knows that the difference of $30 million has already thrown Sanning out by a far large margin. She turned her head to look behind her at Sanan, an excited light shining in her eyes. She would definitely record Sang Ning's striptease in a while and post it on the internet, so that Sang Ning's reputation would become completely stigmatized before she was kicked out of the Sang family. On the other hand, Sanan was leaning back in her chair, staring at the information in her cell phone, and for the screens in the room, she just frowned, not even lifting her eyes. The message was a profile of Hui Yunmiao sent over by Xiao Yu. The results of Hui Yunmiao and Sister Han's paternity test came out the day before yesterday. The results show that Hui Yunmiao is confirmed to be Sister Han's daughter. On the day she got the results, Sang Ning had Xiao Yu pull out all of Hui Yunmiao's information after she went to the Hua family. Just received the results of the investigation a minute ago. Sanan looked at the findings and smiled. Only the smile. It didn't reach his eyes. She had planned to go to Hua's house sometime later, but it seemed that plans would have to be advanced. Sang Ning's thoughts ran far away. I don't know who suddenly shouted, "My god, Imperial Green. This Miss Sang's luck is too good, right? A few stones picked at random, but it's actually Imperial Green? What's the point of this comparison? A piece of Imperial Green directly wins all of Ji Xiao's raw stones, and the ones behind don't even need to be opened. I remember last year's auction in Haichang, the Imperial Green was auctioned off for $100 million. The color of this piece is even better than the one in the auction. Surely the value will be even higher, right? No? Why do I think it's not just a matter of luck? How can it be that easy to get an Emperor Green? In the last 2 years of the original market, no one has ever opened an Imperial Green, so how come MS Sang opened it? This is strength, isn't it? Shin Yulan was also a bit shocked. She knew Sanan was excellent. She didn't realize it was this excellent. The randomly selected momentum was an Imperial Green worth $100 million. Little Ning Ning simply surprised her too much, but when she remembered something, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she looked at Sang Ning with a grudging face. Little Ning Ning, is this what you meant when you said that the highest value of the original market was only $50 million? Sang Ning was pulled back into her thoughts by Shin Yulan. She glanced at the raw stone laid out in front of the cutting master and calmly withdrew her gaze. A few years ago it was only worth $50 million. She hadn't touched a raw stone in a long time. She was still stuck on the value of raw stones from some years ago and didn't realize that the prices were now so ridiculously inflated. Shin Shen Yulan was a bit speechless. This look of seriousness and a bit of cluelessness on little Ning Ning's face really owed him a beating. On the other hand, Ji Mugen and Ji Yuelan's faces went white. They had never dreamed that the raw stone that had been opened and valued at $30 million would be won by a stone that Sang Ning had casually chosen. Those onlookers were right. There was no point in comparing them back there. This stone alone is a win. As soon as Shen Yulan raised her eyes, she saw Ji Mugen and Ji Yulan's palette of faces. She snorted and leaned back in her chair. Her voice languid. "Young Master Ji, I'll give you a minute to get ready for a striptease." Ji Mugen's face turned even paler. He started off by offering the losing side a striptease by pressing the point that he was going to lose. But if he really loses, he is afraid to jump. There were so many people here. If he really jumped, he would surely be captured on video and posted online. And if his father saw him, he was only afraid that he would be killed. Sang Ning's eyelids were lightly lifted, and she spoke unhurriedly. "There's no rush. There are still 4 stones left to be opened." Shen Yulan froze for a moment. "We've already won, so there's no need to open the back, right?" The corner of Sang Ning's lips slightly hooked. "In a good mood, abusing the dog." Shen Yulan laughed. "All right, anyway, today is fine. Abusing dogs is quite good," Shen Yulan said and let the cutting master continue cutting. Sun and Stone did not specify what to start cutting from. The cutting master is very experienced. After opening the Emperor Green, he can see that Sunan is a strength. So be careful when cutting. The second stone was cut, and Sunan heard someone suck in a breath of cold air. Then, some of the people who were originally sitting all stood up, and the scene was so quiet for a moment that all that could be heard was the sound of inhaling around them. Only inhale, not exhale. If the men hadn't been blinking their eyes, the uninformed would probably have thought they were broken. Shen Yulan didn't know much about gambling, only knew that the stone was green, but the expressions of those people made her unable to feel whether the color was good or bad. Thus, Shen Yulan turned her head to look at Sang Ning. "Little Ning Ning, what is the value of this stone of yours?" Sang Ning raised her eyes and looked at the piece of raw stone that had just been cut out in front of the cutting master, her lips curling slightly. "It's worth twice as much as the one that came first." Shen Yulan opened her mouth wide and looked at Sang Ning with a stunned expression. "Twice as high? So how did you manage to say that calmly in the face of such a high-value raw stone?" The onlookers froze for a full 2 minutes before someone shouted, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Am I blind? What do I see? Old pit glass seed? The best of the best in jadeite? The front? You didn't blink. I can tell you for sure as well as for sure. This is the old pit glass seed. I'm really knowledgeable. This raw stone field today is the emergence of what kind of psychic thing? Not only let me see a rare dragon stone kind of jadeite, but also see the ice kind. This even, Emperor Green are out. I thought this is the highest value thing I saw today. I didn't expect. The Emperor Green is not even the highest value. Now there is also an old pit glass species. Today is really worth coming." As for Ji Mugen, who was standing at the side, her face could no longer be described as white at this point. His face was completely green. "Lean, what a hell of a thing to say. Where on earth did Sunan get such good luck when she was raised by a nightclub girl? Not only opened the Emperor Green, even opened the old pit glass seed. He also swore that he thought he was going to win against Sunan. Results, his face was held down and rubbed hard by Sunan. Not to mention, his face, now, really hurt." Chapter 51, Want to renege on your debt? Sang Ning, facing the gasps of shock from the entire audience, did not change his color and calmly let the cutting master continue to cut the rest of the stone. Then there's exclamations of surprise sounded again over and over again. "Imperial green. It's actually imperial green again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old pit glass seed. Ice seed. IING hell. A few years are not out of a good quality raw stone market. Today not only out, but also out of 5 in a row. And all from the same person. This world finally epileptic into I cannot imagine the way?" The people around them looked at Sunan. They all couldn't figure out how a kid raised by a nightclub girl could know how to gamble on stones. The point is, it's not even a matter of knowing what you don't know anymore. It's simply mastery. They were now also finally certain that Sunan hadn't chosen the stone casually at all, but had chosen it carefully. Who else could be so lucky? 5 stones were chosen, all of which were of very rare quality. Sang Ning selected these several. Just which one to take out? Are a lifetime to eat and drink without why, let alone 5. This is simply can realize the freedom of wealth. Sang Ning didn't care about the gazes of the crowd, and it was only after the cutting master had cut all the raw stones that she stood up and slowly walked over to Ji Mugen, faintly saying, "You lost." Ji Mugen stepped back with a pale face. "You? What exactly are you?" The corner of Sang Ning's lips slightly hooked. "Me? Ha? The child raised by a nightclub lady. Ki Mugen. Who would believe that? A child raised by a nightclub girl can be this good? Pick a few random stones and get them all? This is even better than the gambling big shot Jade Ju. There is a legend in the gambling world. heard that there is a called Jade Ju, gambling stone from no defeat. She selected the stone. Everyone is high quality, and the lowest price, no less than 10 million. Jade Ju had once bloodied a raw stone quarry in the Sea City. The valuable raw stones that were available at that raw stone place were all picked by Jade Ju. Overnight, she managed to make $10 billion. You know, the Sea City is the Jade City. There is the production of raw stone. Any one of the raw stone market, the market value is in tens of billions of dollars up. And Jade Ju, who straight up had a primitive market out of business. From then on, no matter what city's raw stone market, as long as they heard the name of Jade Ju, they were like enemies. As soon as Jade Ju stepped through the door of the raw stone market, all the owners closed their doors as fast as they could. They'd rather not do business than be ransacked by Jade Ju. But Jade Ju doesn't do personnel. I heard that later. She just kicked in the door of someone's already closed store and bought a lot more rocks to go. Though that time she only chose $1 billion worth of raw stones and almost bankrupted the owner of that store. However, then later on, Jades hardly appeared in the original market. I wonder if they've made enough to get away with taking the money. But, why is Disowned acting so much like Yu Ju? 5 stones straight up, picking away the most valuable of the primitive market in River City. Jiangqing's primitive market is very small. Her these 5 pieces of choice away. This primitive market is afraid to close down. Striptease, it's time to dance. Sanan's voice was calm, and the expression on his face didn't even change a bit. Ji Mugian subconsciously stepped back, then looked toward Sang Mo Yen in the crowd. Mo Yen, come and help. Sang Mo Yen had been too shocked to speak when Sang Ning's first piece of Imperial Green was opened. He was petrified on the spot, especially since so many faster and more valuable raw stones were opened later. Now that he was called out by Ji Mugen, he snapped back to his senses. The way the people around him looked at him made his face burn. Sang Mo Yen coughed lightly and walked out from the crowd. Sang Ning, it's just a joke. Why take it seriously? For my sake, let's forget about this. After a pause, not waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Sang Mo Yen added, the Ji family and our family are in-laws. Don't make things too ugly. Grandma won't be able to explain. He knows that Sanan listens to her grandmother the most, and by moving out of her, maybe Sanan will get over it. But who knows? Sang Ning raised her eyes, her voice cold and indifferent. Your face? What kind of onion are you? You. Sang Mo Yen's face reddened. He looked at the surrounding crowd and whispered, I'm your big brother. Even if you have a problem with me, you shouldn't take it out on others. Ji Yuelan will be your sister-in-law in the future. If you make things ugly and bring shame to the Ji family, how are you going to get along in the future? Sang Ning, if you still want to stay in the Sang family, you'd better not go too far. Sang Ning's eyelids lifted slightly. Her eyes flooded with a cold light. Suddenly, she violently raised her foot. Sang Mo Yen subconsciously dodged and was just about to speak when she saw Sang Ning's lifted foot slowly put down. Sang Ning just stared at Sang Mo Yen for a long time before turning her head to Shen Yulan and saying, lend me your foot and kick him out. Alright. Shen Yulan had long been looking at Sang Mo Yen with displeasure. Almost as soon as Sang Ning's words fell, she kicked Sang Mo Yen out. Without any warning, Sang Mo Yen was kicked straight into the crowd. Shen Yulan walked up and looked condescendingly at Sang Mo Yen. A piece of trash like you has the nerve to claim to be little Ning Ning's big brother? When she was being scolded, you hid in the crowd, like a turtle, shrinking your shell and not letting out a single fart. What? Are you a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Quite tolerant? If you like being a turtle so much, what are you running out to act like an elephant now? I'm in a good mood now, waiting to see a striptease. You'd better crawl for me. Don't disturb my old lady's interest, or else I'll have to remove one of your legs high and low. You. Sang Mo Yen was furious, but in the face of Shin Yulan, he didn't dare to get angry, and could only say, Master Yulan, you're also a person of reputation. If you follow Sang Ning's nonsense, aren't you afraid of damaging your reputation? Ha! Shin Yulan all but laughed. Fame? What the hell is that? I, Shin Yulan, have never cared about this. What I care about is only my mom and little Ningning. Whoever dares to find little Ningning unhappy is finding me unhappy. If you don't believe me, just come and try. Sang Mo Yen opened his mouth, half unable to speak. What can he say? Not to mention him, even the Sang and Ji families combined couldn't afford to mess with Master Yulan. Sang Mo Yen was silent for a long time, and finally stood up and said to Sang Ning, I've advised you, and since you insisted on doing so, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, he simply turned and walked away. Seeing that Sang Mo Yen didn't care about him anymore, Ji Mugen jumped in anger. Sang Mo Yen, you are really good. I stand up for yours, but you just leave without me? Well, you wait for me. If I can get you to marry my sister, I won't be surnamed Ji. Sang Mo Yen's feet paused, then he stopped stopping and left in large strides. Sang Ning mockingly glanced at Sang Mo Yen's back, then looked at Ji Mugen. Want to renege on your debt? Ji Mugen's face flustered. Then she stretched her neck. What reneging? I can't understand what you're saying at all. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. It's humiliating to renege on a debt, but it's better than being humiliated. Moreover, there were only 2 girls here, Shin Yulan and Sang Ning, and if he didn't fulfill the bet, he didn't believe that they could forcefully pressurize him to do a striptease. Chapter 52 Ning, you're not good. Ha! Sanan laughed. After a little while, Sang Ning lifted her foot and walked slowly towards Ji Mugen. I have a rule. The person who relies on my account, I will double it back. Ji Mugen was intimidated by the aura on Sanan's body. He didn't understand how Sang Ning, who was clearly just a young girl of less than 19, could have such a powerful aura on her, especially those eyes. Just by looking at them, it was as if they were the Shura from hell, like they were going to be torn apart right away. Ji Mugen stepped back while saying, "What are you going to do? I'm warning you, I'm the young master of the Ji family. If you offend me, my father will definitely settle the score with the Sang family." Ji Mugen still wanted to back up, but there were people all behind him, and he didn't know who he bumped into, and there was no way to back up. Ji Mugen saw that Sang Ning was still approaching towards him. He shouted, "Sang Ning, you'd better think about the consequences. Your elder brother is right. The Sang family can't afford to mess with the Ji family at all, and even if you have the backing of Master Yulan, it's still useless." Shin Yulan snorted at his words. She's backing up little Ning Ning? I'm afraid this person is not a cutie. Does little Ning need someone to back her up? The hostility in the corners of Sang Ning's eyes gradually deepened as she raised her hand and was about to personally help Ji Mugen with her striptease when a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. MS. Sang. Sang Ning turned her head, and then she saw Chen Feng walking towards her with a few bodyguards. Sanan raised an eyebrow. Chen Feng walked in front of Sang Ning and glanced disdainfully at Ji Mugen, then said to Sang Ning with a doggy smile on his face, "Where is the need for MS. Sang to personally do this kind of thing? I just happen to have nothing to do. Why don't you let me help?" Chen Feng came when Ji Mugen opened the first piece of Dragonstone Seed Raw Stone. He was in the crowd and saw Sang Ning at a glance. He had wanted to go out and greet Sang Ning, but then he heard Ji Yulan unafraid of death scolding Sang Ning. He hadn't even had time to stand up for Sang Ning before Ji Yulan was beaten up by Shin Yulan. Later on, the betting game proceeded to start, and only then did he learn what had happened from the onlookers, and he let out a cold laugh. What kind of character was Sang Ning? That night's boss, the person Fu Shouyuan puts on the tip of his heart to pamper, the one that the mysterious big man in their family had asked for. That idiot Ji Mugen. How dare she mess with Sang Ning? Chen Feng and Ji Mugen were very much at odds, so after learning what happened, he waited to see Ji Mugen get punched in the face. He had seen enough drama, and now that Sanan needed him, he naturally had to come out and put on a good show. Sanan was a big leg to hold. "You?" Sanan raised her eyebrows slightly and wrapped her arms around her chest, her expression of disgust spilling out. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth twitched. "My physique is not as good as Ji Mugen, but my family bodyguard can. Don't worry, Miss Sang. I'll make sure to make him obediently fulfill the bet." Sanan's lips hooked. Okay, she could certainly see Chen Feng's desire to flatter her. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't even care. But since Sister Hong was the one who protected her, she naturally gave a chance. Getting Sang Ning's approval, Chen Feng instantly became excited and instructed his bodyguards. "What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear what MS. Sang said? Hold Ji Mugen down and do a striptease. Take off one piece at a time, dance slowly, and then have someone ready to shoot a video. Today we'll send Ji Dishao on the hotspot." The bodyguard sniffed and immediately surrounded Ji Mugen. Ji Mugen's face changed greatly. "Chen Feng, you dare to make a move on me?" Chen Feng laughed coldly. "You're just a defeated man. What would I not dare to do? I advise you, you'd better fulfill the bet honestly. If you wait for my men to make their move, this will be ugly." "You!" Ji Mugen was furious. He and Chen Feng had always been arch-rivals and were usually always tit for tat. But in truth, there wasn't a single time that he was able to fight Chen Feng. The Chen family had a lot of power in Jiangchang, and the Ji family was no match for the Chen family. He couldn't fight the Chen family either. But he didn't expect that someone like Chen Feng, who put no one in his eyes, would nod his head to Sang Ning. This Sanan is really not simple. He really shouldn't have believed Sang Li's bull ***** and come to trouble Sang Ning. Now that he was being roasted on the fire, he couldn't get out. Just as Ji Mugen froze, Chen Feng's bodyguards swarmed over him and directly pressed him down and started dancing. Ji Mugen tried to struggle, but the Chen family's bodyguards were well trained, and he couldn't break free. Being pressed by the bodyguards, Ji Mugen twisted in all directions. Shin Yulan frowned. "Ugly, Chen Feng, is that all you've got?" When Chen Feng heard this, he instantly panicked as he kicked Ji Mugen in the stomach. "Hurry up and jump honestly, otherwise, I'll waste you." You have the guts to beat me to death. Ji Mugen gritted her teeth and waited for Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned, then ordered his bodyguard, "Teach him to behave." When the bodyguard heard this, he directly punched Ji Mugen hard. Ji Yuelan was frightened and cried as she cried, "What are you doing? Quickly let go of my brother." But no one paid any attention to him, and Ki Mugen got his ass kicked. Ji Yuelan saw that Ji Mugen was dying, and plopped down in front of Sang Ning. "Sang Ning, I'm begging you, let my brother go. We're wrong, we shouldn't have messed with you. As long as you let my brother go, we'll do whatever you want us to do." Sanan stuck his hands in his pockets and said expressionlessly, "Honor the bet." Ji Yuelan's expression stiffened. She didn't want her big brother to do a striptease in front of so many people. But Ji Yuelan looked towards the severely injured Ji Mugen. If he didn't jump, his big brother would be half dead even if he didn't die. Ji Yuelan hesitated for a moment, climbed in front of Ji Mugen and cried, "Brother, why don't you jump? It's nothing to be ashamed of, or they'll really beat you to death." Ji Mugen's body was falling apart from the pain. He didn't think that Chen Feng would really dare to lay his hands on him. Looks like he's not really going anywhere without a striptease today. Ji Mugen covered her stomach and stood up, gritting her teeth. "Okay, I'll jump." Only then did Chen Feng beckon the bodyguards to all come back, and then said in a cold voice, "Dance well, and if my sister Sang isn't satisfied, just keep dancing." Ji Mugen gave Chen Feng a death glare and started jumping. He's grown up, not to mention stripping, he can't even understand dancing. All you can do is undress while squirming as hard as you can. Crowds of onlookers were pulling out their cell phones to take videos. It's summer now, and there aren't many clothes per se. Ji Mugen only jumped twice, and her top and pants were off, leaving only the small shorts inside. But seeing that Sanan had no intention of shouting to stop, he endured the shame and could only take off his small shorts. Nori Mugen was naked. Sang Ning and Shen Yulan sked at the same time. A pair of large hands suddenly covered her eyes, and then a low voice rang in her ears. "Ah Ning, you're not good." Warm breath hit her ears. Sanan's ears inexplicably reddened, and the long-lost throbbing sensation rose up again. She pushed aside the pair of large hands that were covering her eyes, and subconsciously swallowed as she met Fu Shouyuan's deep eyes. This ING man, it's still a real page-turner. Sang Ning was about to open her mouth when she heard Fu Shouyuan say in a deep voice, "Drag this filth out." Chapter 53, If you want to see a man, come to me. Don't look at dirty things. As soon as Fu Shouyuan's words fell, several bodyguards directly dragged Ji Mugen out. Ji Mugen's entire body was still confused when she was dragged outside. "Fu Shouyuan, what kind of demon is this Sanan?" Chen Feng nodded to her. Master Yulan was her friend. Now even Fu Shouyuan was so intimate with her. How many other people does she really know? Was she raised by a nightclub girl or not? Can anyone in a nightclub recognize someone of such stature? That's not the point. The key is, with Fu Shouyuan out of the way, he's finished, and so is the Ji family. Only after Ji Mugen was completely pulled out did Fu Shouyuan look down at Sang Ning. "In the future, if you want to see a man, come find me. I'm much better looking than that kind of thing." Sanan, kicky hibiscus kind of stuff is indeed hot. Sang Ning was silent for a moment, frowning as she asked, "You sent people to follow me again? Fu Shouyuan, do you want to die?" From the time they were together, Fu Shouyuan had sent people to follow her, beautifully named to protect her. In truth, every time she was in trouble, Fu Shouyuan came quickly. Most of the time, he was the one who took care of her troubles for her. She made it clear countless times that she didn't want to be followed. Fu Shouyuan still does what he does. Fu Shouyuan looked at Sang Ning's face with huffing and puffing, and laughed lightly. "Don't want to die, want you." Sanan, shouldn't she have given him a chance? "Fu Shouyuan, do you want to be shameless? Little Ning Ning broke up with you." Shen Yulan had a rush of blood on her head as soon as she saw Fu Shouyuan. That dog man, what a piece of work. It was so hard to have a chance to be alone with little Ning Ning, and he came back to dominate her. "Ah Ning promised to give me the chance to pursue her again," Fu Shouyuan said without changing his face. Shen Yulan stared at Sang Ning with wide eyes, incredulously. "Little Ning Ning, are you crazy? This kind of cheating scum, you've kicked him and even gave him a chance?" Shen Yulan had not been at Sang's house that morning and did not know the truth about Zhang Jingjia's search for Sang Ning's explanation. "Little Ning Ning, if you want a man, I'll introduce him to you. Definitely find a man who is even better than Fu Shouyuan." Shen Yulan said and glared at Fu Shouyuan. "He's a dog's skin, except that face is a little bit good-looking and can cook a little bit. There are no other advantages. The dog's temper stinks to death. Hurry up and stay far away from him." As soon as Shen Yulan's words fell, she was lifted up by Fu Shouyuan's collar. "Wait until you find a man who is better looking than me and better at cooking than I am. Then come back and dig your feet in the wall. Right now, stay to the side." Shen Yulan was furious with her teeth and claws. "Fu Shouyuan, you dead man, let go of me. I'm going to let Xiao Ning Ning kick you." Hee Fu Shouyuan let out a cold laugh. "You're going to let Ah Ning kick me, so naturally I can't let go of you." Fu Xiuyuan threw Xin Yulan to the accompanying bodyguard. Send her back. Don't disturb me from being alone with An Ning. Xin Yulan cursed. Fu Xiuyuan, you little Ning Ning, save me. Sang Ning pinched her brow and looked at Fu Xiuyuan with an impatient expression. Have you made enough of a scene? Fu Xiuyuan aggravated. It's not me who made trouble first, it's her. Ning, you are biased. Sanan. She lazily ignored Fu Xiuyuan, walked over to the bodyguard who was holding Xin Yulan, and said in a deep voice, let go. The bouncer quickly let go. Afterwards, the bodyguard captain said to Fu Xiuyuan in a serious manner, Master Fu, Miss Sang told me to let go. Survivalist. It can't be helped. Master Fu's words can be disregarded, but Miss Sang's words can't be disregarded. Fu Xiuyuan, good. His bodyguards have gone rogue. Xin Yulan hugged Sang Ning's arm and glared triumphantly at Fu Xiuyuan. It's still my little Ning Ning who treats me the best. Fu Xiuyuan's face sank. This dead woman. If he didn't get rid of her, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to get in touch with Aning. Fu Xiuyuan raised his hand to beckon the bodyguard captain and whispered, find something for the Shin family to do. Sang Ning didn't know what Fu Xiuyuan was playing with. She went to the cutting master and took away the open raw stones, and gave them all to Xin Yulan. Make a set of jewelry for my grandmother, and the rest is for you. She had little interest in emeralds at the moment. Some years ago to open SN. No capital, so she ransacked the raw stone market in the sea city and earned $10 billion. Now she is not short of money, and has no interest in collecting jadeite. For your grandmother? Xin Yulan froze for a moment. Is it something important? 70th birthday. Sang Ning pursed her lips. I'll personally organize it for my grandmother. Xin Yulan's eyes lit up. Grandma's 70th birthday. Ha, then I have to prepare a gift as well. On the side, Fu Xiuyuan's eyes lit up. He had to perform well on his grandmother's big birthday. Aning listens to his grandmother the most. Maybe if she's in a good mood, Grandma will marry Aning to him. Coming out of the primitive market, Sang Ning had intended to go back to Sang's house, but Xin Yulan insisted on pestering Sang Ning to accompany her shopping, thinking that there was nothing to do back there. Sanan agreed. The two girls ignored Fu Xiuyuan, but he was thick-skinned and followed regardless of whether people wanted him to come along or not. As Sanan and their figures disappeared into the primitive market, the crowd that had previously gathered around them dispersed. After the crowd had all dispersed, a man with a duck-tongued cap slowly raised his head, the corner of his lips hooked into a sinister smile. Sang Ning, you're really a surprise, aren't you? Looks like he'll have to prepare a meet and greet gift. The other side. Sang Ning and Xin Yulan were about to get on the bus when someone suddenly called out to Sang Ning, this girl, please wait. Sanan turned around and saw an old man on crutches walking towards her. Sanan shot the old man a look. You're calling me? The old man smiled and nodded. Yes. Introduction. My name is Tsun. I would like to buy that piece of old pit glass seated raw stone in your hand. I wonder if the girl could spare it. Sanan was a little surprised. She sized up the old man again. The old man's dress was not that of an ordinary person. The walking stick in his hand alone has a market value of $5 million. That's a special material custom made. This material is not easy to find, and money is not always found. For a walking stick to be worth so much, the old man's wealth must be extraordinary. The raw stones of the old pit glass variety, though rare, were much better to find than the material for his crutch. Why did you single out this piece of old pit glass for her? The old man saw Sang Ning sizing himself up, and did not say anything, so he smiled and said, the girl's eyesight is good. Must also see that I am not an ordinary person. This kind of emerald, as long as I want to, I can also find. Why do I personally come out to look for it, and then look at you? The old man said with some sadness. The old pit glass seed is indeed easy for me to get, but I've been looking for 3 years, and I haven't been able to find the best material. And today I came to this raw stone market by chance, and I happened to see that you opened the old pit glass seed. This is the best piece I've found in the past 3 years, and I need it badly. If the girl is willing to part with it, I'll buy it for 3 times the above market price. Chapter 54. Old Mr. Son. Sanan didn't answer right away. A piece of old pit glass seed is more than enough for grandmother and Xin Yulan's mother's jewelry. There was nothing for her to lose by giving up a piece. But this old man, she always felt somehow familiar. I want this original stone because I want to make a set of jewelry for my daughter while I'm still alive. I only have less than half a year left to live. My daughter has been lost for more than 30 years and has yet to be found. I want to make jewelry in her name, and in the future, if the family finds her, it will be considered as the first gift I give to my daughter. The old man was afraid that Sang Ning would refuse to agree, so he said, girl, you have 2 pieces of old pit glass seed in your hand, and I also heard your conversation with your friend. You only want to create a set of jewelry. 1 piece of the original stone is completely enough, and I ask you to fulfill my heart as a father. Sang Ning was silent for a moment and turned her head to look at Xin Yulan. What do you say? The original stone is yours. You make the decision. Xin Yulan said. In itself, I'm not very interested in jadeite. My mom likes it, that's why I'm planning to make her a set of jewelry. It's useless for me to keep more than that. Sanan thought for a moment, took out her cell phone and tapped the banking software. 100 million. Transfer. The old man's face was pleased. Good. With that, the old man raised his hand, and a man in a black suit came across the street and said respectfully to the old man, "Dad." The old man nodded and said, "Transfer 200 million to this girl." The man froze for a moment, but didn't say much, and was about to pull out his cell phone to transfer the money when Sanan interrupted. "No, 100 million. The old man was a bit surprised. This is something that if it were anyone else, they would have asked for a high price to begin with. Not only did she not ask for a high price, she even turned it down when he offered it. But the old man merely froze for 2 seconds before saying, "Thanks a lot." The old man's son transferred the account to Sang Ning, and Shin Yulan handed them the piece of old pit glass seed. Fu Xiaoyuan didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. However, his gaze as he looked at the old man was extremely sharp. Surname Sham. There are very few of this surname in the country. The richest man in Young City is named Shum. Young City was at least 1,000 kilometers away from Jiang City, so why would he travel so far to find Aning to buy jade? The Sham family wants what they want, and it's easy to get it. He had to wonder what this old Mr. Sham was up to, but after buying the raw stone, old Mr. Sun left with his son and didn't say anything else to Aning. Fu Xiaoyuan frowned, and when he saw that Sang Ning was also staring at old Mr. Sun's back, he loosened his tight frown. That's all. Aning was so smart. If there was an ulterior motive, she could detect it. It was better for him to meddle less in Annan's affairs, lest he go too far and annoy Annan. Sanan just looked at old Mr. Sun's back for a few seconds before turning around and getting into the car. The other side. After Mr. Sun got into the car, Sun Qinyuan couldn't help but open his mouth. "Dad, there are plenty of old pit glass seeds at home. Why do you have to come all the way to Jiangcheng? The doctor has said that it's best for your body not to travel so much." Senshin Yuan grumbled a bit. The other day his father suddenly said he wanted to make a trip to Jiangcheng, and their whole family was shocked. "My father's body has been getting weaker and weaker, and the doctor said that he only has 6 months left, but in fact, he may not last 6 months. At this time, the whole family hoped that the father would live out the rest of his days well, but to my surprise, my father suddenly decided to come to Jiangcheng, and when he was asked why he wanted to come, he refused to say. The family has been persuaded for a long time to no avail. Seeing his father's insistence, the family had to decide to have him escorted here, but after arriving in Jiangcheng, my father had nothing special to do, and every day, besides staying at the hotel, he just fooled around. Went to the nightclub the day before yesterday, went to the villa area in River City yesterday, ran to the primitive market again today, that's just as well. Even spent $100 million to buy the old pit glass kind of raw stone back. I don't know how much of this stuff has been sitting in the family let's storage room. It's probably dusty by now. He couldn't figure out that his father had come all the way to Jiangcheng just for this piece of old pit glass seed. He knew that his father liked jade, but not so much that he would disregard his own health and make the trip himself for such a small thing, right? If he wanted it, he could have just sent someone from his family. Senshin Yuan couldn't figure it out, and he desperately needed to get an explanation. Old Mr. Sun put the original stone aside, with little expression on his face. "I do things. I don't need to explain them to you, Dad," Sun Yuan was just about to say, when old Mr. Sun interrupted with a cold face. "Drive. Go back to Rongcheng." Senshin Yuan had no choice but to let the driver drive. As the car slowly started, old Mr. Sun opened the window and looked out the window at the scenery slowly crossing the road, a smile finally appearing on his face. "Jiangcheng, I'll be back." Senshin Yuan was shocked when he heard this. "Dad, are you crazy? You still want to come? This place is 1,800 kilometers away from Banyan City. If you make another trip, don't you want to die?" Senshin Yuan was really angry. He'd never seen such a stubborn old man. Old Mr. Sun raised his eyes faintly. "Notify all the doctors from all the hospitals in Young City to give me a consultation, and hang on to my life for just 1 more year. 1 year, that's enough." With his daughter's whereabouts in mind, he went back to get better so he could come and get her home. Mr. Sham flashed another smile as he thought about the girl he had just seen. Sanan? It really was the child raised by Xiao Shu. This temperament was exactly the same as his. But come to think of it, Xiao Shu's temperament should be similar to hers? It's true what they say, all daughters are like their fathers. It's just a shame that he's a little late to the party. If I had come a month earlier, I might have been able to meet Xiao Shu. Now Xiao Shu didn't know where she had gone. It's okay. He continued to have people keep an eye on Sanan. Little Shu and Sanan were dependent on each other, and sooner or later they would show up. The Sang family What? Sonnen forced Ji Mugen to do a striptease at the raw stone market? Is she crazy? Lu Wanyu's eyes were wide and filled with astonishment. She knew that Sonnen was a jerk, but she didn't expect to be this much of a jerk. The Ji family and the Sang family are in-laws. Ji Yuelan was about to become her sister-in-law. If she did that, wouldn't she be trampling the Ji family's face hard under her feet? Big brother, why don't you persuade your sister? The Ji family's position in Jiangcheng is second only to the Chen family. A marriage with the Ji family would be of great benefit to the Sang family. And Yuelan has always liked you. It's a very rare marriage. You can't ruin it, Sangli said very anxiously. Ever since Sonnen came back, she and her big brother have been having a hard time with everything. Right now she was waiting for Ji Yuelan to marry into the Sang family so that she could help cement her position in the Sang family. And the result? Ruined again by Sonnen. What's going on with big brother? He used to be a man of thunder and lightning. How come he couldn't even clean up one Sonning? Sang Moyen sat on the sofa. His fingers pinched his temples. His face was gloomy. Do you think I haven't advised you? Sang Ning, the dead girl, doesn't listen to me at all. When I say too much, she also has to hit me with her hands. Today she didn't do anything, but she let Master Yulan kick me out. Chapter 55, Come back to clean up Sonnenshine. Sang Moyen was angry at the mention of this. It's true, what kind of people make what kind of friends. Sonnen loves violence and her friends are violent. Master Yulan again? Sangli exasperatedly exclaimed. What the hell is wrong with her? Why would she want to be friends with Sang Ning? Sang Ning is nothing but a cheap bastard who was raised by a nightclub lady. What on earth is there in her that is worth liking? Sang Moyen raised his eyes, his brows furrowed together. Although he didn't like Sang Ning's style of acting, what Sangli said was also very uncomfortable. Sonnen was his own sister no matter what. Being raised by a nightclub lady wasn't very nice to hear. But Sonnen was able to make a friend like Master Yulan, and that was something she was able to do. He could question Sonnen, but it was hard for him to be a little upset when it came out of Sangli's mouth. What do you mean, cheap bastard? No matter how much more. Sonnen was his own sister. He had always favored Sangli over the years, making her the main focus in everything. What's more, because he was worried that Sang Ning would come back and snatch away Sangli's favor, so he did a lot of excessive things to Sang Ning. But with all these recent events, he was a bit unable to see clearly. Is there something wrong with Sonnen or Sangli? This is not the time to talk about this. Lu Wanyu looked to Sang Moyen and worriedly said, Is Ji Mugen already being forced to do a striptease? I don't know, Sang Moyen said. When he left, he hadn't jumped yet, but I reckon that he would have. Sang Ning had the backing of Shin Yulan and Fu Xiuyuan. Those two people spoiled Sonnen as if she was a baby. Whoever wanted to find trouble with Sonnen, they wouldn't let the other party have a good time. I'm only afraid that Ji Mugen, this time, won't be able to escape. That dead girl, a day without causing trouble. Her heart burns with panic. Lu Wanyu's face was ugly. If you offend the Ji family, your marriage will be over. No, I have to make her go to the Ji family to apologize. Don't stir up your marriage. Sang Moyen narrowed his eyebrows. In fact, the marriage contract with the Ji family was not something he wanted. Ji Yuelan has a high status and is good looking, and he knows that Ji Yuelan likes him, but she has a very unpleasant personality, and Ji Yuelan was so possessive that she couldn't see a female around him. Even his assistants were replaced with men by Ji Yuelan, but whenever he had contact with a girl, Ji Yuelan was going to make a scene. Last year, he asked a partner manager to dinner and was seen by Ji Yuelan, and there was a scene at the restaurant. That manager was so angry that he terminated the cooperation on the spot. He agreed to this marriage solely because his mother liked it, and even more so because the Ji family's status in Jiangcheng was higher than the Sang family. Sang Jingchuan had always disliked every child in his family, and what he valued was always only ability. He lost the opportunity to work with SN, and his father's attitude towards Sonnen is not quite the same lately. With grandma in the middle, maybe father and Sonnen's father-daughter relationship will be repaired. It was something that these kids in their big house had never enjoyed. Whether his father was trying to make it up to Sang Ning, or he was being nice to Sang Ning because of Fu Xiuyuan. In any case, it was a dangerous thing for him to do. The Sang family's company had always been in the hands of their father, and the several children of the second and third houses were inferior to the several brothers of their eldest house. So in the future, the inheritance of the company could only be the eldest house's. Second brother has no interest in the company. Sandy is not liked at home. Sangli will be married off in the future. The Sang family succession will fall to him. But Sonnen came back and she broke it all. In the current form, grandma and father are likely to hand over the company to Sonnen, because Song Ning had Shin Yulan and Fu Xiuyuan. As long as the two of them always protected Sang Ning, the Sang family's company would not fall. He felt the crisis, which was why he had to hold on to Ji Yuelan even though he clearly didn't like her. With the Ji family's resources backing him up, he was sure to get the Sang family's company. After all, he was the eldest son and grandson, and even if grandma liked Sonnen even more, based on the overall strength, he was still very dominant. Therefore, The marriage with the G family cannot be ruined. Sang Moyen stood up and said, "It's better for us to make a trip to the G family in person." With Sang Ning's virtues, she shouldn't be able to apologize easily, so don't cause another pain and make grandma angry at that time. Lu Wanyu's face sank. That old thing, what do I care if she's angry or not? If it wasn't for her stopping me, I would have kicked Sang Ning out of the house long ago. Before Lu Wanyu could finish her sentence, Sang Li hurriedly tugged at her clothes. "Mom, keep your voice down. Grandma is sleeping upstairs." Lu Wanyu glanced upstairs and unwillingly changed the subject. "Forget it, let's go to the G family first, and then clean up Sang Ning when we come back." The other side. After dinner, Sang Ning and Fu Xiuyuan sent Xin Yulan back to the villa and planned to go back to the Sang family. Still, Fu Xiuyuan had no intention of leaving. Fu Xiuyuan drove the car and Sang Ning sat in the back. The route that was meant to be driven to the Sang's house got more and more deviated. Sanan frowned. "What are you doing again?" "Dating," Fu Xiuyuan said without blushing. "Sanan, the man is getting thicker and thicker. Send me back, I'm tired." Sang Ning didn't want to reason with Fu Xiuyuan. The more reasoning was done, the more wasted it became. "No, you're not tired." Fu Xiuyuan raised his eyes and glanced at Sang Ning through the rearview mirror. "You just had a great time with Xin Yulan. You have to give me a chance too." Without waiting for Sang Ning to speak, Fu Xiuyuan said, Ning, you're the one who said to give me a chance to pursue you again. You can't just say it without doing it." Sanan's frown was so furrowed that it could pinch a fly. "When I say opportunity, I don't mean for you to pester me 24 hours a day like a dog's skin. There is no 24 hours. Since you unilaterally broke up with me, we have seen each other for less than an hour a day," Fu Xiuyuan said in a serious manner. "Except, of course, for some ungrateful thing that was picking on Anan," and he rubbed it in a little more. That said, he had to thank those people for creating the opportunity for him and Anan to spend time together. Sanan, and there happened to be a traffic light ahead. Fu Xiuyuan stopped the car, turned around, and got close to Sang Ning. "Ning, you haven't touched me for 3 months. Don't you crave my body?" Sanan, her eyes looked towards Fu Xiuyuan's body. The face, the throat, the chest, and the greedy cough. Sanan coughed lightly and kicked the driver's seat. "Drive." The green light lit up. Fu Xiuyuan restarted the car. The smile at the corner of his lips couldn't be suppressed. He didn't believe that he couldn't hold Anan. He hadn't forgotten that Anan had been with him in the first place because of his size, and him in bed. Even though it was his first time, Anan was very flattered. The car drove for a long time, and did not know where Fu Xiuyuan was going to drive to. Sang Ning simply closed her eyes and slept. After getting up early in the morning and tossing around the primitive market, she was a little sleepy. An hour later, the car was parked in a villa in the suburbs. This is Fu Xiuyuan's private villa. Sang Ning, apart from living in Sister Hon's small courtyard, most of the time, she lived here with Fu Xiuyuan, but she hasn't been here since Sanan's unilateral breakup. Maybe she was too sleepy, or maybe it was because even after the breakup, Fu Xiuyuan was still someone Sang Ning could trust, so she hadn't woken up when the car stopped. Fu Xiuyuan opened the car door and prepared to carry Sang Ning out of the car. At this time, Sang Ning suddenly opened her eyes, and then caught off guard. Fu Xiuyuan's hand shook and pressed on her. Immediately afterward, the cool lips kissed onto Sang Ning's red lips with precision and accuracy. Sanan froze outright. "Damn it, the long-lost feeling is back." Chapter 56. Lift up your pants and deny it? Sanan and Fu Xiuyuan just kept their eyes facing each other for a few seconds. Suddenly, Fu Xiuyuan picked up Sang Ning and walked directly towards the house. By the time Sang Ning returned to her senses, Fu Xiuyuan had already closed the door. Fu Xiuyuan's kiss then fell. His kisses, deep and dominant. Sanan was almost on the verge of falling, but at the last minute, he pushed Fu Xiuyuan away. Sang Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in her body. "Fu Xiuyuan, we broke up." Fu Xiuyuan leaned on Sang Ning's ear, his voice evil and seductive. "Ning, do you really not want to?" Sang Ning's line of sight coincided with Fu Xiuyuan's rolling throat knots, swallowing hard. "Do not want to." Restraint. There must be restraint. You can't be mesmerized by Fu Xiuyuan's beauty. Fu Xiuyuan lowered his head and lightly bit on Sang Ning's earlobe. "But I want to. What should I do?" Ning, you opened me up, and it's hard for me not to resolve it." Sang Ning's ear was the most sensitive place, and when she was bitten by Fu Xiuyuan, an electric current crossed her body. "Damn, she's going to the head." Just as Fu Xiuyuan was about to continue kissing him, Sang Ning pressed one hand on his chest. "You restrain yourself." Fu Xiuyuan lifted Sang Ning's hands to confine them to the wall, his voice disoriented. "Can't restrain a bit." As the words fell, Fu Xiuyuan directly kissed up. Sanan, she wanted to kick her ass, but the fire in her body was provoked by Fu Xiuyuan. Countless indescribable images followed. By the time the two finished their fight, it was already dark. Sang Ning lay helplessly in Fu Xiuyuan's arms. Fu Xiuyuan sidled over and whispered in Sang Ning's ear. Ning, let's make up, okay? Sang Ning turned around, propped her head up with one hand and looked at Fu Xiuyuan with a smile. Trying to seduce me with your figure? Fu Xiuyuan laughed lightly. You saw through it? Sang Ning raised her hand, one finger hooked onto Fu Xiuyuan's necklace, and with a gentle tug, pulled him in front of herself. Your bedside manner is indeed good, but you're playing the wrong game. I suddenly feel that it's not bad for the two of us to maintain a bed/partner relationship. Sang Ning was in Fu Xiuyuan's ear, whispering, you are just a tool for me to solve my physical needs. Fu Xiuyuan's face sank. Sang Ning, you want to slag me? Sanan hooked her lips in a smile. Is this the first day you realize that I'm a scum girl? Fu Xiuyuan gasped and bit hard on Sang Ning's red lips. After sleeping with me, raise the skirt and don't recognize it? Didn't you seduce me first? Sang Ning touched Fu Xiuyuan's head. Good boy. Sis, pay next time. Fu Xiuyuan's face was green with anger. He directly rolled over, pressed Sang Ning underneath him, and was about to properly educate her, when Sang Ning suddenly lifted her foot and kicked him off the bed. What? Still want to fight me in bed? As the words fell, Sanan calmly put on her clothes. Fu Xiuyuan, this dead woman, when she's ruthless, she really doesn't recognize her relatives. Fu Xiuyuan couldn't afford to fight with Sanan, even though Sanan couldn't beat him. He couldn't spare a finger to touch Sanan either. He sighed and got dressed before spreading his palms in front of Sanan. Pay up. Sanan raised an eyebrow. Didn't we say we'd have to pay for it? It's going to count for money this time as well. Fu Xiuyuan said with a straight face. Sang Ning hooked her lips and smiled, directly took out her cell phone and transferred 100,000 to Fu Xiuyuan. Fu Xiuyuan received the money and let out a heckle. Ha, quite generous. $100,000. I'm more expensive than even the night's headliner. It's worth it. Fu Xiuyuan casually left his cell phone on the bed, then walked over to Sang Ning. No looking for other men to solve your physical needs. Your money, only I can earn it, and whoever dares to earn your money, I'll send into the dog park to feed the dogs. Sang Ning picked Fu Xiuyuan's chin. Don't worry, for the time being, only you satisfy me. Fu Xiuyuan, if it wasn't for the fact that Sanan had given him her first time, he really believed that she had slept with a lot of men. This dead woman, the means to tease a man is really not ordinary. Fu Xiuyuan was angry and helpless, and finally could only say, go downstairs, I'll go cook. No, go back and eat. Fu Xiuyuan raised his eyes. His tone was not to be denied. Go back to eat gas? Wait, go back after eating. If you don't eat, how can you have the strength to go back and clean up the people? Everyone in the Sang family was probably waiting for her to return by now. If we don't feed her, the dead woman will get angry and have to beat someone up again. In the future, she needs to get rid of the bad habit of punching people and kicking him when she can't move. The Sang family. Fu Xiuyuan's car was parked in front of Sang's house. He turned to Sanan in the back seat. I'll go in with you, Fu Xiuyuan said and glanced at the expensive watch on his wrist. At this point, the Qi family should be bankrupt. Someone in the Sang family should be anxious. Sanan pushed the door open without changing her color. Family matters are inconvenient for you to participate in. Fu Xiuyuan, it's really true that after solving your physical needs, you immediately turn your back on them. Sang Ning walked away without looking back. Fu Xiuyuan looked at her back for a long time, and finally did not get out of the car to help her support the scene. Sanan had never needed anyone to hold up the fort, and in the past it had been him who had taken it upon himself to step in and take care of things for her every time she was in trouble. But really, she pressed on. Just now during dinner, Sang Ning said something. She said, Fu Xiuyuan, I broke up with you, not only because of that misunderstanding, the most important point, you are too sticky. Sanan's words were like a heavy punch to his heart. He knew Sanan. If the misunderstanding was solved, she would not agree to get back together with him. There should be other reasons. He'd envisioned many reasons, but the only one that hadn't occurred to him was because he was with her 24 hours a day and she was bored. It was time for him to give Anan some space. Pushing her too hard instead pushed her further and further away. Fu Xiuyuan glanced at the Sang family villa and started the car to leave. Sang Ning's feet had just stepped into the Sang family home when a sharp voice rang out. Sang Ning, you still dare to come back? What kind of sins did I create in my last life, giving birth to such a person as you? The shrill voice was uncomfortable to Sanan's ears for a moment. She raised her eyes and looked into the living room. Lu Wanyu was cross-eyed, cloaked, and cranky. What Sang Ning saw in her eyes was not a graceful and noble mansion wife, nor a knowledgeable and elegant professor, but a market shrew, or, perhaps, a fawnless ghost that could not even be called evil. Sanan suddenly burst out laughing. She usually seldom laughed. today she really couldn't hold back. She remembered that it seemed that every time Lu Wanyu was confronted with her, the image that she had maintained for years would be eaten by a dog and instantly swept away. Man is still a strange animal. Knowing full well that he couldn't get the slightest bit of good from her, he came to provoke her every time and tried again and again. She suddenly wondered what the brain of a professor who majored in the study of human intelligence was made of. Abruptly, Sanan's eyes lit up. This was a great topic. She would have to look into it. Sanan, what kind of grudge do I have against you? Do you have to victimize me like this? Sang Moyen was wearing a decent suit, but he was like a violent lion, roaring ferociously. You know that Yuelan is your sister-in-law, but you let Fu Xiu Yuan bankrupt the Ji family. What kind of heart do you have? Sang Moyen waved his attackless claws, but he didn't dare to touch Sang Ning in the slightest. Chapter 57. I do have a vindictive streak. Sang Ning's indifferent vision glanced at Sang Moyen, lifting her foot towards him and slowly walking over. Her steps were slow, but with each step, Sang Moyen felt a huge pressure coming on. Sang Moyen took a step back and glared deathly at Sang Ning. Do you have to make the Sang family restless before you give up? He originally thought that Sang Ning was at most forcing Ji Mugen to do a striptease by virtue of Fu Xiuyuan's power. However, he did not expect that Sang Ning would let Fu Xiuyuan bankrupt the Ji family, and the speed was so fast that they simply didn't even have the room to respond. The market capitalization of the Ji family evaporated at breakneck speed. In just a few hours, the Qi family declared bankruptcy. Even the speed at which the court came to seize it was quite fast, and the Ji family didn't even have time to prepare for it, and all the objects in the villa were seized. The most crucial issue is that his father-in-law Tabi and Ji Mugen were taken away by law enforcement officers before the court seized the Ji family. The reason is that the father and son are involved in a murder. Sang Moyen's face turned pale on the spot. The bankruptcy of the Ji family was nothing more than the loss of a powerful booster for him, but if the Ji family was involved in the murder case, then he would be in trouble too. After all, his relationship with Ji Yuelan was public in this circle, and the Ji family was tied to him. When he returned to the Sang family, he immediately began to make arrangements to clear his relationship with the Ji family. It was also fortunate that although he was dating Ji Yuelan, he usually seldom went to Ji's house, and he didn't know the slightest thing about the Ji family's father and son, which prevented him from getting involved in the trouble. But this whole day, he had been so busy with the Ji family that he hadn't even taken a bite of his meal, and the moment he saw Sang Ning, his fire rubbed off on him. He really wanted to avoid Sanan lately. This damned girl was a lunatic, biting anyone she caught, but he really couldn't help it. Sang Ning didn't even give Sang Moyen a single glance. Walking straight to old Mrs. Sang and greeted her obediently. Grandma, old Mrs. Sang nodded. It's good that you're fine. Go and rest early. Don't listen to your mom and your big brother's nonsense. Old Mrs. Sang had a date with old Mrs. Fu and a few good sisters in her circle to go out for a trip today, and only entered the door an hour ago. Just after arriving home, he saw Lu Wanyu throwing a tantrum at home. Sang Jingchuan sat on the sidelines, his face very ugly. She briefly inquired and realized that the Ji family had gone bankrupt, and they didn't say the exact reason, only that Sang Ning had made Fu Xiuyuan do it. Once she heard that it was because of Sang Ning, she didn't even want to give them a look and turned around to go upstairs. But the result was that Lu Wanyu wouldn't do it and had to pester her that she had to wait for Sang Ning to come back and give an explanation. She had a headache from the noise made by Lu Wanyu, so she had to wait here for Sang Ning. But she wasn't doing it because she wanted to give an explanation to Lu Wanyu. She was worried if Sang Ning was hurt, although he didn't know exactly what had happened. But it should be quite serious for Fu Xiuyuan to bankrupt the Ji family in just a few hours. Right now, looking at Sanan unharmed, she let go of her heart. Mom, how much longer are you going to protect Sang Ning? As soon as Lu Wanyu heard old Mrs. Sang's cloudy and light-hearted approach to bring this matter to light, she couldn't break down right away. She's relying on Fu Xiuyuan to back her up. She doesn't put anyone in her eyes. Yuelan is her sister-in-law. It's not even if she targets others. She's also so ruthless towards her own family. She's trying to destroy the Sang family. After Lu Wanyu said that, she turned her head to look at Sang Ning and exasperatedly said, Sang Ning, why is your heart of revenge so heavy? Even if your elder brother has a conflict with you, are you that ruthless? Bankrupting the Ji family doesn't count, but also putting someone in jail? Why are you so vicious? Old Mrs. Sang frowned and was about to speak when Sang Ning pressed the old lady's hand. The old lady froze for a moment and looked at Sanan suspiciously. Sanan heckled, Professor Lu, didn't I inherit my wickedness from you? Lu Wanyu choked at once, then froze her face and said, I'm not as vicious as you are. but thinking of something, Lu Wanyu's eyes dodged uncomfortably. This dead girl, again, was insinuating and bringing up the fact that she had taken Sun into the mountains and thrown him away back then. Sang Ning enjoyed seeing that look of weakness on Lu Wanyu's face. The corner of her lips hooked. Today only the people from the big house are there, so I'll just make it clear once and for all. I've never acknowledged Sang Moyen as my big brother, much less have I acknowledged that you're my mother. Don't come to be related to me. As for the Ji family, Sang Ning's lips slightly hooked. This is not the end, just the beginning. Sang Moyen's face changed. What do you mean? Sang Ning ignored him, stood up and walked to Lu Wanyu. You are right in one sentence. I have a heavy heart of revenge. You should not be the first day to know it, right? I remember when I was a child, when you locked me in the basement, chained me and forced me to eat dead rats. I almost killed you. It's only been more than 10 years. Professor Lu, have you forgotten cleanly? Lu Wanyu's face suddenly paled. How could she forget? It was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. It was because she couldn't forget that she wanted Sun dead. She didn't dare to kill Sun herself. She only dared to take her to the mountain where there was no return and throw her away. She thought that she was finally free of the nightmare that was Sun. But I didn't expect Sun to come back. This daughter of hers was one of her biggest failures in this life, not just because of Sun's low IQ, but also because of her bloodthirsty cruelty. So, she tried to get rid of Sun by all means. She thought that Sun had suffered so much out there that while she couldn't change the violent tendencies in her bones, at least she wouldn't kill again. Available at. She had literally just seen a murderous intent in Sun's eyes. Old Mrs. Sang's heart clenched in pain as she listened to Sang Ning's words. She knew about the things that Lu Wanyu had done to Sang Ning. That's why she had taken Sang Ning to her side to teach him at that time, but she didn't know that Sang Ning would have the idea to kill Lu Wanyu. She now really suspected that Sun's heart was extremely traumatized, and it was dangerous to be in such a condition. Sang Ning stared at Lu Wanyu's pale face, revealing a wicked smile as she leaned into Lu Wanyu's ear and whispered, "Everything you did to me in the first place, I'll double it back to you. Do you know what it's like for a person to fall from a high place?" Lu Wanyu clenched her lips and didn't say anything. Bang! Sun laughed with reckless openness. Bloody hell! Lu Wanyu's body shook, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. You're crazy. Ha! Sang Ning let out a heckle and ignored her, lifting her hand and pointing around Lu Wanyu. Sang Moyen, and Sang Li, the first one. Who should we start with? The three of them immediately changed their expressions. Suddenly, Sang Ning's finger stopped in front of Sang Moyen. It starts with you, Mr. Sang, get ready for my revenge. Sang Moyen's face changed, and a sense of panic rose up in his heart. Not only that, but he was more afraid. He always felt that Sun would really kick him into hell. Sang Ning stared at Sang Moyen's pale face for a moment. The corner of her lips hooked. Then she said to Sang Jingchuan, "Dad, inform the Sang family to come over tomorrow morning. I have something to say." As the words fell, Sang Ning helped old Mrs. Sang up the stairs. Chapter 58. Old Mrs. Sang's health problems. Sang Ning helped old Mrs. Sang onto the bed, her hand touching the old lady's pulse, and in only a few seconds, her brows wrinkled. Old Mrs. Sang didn't notice her difference. She held Sang Ning's hand. Ning Ning. Sang Ning was pulled back into her thoughts by the old lady, and seemed to guess what she was going to ask. So she said, "Letting the Ji family go bankrupt was not my intention." Old Mrs. Sang froze for a moment, then smiled. You can always guess what I'm thinking." Old Mrs. Sang leaned on the bed and said softly, "I don't mean to blame you. It's just." Sang Ning converged her brows and said, "Grandma, I have a measure of what I do. You don't have to worry about me. The Sang family can't marry the Ji family. Even if Fu Xiuyuan doesn't make a move, I won't let the Ji family exist for long." Old Mrs. Sang was stunned. Was it just her? She felt that Sun's aura changed when she said that, like a superior person. Even for the matter of letting the Ji family go bankrupt, even without relying on Fu Xiuyuan, she was very confident. Sang Ning was silent for a moment and said, "The Ji family is involved in more than just the murder case. There are some black deals. The chain of evidence is sufficient." The above had intended to take action against the Ji family. Only, the Ji family's network of relations is laid out very large, and a lot of people are pulled out of it. The latter words were not said by Sanan, but Mrs. Sang Lao was greatly shocked. She sat up straight violently. "You mean, your big brother he?" Sang Ning didn't answer the old lady's words, and only said, "Whether Sang Moyen is dead or alive, I don't care, but the Sang family is something you care about. I will protect it. Grandma, there are some things you don't need to know too clearly. You can just retire at ease. The Sang family, I'll guard it for you." Old Mrs. Sang was silent for a long time. She suddenly looked up at Sang Ning. "These are all very confidential matters. How do you know them so clearly?" Sanan didn't say anything. Old Mrs. Sang's expression suddenly lurched. I'm not going to ask, and you're not going to tell me. I'm going to forget all about today's conversation and pretend you never mentioned it to me. Ning Ning, Grandma only has one request. Protect yourself. Sang Ning nodded, and didn't say much more about this matter, and with a turn of words, she said, Grandma, you're not in good health? Old Mrs. Sang smiled at her words. People are getting old. It's just a minor problem. It was 2 days ago that she was getting progressively less well. It's not a big problem, just insomnia and dreams, very tired and can't fight. She thought it was a common cold from getting up so often in the night before and catching a cold, so she didn't take it seriously, except that today the symptoms were getting worse, so she went to the doctor and got some medicine. No, the medicine was brought back before it was taken, and it was delayed by Lu Wanyu until now. Sanan wrinkled his eyebrows, not looking very good. She talks to her grandmother every day, and she should be the first to see when she is not feeling well, but for the first 2 days, she didn't notice anything different. When she was downstairs, she noticed that her grandmother wasn't in the right state, and there was nothing wrong with her to the naked eye. But just now she took her grandmother's pulse and realized that her condition was a bit serious. This pulse is strange. It looks like a normal sickness, but it looks like poisoning. But the poison, she couldn't tell the difference? Sanan frowned. Sister Hong was an expert in using poison. Basically what Sister Hong would know was given to her. She was actually better at poison than medicine in that regard. But how could she tell if Grandma was poisoned or not? Sanan was silent for a moment and asked, have you come into contact with anything unusual recently, or eaten abnormal food? There wouldn't be a problem with the food at home. She checked it before every meal. Then the problem could only be elsewhere. Old Mrs. Sang froze for a moment. Something unusual? There shouldn't be any, right? I basically didn't go out lately except for today when I had a date with your grandma Fu to go out for the day. Ning Ning, did something happen? Sanan was silent. It's fine. You take a good rest first. I have something to do. I'm going out. Sang Ning coaxed the old lady to sleep and went straight out the door. The Chan family. When Sanan arrived, everyone in the Chen family was already asleep. Sanan didn't disturb the Chen family's rest and only called Chen. Chen Jiangwo recently dealt with the company's affairs. 3 days have not slept a good sleep. Today just slept not a moment. The phone suddenly rang. He was originally a few days of high mental tension. The phone ringing, he almost cardiac arrest. Chen Jiangwo sat up with a hostile face. A wave of anger was about to be vented. But when he saw the incoming caller show, his body stiffened. Then, he quickly rolled over and got out of bed, directly walked to Chen Feng's bedroom, kicked open the door of the room. Then, he kicked Chen Feng off the bed. You bastard, say, have you offended Miss Sang? Chen Feng was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly kicked in the face, and before he could get angry, he saw his father glaring at him with a face full of anger. He looked confused. Dad, what's wrong? And you have the nerve to ask what's wrong? If it wasn't for you messing with Ms. Sang, why would she call me in the middle of the night? You bastard boy. How many times have I told you to put your stinky demeanor away from now on? Do you have no ears? Chen Feng's entire body was dumbfounded. Dad, what are you talking about? When did I mess with Miss Sang? I even helped her fix Ji Mugen today, and Miss Sang was very satisfied with my performance. Chen froze. You didn't mess with her? How dare I? Chen Feng was in tears. I can't even wait to hug her thighs right now. How can I dare to mess with her? Ji Mugen went bankrupt just because she messed with Ms. Sang. How many dares do I have? The Ji family went bankrupt? Chen Jiangwo was confused. The news of the Ji family's bankruptcy hadn't been blown out of proportion yet. Yeah, it's... Chen Feng was just about to explain, when Chen raised his hand to signal him to keep quiet, and hurriedly picked up the phone that had been ringing non-stop. Ms. Sang, I'm sorry, I fell asleep. May I ask, is there something wrong? The corner of Chen Feng's mouth twitched. He really suspected that the current doggy-faced person and the one who had just punched him were not the same person. What? You're in front of my house? Chen suddenly screamed. I'll be right down. Hanging up the phone, Chen walked back and forth in the same place several times. She personally came to the door. Shouldn't she be looking for trouble again? Chen Jiangwo was in a hurry, but he didn't dare to delay and hurried downstairs to greet Sang Ning. In an instant, all of the Chen family servants were busy. Chen Jiangwo personally opened the gate and said with a respectful face, Miss Sang, please come in. Sang Ning raised her eyes, glanced at the busy Chen family, and pursed her lips. Sorry for the interruption. No interruptions, no interruptions. Chen nodded and invited Sanan in. Only after Sang Ning sat on the sofa did Chen Jiangwo carefully ask, Miss Sang, is it any of the ungrateful ones in our family who have messed with you? You don't have to be nervous. I'm looking for you. I'm asking you to contact Sister Hong on the darknet. I have something important to ask her. Chen sniffed and sighed fiercely in relief. I'll contact immediately. As long as it wasn't the Chen family messing with Sanan. He didn't know who Sister Red was, but the only person who could get him to use the darknet to contact her was the big guy, so Chen didn't dare to delay. Chapter 59, If You Can't Resist. Avoid the frontier for a while. The Sang family. Sang Mo-yen opened the door to his room and looked around, then closed the door and went to Lu Wanyu's room. Lu Wanyu and Sang Li were talking about this when Sang Mo-yen walked in with a flustered face. "Mom, what should we do? That damned girl Sonnen is for real. She wants to ruin me." Sang Mo-yen's nerves were tightly tensed. His heart inexplicably panicked ever since Sang Ning uttered that sentence about retaliation starting from his first. By all rights, he shouldn't be afraid of Sonnen, but for some reason, he was really scared when he met those eyes of Sonnen. At the same time, he couldn't figure it out. He was Sonnen's big brother. Why did she want to destroy him? What good would destroying him do Sonnen? Lu Wanyu frowned. "What are you panicking about? It's just a scary remark. What's there to panic about? Even if Sang Ning wants to retaliate, it's to retaliate for the abuse I've inflicted on her since childhood. What does it have to do with you?" Lu Wanyu's expression was flat. She didn't take Sang Ning's words to heart at all. Furthermore, if she wants to retaliate, she has to have the ability to do so. What else would she be capable of besides going crazy? But she has Fu Xiuyuan and Master Yulan. Sang Mo-yen growled. "Those two alone are enough to destroy me." Lu Wanyu raised her eyes and stared at Sang Mo-yen with a serious face. "You're in a very wrong state today. Did you do something behind my back?" Sang Mo-yen's eyes flashed. "No, I'm just worried that Fu Xiuyuan, that madman, will lay hands on me, and with my current abilities, I'm not enough to fight him. Big brother, since you can't fight against it, let's avoid it for now." Sang Li got up and poured a bottle of red wine for Sang Mo-yen. Sang Mo-yen took the wine, glanced at her and asked, "What do you mean?" Sang Li hooked her lips. "The person Sang Ning wants to take revenge on the most is me. She resents me for stealing away more than 10 years of her life. She resents you and Mom for protecting me. She has no background other than Fu Xiuyuan and Shen Yulan." Sang Li sipped a mouthful of red wine and faintly said, "And if Fu Xiuyuan and Shen Yulan want to deal with you, they also have to consider Sang Ning's mood. After all, you're her big brother. They won't be too ruthless. But if big brother you're really worried about it, don't be hard on Sang Ning for now and be nice to her." Sang Li hooked her lips into a smile. "People, as long as you give some sweetness, the negative emotions are all gone." Sang Mo-yen raised his eyes to look at Sang Li. This sister in front of him that he loved so much made him feel strange. For a moment, he felt that what he had learned over the past 10 years was not the real Sang Li. Sang Li used to be well-behaved and understanding. And now, Sang Li's eyes were full of calculation. Sang Mo-yen was silent for a long time before he said, "Don't you underestimate Sang Ning. For some reason, he always had a gut feeling that Sonnen wasn't as simple as he looked on the surface. If Sonnen was just a brainless violent maniac, he might have a way to deal with it." Fearing that Sonnen had a brain, Sang Li let out a laugh. "Big brother, you're really letting Sang Ning mess up. She's just a nightclub lady who was raised. What can she be capable of? Relying on a good-looking face. She learned some seduction tactics in the nightclub and hooked Fu Xiuyuan's heart." Sang Li raised her eyes. "But what kind of person is Fu Xiuyuan? What kind of woman does he want? He is just a momentary novelty to Sang Ning. After the novelty, Sang Ning will be nothing. You also don't need to worry about what Fu Xiuyuan will do to you. Soon, he will be leaving Jiangcheng. Once Fu Xiuyuan is gone, there will be one Shen Yulan left. Not enough to be afraid of." Sang Mo-yen, "Fu Xiuyuan is leaving Jiangcheng? How do you know that?" "Don't you care how I know? As long as you listen to me, Sang Ning won't do anything to you." Sang Li put down her wineglass and said, "Big brother, I have obtained an invitation to Master Zhongbai's student interview. As long as I become his student, I will have a place in the capital. And at that time, you won't have to be afraid of Sang Ning anymore." "Master Zhongbai?" Sang Mo-yen was surprised. Then he suddenly remembered something. "But haven't you always wanted to become the disciple of divine Dr. Tsonglan? Are you going to give up medicine and major in piano now?" Maestro Zhongbei is a famous piano virtuoso. He has won several international awards and countless people have stepped over the threshold to be Master Zhongbai's teacher. It's just a shame that he never takes on disciples. Sang Mo-yen was surprised that this time, Master Zhongbai had openly recruited students. But what's even more surprising is that Sang Li is giving up her medical studies. You know, Sang Li's strong point is studying medicine. The Sang family had been studying medicine for the past 3 generations, and when it came to his grandfather's generation, it was cut off. No one in their generation, except for Sang Li, had medical talent. In order to cultivate Sang Li, Lu Wanyu had invited many famous teachers to teach her. Sang Li did excel in this area, earning the privilege of practicing medicine with a license reference last year. You need to reach the age to take the license to practice medicine, and Sang Li was still too young to have been eligible to take the exam. However, because she had pitched several treatment plans for complex cases to the Institute of Medical Research, the director of the medical school, Chen, personally came to her door and gave Sang Li the qualification to take the exam. The exams are later in the year, after KYU starts. As long as Sang Li could pass the exam, There was a great possibility that she would enter the Medical Research Institute and have the opportunity to worship divine Dr. Songlan as her teacher. It's just that Sang Moyen didn't expect Sangli to switch to piano lessons at this critical moment. Sangli smiled. Big brother, have you forgotten that I've already passed grade 7 in piano? Sam Moyen certainly hadn't forgotten. Sangli is also very good at the piano, just a little less so compared to medicine. Medicine is a dream I've been pursuing for a long time, but with one more skill, I'll be able to have an extra bass, Sangli said. That way, no one can easily drive us away. Sangli deliberately avoided Sang Ning these days. It wasn't that she was afraid of Sonnen. Rather, she's going to hibernate. She was reviewing the bits and pieces of Sonnen's return these days, only to realize in the end that it was all because she was too eager. Originally, she did not need to do anything. With her mother and the second and third houses, Sonning's life would not be easy, but she was afraid that Sonnen would come back and take everything from her, so she was anxious to drive Sonnen away. The more anxious she was, the more she confused herself, finally falling into Sonnen's trap. So now, she doesn't compete with Sonnen. She wants to move up with her own efforts. She wants to stand at a height that Sonnen can't touch, and trample Sonnen hard under her feet. She also wanted to show Fu Shouyuan who was the one who could match him. The Chan family. Sang Ning waited for a night. Chen sent hundreds of messages on the darknet, and still did not wait for the other party's reply, and her face was getting worse and worse. What the hell is sister hung up to? Phone calls aren't answered, and I can't get in touch on the dark web. She now desperately needs to find Sister Red and explore her grandmother's poison. Not knowing what kind of poison grandma was suffering from, she didn't dare to give the medicine easily. I don't even dare to give grandma the 100 poison pill. It was about grandma, and she had to do everything right. MS. Sang, why don't you go back first? I'll contact you first when that one gets back to me. Chen hadn't slept all night, and his eyelids were barely holding up, but looking at Sang Ning exuding an aura of being uninviting, he froze and didn't dare to say a single word. This is going to be really untenable. Sonnen stood up. Excuse me, do not disturb, do not disturb. Chen Jiangwo hurriedly got up. If you have something to tell me on the phone, I will definitely do it immediately if I can. Sonnen nodded, and without further ado, turned to leave. Walking outside the Chen family's door, Sang Ning took out her phone and called Fu Shouyuan over. Tell your grandmother, trouble her to wait for me at home. I'll go over at noon. I have something to find her. Chapter 60, Grandma's Birthday Banquet. How to plan. Sonnen hung up the phone and went straight back to Sonnen's house. Except for Sonnen's second aunt, people from several other houses had arrived an hour ago. Everyone was waiting for Sonnen one. Everyone's face was a little bit off. At this moment, Cheniya saw Sang Ning come in and didn't hold back, saying in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, our Sang family's busybody is back? I just don't know what the busybody called us over here early in the morning for? Shenya would still be holding her breath this time because of what happened last time with Sangyu. Sangyu was still cleaning until now. How many times did she say nice things? Old Mrs. Sang and Sang Jingchuan refused to let go. They had to let Sangyu clean for a month. Shenya was furious, but she couldn't say anything to old Mrs. Sang and Sang Jingchuan, so she could only put this bad anger on Sang Ning's head. She hadn't wanted to touch Sang Ning's mold. This dead girl had caused so much trouble as soon as she came back, but the old lady was protecting her. Moreover, Sang Ning still has Fu Shouyuan as her backstage, so it can be said that she is walking horizontally in the Sang family. These days she purposely didn't come over to the side of the big house because she didn't want to see Sang Ning. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to contain her temper. But I didn't expect. She avoided Sang Ning to go, but Sang Jingchuan asked them to come to the big room this morning. Sang Ning had something to say. She was supposed to meet her sister for a facial today, but she was forced to come to the big room. That was fine, but Sonnen had made everyone wait for a full hour. She was already holding a fire in her heart, and when she saw Sonnen, she couldn't hold it back. Sang Ning hadn't slept all night. Her brain was a bit stuffy, and her face was very unattractive. She raised her eyes, and coldly skimmed Shenya. Does second aunt have a problem with me? Of course. Shenya wanted to say that of course she had an opinion, but when she met Sang Ning's icy eyes, she subconsciously swallowed, then reluctantly said, no. Sonnen faintly withdrew her gaze and didn't bother with her anymore, instead turning her head to look at the others. Sorry for being late, dealing with something. The crowd sniffed and laughed coldly. You're a guy who's just been picked up by the Sangs and doesn't even have a proper job. What kind of things can you handle? You're still seducing Fu Shouyuan because you're a little bit pretty? The people raised by the nightclub lady are really different, saying that they don't want Fu Shouyuan, but behind their backs, they are grasping each other's hearts tightly. As long as there was a bit of a breeze, Fu Shouyuan ran at speed to stand up for her. It's a tactic that the average person can't really learn. The crowd thought this in their hearts, but no one dared to say it in front of Sonnen. Not to mention that old Mrs. Sang is still here. Even Fu Shouyuan, they can't afford to mess with her. Who let Fu Shou Yuan is a love brain. Sang Ning pain with the eyes. Who dares to bully Sang Ning? He is the first not to let go. Sang Ning's sight swept across the faces of all the people, and did not care what these people were thinking in their hearts, only faintly said, I called you all here for one thing, Grandma's 70th birthday banquet. How do you intend to arrange it? As soon as Sanan's words fell, the crowd looked up and looked at Sanan suspiciously. Old Mrs. Sang was also a bit surprised. She had thought that Sanan had called everyone here for something very important, but she hadn't realized it was for her 70th birthday. Although she had little interest in the birthday banquet, it warmed her heart that Sanan had remembered her birthday. I'm afraid none of these sons and grandchildren she's raised remember her birthday. Mom's 70th birthday is coming up? Sang Ning's second uncle, Sang Qiming, looked at Sang Jingyuan next to him in confusion. When? Sang Jingyuan was also confused. I don't know. Mom doesn't like to spend money. She hasn't had a birthday all these years. Big brother, do you remember? Sang Jingchuan turned his head to look at the old lady with a guilty expression. He also forgot. After all, the old lady hadn't had a birthday in the past 10 years or so. But the thing about not having a birthday is that the old lady herself asked for it. He forgot exactly what the old lady said at the time, but it probably meant that she didn't want to be wasteful and wouldn't celebrate birthdays in the future. So for the past 10 years or so, the old lady hadn't had a birthday, and none of them dared to mention it. The main reason is that I'm afraid she'll be angry if she goes AWOL and prepares a birthday party for the old lady. These sons of the Sang family were considered filial. As long as the old lady's words were spoken, they all listened as much as possible. Old Mrs. Sang took one look at the expression on these sons' faces, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. People, it's so strange sometimes. Obviously she was the one who didn't want to have a birthday, but still, she couldn't help but feel a little sad inside when none of the children she had remembered her birthday. Mom's birthday is the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, and there's still half a month left. Sang Ruojin, who had been silent, suddenly opened her mouth. Sang Qiming and Sang Jingyuan sniffed with a burst of embarrassment. Several of their brothers had forgotten all about their mother's birthday, but it was their sister who remembered it clearly. Sang Ning's eyes swept over the three Sang Jingchuan brothers, her tone mocking. You guys are really Grandma's good sons. The three of them, Sang Jingchuan, blushed. It was humiliating to be taunted by a junior in public, but it wasn't like they could blame Sanan. After all, they were the ones who hadn't remembered their mother's birthday. Since you guys don't have any plans, Grandma's birthday banquet will be arranged by me, Sang Ning faintly said. Do you guys have any opinions? When Sang Qiming heard this, he immediately became anxious. You'll arrange it? How important is your grandmother's birthday banquet? How can I let you arrange it? Or else, second uncle, you come? The corners of Sang Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile. What kind of arrangements can you make for someone who can't even remember his own mother's birthday? Sang Qiming's face flushed. It's my fault for not remembering your grandmother's birthday, but our Sang family hasn't organized a large-scale birthday banquet for years, so what if I give it to you and it's a mess? Sang Ning, I know you are filial, but this is not a joke. The specifics of who will make the arrangements needs to be discussed by all of us. Because of Fu Shou Yuan's relationship, Sang Qiming's tone towards Sang Ning was polite. As a matter of fact, he, as a second uncle, had nothing against Sanan per se. He sympathized especially since Sanan had suffered a lot in those lost years. So these days, no matter what Sanan did, what pillow talk his wife blew in his ear, he pretended not to know. But a birthday party can't be child's play. Before the old lady did not decide to celebrate her birthday, it is just, since the decision was made, it must be a big party. This is considered to be the highest specification banquet that the Sang family has really organized for so many years, and all the major celebrities will be invited at that time. So if the banquet goes wrong, it will make people look at it as a joke. Your second uncle is right. The birthday banquet is not like your recognition banquet. Just give it to any junior. It still has to be arranged by us elders. Sang Jingyuan spoke. Sang Ning turned her head to look at Sang Jingchuan. Dad, what do you mean? Sang Jingchuan fell silent and met Sang Ning's eyes. For some reason, he always felt that those eyes of hers carried a sense of threat. Sang Jingchuan thought for a moment and said, since it was Ning who brought it up, let her handle it. I believe it. Before the words were finished, Sang Ning directly stood up. It's settled. I'll be responsible for all the processes of the birthday banquet. The tone was not to be questioned. Chapter 61, You're not in charge of this family. After finishing her sentence, Sanan turned around and was about to go upstairs when she was called back by an angry voice behind her. Stop! Sang Ning paused in her steps and raised her eyes to Chen Iya, who was filled with anger. Second auntie still has something to do? Chen Iya was already holding her breath. This time she couldn't hold it back at all, and blurted out, Sang Ning, your grandmother isn't yours alone, and the Sang family isn't yours either. What are you doing now? Things haven't been negotiated yet. You made your own decision. Do you take us elders as heir? Yes, Sang Ning, even if you have Fu Shou Yuan's backing, you can't be too overbearing, right? Gu Yu, Sang Ning's third aunt, said, "How important is the old lady's birthday banquet? Is it not up to you? We're not even dead yet, and it's not your turn to be in charge of this family. If Ning Ning can't make the decision, then, can I make the decision?" Old Mrs. Sang's eyes coldly swept a glance at Guyu and Chen Iya. "I've decided to let Ning Ning organize my birthday banquet. Do you have any opinions?" She hadn't originally planned to have a birthday party, but since Sunan had brought it up and wanted to do some filial piety, of course she had to fulfill it. Anyway, whatever Ning did, she supported it unconditionally. Guyu's face changed. "Mom, I know you are biased, but you don't have to show it so obviously. In the past it was you yourself who said you didn't want to have a birthday. It's not like we didn't give it to you. Then if you want to have a birthday now, naturally it's these sons of yours who will organize it." Sang Ning, a granddaughter, letting her organize the birthday banquet. "How will outsiders look at us?" "Right, Mom, your birthday banquet also represents the face of the Sang family. Sang Ning has only just returned to the Sang family. She hasn't even finished school. Does she know the exact process? The guests to be invited, how the chef will be set, how the program will be arranged? She doesn't know anything. You let her organize it. Isn't this giving the face of the Sang family to others to beat?" Lu Wanyu had listened to Sang Li yesterday and planned to avoid Sang Ning's front during this period of time, so she hadn't said a word when Sang Ning proposed to celebrate the old lady's birthday, but she didn't hold back in the end. Sang Jingchuan is the boss. No matter how much he fights, it will end up on the head of the big house. Sang Jingchuan is usually busy at work. The birthday banquet is inevitably distracted. Surely assign some process out. Sang Moyen hadn't gotten any favors from Sang Jingchuan this time, and was in need of a chance to perform well. If he could make the banquet beautiful, he could regain Sang Jingchuan's trust again. That's why this opportunity to organize a banquet was one she had to seize. "You guys are so filial. Then you invite the national banquet chef Ning Yi to do the birthday banquet for grandma. One by one you just know to shout from the mouth. But come up with some strength, ah?" Sang Yifan couldn't see these people talking about Sang Ning, and disliked them right away. Guyu and Chen Yi's faces changed. "What are you kidding? National banquet chef Ning Yi, is that something we can invite just because we want to?" Lu Wanyu angrily rebuked. "Shut up, there's no place for you to speak here." He Sang Yifan was all pissed off and laughed. "So you guys also know that your strength is not good. I thought that you guys are preparing to give grandma the highest specification banquet, and you can invite the national banquet chef here. But as a result, just this?" Sang Yifan's smile was mocking. Guyu's face was embarrassed. "If we can't invite them, she, Sang Ning, can? I didn't say that my sister could invite it." Sang Yifan leaned back in his chair with a hangdog look. "Even if she hires an ordinary cook, my grandmother will be happy. You guys," Sang Yifan snorted, "I'm afraid that even if we can invite a national banquet chef, my grandmother may not be happy, right? Then I don't understand. Since it's for grandma's birthday, naturally it's for her to be happy. But you guys ask, is my grandma happy now?" The crowd looked over towards the old lady, only to see her sullen face, where she looked happy. The faces of the crowd looked like they had been slapped hard by an old lady. Very ugly. Old Mrs. Sang gave them an expressionless look and waited until everyone had stopped speaking before she spoke. "This birthday banquet will be given to Ning Ning to organize. If you insist on grabbing it and organizing it, I'm not going to pass on this birthday banquet. That's all." Old Mrs. Sang didn't want to say much to them and simply left. Sang Ning was going to catch up on her sleep and ignored these people. Helping old Mrs. Sang up the stairs, she took old Mrs. Sang's pulse in passing, and her frown grew tighter and tighter. It was only one night before grandma's condition worsened again. What kind of poison is so powerful? Sang Ning paused in her steps and said to the butler, "Butler Wang, help my grandmother upstairs. I'll go out for a while." She had planned to go back to Fu's house at noon, but it seemed there was no delay now. Sang Ning didn't even sleep and went straight to Fu's house. The Fu family's nanny had met Sang Ning, so when she arrived, the nanny didn't even notify the Fu family and invited people in. Fu's family had also just had breakfast, and Fu Xiuyuan received a call from Sang Ning, so he asked someone to go and investigate to see what had happened to Sang's family. As much as he tried to get through to give Sanan enough space, her tone on that call was so off that he still couldn't resist wondering what had happened to her. He just couldn't see Sanan being aggravated. "I just didn't expect Sanan to come all of a sudden." Fu Xiuyuan quickly greeted him with a serious expression. "Ah Ning, what happened? Sanan had originally said to come over at noon, and I was afraid that things would be more serious if he came over at this hour." Sang Ning hadn't slept all night. Her face didn't look too good. "My grandmother was poisoned. I need to ask Grandma Fu something." Fu Xiuyuan's face sank. "Poisoned? You can't solve it?" San Lan's reputation as a divine doctor was not earned for nothing. Her strength is awesome in a way that people don't normally imagine. There's a poison she can't cure? I don't even know what poison is. Sanan didn't want to delay. "Take me to your grandmother." Fu Xiuyuan's expression was grave. "She's in the back garden. You sit first, I'll go invite her over." Concerning to Sang Ning, Fu Xiuyuan personally went to invite Mrs. Fu, old Mrs. Fu didn't even have time to wash her hands before she was pressed by Fu Xiuyuan on the sofa. Ah Ning asked you something, you answer her first. Old Mrs. Fu glared at Fu Xiuyuan, this unfilial grandson, truly displaying the saying of having a daughter-in-law and forgetting his mother to the fullest. But facing Sang Ning, old Mrs. Fu was all smiles. Little Ning, what do you have to ask me? Sang Ning stood up and first greeted old Mrs. Fu, Grandma Fu. Old Mrs. Fu nodded. Sit down and talk. Sonnen wasn't polite and went straight to the point. Where did you guys go with my grandmother yesterday? What did you eat? What objects did you touch? Met any people? She could have asked Mrs. Sang, but she couldn't keep her grandmother's spirits up until she knew exactly what poison she had been given. It's better to keep it from grandma for now. Fu old lady froze for a moment. We were just 5 old ladies yesterday to go on a picnic. Eating ingredients I brought from home. Did not meet any strange people. The whole time is the 5 of us together. As for contact with what objects? Old Mrs. Fu thought for a moment and said, it's Oldie's family's latest acquisition of a piece of jade, and all of us touched it, but we're all fine? Old Mrs. Fu didn't know why Sang Ning was asking these questions, but still told Sang Ning everything she knew. Chapter 62 Old Mrs. Sang is in critical condition. After Old Mrs. Fu finished talking about what happened throughout the day yesterday, before Sang Ning could say anything, Fu Xiuyuan directly spoke. You now contact old Mrs. He and have someone send the jade over. As the words fell, Fu Xiuyuan raised his hand and called the butler. Who was the one who prepared the food yesterday? Bring it to me. Old Mrs. Fu frowned. I don't have a problem with checking who prepared the food in the family, but you're going a bit overboard by checking Lao He. I'm not even sure what's going on. Taking the risk of letting people send things over. These decades of relationship. Do you still want it? It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but she had to at least know what was going on. There wasn't even an excuse to just have something sent over. How many stupid people are there in the hoi polloi? Mrs. He lost her husband at an early age, brought up several children at home by herself, and was in charge of such a big company as the He family. How could she not know what was going on? If there's any kind of misunderstanding, the relationship will be at an end. My grandmother has been poisoned. Sang Ning looked grave. I can't find out what kind of poison she has been poisoned with, and the toxin is spreading very quickly. Yesterday my grandmother was just in poor spirits. Today her face is blue and her pulse is more confused. Sang Ning stood up and bowed to elder Mrs. Fu, Grandma Fu, please, I have to find out as soon as possible what kind of poison my grandma has been poisoned with. Old Mrs. Fu stood up violently. Poisoning? How could this happen? How is she now? Is she okay? Without waiting for Sang Ning to speak, old Mrs. Fu hurriedly said, no, I have to go see her. Old Mrs. Fu was just about to leave when Sang Ning called out to her. My grandmother still doesn't know about her poisoning. Before I find out what kind of poison it is, I can't let her know for the time being, so as not to heighten her mental tension and promote the spread of the toxin. Old Mrs. Fu nodded. Yes, don't let her know first, the body is important. This way, I'll call Lao He now and ask her to personally send the jade over. Not waiting for Sang Ning to respond, old Mrs. Fu hurriedly took out her phone and called old Mrs. He. Over here. The housekeeper was about to bring the nanny who had prepared the food yesterday, when Sonnen suddenly stood up. I'll take a look in the kitchen. Fu Xiuyuan got up and followed Sonnen. Sonnen checked it from the inside out and didn't detect any medicinal ingredients. Sonnen frowned. No, it seems that the problem lies in the emerald. Fu Xiuyuan's face was gloomy. Dare to harm Aining's grandmother. No matter how deep the other person's friendship with his grandmother was, he wouldn't let it go. Sonnen didn't say anything, just waited quietly. 20 minutes later, old Mrs. He personally came over with jadeite. The He family was not far from the Fu family, and when old Mrs. He received old Mrs. Fu's call, she didn't dare to delay for a moment and rushed over directly. Quickly, see if there's a problem with this thing? As soon as old Mrs. He entered, she hurriedly handed the item to old Mrs. Fu. A pang of fear ran through her as well. Old Mrs. Sang has been poisoned since the gathering, so are the girls poisoned too? Without delay, old Mrs. Fu took the jadeite to Sang Ning. Ning Ning, see what's wrong with it? Old Mrs. He was a bit puzzled when she saw old Mrs. Fu handing things over to a little girl. Old Mrs. Fu explained, this is old Sang's granddaughter. She only found her way back some time ago and hasn't had time to bring her out for everyone to recognize. She has studied medicine. Old Mrs. He understood. The matter of the Sang family's Qianjin being carried by the wrong person was not a secret in the circle. Some time ago she heard that the real Qianjin was retrieved. She always wanted to go to the Sang family to take a look, but she didn't take the time to do so. Old Mrs. He shot a glance at Sang Ning. It's really old Sang's granddaughter. The growth is really iconic. Sang Ning didn't care about old Mrs. He's gazed and carefully examined the jadeite. Her eyebrows never loosened from the moment she received the emerald. This emerald, no problem. No problem with the food. No problem with the emeralds. So what's the problem? Seeing Sang Ning's serious look, old Mrs. Fu asked, is it really this jade that's the problem? Sonnen shook his head. No problem, old Mrs. He sighed in relief. It's good that there's no problem. It scared me to death. I really thought that this thing I brought was poisonous. If it's because of me that I've harmed everyone, I'm going to die of remorse. Old Mrs. Fu's heart also relaxed, and soon worried again. If the food and the jade are checked, and they're all fine, then wouldn't it be that old Sang situation is serious? Old Mrs. He instantly became worried as well. Sonnen stood up. Excuse me, I'll go back to see my grandmother first. Sonnen hadn't slept all night and was worried about her grandmother's condition, so this would be a bad time. I'll walk you back. Fu Shouyuan didn't feel comfortable with Sang Ning returning alone. Sonnen didn't refuse. She's really not a good writer in her current state. The Sang family. Sang Ning and Fu Shouyuan entered the Sang family's front door when they heard a rush of voices. Mom, what's wrong with you? Call 120 and take Mom to the hospital. Sang Ning's face suddenly changed. That was Sang Jingchuan's voice. Sang Ning's aura suddenly changed, and she couldn't care less about Fu Shouyuan and ran directly upstairs. Fu Shouyuan looked at Sang Ning's back. His body's aura dispersed. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number out. Put down the matter at hand. Come to Jiangcheng at once, and control all the people who came into contact with Sang's old lady yesterday. Hanging up the phone, Fu Shouyuan dialed another number. Mobilize the Institute's Chinese medicine saints and arrange for a helicopter to arrive at Jiangcheng Sang's house within an hour. With Sang Ning's medical skills, there was no problem hanging on to Mrs. Sang's life for a few hours. Fu Shouyuan made a series of phone calls. Finally, he hesitated and dialed another number. I want to contact Jianjin, no matter what methods you use. Within an hour, she must appear. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Can't be done. Jianjin is on an important mission and can't make it. Then have her call me. Fu Shouyuan growled lowly. 1 hour at the most, as you see fit. Without giving the other party a chance to speak, Fu Shouyuan directly hung up the phone. Aining, you can trust that I will always be your most solid support. The other side. The Sang family was in disarray when Sang Ning arrived. As soon as something happened on Mrs. Sang's side, Sang Jingchuan had someone notify the second and third houses, and all of them rushed over at this time. Several sons gathered around the old woman's bed, their hands full. The door to old Mrs. Sang's room was surrounded. Sang Ning couldn't get in. She sank her face and roared, "All get out of the way." Shen Iya became angry as soon as she saw Sang Ning. Sang Ning, what are you mad about again? Can't you see that your grandmother is sick? Sonnen lifted her foot and walked in. Those eyes were like killing. I told you to get lost. Do you hear me? You! Shen Iya was furious and was about to curse back when Guyu tugged on her arm. Only then did Shen Iya reluctantly swallow her words. Seeing that she was still blocking the way, Sang Ning was about to kick her out when old Mrs. Sang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sang Ning's face changed drastically, and as soon as he pushed Shen Iya away, he took out the silver needle he had with him and directly stabbed it on the old lady's lifeline. Sang Ning, what are you doing? Seeing this, Lu Wanyu was shocked. Your grandmother is like this, and you're still sticking needles in her head. Are you crazy? In vain. She loved you so much. Is this how you repay her? Chapter 63, Drag the man out. One by one, the Sang family members glared angrily at Sang Ning, itching to tear her apart. The old lady is usually biased, but good. To several sons and daughters-in-law are also good. These years, in addition to the last time played Lu Wanyu slap, did not move everyone a finger. She's not like the other evil mothers-in-law in the mansion. She's respectful of everyone, so the old lady's sudden illness and everyone's worries were not false. Right now, when they saw that Sang Ning was unfilial to the old lady and even took a needle and stuck it in her head, the crowd was furious. But Sonnen is a madman, and he'll do it at the drop of a hat, and no one dares to say anything. One could only stare at Sonnen, but Sang Ning didn't count when she stabbed one needle. She picked up the needle again and wanted to continue stabbing the old lady. Guyu was furious right away. Sang Ning, stop it. Do you hear me? If you kill your grandmother today, I'm not done with you. Sang Ning's entire attention was on the old lady, not even giving her a look as she continued to stick down the second needle. Guyu was furious and went up to grab Sang Ning's hand. How dare you continue to tie it? You damned girl, why is your heart so poisonous? You won't stop until your grandmother is killed, will you? Sang Ning narrowed her eyes as she turned her head to look at Guyu, her eyes full of hostility. She was about to make her move when a cold voice suddenly came from the doorway. Drag them all out. As soon as Fu Shouyuan's voice fell, Several bodyguards in black suits swarmed in, not even giving the Sang family crowd a chance to react, directly dragging people away. He had committed the anger of the Sang family with this action, and one of them cursed. Fu Xiuyuan wrinkled his brows. Gag them. For a moment, the room was quiet. Ning Ning, your grandmother isn't doing too well. Listen to dad and rush her to the hospital. Sang Jingchuan because he was Sang Ning's father. Fu Xiuyuan did not let anyone take her away. Sang Ning didn't want to give Sang Jingchuan a good look, but looking at the old lady Sang who was blurring in consciousness on the hospital bed, she stuck the second silver needle on the old lady. Then he got up and met Sang Jingchuan's line of sight. My grandmother was poisoned. When I went out in the morning, the toxin hadn't spread that fast. Now her organs are weakening rapidly. I used silver needles to seal her acupuncture points to control the spread of the toxin. Sang Jingchuan's face changed drastically. Poisoning? How is this possible? Your grandmother is usually kind to people and has never offended anyone. Who would poison her? Sang Jingchuan paused and suddenly looked at Sang Ning suspiciously. Also, how did you know she was poisoned? Sang Ning hadn't had the patience to explain so much to him, but he was the head of the Sang family, and he was the only one who could calm the Sang family at the moment, so he explained a few more sentences. I've studied medicine. I need to use life-saving acupuncture to hang grandma's life right now. The needles are treacherous and cannot be disturbed. Do you understand? Although Sang Jingchuan was shocked that Sang Ning said all this, but seeing her serious look, he even ghostly nodded his head. I understand. You feel free to treat your grandmother at ease. Leave the family to me, and we'll never let them bother you. After Sang Jingchuan left the room, he suddenly came back to his senses. How had he just agreed to let Sanan treat his mother? Even if she knew medicine, she was not yet 19. If her mother was really poisoned, could she cure her? Listening to Sang Ning, that poison was so powerful that it spread to the whole body in just less than a few hours, that it must be a doctor's consultation. But how did he agree to Sanan? Sang Jingchuan stood in the doorway, looking at the closed door of the room for a while in silence. Eventually, he turned and went downstairs. He hadn't been in contact with Sanan for long and only knew that she had a bad temper and liked to get physical at the drop of a hat. But he could tell that Sanan was really good to her grandmother. She shouldn't be fooling around when it comes to her mother. Weighing the pros and cons, he still chose to trust Sanan. Inside the room, no one disturbed. Sang Ning concentrated on giving old Mrs. Sang acupuncture. This set of stitches is the 13 stitches of soul snatching, which has been lost for a long time, and as long as a person still has a breath, they can snatch the other person back from the ghost gate. It took her 3 years to learn this stitch before she was comfortable with it. In the beginning, Grandma's toxin didn't spread that much, and she couldn't use the 13 soul snatching needles. But now, it had to be used. Downstairs, Sang Jingchuan had just come downstairs when the Sang family surrounded him. Chen Iya said, Big brother, are you just going to let Sang Ning fool around? Mom's condition is so serious. I'm afraid we'll have to hold a funeral for her if there's any more delay. Sang Qiming nodded. I know that Sang Ning has a good relationship with Mom, but this is not a joke. If Mom has a good or bad day, we are going to be poked and prodded. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of being poked and prodded, but he really didn't want anything to happen to his mother. Sang Jingyuan also said, Big brother, all these years we have been busy with work matters. We haven't paid much filial piety to Mom. Even the birthday banquet, we have forgotten all about it. No matter what, we mustn't let anything happen to Mom. In this family, apart from Mom, Sang Ning can only listen to you. You hurry up and go to persuade. Send Mom to the hospital first. Sang Jingchuan's eyes swept around the faces of the Sang family. His expression grave. Mom is poisoned. Poisoned? All of them were greatly alarmed. Sang Qiming said anxiously, How could it be poisoning? Who gave you this? Ning said so. Sang Jingchuan said, She studied medicine, and this will be up there to save Mom. He had just made a point of watching the expressions of several people in the family, and everyone was surprised by this. It doesn't look like they did it. Just who the hell is it? How can you be so vicious as to poison the old lady? Big brother, if Sang Ning is crazy, can't you follow suit? Guyu frowned. Didn't you all investigate her before she came back? She didn't even graduate from high school. Where did she learn medicine? Mom is like that. If you don't rush her to the hospital, you're still letting her do whatever she wants? Are you such a son? Sang Jingchuan looked up at the stairs. It's about her grandmother. I'm sure she won't mess around. Guyu was really furious. That's your mom. You trust a little girl who doesn't know anything, but you don't trust the doctors at the hospital? She really didn't think her eldest brother would be so confused. All right, stop talking and keep quiet until Sanan comes out. Sang Jingchuan didn't bother to say much to them. He would be very distracted this time. After all, he didn't have a clue in his heart. Big brother, I listened to you in the past, but I can't let you father and daughter run amok in this matter. I have to get mom to the hospital. When Sang Jingyuan's words fell, he rushed upstairs. Just before he took 2 steps, he was held down by Fu Shouyuan's bodyguards. The Sang's family got antsy at the sight and went up to the bodyguard. The bodyguards didn't dare to really make a move on the Sang family, only holding them all down. The Sangs were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Lu Wanyu stood at the end of the crowd with Sang Moyen and Sang Li. She glanced at the chaotic scene and whispered to Sang Moyen, "Moyen, you didn't do this, did you?" Sang Moyen was shocked. "Mom, what are you talking about? How could I have done it? She's my grandmother, I wouldn't poison her no matter what." Lu Wanyu breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her head to look at Sang Li again. Sang Li hurriedly said, "It wasn't me, and I certainly couldn't have done this," as much as she wanted that old bastard to hurry up and die. But it really wasn't her doing. Lu Wanyu said, "That would be strange. Who else in our family would hate the old lady to the point of letting her die?" Sang Li's eyes narrowed. She might even actually know someone.